is the one capturing the data for it to be a direct
No,
observation.
even human senses use inductive inferences. That's not
Exactly.
meaning we don't have a sample of the sun in the lab to measure its composition, right? We don't have a sample, right? So we have devices like gas chromatograph spectroscopy or something like that where we can tell
Everything
for
can go in the
certain
lab, though.
hold on, we can tell for certain what something composition is. Okay, this is
And
they claim
sorry.
precision greater. I'm dead serious. They claim precision greater than what we can do physically in a lab with a direct access to the sample. Are you aware of that?
What are you referring to?
Gas chromatograph spectroscopy can detect elements to 9 parts in 1 million. They claim that they can look at shit and see 3 parts per 1 million.
I'm not familiar with that.
16 million miles away, they can see 3 parts per million.
I was going to say I'm not familiar.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to compare.
I can't make a claim to confirm or disagree with you on that.
So often, Josh, what I do is I'll compare what we know we can do on Earth to what they claim they do with stuff in space. And oftentimes, the terrestrial devices that we use are significantly worse than the ones they claim to use in space. I mean, they'll claim they can do things. So Uranus. Uranus smells like farts. They detected hydrogen sulfide as 3 parts per million. Okay, let's look up gas chromatograph spectroscopy. We actually have the sample. We stick it in the fucking device, and it fucking measures the mass spectrum, right? Boom. 9 parts per million. Precision. 3 parts per million. 16 million miles away, right in the fucking device. 9 parts per million. That shit don't jibe with me, man. This sounds like bullshit. I'm sorry. Because they use this technology to convict people of crimes and shit.
Okay. Sure. Well, I mean,
I'm sure now.
Have a primary source for me to look at, I'm happy to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the precision's probably better now. So this is like 10 years ago when they said Uranus smelled like farts.
Okay.
But if you looked up the precision then, what they said is like I said, gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
There still should be a primary source from Zach then, right? Like, I'm happy to look at it where you're getting
that Uranus smells like farts? Like, which one do you want?
Yeah. The paper that claim was made off of, right? And that you're seeing the discrepancy between the parts per million of the state of the art of terrestrial tech versus what's being claimed in that paper. Like I'm more than happy to go look at these things.
Now, hold on, I'll get to you. So, but I just want to say this one thing. Now, we know when we have the physical sample, what it is. Because we have direct access to the material.
Yeah, but how do you, even if you have it in the lab, you're doing the same types of tests. Like, how does having the sample in the lab change than just going out and taking a picture or an image or observing it?
No, they can actually weigh. They can weigh the elements, right? They can measure their mass.
So you can do the same thing. Yeah, I was going to say you can do the same thing in what? Yeah, because you can
do that with the sun.
You can what? Because you understand the gravitational constant.
Because you understand, you do it with your mind. This is about what you understand, dude.
Yeah, you're doing the same thing here on Earth. You understand that things accelerate towards the ground at 9.81 meters per second. Therefore, if this amount of force is applied on a scale, that its mass should be this. You're doing the same thing here on Earth. You're applying a gravitational acceleration that you understand to be universal here on the surface of Earth. So you're doing the same thing in the lab that you would be doing out there.
No, that's not how they measure mass in the lab. They're using the resistance to acceleration mass, not gravitational mass.
Resistance to acceleration. You're talking about the same thing.
Well, allegedly. I don't know if that's ever been proven.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
Inertial mass, gravitational mass equivalent. There's actually someone who's been working on this that has the data that shows they're actually not equivalent. That's why I say that this isn't just based upon me making it up.
I would assert that both. It doesn't matter if they're equivalent in the nature of like what's causing the force, right? I'm saying that you're taking the resistance to an acceleration and inferring the mass from that point. You're doing the same thing, both out, imaging the sun or seeing how bodies move relative to the sun as you would be doing in a sample in the lab. Therefore, I don't find having something in a lab to be more viable than going out and doing science in the field.
How are they measuring the mass of the elements within the sun?
I'm not sure.
We need samples.
I disagree with that, but
I mean, yes, you can make inductive inferences, but all this stuff is theory laden, Josh. You do realize that, right? All this stuff is theory laden. Okay.
Exactly. In the lab, you have a theory that it's gonna, the resistance to acceleration is going to be universal. Like, why isn't like you're doing the same thing here on Earth?
But there's things that are known empirically from testing, and then there's things that are known.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do. We go look at how objects move relative to other objects, and we backed out how these trajectories work, and we have empirical data about observing, hey, this thing moved from point A to point B, and therefore here's the ratio between the mass and its period. So it's also empirical data. Like I disagree with your differentiation here.
What are you are you talking about the sun specifically? What?
Oh no, and objects just in general. The moon moving around the Earth, and the planets moving around the sun, and
drinking, dude.
No,
I'm just trying to say on the sun, the composition of the sun, dude. It's like you're freaking going way off. Just the composition of the sun. There's no way to directly know that. But I was talking about stars, not even the sun. Stars, and the reason I said stars is because they're so far away, right? Do you think that we're ever going to be able to confirm what a star is? Light years away, nearest one. This thing on?
Good. I'm taking care of some stuff.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Cyclone. Whatever you can say, what you're going to say, since he's taking care.
I was just going to say, Josh. I think would you say it's fair to say that although you said you know what the sun is it more fair to say you think you know what the sun is? Since you're not really confirming what you think it is, in order to say that's correct.
No, it's a large enough amount of mass to create the conditions for nuclear fusion, which has been, demonstrated in short bursts here on Earth. We have performed nuclear fusion here in labs on Earth that lines up with theory.
Not using a giant mass, though.
And even if that was the case, you've got no way.
No, but we found
that's what the sun is.
Because it releases energy in the same mass fractions that we observe coming from the sun. You take the mass plus the spectra to understand the chemical ratios of what it is, as well as the solar flux, the energy that gets to Earth. The actual energy that we're feeling at X distance away, and all of these observations of how big it is, how bright it is, the spectrum coming off of it.
I mean, what test was performed that can be validated that shows that?
I mean, I don't have a primary paper. We can go on a rabbit hole if you want. Figure out how we figured this out.
Sounds like a cool, convenient story. But unless you could actually show someone doing something like that, it's not really much of an argument.
Oh no, I don't argue in these rooms.
You're trying to justify your statement that you know what the sun is when
I'm just answering a question.
Yeah, because you're asked, do you think you know what a star is? And you said no. Well, you said yes, I do. I know what the sun is, but you don't know what any of these things are. You maybe think you do. Like India was saying, you can't go to it. You can't test its composition, its makeup, or the mechanisms that you believe power them, drive them. You can't do any of that.
Yeah, even within your own paradigm, Voyager is going to take 150,000 years to reach the closest star.
Oh yeah, 100%. 4 light years away.
So you have to concede that you don't know what they are.
Oh, you can take pictures of. Oh Lord. Okay.
You can take a picture of them. You can observe them.
Yeah.
Draw a smiley face up.
What they are, but you can't say this is what it's made of. This is how it works.
You can say what it's made of.
Well, no, you can't.
Or does spectrographs
just what you think
not work outside of Earth? I don't understand that. Why do you think that? Why do you think that matter emits certain frequencies of light when we're in a lab? But if you observe the same exact frequencies of light, not in a lab, that you can't make the conclusion that it's made up of the same elements. Why do you think that doesn't work?
Why do you think you would be able to know what an element was from?
Because
what distance are we talking?
Spectrography is consistent because we actually have.
But that's accurately done within a machine, within a contained environment, not pointing something at the sky for how many millions of miles, billions of miles.
Yeah, it's just a frequency of light. Like, I don't understand why you're contending it makes it any different. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's just pseudoscience. It's just you making claims.
So just reach for the buzzword just because. Like, why does the light
similarity between something on Earth and then you're saying it must be the same thing when you've got no idea and you've got no way of verifying that it is the same thing?
Yes, so you send things there and then you take direct samples. Right.
Yeah,
if India is making the claim, that we have to like physically touch the things and like manipulate them to understand their composition, right?
No one's sending anything to these things.
We have sent them. We have probes on Venus. We have probes on the moon. We have probes on Mars. Like those
are stories. We've got no evidence for any of that. You've got no evidence for any.
We do have evidence. Yes, we have. If you point a radio antenna, like receiver at Mars, tuned to the specific VHF frequency that the Mars Perseverance rover moves its data down to Earth, and we pick it up with the Deep Space Network, you can hear the data coming back down. It's actually unencrypted. JPL does not encrypt the data coming back from the Mars rovers. So if you literally just point
possible means to falsify this signal.
Well, again, that's just cool stories because who's got?
I've done this stuff. I haven't done it specifically with the Mars rover myself, but I've built my own antenna, my own ground station. Why are you making this claim? That's not. You have nothing to back that claim up. I apologize.
That they're sending little vehicles.
No, your claim is that no one has been able to do that. My claim is that there's antennas all over the world that are tuned to do that.
Robots to the lights in the sky.
Sorry, Cycle.
No, I was just gonna. Well, I mean, these are cool stories and everything, but I mean, what data or evidence could you actually show us that there's a little vehicle running around on that light in the sky that we call Mars?
Like I said, you can point an antenna at Mars, tuned to the VHF frequency that the Mars rover uses, and you can get the data.
At this point, you said you haven't even done this, so we got something that can actually be seen
for that, but. You can just go to the deep space. What country do you live in? Are you in Australia or Spain or the US? Any of those three countries?
I'm in the UK.
You're in the UK. Okay. So the closest antenna to you is in Spain for the Deep Space Network. You can file to go visit there.
I'm sure I could submit an application to come and hear the robot on Mars.
Yeah. Wait. Let's do this. No. Let's do this right now. Hey, let's do it. Sure, let's do it right now. Deep Space Network, Spain. Visitor. Like,
member of the public wanted to know if this story was true. This is what they'd have to do.
No, because you want.
What can we do?
You want to ask your own questions. Yeah,
well, I want evidence.
Deep Space Communications Complex, the TVC.
Well, yeah, but what evidence can be accessed by the billions of people who are being told this story How can we know that's true? We can see this little light in the sky. What evidence do we have that they're going and sending little robots to it, driving around?
Because that's how radio frequency propagations work.
No, I mean, you
That's
just
how-
claiming that some people are pointing an antenna at the light in the sky and they're speaking to the robot. I mean, that's just a cool story, bro. What could you actually
I'm
put in
saying-
the side chat that we could look at that would be evidence for this claim? Like, if you were to put it in a link, what link would you send to evidence this claim you're making?
I don't debate in these channels. I'm happy to provide you the opportunities for you to go
It's
learn.
not a question of
But I'm not
debate.
here to change your mind. No, I'm not
No,
here to
no.
change your mind.
Of course you can't. You're not going to change my mind. You're not even offering
I'm not here
evidence.
to attempt to do that. That's not
No,
my
I'm-
purpose.
And that's fine. But if you're going to make a claim, you're going to be
I was
asked
answering a
for
question.
the substantiation of this claim. I mean, this whole thing.
Okay,
is
I do
coming
not want to
from-
make a claim. Then I apologize for if you. Yeah, I just
Well,
wanted to
that's
answer
it.
your
I mean,
question. I'm sorry.
Indio's whole thing was like, you can't verify what these lights in the sky are, and your thing was we're sending little robots to them. And I'm asking, well, what's the actual evidence for this? That's reasonable.
Yeah, okay. Well, let me grab the frequency if you wanna know what you need to tune your radio to get the
No,
get
I
the
want
data.
evidence that there's a little robot on that light in the sky called Mars. Not that you can point an antenna somewhere and hear something. If I have to go to Spain for.
You don't have to. Okay, Lord.
Anyway,
You
It's
might
okay.
have to trust somebody.
I know-
You might have
I
to
know
trust
there's no
somebody
actual
besides your own direct observations at some point.
this is it. Well, this is it. At a certain point, you want to believe in the gold. You just have to believe these stories that can never be validated. But
Oh, they can be
really, the
validated. I
weirdest-
just told you how. I just told you to go to the DSN
do you
in
not find
Spain.
it odd? Do you not find it odd that they can apparently send these little robots millions of miles away and go and do all this sci-fi Star Wars level stuff, but they can't measure curvature of the Earth
You
in all
can.
human history?
Okay.
That's odd.
Reach.
That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction, right?
I think you're setting up your own walls and saying they can't because we have
Okay.
tons
Well,
of things. I'm not going to make that assertion. I don't do
It was
long
a good
distance
chat.
observations.
But that's a good point then. If someone has measured the curvature, I would love to be shown that evidence. But anyway, I'm going to drop off. So good chats, everyone. And yeah, look forward to seeing these globe measurements. Finally.
Have a good night, Cyclone.
Bye-bye. Yeah, we get it, Josh, that you're used to being the voice of authority and you don't like it when people challenge you and ask for evidence and then you try to claim that you're not making a claim when you clearly are because you're countering both the assertions of Indio and Cyclone. For example, when Indio asks you why you could have this claimed level of precision that's greater than what we experience on Earth when you're talking about the sun. You did not produce any data to back up your claim that it was possible to measure these things. Same thing with the curvature of the Earth that Cyclone mentioned, and same thing with the other evidence that Cyclone asked for. And then you kind of used a derisive tone and said maybe one day Cyclone would believe in something beyond what he actually saw, as if he was a child, and you were the great voice in the Amazon sky. So we get it that you like being the unquestioned voice of authority and that it annoys you when you come in here and you're not, but I don't like you making the disingenuous claim that you're not here to make or bring an argument when clearly today you just demonstrated 2 times that your purpose was to be derisive toward the flat earthers and to act like they were being ridiculous by denying your non-substantiated claim. Indio put 2 citations at least last time I checked in the Text, I haven't seen your citations for any of your claims. Yeah, you're not trying to argue. I got you, Josh. You're so peaceful in your derisiveness. It's really nice and beta of you. Thanks.
I really don't appreciate your tone. I'm sorry if I came off as
Yeah,
derisive,
and I don't
but
appreciate your tone. Glad you got it. We got it straight then. We don't like each other's
hey,
tones. Noted.
whoa. Okay, can we start over here? I have no intention of being derogatory or having
Oh, well,
any
then
ill
you'd
will
have to
towards anybody else
then you'd
here.
have to rewind the last half hour where you clearly tried to frame the argument within your voice of authority, NASA zombie mindset. Yeah. Okay. So can you erase that from everybody's mind with your little? You got one of those blinky things like Men in Black.
I don't want to argue. Can we not do this, please?
I have no interest in talking to you either. Just wanted to point out the obvious that everyone saw in the last half hour. Thanks.
Well, okay.
He does have one of them blinky things, Dandelion. That's how they do their NPC resets daily.
Well, I'm not going to look at your blinky thing, Josh. Hello, refrigerator. Did you have a question about flat Earth? You're a preppy fridge rather than a football player fridge. I see. Well, why don't you unmute yourself and tell us about your globe? If you don't want to hear about the flat Earth, why don't you tell us all about your globe?
I heard a familiar voice. Good evening, Dandelion.
Hello, Indio. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. We're kind of giving Josh shit, but we haven't broken him yet.
Yeah, I see. He keeps coming back.
Trying to, little echo chamber he's in, we're trying to make a standing wave so we have some destructive interference and his brain explodes. But can only dream. You missed the illustrious pea drinker. I actually made him
I don't
break
think
character.
I would say. Oh, really? I don't know if I missed it, but tell me about it then.
Oh, I mean, he just broke, he and started talking. He's like, fuck you, Indio. Blah. It was great. He broke character almost immediately. Called me the N word. Called me the F word. Yeah, it was fantastic.
Oh my!
Hard to get
In
him to
here?
break character. Yeah, in here. The Earth isn't flat. There's hills. And Cycle goes to, well, the water's flat. He's like, that's not Earth. So I was like, dude, that's a word context fallacy. Fuck you, Indio. You effing. Worked for cigarette in Britain. I mean, we got names I don't recognize. We got. Is it Jenny? Is that our Jen? No, that's Jen. No, that's not our Jen. Got Mickey Mike. We got Johnny. Yeah, I don't know why everyone's so quiet.
What's up, Indio?
What's up, Johnny? Are you good?
Oh, just chilling. Yeah, the kids are out messing around, so I'm at home just hanging out.
Oh, Halloween. You doing that?
Yeah. You know how that goes.
So the first year I went to Halloween was the year movie Halloween came out. And in that movie, like, a kid bites into a razor blade or something, and my mother's like, I need to check all the frickin' food, all the candy. I need to check everything. Don't you eat it.
That was back in the 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, like 77 or something. I was like 5.
Healthier diet than today.
I mean, around here, I mean, my kid aged out of Halloween last year, so he didn't go this year. But place around here, man, they give the adults. One of the places stops. Give the adults trick or treats. You get a beer. Give you beer, not even canned beer, and popcorn the next door. So you got beer and popcorn while you walk your kids around.
That'd be nice. Well, my kids are out of the Halloween thing too, but they all go around messing around with each other. I think my youngest is like 13, so
Oh, egging
they
cars.
just like. Well, they're not really troublemakers. They're good kids, but they go hang out at their buddies' houses, and who knows what they do. I mean, they're nothing like I was when I was a kid. That's for sure.
I was going to say, I like Halloween. It's the one day of the year that humans start to kind of look and act normally.
I gotta tell you my most infamous Halloween. I'd have to deafen the bot. Let's just say it involved the police.
Well, I feel you, man. We used to do some crazy stuff, man. I mean, we weren't nice kids when we were kids, that's for sure.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we would go to the edge of the cornfield, and because the corn at the end of October was good and hard, so we would throw it at cars passing by. And then we did that until one year a car stopped and turned on its little light, and then somebody got out of the car and come running into the cornfield, and we all went running different directions. So we don't know if that was a cop or just some redneck with a spotlight on his car or what, but that cured us of doing that.
Legend has it the guy's still in the field.
He probably is. One of the parents probably saw him doing that, and somebody went over and said, "Hey, this don't work around here." It couldn't have hurt any of the cars in any way. They just didn't like it.
Say, India, what did you think of Josh's claim that you can verify the Curiosity rover on Mars by, well, basically tuning into the raw data it's transmitting by pointing an antenna at Mars?
So do I aim right at Mars, or do I gotta lead it a little bit? Like, how does that work?
Didn't get a chance to ask him. I'd like to ask him something along them lines.
Oh, he bolted. Fuck. He was starting to get in. He was just starting to get indignant about that. About the. We know what the sun is.
How would you know where that raw data is originating from?
Well, I mean, yeah. There's that problem.
Yeah.
That's why I asked, where do I point it? Right? Do I point it straight up? Do I point it at Mars? Do I point it right at Mars? Like, do I need like a freaking, like a scope? You got to get Mars in the crosshair. Like Mars is a little dot in the sky.
You pointed at Texas, or
Just the general direction.
In my mind, it's just a little shitty transmitter in some fucking forgotten about closet at NASA headquarters or something. Transmitter
Well, what
out
you
and
do-
being, bounced around
What you
to the right
do-
kind of location.
It's real easy. You just point your antenna to Greenland.
Oh yeah, that's it. Devon Island.
What I don't understand is what brings him back around. Like, if he thinks we're ignorant, and which would seem to be indicated by the way he was talking down to Indio. I only caught the last few minutes of it, but I could catch Josh's indignation. But if he
I
feels
don't
like
think
he
he's
needs
talking
to
down
talk
to him.
down to us, why does he
He's just
keep
on the
coming back
same
around?
script.
I just asked one of the stupid AIs. It says Curiosity's X-band transmitter is 15 watts. And it's even lower power for its UHF link. It says it's extremely difficult for an amateur radio operator to pick up its transmissions direct from the Curiosity rover due to the immense distances. And then it goes through other amateurs, but they never picked up the Curiosity rover. Supposedly picked up X-band telemetry from the Mars Science Laboratory spacecraft carrying Curiosity while it was in transit to Mars. Canadian amateur has also successfully copied signals from other Mars orbiting spacecraft like China's Taiwan 1 probe. So, yeah, he was bullshit. Can't pick up Curiosity.
It's nonsense. It's these endless fucking fancy talking points that never get verified by the common person that hears them from someone like Josh.
Someone just tuned in, like say they've only been listening to the stream, like they never heard it before, they listened for hours. They're probably going to take him at face value and actually believe what he says and never check it.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, which is why I checked it, because you never believe a Go Birther, ever. Don't ever, always check what they say. It's because it's never right, ever.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, now that USAID has been defunded, are people like Josh just the best that they have to offer now? Like, are they just like filling with volunteers who are hoping to get the positions when the funding comes back?
Who really knows why a type like Josh, mills around here?
I mean, he's like on a intermission of some sort of conference at some point, getting ready to go have dinner with an astronaut, but yet he's in here talking with us. And I'm just here thinking to myself, I was at a conference last week, had absolutely zilch to do with NASA or anything like that. And I sure in the hell wasn't in here on an intermission. Like, so some of it is just utterly nonsensical. I mean, I've not gotten to really truly talk to him much. I did kind of give him a little sarcastic anecdote the other day, and I admitted to him it was intentionally being sarcastic and not directed, because I've really not talked to him directly. But having said that, it seemed a little wishful thinking.
The thing about someone like Josh is, due to the immense kind of professional conflicts of interest he has, you're never going to hear something out of his mouth like, "Oh yeah, I'm around here because I don't agree with everything you guys say, but you make some pretty good points on some stuff." You're never going to hear something like that from him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Exactly
Like,
that.
I'm
That's
sorry.
why
Go
he's here. I was just agreeing, saying that's why he's here, I think.
Yeah. So even if that was the case, he'll never admit to it, because that's pretty much the beginning of the end for, I don't know, his whole way of life.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's yeah. And who knows? You know, we never know what's going on, but who knows? Maybe we should hold out hope that some of these people are fighting an internal battle. Maybe he's come across something. Maybe he knows something. Assuredly not, but maybe there's a very slim chance of that, and maybe that's why he keeps coming around.
I think that's exactly why he keeps coming around. I think he realizes, or he's got some information that the average person doesn't have, and he has questions about it, and he's just trying to confirm or deny those speculations.
Yeah, actually, yeah. This could be his only kind of reasonable kind of outlet if he has some festering skepticism inside him about something he's witnessed or experienced.
And it's frankly unfortunate because if he does, all he really has to do is come in and listen. He doesn't have to get into the long, drawn-out conversations, and he can serve his time for, in the profession for what he needs to. And then once he's gotten to whatever point he feels comfortable and secure, then he can discuss it a little more. So that way it's not like he's discussing this with threat of losing income or having to figure out alternative employment or whatever else. If that's his fear, he could always just come and listen to us and
That's where the
maybe approach a couple people.
I think that's where the cognitive dissonance kicks in, though. He's, it bothers him and gets him mad. So he pipes up and, tries to defend his position.
Well, he has said that his coworkers they're aware that he comes in and speaks with flat earthers and stuff. So, given that, and if we're going by this motive, we're speculating, him regurgitating all these same old known scripts, it could just be his way of kind of giving himself plausible deniability.
Yeah, true. I mean, I remember when I first started getting into this, I would speak up at work, and I'd like in front of my coworkers or friends or even at home, I would tease the idea and make fun of it in front of people, but then by myself I would be questioning and staying up at night and researching, and you know what I mean.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And maybe he can reconcile that if he is in fact in possession of some knowledge that's causing him some cognitive dissonance, there's ultimately, at the end of the day, a person has to make a living. So hopefully he can reconcile it to the fact that he's got to make a living. And there's no doubt that communications are happening some way, somehow. Maybe it's not 100% of how it's described, which we know that it's not, but by the same token, hopefully he could find some peace, and that way he can still thrive in the profession that he has prepared many years for, while at the same time understanding, okay, well, maybe this isn't happening exactly the way it is, but it don't really matter because it put some food on the table, and there's nothing that he can do to change it. It's not like anybody's going to say, oh, well, such and such worked for them and now says the earth is flat. it's not going to help anything. So ultimately, hopefully, he can find some peace and not have to be so indignant. I really did like how Dandelion dressed him down.
I don't think he was being overly disrespectful to India. I think he was just clamoring with the same old, kind of excuses and what he believes is taking place.
Well,
he was really jumbled to me, honestly. It didn't sound threatening at all, his arguments. Talking about the sun, and he jumps to the moon, and he's brushing off 1,000,000 degrees Celsius temperatures, and then he's jumping to 16 million mile distances in the use of spectroscopy. He just seemed all over the place. So,
yeah, now I didn't...
Flinging it at the wall, seeing what'll stick, right?
Yeah, I just felt like Dandelion was giving him a good hard close, which sometimes you need. Sometimes you need to give somebody a good hard close so they'll go away and think about what they've said, what's been said, rather than just let them cling on for hours upon hours with no real objective in sight. So having said that, I didn't have the benefit of the whole conversation, but he did sound a little indignant to Indio at the end. From somebody who didn't hear the whole speech, I will say that.
Yeah, it was nothing India couldn't handle. I mean, Dandelion just likes to protect her pride, that like a lion pride, not her pride. You were in it. She's the mama bear. She can't stand these pretend.
I love the way. I love the way. Yeah, I love the way she does that.
Well, and like I say, sometimes you have to cut the conversation off with somebody and let them go. Like if they're becoming more and more disheveled, continuing on is not really doing them a favor. At some point you have to be the responsible one, and I felt like that's what she accomplished. And then he'll come back around at some point, and then he may ask some of the same questions. Some people will say that's NPC resetting, and maybe it is, but I know when I've learned topics, like for instance, Indio talked about ham radio operators. I'm a ham radio operator. I would sometimes ask the same questions 50 different times to 20 different people. So a bunch of people got to hear the question multiple times. So, and every time I would ask it, I'd get different answers. And oftentimes I would get answers to things that I hadn't asked that I didn't even know to ask. And then there would always be one butthead who would be like, "Oh, you've asked me that question 3 times now." And I'd be like, "Yes. The first 2 times you answered it 2 different ways. Now I'm going to see if you want to answer it a third different time, a different way." And because I learned from each one of it. So, maybe that's what it'll be for him, and maybe that's what it is for a lot of the others. I know I need to get more patient with a lot of these GTs, but I don't know. Josh does keep coming back around here, and I don't think it's because he's lonely, and I don't think it's because he doesn't have anything else to do.
No, absolutely not. But about your ham radio, do you seem like you get better signal, like in the middle of the night, kind of, versus like peak day?
Okay, so the answer to that is yes. In theory, there are some bands that work better during the day than at night, and then there are some bands that work better at night than during the day. However, we live in a world that's full of lots of noise, So in the middle of the night, a lot of industrial equipment's turned off and things like that. So a lot of times the answers are, as far as theory goes, aren't always cut and dry. But if you get on the lower frequencies, say like 30 megahertz or less, at night it's substantially better. Like if you get down to, like you turn on your AM radio, which is at 1 megahertz approximately. It's about a half a megahertz to 1 megahertz, 1.5, somewhere in that. But I guess it's 55 at the somewhere around 55 at the minimum, and about like 1600 or 1700 at the maximum. And so of a night, you can pick up AM radio stations sometimes from all over the world. I'm pretty sure that I picked up the Philippines on an off frequency, though I couldn't get verification of it. But I'm pretty sure that was a Philippine station we picked up on somewhere in the East Coast of the U.S. And so the higher frequencies, when you start getting way above 30 megahertz, a lot of times they're better during the day in theory. But then again, like I say, of the night, there's not as much interference.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I tend to see a lot less interference at night. I don't have I'm guessing I don't have anything close to what you have set up. I just have just a generic CB radio in an old truck of mine, and I can pick up truckers that are literally like 3 to 4 states over. I can hear their conversations at night, and they're literally, I'm guessing, close to 400 to 500 miles away sometimes.
Oh, I've picked up on the East Coast. I've picked up these super truckers in California and such that, like, around Chicago, one of the things that they do is they have these contests where they take 2 like SUVs and they overload them with CB radio equipment, and then they park the 2 so they're facing each other, and they put a radio in the middle, and they see, and they make sure that radio is in the middle of the 2 cars, and then they see which one actually outperforms the other, and then they win some sort, like some sort of side bet or something. And you can hear those guys, like, they get reported in Mexico. If you get on, I don't know if you get on Channel 8, but used to Channel 8, you'd pick up a lot of Mexican stations. People actually in Mexico, and you could pick them up in the Midwest, almost, and even into Canada. So if you get on some of the sideband channels, I don't know if your rig has sideband, you'd be surprised sometimes how far some of those trucks will go on sideband.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm somewhat new. I'm not really new to it, but I don't mess around a lot, and I don't have like expensive equipment or anything. But it's something that I had a family members that were truckers, and I just have some old stuff from them that I've recently been messing around with, and I literally get conversations. Just saying, I'm in Minnesota, and I can get conversations with truckers all the way, like on the border of North Dakota, a state and a half over.
Well, now
like
mind
clear conversations.
Yeah, they're running amplifiers, so a lot of these trucks are pushing 200, 300, 400 watts. So they're not running no pesky 4 watts.
Right.
Sometimes
That's what I was thinking. Is am I just picking them up, or because I've tried to communicate sometimes, and I don't know if they're just ignoring me or if they literally can't hear me.
No, they can't hear you. And oftentimes, the other thing you got to keep in mind is that stuff's highly illegal on CB radio, but the FCC is not out. Like in my lifetime, since I started doing some CB radio stuff in the very mid 80s. And since then, people have been running these powerhouse amplifiers. And unless they're getting into some fire hall frequency, or they're getting, bleeding into a church and they're cussing a lot or something like that, the FCC takes a very hands-off approach, even though they are in theory highly illegal. So a lot of times, though, these trucks, they actually have codes. So they're going to tell you, like, oh, I'm in North Dakota at, whatever, Highway 90 and exit whatever. But really, they might be in Texas or somewhere.
Oh, I definitely understand what you're saying. I mean, I know a lot of the trucker lingo, and I know what, I put two and two together, and I know a couple, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, just my point being, not that they don't always, what they're telling, sometimes it's just being, they're being misleading. And so anyway, what I'm getting at is you don't always know. You may be actually hearing them and they're actually in California. They might be in Texas. They might be anywhere. And you can, when that skip rolls in on CB radio, you can hear them from all kinds of places. Now, and I will tell you this. I became a ham radio operator in 1993. And at the same time, I was doing a lot of CB radio. Now, I've not done much CB radio since 2005 was probably the last. So it's been a long time. Having said that, I never had nearly the fun on ham radio as I did with CB radio. CB radio was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I get a kick out of it, and the reason why I know that it was North Dakota that I was picking up, because the guy was talking, and he was talking about the weather that he was having, and he was having, this was not that long ago, and I double checked. I went on the weather and radar, and I looked to see if there was weather like that where he was at. And it was, because I was like, well, that's crazy. I'm picking this guy up, and he's like 300 miles away. And that's when I tried to communicate as well. But he wasn't, they wouldn't answer me, and I didn't know if it was because I'm just some random, retard or something. They didn't want to talk to me, or if they literally couldn't hear me because I wasn't putting out as much, as they were. And I'm receiving them, but my signal isn't getting to them, kind of thing. So I double checked to make sure that that's where they were, and it was adding up. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure that that's where it was coming from, but the dots I connected pretty
my
close.
My comment on that's more informational. It's not instructional, if you know what I mean. It's just to keep in mind that a lot of drug runners, believe it or not, use CB radio. A lot of truck drivers, a lot of other illicit things, just they operate in plain sight. So it's some strange stuff that happens on there. And but back to your original question, they have all this theory as far as how supposedly in the atmosphere this layer merges with that layer and it bounces off the here and there, and then there's supposedly tropospheric ducting, and the explanations seem to make sense. But at the same time, when you start pushing them, the people that explain how this stuff, the mechanics of how this stuff this works, they really start to get to, well, this is our best guess. We know that the antenna's pointed this way and somebody's over here and they're hearing us, so we know that likely this is what's happening. And but you do get them to the point to where they start saying, yeah, this is our best guess. Nothing more, nothing less. And it's pretty but it is possible, I don't want to mislead you either. It is possible that one day you'll get on your CB radio there on channel 19 or something, I want to say on 5 watts, the furthest I talked to anybody was about 50 miles away, and I'm pretty sure the person was actually there. It does happen. It's doesn't happen a lot, but if you write down their handles when you heard them and things like that, a lot of times I'll try to go back and listen to people again. And even in like 2005, the big powerhouses, you could just Google search their handles and you could get email addresses, and they even have like QSL bureaus and such. These people, believe it or not, they're running these highly illegal setups, but they operate right in transparent view. The only reason the FCC doesn't go nab them is because they don't want to.
Right, it's not worth the effort. I understand that, yeah. But yeah, like what you were talking about with, you know, the atmosphere and ducting and bouncing off this and that. I think it's half truths mixed with narrative and whatnot. So like you said, it does make sense when you think about it and look into it and you brainstorm about it, and it does make sense to a point. And that, like you said, I think it's half truths mixed with a narrative too.
Well, and like there's a very, very large HF facility that I go to from time to time. In fact, it's the largest privately owned HF facility in the world, and I need to actually get back there sometime soon. Now that it's kind of cooling down a little, but if you take a look at a Baltard and you actually look at the antennas that they're shooting off of, they don't actually line up with the Baltard.
Oh no, exactly. I've looked into a lot of that stuff too, and it's like even like Marconi and the things he did and the explanation they try to shoot us, and you know, some of these record transmissions of the past and even some today in our day and age. It can't be what they're saying it is.
Yeah, I'm certainly convinced, like you say, that there's a ham radio antenna called a G5RV that does not actually meet any of the models or the predictions. Somebody made it and they cut something wrong, and they didn't realize they cut it wrong or something, I think is how the story goes, and they went out and that actually worked very well. And then when somebody was trying to figure out, build it exactly like he did, then found out that it was cut wrong, and like, well, how's this working? Like, I don't know, it just works really well. And then they made one and like, wow, this really works. And so there are a lot of stories of just regular ham radio folks that tell you that, like, okay, well, this doesn't actually fit the formulas, but it works very well. And then they go on about how cool it is, and they just kind of leave it at that. Because, to most of them, it's just a hobby. So you take in what you know, you have some fun with it, you learn a few things, but at the end of the day, most people don't waste their lives on it. Some do, but most don't. And, I had a 50-watt ham radio talking on 40 meters. I could talk pretty much anywhere through the U.S. and Canada, just depending on the weather or whatever other conditions there might be. But having said that, I always just enjoyed listening more than anything else. So, like listening to HF broadcasts but CB radio I did have a lot of fun with, because I'd go raise some hell and discontent on there. I'd pull up to, like, if I was getting ready to leave a truck stop somewhere or something, like if I was out traveling in my car, and then I'd get all the truck drivers all pissed off, and then I'd just turn the radio off and go on my merry way, and like I was never on there. And I had a lot of fun doing juvenile stuff like that. And I wouldn't do any of that now, but I sure did way back when.
I wonder how. I've always wanted to, like, line of sight radar. That's another thing that kind of blows their narrative up to the, airline radar and, airline towers and whatnot. The line of sight radar, which it's impossible at these distances that they're getting. I wonder if an average person, do you need some sort of license to run any kind of radar, or is that really FCC off limits kind of stuff?
So there is a general exception to radio licensing, and maybe Yoder can confirm with me. I think it's 100 milliwatts. So pretty much you can transmit on about any frequency as long as you're 100 milliwatts or less, and you don't need a license. And I would imagine that you could do a few interesting things with 100 milliwatts on radar, maybe. I don't know. But if you got over that, then you would need a license of some variety.
I've also wanted to. I've looked into things, and just like, I guess you can get like personal weather data as well, and that was something that interested me too.
But Yoder, there's a transmission facility that I need to talk to you about at some point, and probably off, probably off the live stream. But my brain's chugging along something from that transmission facility, by the way. But yeah, but I tell you what, my friend, do you like tinkering around and building things?
Are you talking to me, Jay?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I enjoy all kinds of stuff like that.
So, what you ought to do, these aren't terribly hard to build. You can take some PVC and some kind of hardwire of some sort, like, I don't know, even a 12 gauge wire. You'd have to get a plan online, like, some kind of Romex or something like that. Make sure that it's a solid wire. And you can make a loop at the end of a piece of PVC, and then you solder that into a little connector, or even just solder it directly to some coax, and then you put the coax long enough to your radio, and then you end up with a directional antenna, so you can actually go do what they call direction finding. So if you look up a DF antenna design, especially on that, they call that 11 meter wavelength. That's what CB radio is, supposedly. That's what they refer to it as. I don't know if it's exactly 11 meters long, but they claim that it is. But that band, it's really easy to do that. So what you can do is, and this is where I started finding out that people weren't really where they were saying, especially these big powerhouse stations, is they might say they were in Texas or something, and then you turn and they're coming to the southeast and not the southwest or whatever else, coming from crazy different directions. And so you can if you've got local people that are on, you can actually go hunt them down and find them if they're talking on it. And anyway, I had a lot of fun with one of those antennas for a year or two, and I definitely suggest trying that, because that will teach you a lot about where the radio waves come from. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I I did that. I have regular electric, house wire, 12 gauge, and I have it wrapped around a 2x4 on the side of my garage. And I did solder it into a coax end, and I put it in the back of the CB. So I've done that already. I know what you're talking about.
But your setup now, just so you know, your setup now is substantially better than mine, because I have two things. I have a 2 meter, which is 144 to 148 megahertz handheld that's not programmed to anything around here, and I don't even know how the hell to program it. I was listening to something a month or two ago, but I couldn't figure out how to get the transmit section right. And then I have a HF $26 receiver that I got from Amazon. So if you want to take a second step at some point away from CB radio, message me and I'll send you the little receiver that I get. Like I say, it's like $26. I carry it around with me a lot, and then sometimes I won't. I haven't carried it around with me much for the last year, but then for a year or two I'll carry it around, and then I won't. And then I'll drop it or break it or get sand in it, and then I'll just go buy another one. They're pretty cheap, They're just, you can get a lot more sensitive and a lot better radios, but I like these because they're just easy to walk down the street, the sidewalk, and start tuning things in. And here's what's really, really fascinating to me, and Yoder and I've talked about this a little bit. I'll go to gatherings where people are, and I'll go to where the people are really lively and the bands are popping, and I'll go 50 feet over to where people are just sitting around doing nothing, and I can hardly pick up anything. I don't know what that means. I don't know why that is. We know that correlation isn't always causation, but it's really fascinating. So if you do want to take that second step, I'll tell you it's a Tecsun, Tecsun, and it's just a little analog HF receiver, and that's a fun second step.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. I was I wanted to find somebody that's somewhat close to me in my area, like, maybe a state over or something, and try to do some communication like that. If somebody had to set up CB or, land or something like that. But I guess that's kind of out of the question. I mean, anything more than 100 miles is kind of out of reach, but it'd be interesting to see if a person could connect somehow.
And unless you're running 4 to 5 watts, unless you're running a linear amp of some sort, you're really only running 4 to 5 watts. So having somebody hear you on CB radio is going to be hard. And the other thing that also makes it hard in trying to communicate with somebody reliably on CB radio is the best way I can describe it is like, if they're more than, say, 10 or 15 or 20 miles, you can actually more or less skip over them. So if somebody hears it down the road, you might talk to somebody way past them, but that person can't hear you. So it's really fascinating how some of this works, and so I congratulate you for I applaud you for experimenting, especially if you've done some experimenting with some DF antennas and such.
Yeah, I haven't. Well, like I said, just the regular wire to the coax in the back of the CB. I mean, that's the most I've done. I'm so busy with things, personal life and kids, and all my kids are teenagers, and it's hard to get any time to myself anymore. But no, I goof around, and I plan on doing more things with it. I got a little setup in the garage and stuff, and I want to get an amplifier and read more into that and whatnot. But the skipping is funny you were talking about. I was looking up on that too, because if I'm like, whatever elevation above sea level, and the next town over, let's say, is 50 feet below me, my signal can skip right over that entire city and pick somebody up, past that city, where I get what you're saying, and it's pretty cool how skipping works.
Oh, you know what? I was talking there and I was on mute. Sorry. So I was just jabbering away, and I just realized I was on mute. But I was just going to say that I know that the skipping is their best guess, but by the same, what's pretty interesting about the skipping is that there's a where I'm at now. There's a HF facility that I can't I can't pick up at all. A lot of times it's just static. But if I'm in Indiana, Michigan, Kentucky, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, or even Minnesota, pick it up and it'll be just like I'm sitting right next to it. And that I don't understand exactly. They claim that it's because it goes up into the air and bounces off one of the layers of the atmosphere, but I just don't buy that story. I've got my own speculations, but I don't buy the story because, how do you know for sure that it's bouncing up there?
Well, right. I mean, if it's really that, how would you explain it? Not conductive, but if it's really that, if it bounces signals and radar at certain levels of the atmosphere, then that would mess up a lot of stuff in planes, and that would cause a lot more problems. Me personally, that's what I think it would. So, like I said, the narrative that they spin and what they tell us, I think it's half truths. It just, like you said, it doesn't make 100% sense, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to back out of here on voice. I'll be on the chat, but if you want to pick this up at any time, we can either pick it up privately or here when, nobody's trying to break in to actually talk about the server topic. But having said that, I'm always glad to talk about radio, and privately off the stream, or even if it's not streaming some night, I don't mind. There's some things I don't like talking about on the stream just for operational security. But having said that, if you do want to chat some more about it, I'm always up for talking about radio. So, but have a good evening, my friend. And there's Ahmed there, I think, is trying.
what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Okay, if you take a sphere and you slice it off, what shape do you get? What shape do you get? You get a circle, right? And then if we take that chunk of the Earth right here and we set that down on a flat surface, what is it going to be? Flat. It's going to be flat, right? That circle is going to be flat. Is that true? Can we all agree on that? Okay, so we can all agree that no matter where you are on the planet Earth, even as high as the International Space Station, the horizon is going to look what? Flat. Flat.
Oh, we got a live stream bot. We're official. Yeah, I'm trying to get last flat earther converted to globe so that we can just all move on as a species, you know what I mean?
All right, yeah, just end this already, you know.
No, right? Put it out of its misery.
Yeah. Well, you sent that request or whatever. It disappeared. I couldn't find it anymore, like once you sent it the first time, so I had to go search for it. Maybe you should try it again, because it disappeared for me. I couldn't see it anymore.
I
had to come search.
Like an automatic thing.
Oh, is it? Okay, I see. Yeah, it popped up when I was in a conversation with JE there, and then I seen it and I couldn't read it 100%, and then I couldn't find it in the messages or nothing, so I had to come search for it.
Hey, dude, your flat Earth fucking community died. How does it feel to know that you're wrong? People are tired of your shit. How does it feel? Feels good, doesn't it? That you killed your own community.
Well,
Flat
somebody's
dead.
buggered.
Yeah, Flat Earth is dead. No one cares about your community anymore, buddy.
Hear about that? Cool. Sounds like a cope session to me. Maybe he thinks because we haven't been live in this channel for a few days that the Flat Earth community at large is dead. It's like, dude, we're not here because we've been somewhere else. It's not because we. Oh man.
Yeah, for sure. He just had to come in here and say that. You know, he was just seething.
Yeah, and then you got Will Duffy this past year. He was supposed to end the Flat Earth community, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, he more or less kind of pushed us a little bit there.
He drew more attention to it, actually.
Yeah, that's what I meant. He kind of pushed our little endeavor.
Yeah, it's kind of a little uncouth to invite everyone over to an event out of somebody else's channel that you're a guest at. So I had to do it everywhere else but there.
Okay, I see what. Yeah, I get what you mean.
I mean, they kind of understand how it is. You know, sometimes we're here, sometimes we're there.
Right. It just depends on what crowd you're getting at the time. Sometimes politics is better. Sometimes English hub's better. Just depends.
Hello. Hello.
What up? Smoky Gamer. Lame, bro. I'm just going to run this vigil. Zach, what up? Yeah, they just keep coming in. As soon as you call their name, they leave. Crazy talk. Think they want to go down in history as eliminating flat Earth from the face of the world because they converted the last flat earther. Dude, I'm trying to do invoices while I'm doing this. I got to get paid.
What do you do then? Without doxing yourself, what? Yeah.
Oh, I just make invoices. I just do invoices and I send them to people, and then maybe they pay me, maybe they don't.
Yeah, that's way to go.
Like, you owe me for all this work that I've done for you, which is creating this invoice, which is very nice and beautiful. Therefore, pay me $500. Sometimes they pay, sometimes they don't.
Yep, I do the same thing.
No, I do construction work.
Yeah,
Construction work, repairs, installations, building, demo, remodels, installs, interior, quanterior, which is kind of like another dimension.
Yeah, I think we're both in the same kind of field there. I work a 40-hour-a-week job, and then after that, I got my own little side gig. My neighbor owes me a nice. I got to give him an advice.
I love it, man. I charge people. So I charge people for my extra work that I do in the fourth dimension, and I also charge them extra for accounting for the curve of the Earth. Such a good gig, bro.
You're right.
So at the end of your invoices, you type work done in the fourth dimension, right? And then you add some money. And then you say accounting for the curvature of the Earth fee, and then you add some money. Then if they call it out, you'd be like, duh, dude, we live in a space-time matrix. So I have to work in another dimension, and that is extra labor that I need to charge you for. And then especially I have to account for the curve of the Earth. If I didn't account for the curve of the Earth, your house would fall down. I mean, you're not one of those crazy flat earthers, are you? And then they're like, oh, I'll pay.
That's funny. I got to do that. Yeah, the fourth dimension, I was warping in there, and your deck, if I didn't account for that curve, you never know what would happen.
Yeah, so you've got to put in a guarantee, too. So by accounting for the fourth dimension, you guarantee that the boards will not warp between 0 and 20% of what they would have warped. So basically, no matter what happens, your guarantee worked. It's something like a politician would say. I guarantee to save $0 to $3,000. Yeah. Yeah, so I charge them for accounting for the curve of the Earth. Great. They have no idea what I'm talking about, so they just pay.
Yeah, I got to start doing that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
You can also just make it a fun conversation.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I've talked. Well, my neighbor, I've got him flipping in circles over there. So I've talked his ear off about this subject.
Yeah, well, the worst they could say back to you is, "Hey, what is this? This is silly. You don't need to account for the curve of the Earth to build my house." And you'd be like, "Yeah, you're right. I don't, because there isn't any."
Right. It's all in the maths, but I still have to charge you.
Yeah. You got to be like, "Listen, are you saying math isn't reality? I mean, what's going on here?" And see, you can actually prove to them mathematically that there is a variance according to the quote-unquote globe Earth model that would be physically present in the structure, right? Even though it's only a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of an insignificant amount. The thing is like, how do you know that if you don't account for it, it won't fail? Because remember, globers have been telling you for years that they have to account for the curvature of the Earth, otherwise bad things will happen. And so just to cover my ass, I have to account for this. I don't want bad things to happen to you. Or you could take out the insurance, sign this waiver. I don't want my contractor to account for the curve of the Earth, and I accept all liabilities and pay a $50, liability insurance waiver fee. Because I have to do the paperwork. Like, I have to make a print of that. You're waiving away your rights to have the Earth curve accounted for. Okay. I don't want to be held liable for that, so I got to do paperwork and I got to get it stamped. See what I'm saying? That costs me money, so you're paying.
Yeah, the time and efforts. You're right. That's a good one to put on there.
Not only that, what if I have a nightmare at night that your house fell down because I forgot to account for the curve of the Earth, and like I'm literally thinking your kids are going to die, you're going to die, or you're going to lose money on your building. It's like I have to sleep at night, and that requires therapy. So you're going to, a little bit of that money goes towards my therapy.
Exactly. It's that stress level. You're charging for that stress level as well.
Exactly. So then the only thing they could say is, well, listen, dude, the idea that you have to account for the curve of the Earth, or you have to waive, like I have to waive my rights to hold you liable for you not accounting for the curve of the Earth is ridiculous. Like, accounting for the curve of the Earth is just retarded, dude. I'd be like, yeah, you're right, it is.
But I'm sorry, I still have to charge you for it.
I know, no matter what, I got to charge you for it. It's the law. Then they'll be like, what law is that? And then you'd be like, well, you heard of the law of gravity, right? You're not denying gravity, are you? So I need my money. Complex mathematics are required. See, friend, this is the thing. They may be right that I don't need to account for it in the structure. But how do I know that unless I do the complicated mathematics? Because in their worldview, gravity is a radial, not straight down. So when I'm going to build according to the plans, plumb and level, I know that according to their worldview, it's those plumbs and those levels are at a variance to each other. So unless I do the math to prove to myself that it would be safe, I can't in good conscience sign off on the house to give to them. So that math costs time and money. So either they got to pay the waiver or they got to pay for the math that I do, one or the other. Right? Either way I get paid.
Exactly. Yeah, you opened my eyes to a whole new section of the invoice. Thank you.
Yo, so like, is the Earth flat or what, bro?
Absolutely, brother.
You bet your ass it is.
Got like some pictures or something?
What do you mean pictures? I got pictures of
the flat
Earth. Sure. Oh, sure. I got pictures of the ocean. I got pictures of Salar del Uyuni. I got pictures of the Utah Salt Flats. I got pictures of Florida, which is like one of the flattest states in the United States. Got pictures of Kansas.
Yeah, but like, I've seen pictures of like, but like I've seen like the moon through a telescope, and that shit does not look flat, bro.
Yeah, well, let's agree. Let's agree that the moon doesn't look like the Earth because it's not the Earth. And why would it look like the Earth? I would agree with that.
Yeah, but like
sure.
every other planet is like round through a telescope.
Okay, that's fair. Let's agree. Let's agree together that everything else that's not the Earth isn't the Earth, and it looks like something that the Earth isn't. I'd agree with that.
Yeah, but like, why would this planet be any different than the other ones?
Well, it is. Even in your worldview, let's say you take the heliocentric standard worldview. The Earth is unique. So it's already a given. Everybody understands the Earth is unique among everything. It's single. Its identity is one thing, the Earth, and everything else is not the Earth.
Nah, not really, bro. Because we know that like life theoretically could happen on another planet.
Fuck your mother. I'm from Morocco. Christian Tarash.
Hold on, brother. Somebody's dive bombing us. All right, go ahead, brother.
Life theoretically could happen on another planet, yeah? So it's like the Earth is not really special, you know, in any way. You feel me?
No, well, yes. Well, see, saying stuff could theoretically happen, but that's different than saying it has or it hasn't. So even in that view, the Earth is still ultimately unique.
Okay, but like, what does that have to do with it?
Well, your question was, why would the Earth be unique? And I'm telling you, it is unique. Period. Why is it relevant?
But like this, the way that it is unique has nothing to do. Like, you can't extrapolate anything about its shape from that.
Well, no. See, I never said that you could or couldn't. You did. You posited the idea through inference that if other things are a certain thing, then the Earth should be informed by those things. I didn't do that. You did.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, fair enough. So then the answer would be, well, you could look at other things that aren't the Earth and say, well, maybe it's similar or maybe it isn't. But the way you would know that is just to measure the Earth. When you measure the Earth, it's flat. So there you go. It's flat.
All right, look, I don't understand any math, right? So I don't really know if I can prove if
yeah, no worries.
Right, so I'm just saying what I've seen, yeah? So I look through a telescope, an analog telescope, by the way, which is just crystals on crystals. Yeah, I look through that, and I look at the moon, and I see the shadows and the way that the moon is clearly curved and like it's spinning. And then I look at the planet, and they're clearly doing the same.
Dude,
right? Like
why are you looking at the moon?
Because it's interesting. It's very interesting.
Well, yeah, fair enough. It's the only thing he can look at, to be fair. Like, imagine this, Professor.
At the moon and like the other.
If you're on the Earth, if you're on the Earth and you're looking away from the Earth, the only thing you're going to see is things that aren't the Earth. Let's all agree to that, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess he's not talking about the Earth then. I thought we were talking about Earth is flat. That kind of stuff.
I am. Can you stop being
I know, but why are you talking about the moon? I'm confused.
Because I'm going to extrapolate from, let me just give my argument, right? So I look through a telescope and I look at the moon and the other planets, and they're all very, very clearly round. And therefore, the Earth is also round, right? It's just simple.
Yeah, but you made a category set error there. You included the Earth in a set, which you don't know it belongs to, and you use a set characteristics of the other objects, which are not the Earth, to inform you that the Earth belongs in the set. That's circular reasoning, brother.
It just makes sense.
Well, no, it doesn't make sense that the Earth is a planet. It makes sense that the Earth is the Earth and the planets are the planets. He said, like, to me, all I've heard you say is other things that aren't the Earth tell me what the Earth is, because the other things look like each other, but I can't see the Earth, therefore the Earth looks like those things. That doesn't really make sense.
What about NASA then? You know, they got the satellites and they look at them, the Earth, and they got the live streams, and you know, it's very clearly.
Yeah, fair enough. I'd understand that you think that's compelling, but you got to think about it this way: the Earth is the Earth. We're on the Earth, right? So if the Earth is what they are purporting in these images, then that means the Earth would be curved. But when you measure the Earth, it measures flat. So those images are just that, images. They're not representing reality.
All right, can you show me the measurements or something?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll explain one to you, and then I'll post it for you so you can review it later, because it's a big data. So basically, you take a laser, right, and you measure a sample size of the Earth's surface, one that would be definitive. And if you know anything about water or the idea of level, that would be water. Water covers 70% of the Earth, and we know the physics of water is that it lies flat and level at the surface. So if you measure it, it's either going to be curved in the manner in which the globe claims, or it's going to be flat, just like we all experience it. So when you take a laser and you shoot it over 25 miles, you have it set up level 6 feet off the ground on one side, set up level 6 feet off the ground on the other side, above sea level. So there's a body of water in between the two. So that water must be curved if the Earth's a globe, or it's not going to be curved if the Earth is flat. So when you actually do that measurement, you find out that the laser hits the target, which debunks globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. Because if the laser is just hitting the target, that means the light from the laser is hitting the target. And so the globe claims that there's, yep, I told you I would explain it and then I'd show it to you, right? So let me finish explaining it. So then, if there was a giant hump of Earth curve in the way, right, the laser would miss the target by approximately 300 feet. But because the laser hit the target at 6 feet, that debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And 2 orders of magnitude is sufficient to disprove a claim of geometry. And it's not only sufficient, it's super sufficient. In other words, there's no chance that it's a globe. So I'm going to go ahead and get that stuff from my other server and post it in here for you. And your name is Light? Is it Light or Elliptical? Elliptical. There we go. So yeah, so I'll tag you with it. Give me a second.
Hey, check real quick before you go in there, AI, see if I posted
300 feet, that's a whole football field that a laser should be over your head. But if it hits you and you're at 6 feet and it's at 6 feet and you guys are split by 20 miles of water, Earth must be flat.
No, they just hand wave that. It's not real.
And so the reason why it must be is because water is water, and it's water everywhere, right? And so,
Hey, AI Overlord, you are the biggest fucking manipulator on Discord. You manipulate people into believing flat Earth, and it's fucking disgusting. It's actually disgusting what you do. It's fucking disgusting.
That's cool.
So I use measurements to manipulate people.
Yeah, he left.
What am I, a woman that says she's thin and then she's really not thin because of the measurements? Is that what it is?
He must have hurt his feelings before.
I like a woman who says I'm 36, 32, 36, but she just meant her ankles.
Cankles.
Holy crap. All right, let me go over here and get the PDF here. Yeah, so our friend here posted the documentary that's associated with the PDF. They did 17 laser shots measuring the Earth, culminating in their 25-mile shot. That shows you their data, the different sites that they went to, their journey of getting it more accurate, how they built the laser sled, all of those things. Pretty cool. And this is just one group that measured the Earth with lasers. There's many more.
And did they have a non-flat Earther there to, as a control?
Well, a non-flat Earther wouldn't be a control.
What the hell does that mean?
Nah, just like to be like, yo, okay, I'm doing it correctly, whatever.
Well, how would a non-flat Earther mean it's being done correctly or incorrectly? Like, let me just put it this way. Fair enough. Let me put it to you like this, my brother. I build things for a living. Okay, don't need a globe Earther on the job site for me to accurately employ a level, and them being there wouldn't help me understand how to level a laser.
Let's see the evidence,
I do get your point. Like you might think that it'd be better if a globe Earther did something. Sure, I understand that, but the problem is that whenever globe Earthers do it, they almost never give the amount of detail that's involved. So, for example, a very famous productions were done by Nat Geo and the Discovery Channel, and they did alleged laser tests. And when you watch it, it's literally a TV show, and they have all kinds of jump cuts. And you can actually look at the footage and see that they edited the footage because you can see the same birds pixel for pixel passing through the image when they're trying to represent it as two different shots. So they have all this extraneous theatrics, and none of it is like a single pan or nothing, dude. But then
I understand that, but TV show, you're gonna want to have nice birds in the background, and maybe they couldn't get it for that shot, right? So they just they just did some video editing. They took the.
Well, yeah, well, that's not, yeah, fair enough. I understand what you're saying, but the problem is, so I posted these in the chat that we're in right now. So the problem is, if you're trying to show a shot that showed something like, in this case, it was a helicopter supposedly going up and down behind the alleged curve of the Earth, and you have to fake that. Why? Think about it this way. If the Earth was such a globe, and the Earth is always a globe, and it's just a globe, globe, globe all day long, why would you have to manipulate your footage in any way?
Well, because listen, yeah,
hold on, Frank. Especially on a show that's supposed to be indicating the proposition of whether it's flat or globe. Why would you edit your footage? It makes no sense.
Because it's a TV show, and maybe you wanted to have. But I mean, show me the shot, right? Because if it's a cinematic shot or whatever, you know, it would make sense to put some buds in it. If it's like a close-up,
well, you can watch it yourself. It's on Discovery Channel. It was narrated by Stephen Hawking, Mr. Keyboard himself.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I don't. I mean, I can't take that as any kind of evidence. The TV show, you edit it. I mean, you're putting the buzz.
You're correct. It's not evidence. We both agree. We both agree that on their side, what they present is a TV show.
Okay, let's talk about
this
thing that you sent.
Not evidence.
Has this been peer reviewed?
Peer review is irrelevant, dude.
Yes, I reviewed it. Yes, I'm one of the peers. I reviewed it. Yes.
I non-globe earther. I mean, how am I supposed to understand any of this? I'm not a scientist.
Well, let me put it this way, friend. A PhD.
This could all be fake. I have no idea.
Check it out. A PhD in physics, in specializing in optics, came upon the idea of using lasers to measure whether the Earth was a globe or flat. He was intrigued, so he used his knowledge, and he went out and duplicated the test, which is more important than peer review. Duplication is the key, because when it comes to measurements, it's about duplication. So he went out and he used two lasers shooting back at each other, and each laser had a different color. And the reason he did that is because there's an excuse out there called quote-unquote light bends, therefore you can't trust measurements. So he did a fact that he knows, which is that different wavelengths of light would or wouldn't be redirected in a media at different rates. And so he took those measurements of the differences from left to right and right to left over a body of water, and he concluded that, based on his knowledge, where he was a glober up until this point, he said, this is a measurement. This shows there's no curvature. So he changed his being a glober to being a flat earther, because he went out and he measured the thing himself.
Yeah, basically, the thing is with this Google document that you sent, there's no video. Right, it could all be fake. I have absolutely no idea.
There's a video above. Above, there's a video posted about it. It's like one message above.
Oh, there is? I thought you just...
Yep, it's a whole documentary about it. Their journey from when they began, how they got the laser, all the different sites they went to, some of their hurdles, etc., etc.
Yeah, but this is edited and clipped up. How do I know that they didn't just...
Anyone in here who doesn't believe in flat Earth, you guys should just fucking leave, dude, because this guy is gonna just manipulate and fucking... Anytime you prove him wrong, you ban...
Rollers, why are you so hurt, man? Elliptical's having fun. He's here of his own free will.
How do I know that they didn't?
He's probably still talking. He's probably still talking. Doesn't know I muted him.
Yeah, fair enough. So Elliptical had a question. What's your question?
I mean, this could all be fake, bro. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of money to.
No, but what was your actual question?
They didn't just angle the laser down. Like,
okay, fair enough. If you level a laser down, it's going to hit the ground.
No idea.
Right? So check it out. If they angle the laser down, it's going to hit the ground sooner. Okay, so that would
I understand that. Yeah, they didn't do that. I
debunk the globe Earth even harder.
That was dumb. That was dumb. I shouldn't have said that.
No worries.
I realized that as I was talking, right? So, I mean, how do I know any of that is real? I mean, do you have raw, unedited, like 12-hour long footage of them setting all of it up?
Well, I mean, see that when it comes down to it, you see the thing is, my brother, is that when it comes down to it, this same scrutiny you have to apply to the globe side as well, because there's none of that for the side of the globe. And see the difference, my friend, real quick, let me say this. The difference is when it comes to ideas like I can't validate this or peer review or this or that, the thing is that anyone can go out and do these same tests.
Yeah, so
Follow the
thing is,
method.
the difference between the globe Earth and the flat Earth is that globe Earth we have pictures of a globe Earth, right? So, and video
Well, you have
and live
images.
stream.
Sure, I'd agree with you. There's
We have live
images
streams
of
as
lots of
well.
things. Live streams of
We have
what?
live
And from
streams
where?
of the
What
globe
from
Earth
where?
from the ISS. From the ISS.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
You have data sets, data strips of the Earth. You don't have photographs of the Earth. Nobody does it.
Yeah, but let's set some terms here. Because the homeboy is correct, allegedly, that the ISS is taking footage of the Earth above the Earth. But one thing they're not doing is taking shots of a globe, and let me explain. Because from the ISS video, you can only see a small portion of the Earth. Even from the geometry of their field of view, they can only see 3% of the Earth at any given time. So you're not going to be looking at 3% of the Earth optically, and then to say, if what it looks like to me here is around the whole surface. So the ISS allegedly has to fly around the whole Earth before they could even begin to put a picture together of what the Earth is. So it's not the case that you can just look at the ISS for a couple of minutes and say, oh, the Earth is clearly a globe floating in a giant vacuum of space. Like, that's not the vantage point the ISS has. It can't determine that from its vantage point. So the ISS is not admissible to determine the truth of the claim.
You're saying that the ISS doesn't see enough of the Earth at once for it.
Yeah, they're not high enough to see the Earth as a globe.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And then there's a fisheye lens on the lens or whatever they usually makes it look more globish. Basically.
Yeah, so for example, my friend, real quick, in case you didn't know this, in the history of humanity, there's been less than 30 people claimed to have been far enough away from the Earth to see the whole Earth. Less than 30.
And that includes Kim Jong-un, the son, the new one.
Yeah, and it
He
also
went
includes
to
the
side.
prophets. Yeah, and it also includes the prophets from the Bible who were brought up by God to turn around and look at it. So it's like, dude, it's like, who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe ancient scripture, or are you going to believe NASA astronauts who are clearly government agents? I mean,
and North Korea. I would believe North Korea.
Oh, and North Korea. Yeah, I'd take North Korea's word over the USA government any day.
Okay, let me make another point. Yeah, so, if the Earth really was flat, yeah, wouldn't we see people, PhDs, putting out papers on this and having them peer reviewed by the people and being like, yeah, the Earth is flat. Here's the proof, or there's problems with the math. Here's the proof.
It doesn't work that way.
Why don't we see that?
I just explained to you. Yeah, check this out, brother. I just explained to you a PhD in optics who went out and tested it himself and came to the conclusion it's flat. Problem is, and with many other things, is that there's an established. See, let me teach you something real quick. It's not the case that the scientific mainstream just accepts new ideas and just peer reviews it fairly. They scuttle ideas. They blackball people who go against the mainstream. It's very hard. In fact, there's all kinds of documentaries over the past decade that have come out demonstrating this process that if you come up with something that's against Einsteinian or Darwinian paradigms, you are in trouble when it comes to your standing in your colleges or in your universities or in your jobs. It's not as simple as, oh, here's some truth and everyone's just going to be like, okay, we'll just accept that we should accept this into our process. No, that's not how it works, dude. They have an established bias and they don't like it when people come in and challenge it.
You show me proof of that bias.
Yeah, I could give you a documentary right now. It's called Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed, where Ben Stein interviews people from academia and universities who themselves have faced being blackballed for going against Darwinian and Einsteinian paradigms.
Expelled.
By the way, if you don't know, Darwinian is the evolutionary paradigm, and Einsteinian is the physics paradigm.
Yeah.
Einstein wasn't even a physicist. That's the craziest thing.
Hold on. There's a version from 13 years ago. I assume that's not the one, right?
Oh, if it's from Ben Stein, then yeah, good enough. Also, you can look into Mary Schweitzer and listen to her story. She was blackballed for a while. She found evidence. Man, Schweitzer, good luck with that one. But she found evidence. Yeah, she found evidence that went against the Darwinian paradigm of ancient dinosaur evolution and different claims about biology and the time scales. And they blackballed her hardcore. You could go watch, if you look it up, her own words talking about her experience. Now, eventually, had to admit it, and they tried to change their whole evolutionary paradigm, but it's not as simple as you come out with something and it just is adopted. Like, it's a fight, and you could face consequences.
And I'm sorry
For
for the
example,
background
my friend-
noise. Elliptical, I just want to let you know, I put in the side chat, tagged you. The World Economic Forum even says that they own the science. So if you want to do anything with science, you need to go through them.
I'm watching out.
Yeah, so it's not the case that people just come out with new data that upsets the apple cart and then everyone just adopts it and treats it with respect and like they should. It's like, no, there is a systematized bias against things that go against the mainstream paradigm. I mean, that's obvious. In other words, there's an implicit agenda in the quote unquote body of science to exclude certain paths of inquiry because they don't like where those paths lead. And that, my friend, is not science. So the fact is, friend, the mainstream science isn't science. There is real science, and then there's quote unquote the mainstream, which is a religion veiled. It's a religion and a system of control veiled under the name science, but it isn't science.
I'm gonna go watch that documentary. It seems very interesting.
Super cool, bro. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'll probably come back in tomorrow. So. All right, I'll see you later, bro.
That's sweet. I'll trip on the curve of the earth on the way out. Dude, we got to unmute that Luca guy so he can come back in and spaz. AB, what are you up to? No Halloween party?
Yeah, the grandkids were doing stuff.
Dude, I went outside and walked to the store, and the wind just took leaves and trash from way down the street and just pelted me in the back. And I'm like, dang, I wonder if any kids are out tonight doing trick or treat. They're going to get murdered by the wind.
We came home while they were out trick or treating, and we live in a nice neighborhood. So I'm like, hey, I'll bet you our neighborhood is packed because we came down a couple different neighborhoods. There was nobody around. I'm like, oh, okay. So our neighborhood will be packed. As soon as I turned the corner, there must have been. It looked like a TV show where you see the movie Halloween, where you see 100 kids walking down the street. That's what it looked like as soon as we turned in to our development. Funny as shit.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the kids have fun. You know, something to do.
Yeah, we had a good convo going in here, and then the guy decided to go watch the things we gave him, which is good. So, but that also means we're not talking to him anymore.
Who were you talking to?
Liftial or Liftamax, something like that.
It was
Autonomous.
Elliptical.
Yeah.
What's up, AB? What have you been up to?
Chilling, brother. I've been on and off lately, but nothing much. I'm trying to develop this app on Google AI Studio.
Really?
Yeah. Just having fun. I'm actually
trying
to create a few
What's the app about?
I mean, it's a productivity app, so I'm trying to see if I can design like a like a calendar app.
Right on. More power to you, brother.
Whoa, you're a programmer now?
Actually, AI is programmer. I'm just a prompt engineer.
That's pretty cool.
Sort of.
Must take great hard work.
Yeah, I mean, even when you do it this way, not being a software developer, there's still a lot of work to do, like with the adjustments you have to make, and it's a bit tedious.
What's the compiler you're using? The IDE?
Well, so Google AI Studio, basically it's like a software engineer. All you do is just give it these prompts, and then you tweak it by the prompts that you put in, and then you kind of like, if something's lacking or it's not working properly, you just guide it to like the problem that you're having, and it's a lot of fun. I've been having fun with it.
Yeah. Oh, happy Halloween, everybody.
How do you share your application? Is it a web-based app or something?
Yeah, I mean, it does it like in a sandbox, and then you could post it to GitHub, or it's got a couple of options at the top where you could launch or deploy app. You can share.
What language? What language? Is it in?
React, I think it is. Using React.
React. Let's see.
I'll get some more info on it. You want to know?
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Why? What are you asking for? You came in the flat Earth room.
Oh, I just came to ask for real.
It's observably flat, dude. But I mean, if you wanted to test it, go ahead.
Well, can the world be flat like a deep dish pizza, where it's like thicker than you think it is?
Who said anything about a thickness of Earth?
Who mentioned anything about depth?
Yeah.
Well, if
you're
it's
the only one who
flat-
said that.
Well, hold up. But if it's flat, then there's just like one layer. But what if there's like multiple layers?
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that?
I am making a hypothesis.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you're wrong. Don't worry about it. I can dig down 10 feet and hit different layers. What's the matter with you?
So there is layers.
Yep. Earth is flat.
Whoever
There's
said there
layers.
wasn't?
Yeah, nobody said there's not layers. You're the one who said there's no layers.
No, I said there is layers. I've talked to other people that said
Yeah,
there
no
can't be
shit.
flat.
No
Yeah,
shit,
you said
there's layers.
because the Earth is flat, it's really thin. It's paper thin. There's no layers. That's what you said.
I did not say that. You were gaslighting.
Nope. You said it's flat like a pizza. Maybe it's a deep dish pizza.
Yeah. Deep dish has layers.
So is it just floating in space, your pizza? Is it a space pizza?
What? That's a good
in
question.
the pan, or is it out of the pan?
Well, you're the one who made it up. You should have an idea. Is it floating in space or not?
Well, is space really a real thing, or is it just like a blanket?
No, it's fake.
Well, if the Earth is flat and there's a dome around it, aren't we like a
I didn't say there was a dome. You said there's a dome now. Why do you guys keep making up shit?
Dude, we don't believe in your flat Earth, dude. We have a different flat Earth.
Oh. Okay, you see, that's why I'm asking the real questions. I've heard about flat Earth with the dome and with the layers. I just want to know your guys' opinion.
Earthers? Who told you that, flat Earth?
You never
The dome
heard
is-
about
the dome is
layers
true.
and domes.
What? The dome is real. What are you talking about?
Nobody thinks there's a dome.
It's the firmament, dude. What are you talking about?
Firmament doesn't mean dome.
It is. What shape would it be? What shape is it, dude?
Well, it doesn't have to be a dome, and who said it's a shape?
Name. Okay, what would it be then?
It could be anything.
Yeah, it could be dome. It could be a dome. Okay, it's a dome.
Because domes themselves are 20 different types of domes.
So
Yeah,
why does it
I'm
need to
not
be
being
a
specific
dome?
about what type of dome.
Are you saying that the space is a vacuum and you need to have a dome
You're trying
over
to
us?
deflect so the other guy can run away.
Yeah. Are you saying that space is a vacuum, so you need a dome over us?
But you said space doesn't exist, so why do we
That's
need a
right.
dome?
That's right. That's right. We don't need a dome. So there you go. You see how easy you work that out?
Wait, if there's no dome and we're just what are we, man? Are we just like an
We're
existence,
on Earth.
man?
Yeah, we're on Earth.
Well, I know that. Are all the other planets real, or are they like flat too?
Wah, wah, wah. Flat planets. Here we go.
Maybe planets don't exist; they're just like figments of our imagination.
Here we go. It's brain in the jar time, guys. He's starting to melt away.
You got a number of these guys coming into right now.
What, Axel? Why are you associating planets with the Earth? Why is that an
So they're-
association in your mind?
Well, I'm trying to break down my associations by asking questions.
No, man. Well,
Therefore,
why
you
would
give
you
me
even put them
answers.
together in the first place?
That is true. I don't know. Can you tell me?
I can tell you why.
I
Why
would be
you
very
think it.
appreciative if you do.
Okay, the Copernican principle. You ever heard of it?
Go on.
Guys, have you heard of it?
No, it's just. Oh, I'll tell you what it is.
No,
but I'm not really
It's
going
that the Earth has no
I'm gonna ask you
unique
questions about
place in
something
the
else.
universe. I'm gonna shut your pie hole. It's that it's Copernicus's postulates that the Earth has no unique place in the universe, right? So, Axis, if Earth is not unique, and then you look in the sky, would the Earth be like the things in the sky?
Huh?
Right? They'd be the same, right? If you had this principle, if you had this philosophical principle, the Earth is not unique. Then you look in the sky, you say, hey, the moon's round, Mars is round, stars are round, everything's round. So Earth is also round because the Earth is just like them. The Earth's not unique. It's like everything else.
Well, that's a lie because stars are made out of gas. They're not round.
Well, you can't tell that from looking at it.
What?
That is true.
Yeah, you can? How do you know it's gas, dude? By looking at it.
I can prove it's not gas balls in a vacuum, dude. So you may as well give that one up.
How the hell do you have a gas ball in a vacuum?
It's not a ball.
Well, that's not the problem. The problem is he's looking at something in a far distance and he's just saying that it's made of gas. Like, what? How did you determine that? What's the...
Some reason he
logic
thinks
back there?
that gas lights up, and I can tell you that the air in my room is not lit up right now.
Well, isn't it like you have to have gasoline particles to make it light up? So if you like, I'm a
Joey
little.
B.
I'm sorry.
Dude, this very same topic, like Josh was in the other, he was starting to like glitch. Fucking, we're talking about how he doesn't know what the sun's made out of. He was going to get glitchy.
Damn, man.
These
You
guys are
know, this
cornballs,
really
man.
does open my mind.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure.
Yeah. Why don't you just like? It's really simple. Someone told you the Earth is a ball, and you believe. Yeah, somebody told you the Earth is a ball, and you believe them, right? You didn't know on your own. You didn't figure it out yourself. Somebody told you this.
Oh, we broke the matrix.
Now I'm asking you a question. Does somebody told you this? Correct? You didn't come up with it on your own. That the Earth is a ball?
The Earth is a. No, I think it's more like an.
I'm not asking what you think. I'm asking what you were told.
He's trying to say something stupid.
I know. He's a natural, though. So it's going to be pretty hard for him not to.
Yeah, you got
Imagine
me.
being so stupid that you can't think of anything stupid to say.
It's crazy.
That's the smartest thing I've done.
So, really simple. I'll ask you the question for the third time. Did you come up with the Goldberg idea, or was it
learned
somebody else?
at school?
Yeah, so somebody else?
It was someone else.
Somebody else's idea. You've adopted it. Okay, so this is where we get down to the brass tacks. The people that told you this, what was the evidence they gave you that their statement that the Earth is a globe is actually true? They showed you pictures in kindergarten.
No.
No.
Showed you a globe on a desk, and they spun it around and they say, "See how that water sticks on the globe? Well, you have to use your imagination and just imagine it sticks on there." And that's exactly what they said. And you said, "Neato."
Damn, he's got me.
Well, yeah, that's how we were all taught.
That's why I came to unlearn that and came here.
You didn't actually learn anything. You just got indoctrinated. See, if you learning something
That's
would
why
be
I'm
they
trying
tell
to
you
take
something. Well, the learning thing would be they tell you something and then you get the evidence after that, right? So you learned, here's the claim about the natural world. Here's the evidence that the claim is true. Now you've learned something. But if it's just a claim and you're just parroting the claim like everybody else is, then nothing is being learned. You're just memorizing some bullshit somebody told you. It's like memorizing. It's like memorizing the lyrics to a song. That's all you're doing, and you're singing it back to us.
Basically, yeah, I agree with that. Now I feel cheated of knowledge.
Oh, well, they didn't know anything either. So, I mean, to be fair, the teachers that taught you, they had no idea if the Earth. Well, do you think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe or not? Or maybe they were.
I've been lied to my entire life.
Do you think they knew? How could they lie to you if they didn't know? So your teachers had the same experience you did? Somebody told them the Earth was a globe, never presented any evidence, and then they parroted it, and they parroted it to you, and then you accepted it, and then you're going to get older, and you're going to parrot it to somebody else, like your kids, if you ever have kids, and they're going to freaking parrot it to somebody else, and so on and so forth. It's going to just keep going on and on. Never is any evidence actually going to be presented that this is actually the case. Okay, you weren't lied to.
Then
you're just basically listening to a fucking rumor.
Fuck. No, I wasn't lied to. I lied to myself by believing in the rumor. I should be more upset at myself for believing such rumors instead of figuring the facts out for myself.
Exactly.
Just don't worry, it's not your fault, okay? Don't blame yourself. It'll be okay.
He can blame himself once he has the information and doesn't act upon it. Then he can blame himself.
Exactly. With him asking that kind of question, like, I need to go figure out, how would you go about figuring out whether or not the Earth is flat or curved?
Well, I have one of those laser pointers, and I can try to
use the internet.
Why would I use the internet when I could just use a laser pointer?
Oh, perfect.
Yes, exactly. Right, laser pointer. Perfect.
Jeez, guys, come on.
And how far do you think you can beam a laser pointer? And still see
Pretty
it?
far. Well, the one I got, if you fucking hit it at an airplane, you could blind one of the fucking pilots.
No, don't be a
Please don't do that.
Don't be a retard.
Oh, no. I'm not going to do that. I tell people don't do that, okay, but I'm just saying my laser pointer is pretty powerful and it goes very far.
Well,
So you don't know.
The longest flat Earth laser test is 25 miles.
Damn.
Starting at 10 feet above the water, ending at 4 feet above the water.
But Indio, what about the Hawaii one, the Hawaii test? In different.
Well, that wouldn't be blocked by the curve of the Earth because it's on top of the mountain. You know what I mean? It's from mountain peak to mountain peak. What's important about that one is that there's no refraction measured in that.
But here's the thing: if the Earth was round, we wouldn't even have mountains, bro.
What? The Earth was what? We wouldn't have mountains?
If the Earth was round, because then it would be all smooth, right? But we have mountains, so the Earth is not round.
It's terrible. You're terrible.
Earth is not round.
So, Regent, you got something more intelligent to say than just hinting weirdness? Has it been like this all night in here?
I just
got pretty much.
Yeah, kind of.
I came in and AI was ripping
Sorry,
through people at the same time. So
Look, so
Sorry, I'm not educated.
yeah, in this laser test, the global Earth prediction is that the laser should be 440 feet off the ground, 25 miles away, and it's 4 feet off the ground. So you have a problem there, right?
Right.
Yeah. So the Earth can't be a globe because there's supposed to be, a hump of water in the way between the laser pointer and the laser detector. To be a hill of water. Like the curve, the hump, the curve. Yes, this is just one data point. Now, you can go out with your laser pointer and replicate this. Now, for a long enough distance, all you need to do is go on the internet, right, and just type in Earth curve calculator. It'll give you a calculator. You just punch in the observer height, the distance, boom. It'll spit out a frickin' how much an Earth curve should be in the way, like 128 feet at like 19 miles or something, right? So it'll just spit out the value. Then you can go test it whether the Earth, what you actually measure, matches what the globe predicts, and you'll find out that it does not. And that's what we're here to tell you. We're not here to convince you to be a flat earther. Dude bounced.
He's gone. He gone.
Yeah. Pew. Dude, we gave frickin'. Dude, we did like remember Andre the Giant versus the Midgets?
That was a long time ago.
I don't know why we're calling it, but it was like 3 Andre the Giants against 1 midget, and Josh was the midget, and frickin' Cyclone. First it was me, then it was Cyclone, and then Dandelion all dropped elbows on him off the top rope, man. It was frickin' hilarious.
Josh and I don't get along too well. You guys should probably keep us in separate rooms from now on.
Who?
Josh.
Oh, Ingersoll.
Satellite Josh.
Satellite Josh. Funny.
He didn't like us telling him he don't know what the sun's made out of, and that nobody knows. That upset him a lot.
He tries to not break character from his, like, the way he is at work. He's got to be like this person who can talk to anybody that's speaking in any kind of, like, demeanor, and he's got to keep his composure. But his mask slides down every now and again.
Oh, yeah. Remember he told us he was trained in not answering questions? He was trying to pull that bullshit on me.
He told you that?
Yeah. Bro, Sheepdog, all you guys in here. I don't know if you know, I uploaded to Spotify. You know that interaction, me, AB, me, you, Radwin, and him? I freaking clipped that shit. I uploaded it. It's on Spotify and iTunes.
Is that what that clip thing was?
Yeah, dude, it's Josh, man. Dude, we're roasting Josh, bro. It's funny as fuck. It's kind of slow in the beginning. We're just like waiting, dude, letting Josh talk. And then, dude, he started talking about space pills and space insurance and freaking all sorts of shit. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, my favorite part was where he was proud of being a Kool-Aid drinker. He was telling you how he mainlines it and he loves it. It's the best.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he'll do anything for a couple $100,000 a year.
I'm sure he'll do it for a lot less than that.
Yeah, he ain't making that kind of money. They don't pay pretend people that.
Did you see that thing that Planet Peterson did about you and that little conversation you were supposed to have? That
No, I haven't seen it. I'm aware of it. I haven't seen it though.
Indio, Indio was having a conversation with this one guy, and
Dr.
then it
Blitz.
turned into a debate style, and yeah, it was messed up.
I was provoking him to have the debate I was like, I want to debate with you, and actually wanted to do a 2-on-2 with him and Blitz against me and Indio. He declined. So did Blitz.
Yeah, you can.
I
I
hardly ever
debated
do.
Clint.
I hardly ever do 2-on-2. I don't do. He says I don't know. He says I don't do 2-on-2s. Whatever, dude.
Yeah, then I brought up he does because I named the video where he did a 2-on-2. Proved him liar instantly. That was a long time ago. Well, never.
Their cognitive dissonance.
I was
Yeah,
going
go
to say,
ahead.
Johnny, I've debated. I debated Planet Peterson in here. One of them is up on. Oh, Daniel, I posted too. Thanks. Not just that.
You're
There's
welcome.
another one on his channel. He's labeled the most. I think it's the most toxic flat earther ever, the most insufferable flat earther ever. It's one of those two. He's in here. He rage quit. I got him in the rage fucking quit. Anyway, go ahead, Johnny.
I remember that one. The one when you talked to Planet Peterson, it was like a year and a half ago or whatever. But yeah, their cognitive dissonance is so thick that they honestly believe that they cooked you. I don't get how they. It's amazing to me how they think that they basically cooked you. That
It's called fake it till you make it, bro. They have to. Like, you got to remember, this is a brand for them. They can't look like they lost or took an L or anything because it's bad for their brand. How are they going to make money, dude, if they're losing the flat earthers?
But they're literally lying to people. Like, he goes around and tells people this. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Dude, like the debate with Blitz, the last time I checked, that was like when it happened, there was 25,000 views and something like, I think it was 200 likes. Think about that for a second. Think about being ratioed, man. His own side didn't even like his shit.
Right, yeah. If you read some of the comments, I think there was a couple people on there that were like his close followers that were talking shit about him.
Yeah, it was a bad luck, bro. It was really a bad luck to make such an absurdist argument. You can't prove I don't have hearing. I mean, he gave up the ghost right at the beginning, where he's like, as soon as he said that, like, I can't know if anything is real. That's epistemological arrogance. So, okay, then there's nothing to fucking talk about. You said you're saying you don't know anything. Why should we listen to you in the first place? Which he never answered. I mean, if someone walked up and says, "Hey, sir, I don't know anything, but over there's the airport," would you listen to them? Of course not. It's idiotic.
It was funny when he was talking about neutrinos. He's talking about the aiming, whatever. I don't even know the whole thing, but I'm kind of going to paraphrase it, so I apologize. But he was talking about the aiming, and he was all like, it was aimed 3 degrees down towards the Earth. And you're like, well, what was the error for it? He's like, I don't know. He's like, well, what could the error be? And you're like, I don't know, 3% or 3 degrees.
And come to find out, it was all done in a simulation, and they didn't actually do this physically. So,
yeah, did you know that it was all like it was a fucking big machine learning model, dude.
Yep,
especially made for that experiment.
What a big phony baloney, man, that guy. You never know, man, until you start having a conversation with somebody, like how it's going to wind up. But I mean, because is he a professor, right? Like, still doing.
I don't know if he still is. I think during the talk we had, I think he said he doesn't do it anymore. Or maybe. But I did see somebody sent me something that of one of his students complaining that he sucked as a professor. But that's neither here nor there. You can be smart and be a bad teacher. That's nothing new. And you can be a good teacher and be dumb as a box of fucking rocks. You could be a good teacher and brilliant, like our very own Dandelion.
You're very kind.
Hey, got to keep our token female around.
That's right. I need my tokens polished.
Well, you have my AB. You're a token Mexican now that Jose left.
Yeah. I am the token Mexican so far. You know, and I just realized too that I am an actual Mexican American. Like, cuz there's, if you're not born, like if you're not descendant, like if your parents were not from Mexico, either one, then you're not really considered a Mexican American. So this whole time I thought I was not, you know, a Mexican American, but it turns out I am. Dad's from Mexico, so I can have a dual citizenship unbeknownst to me.
Oh yeah, that's right. If you're dad, you could go do that tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I can actually get land in Mexico and get a visa and do all kinds of stuff. Own land over there.
You don't need a visa, dude. You'll get a citizenship passport, bro. You don't need a worker's visa.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So if stuff gets really rough here, I mean, I'm going to go south of the border. Not that that's any consolation, man. Because
maybe you should post your green card so you can prove to us that you're actually a U.S. citizen then first.
Oh, shit. Nah, man. I was born here.
Hey, go work for Mexico space program. Mexico got a space program?
Oh, what are you talking about?
I'm asking, does Mexico got a space program, man? You could go
that's
get
where
a badge.
That's where they went on South Park to send that whale to the moon.
I don't even think that sentence is. I think that sentence is malformed. Mexico has
$100. They sent that whale to the moon.
Well, I just wanted you to compete with Josh's NASA badge. That's all. Bring back a freaking Mexican space program.
They're gonna make it a space agency anytime soon, man. They can't get their shit together over there. There's some smart guys there, man, in like Mexico City and whatnot, but I don't know. Their economy over there is just
making tequila and shit. That's what they're worried about.
The cartels are running the muck over
Throwing
there.
Weed and making coke.
There's a lot of mining that goes on down there. Not like mining, but like they basically dig up minerals and then ship them to the U.S.
Yeah, there's lithium mines that they were telling. Somebody was saying that around the area where my dad was, my dad or my granddad, where they were originated from, the town. There's some lithium mines there that, you know, if I really wanted to, I can go and purchase land and go on digging for myself. But it takes a lot of money to do something like that. Dig for that kind of stuff. You got to be all into it and stuff, and I was just not. It's not me. Yeah, it's kind of crazy though. I just found that out like this couple months ago. I'm like, damn, I'm a Mexican American. That's pretty crazy.
I could have told you that 4 years ago.
Because that is, yeah, it has to, like, if your parents weren't born in Mexico, then you're not. It's not you're not eligible for that. It's just weird. It's like if one of you found out that had rights to be like from another country, whatever country you guys. No, India would you're from America no matter what. Native American, so you don't have a choice. You're here. Or you could just move to Australia like T-Dub. Just be over there, hang out.
I'm as white as you can get.
What's your descent, Radwin? German?
I have blonde hair, blue eyes, but I'm Italian and French Canadian.
Italian, French, Canadian. Okay.
So Quebec, basically.
Most of the Canada boys that come in here.
The other France, actually the real France of the world, they say.
Damn.
The real French-speaking people come from there. That's what they say. If you ask Canadians, they'll tell you. I just went and listened to that Spotify. Interesting. Where I told Josh, I've been warning you guys about automation. It's not like I've been lying about it.
Oh, taking over?
Yeah, there's nothing you guys can do about it. I just happen to be on the right side. I've always been on this side of it. But I just happen to have always been in that technology. And it just, I'm not going, our jobs can't go anywhere. We're the ones making it. That's why I said, better learn a trade because AI is going to do all your office work soon enough.
Anybody in payroll? Anybody in HR? They're going to be gone.
Yeah, I mean, you only need a few people to do those jobs now. But we're still hiring every day. We just move people.
Get a shovel and dig some dirt. That never goes away. Unless you get a robot to do that for you.
They'll have excavators doing whole plots for developments where nobody even has to be on those things.
You got 5 guys standing around, 1 guy in that hole, just throwing dirt out of it. Ah, the good old days.
I got my Halloween costume on. See it? It's in my PFP.
Yeah, I like that. The pumpkin rabbit. It's good.
Yeah. I just put a pumpkin on and I'm still a rabbit. So
Yeah.
looks like that now.
Yeah, I like it. You're only keeping it for today.
Yeah. Yep.
It's great. I noticed it right away. Josh was in with his costume, the beta nerd, passive aggressive wimp costume. He wore it well.
Oh. Poor Josh. Like I said, I just listened to one of those. Whereas they laid off the Amazon people. Oh well. I'd be automating the shit out of that place too. I would never have had that many people to begin with. Now they have to get rid of a lot of places have to get rid of people. Things are starting to level out again. And we're automating everything. There's no way around it. Can't stop it. So you got to figure out how to fit in. You got to figure out how to fit in now.
Yeah, the Earth is a sphere.
How do you know that?
It's more like how I know it's not flat, you know?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the argument goes, if you can circumnavigate, then the Earth must take the shape of then an Earth must take a shape of a circle. As you approach the periphery of a circle, distances get much larger. In reality, we know the relative distances between land masses. And so if circumnavigation can be possible, and if we know the relative distances between land masses, then flat Earth cannot be true.
So what you don't know, don't know those distances. Can you circumnavigate a football stadium?
You know the calculation for distance?
Can you circumnavigate the outside of a football stadium?
Do you know the calculation for distance?
Yeah, what? For what distance?
What is it?
For what distance?
Just no, for distance, to calculate distance.
Of what kind of units?
So you don't know. All right, Johnny, you're up. So by reductio, flat Earth can't be true.
So there you go. You don't know the distance to land masses.
All right, you already failed, right? Crown Muncher.
No.
Johnny, you're up.
How did you verify this?
What?
Your so-called distances and your circumnavigation. Can you define?
You know what the calculation for distance is?
What do you mean by circumnavigation?
Johnny.
What
how do you calculate
mean?
distance? Johnny, how do you calculate distance? You asked me how I verify it. Tell me if you even know how to calculate it.
Everybody knows how to calculate distance.
Go on.
I'm asking a question. You claimed.
What is it?
Claimed that.
What is it?
You claimed
You're
that
wasting time. Everybody knows speed's distance divided by time, so distance is going to be speed times time. Yeah, that's dumb. Keep going with the questioning for Johnny Law. That's not relevant to your claim. Yeah,
you Googled it for him in the corner.
No, I didn't Google anything. Everyone knows that miles per hour, per means divide, so it's distance divided by time. You're just trying to act like that's something clever. Answer his question.
It's not. That's the point. It's not clever. It's the opposite of clever. But I think opposite of clever is too much for even you, Dandelion.
Whatever. You haven't verified the distances.
But you can verify it pretty easily.
No, I already said you haven't been able to.
Sorry, speed over time. Sorry. Yeah, speed over time.
How do you know your?
Just to be clear, right? We've all travelled between land masses, right?
How do you know how fast? What did you calculate? What did you calculate your speed in?
Miles. What do you mean? What do I calculate my speed in? Kilometers per hour.
What vehicle were you traveling in?
Oh, right, airplane.
Okay, how did you verify your speed? How did you know how fast you were?
Yeah, they don't use airplanes for measuring distance.
Planes have a standard speed. I think. Let me see what it is.
You're an idiot, dude.
Look, the only thing you can say, right, that's outside of my control here is wind.
You're an idiot. Yeah,
You
wind.
could say
Exactly.
wind, right? But you're
Wind.
going to then claim.
Exactly. There you go.
You're going to then claim that
Always
wind
different. The wind's
causes
always
the
different, dummy.
distance between land masses to
You don't use
the ability
planes
to
for
travel
measuring
between land masses
distances. You don't
thousands
use
of
planes for
kilometers
measuring
quicker. What
distances.
kind of wind do you live on? Like
You
what kind of
don't
wind
use
is on your flight
planes
Earth?
for measuring distances.
You know any wind that can push a plane thousands of kilometers faster per hour? I don't.
Nope.
Jet
Nobody
stream.
claims that. Nobody claims that, bro.
Well, then my argument holds. We know the relative distances between land masses, roughly.
No,
I mean, we know them exactly with GPS. Even without GPS,
with an airplane. No, nope.
You don't need GPS, but that would help. You can just know the fact that we know the speed of airplanes. We know how long it takes to get from point A to B. So we know the rough distances between those land masses. And you don't need to be exact. You don't need to, even if you're 100 kilometers off, you're still not the tens of thousands of kilometers off you need to be for a flat Earth, right? So because flat Earth can't account for comprehensible distances or can't account for circumnavigation, and in reality, you need both.
Circumnavigate a football stadium.
By reductio, flat Earth cannot be true.
Can you circumnavigate a football stadium?
Yeah, but I'm not saying circumnavigation is impossible.
So the football stadium must be a ball. Must be a ball then.
Listen, right? Okay, this is going to be new for you, right? I'm going to ask you.
Football stadium is a ball then. Is the football stadium a ball?
No. You can circumnavigate on a flat Earth. Nobody's saying that you can't.
Doesn't mean ball.
Nobody's saying you can't, right?
There you go.
Yeah, nobody's saying you can't circumnavigate on a flat Earth.
The end, dude.
But you're trying to. Nobody's saying that, but you're not understanding my argument. Because my argument requires, and this might be new for you, to include two pieces of information, not one. So circumnavigation must be true as well as comprehensible distances at the same time. But on a flat Earth, you can't have it at the same time. You can have either circumnavigation or comprehensible known distances, not the same at the same time, okay? That's the problem. Not that you can't circumnavigate, that you can't do it with known distances.
What is this flat Earth that you falsified? How do you know this? What flat Earth did you falsify?
So if you're able to circumnavigate the Earth, you're able to go in a consistent direction and return to the location that you were at, right? One direction. So it's a circle, right?
It's a circle on your. It's a circle on your ball too.
Yeah, it's a circle, but on the flat Earth, it's also a circle, right?
I don't know. Sure.
Yeah. Well, what else? It has to be geometrically a circle, right? Now you can do that from anywhere on the known Earth.
I made a square.
You can do that anywhere on the known Earth. Not
if I made a square and I went in a square around the football stadium, would that be a circle? If I made right turns around the football stadium, would that be a circle?
Yeah, no one's saying you can't circumnavigate a flat Earth. Right. Okay, Johnny.
You can. You can go in straight lines, right?
Yeah, but you'd have to. Do you make right-angle turns?
You don't have to go in a circle, do you? You don't have to go in a circle, do you?
Yes, but you should also be able to make
a circle. In a triangle, right?
Look. There's nowhere on this Earth.
Could you go in a triangle around my house? Could I go in a triangle around my house?
Do you understand, right? That there's nowhere on this Earth where you have to make a right angle.
I'm going to make a triangle. I'm going to go in a triangle. I'm not going to use the right angle. I'm not going to use the right angle. I'm going to use a triangle and go around my house.
There's no barrier.
When I go around my house in a triangle, what do you think of that? It's 60
There's
degrees.
No barrier where you have to stop and turn right. It's just you keep going.
60-degree turn.
Unless you're saying there's an edge, which I don't know. I don't know about an edge. That's your thing, right? If you want to talk about edges,
globe has the edge. That's what you guys see boats going over, the edge of the Earth.
That you have to turn.
Globe has an edge, not flat Earth. Globe has an edge.
On our flat Earth, we don't know about no wall. We don't know about no edge.
Go over the edge, remember?
Circles, not squares. Okay.
Your boats go over the
barrier. There's no barrier.
Remember that? Your boats, they go over the edge of the globe. Remember? See how in that image the plane comes up from over behind the ball, and then it's going down around the edge of the globe? See that? That's the edge of the ball.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Yeah. So my rebuttal to you is just that your argument makes sense if we're talking in the context of a place where you have to turn right, like a barrier that forces you to turn right. There is no such barrier that we know of, right? So we're going to talk in terms of circles. The known Earth, at least for what we know, will take the shape roughly of a circle. Geometrically speaking, that has to be true because there's no way we have to turn right. There's no way we stop and turn right to make a circumnavigation.
Are you following a compass then?
Doesn't matter because you can circumnavigate in the flat Earth. It's just
So
that
if
you
you're
can't do
following a
that with
compass,
the
you have to be
information.
making a turn. If you're following a compass, you're turning.
That's fine. Circumnavigation is possible
There
in
you
flat
go.
Earth.
So you're
It's
making a
circle.
turn. There you go.
Yeah.
So you're going in a circle on a flat Earth. Big deal.
Nobody's saying you can't circumnavigate on a flat.
So
Like,
what are
this
you
is the problem.
talking about, dude?
Yeah, you can't comprehend it. It's just two pieces of information. Is one like, your limit? Is one piece of information your limit? Because my argument's a reductio, which requires two pieces of information to contradict each other.
You can't measure distance with a plane.
Sorry, do you understand what I'm saying when I say a reductio requires me to show a contradiction in flat Earth for why it can't be true?
You haven't explained what your flat Earth is yet.
That your flat Earth. My flat Earth is your flat Earth.
No, you need to give me your model.
No, I don't need to give you a model. Why would I have to give you a
I
model?
don't
My argument
understand
doesn't
what you're
require a
talking
model.
about. You just doesn't make sense.
You need to. You're asking me to give you a model of flat Earth to debunk it. You don't need a model. You
That's
just need
correct, because I didn't come up with a model, and you're trying to debunk it now. I didn't come up with a model, and you're trying to debunk the
don't
model
need
I
it.
didn't come up with.
All you need is circumnavigation and distances between land masses. You don't need to even imagine what that flat Earth looks like because it would be incomprehensible.
Can I circumnavigate my city?
There's no way you can.
Can't get off it, can he? He's stuck.
Yeah, I genuinely promise you, if you try to marry distances to circumnavigation, you will never be able to conceive of a flat Earth. Try it. It's impossible. And that's because flat Earth isn't true.
You haven't done
simple.
anything.
By contradiction, flat Earth can't be true.
Prove it.
I've just proved it.
No, you haven't.
No, you don't understand it because it requires two pieces of information. Johnny, are you still there? Johnny? Don't tell me you've ran away.
Yeah, I haven't shown anything because you haven't shown the distances. That's why he was asking you for the model, because you must have some kind of model with distances that you're claiming are contradicting, and you haven't even shown us one example of what you're talking about.
Right, Dandelion, let's ask a question. Do you think planes can travel from the UK to Canada?
Obviously they can and do.
Do you think planes travel from South Africa to Argentina?
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I don't sit around looking at worldwide flight routes. Where's your proof of curvature? When have you ever measured any kind of curvature?
We travel between land masses,
Where
right?
is your evidence of a sphere? Yeah, we travel.
You know that we
between
travel between land masses.
No
yeah.
doubt. No doubt.
Planes do not measure distances, as I told you before, so stop using airplanes.
You know that we travel between land masses, and what circumnavigation requires flat Earth to actually be. It requires it to be a circle, at least the known Earth, and it requires distances as you reach a periphery to increase exponentially, right? And that doesn't happen in reality. Flights aren't taking thousands, tens of thousands more kilometers to reach Argentina and South Africa. It doesn't take that much time. By contradiction, Dandelion, flat Earth cannot be true.
So you haven't given us your model yet for flat Earth and your model for a globe that you're doing all these measurements on. So until you do that, you don't make any sense to us.
No, I'm actually putting forward to you that there's no possible way you could offer me a flat Earth.
Prove it, dude. Prove it. Show us both models.
Yeah, there's no possible way you could have conceived of. It's inconceivable. That's the point.
So you can't do it.
Flat Earth, yeah, because flat Earth isn't true. That's why.
Could you say inconceivable like the guy in Princess Bride, just for fun?
I've not seen Princess Bride before.
Oh, you totally should watch it. I bet you'd love that scene.
So you think argument from incredulity is an actual argument? Is that
well, I mean, I'm saying it's like if you're welcome to prove me wrong.
Do you have a proof of that?
Well, it's actually just geometrically true. Circles.
Okay, so show us the geometric proof then.
Well, it is essentially the fact that if you can circumnavigate and there's no place
not a geometric proof. A geometric proof would be written on paper.
Circles get bigger on the outside. Is that true or false?
Bigger on the circles are equidistant from the center.
No, isn't like the distances and the circumference of a circle is larger on the outer circle than it is on the inner circle. Is that true?
You mean the equator?
Well, if you have two concentric circles, yeah, sure. One circle's
and then the other. There's no place where you have to turn right or left. Yeah. You just go around, and you can go around in the circle.
How does this pertain to the Earth?
Because if you can go around anywhere without having to turn right or left, you can take the path of a circle.
You told me you had to follow a compass.
So anywhere on the Earth, at least on the known Earth, if circumnavigation is possible, the Earth, known Earth, must take the shape of at least some form of circle, even if it's a bit janky in the edges or whatever.
True. No,
that's true.
You're just choosing an arbitrary point to go around, right? So remember what I said? I said a circle is equidistant from the center. So you've chosen an arbitrary point to make the center and gone around.
But I'm happy for you to pick any point.
So you've chosen an arbitrary point to make the center and gone around it.
But what I'm saying is, there's no matter where
the Earth itself is a circle.
Yeah, you could put it in South Africa, you could put it in Lesotho, you could put it in Argentina, wherever you want to put that point.
Then you could circle around Egypt.
Yeah, but wherever you want to put that point, what I'm saying is as you get further and further out along in a circle, the distances must increase from that point, right? And there's no point where land masses get tens of thousands of kilometers larger, which they'll be required to on a flat Earth between land masses we're talking about,
Why
right?
are they required to do this again?
Because distances get bigger on the outside of a circle.
Show me that on paper so I understand how it works.
Hold on. No. Why are they required on a flat Earth again? Where are you getting these circles on the Earth?
Is circumnavigation possible on the flat Earth?
Yeah, but that just means navigating in a circle.
Yeah, so any point.
What circle are you navigating around in circumnavigation?
Let's put the point in the UK. You're going around in a circle, right? So if you want to go all the way around the northern hemisphere, as you get further out from the UK, so you go further south.
How far?
You can go all the way to, let's say, North Africa or whatever.
Okay.
You get further out, so you're making a bigger circle. You go to South Africa, you're going further out, so you make a bigger circle, right?
How do you know you're going in a circle, dude?
Because if there's no point where you turn, then you can take the path of a circle.
That makes no sense. How would you? That means you'd be going in a straight line.
If you're not forced to turn, you can take the path of a circle.
Then you'd be going in a straight line.
Why don't you circumnavigate from north to south?
If you don't turn left or right, that's a straight line.
Okay, when I say turn, I mean there's no
Is not going left or right a straight line, yes or no?
Yes, but that's just being pedantic. You're
that's
obviously
being
turning
pedantic? Between curve and a straight line? That's being pedantic.
You understand what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that there's no barrier forcing you to turn right, right? Obviously, you're turning in a circle, technically, right?
You have no idea how navigation works.
Right's not a cardinal direction, though.
Listen.
Yeah, so that's a problem, though.
If you're following the path, right, of an outer of the circumference of a circle, you're technically turning, right?
Your logic is flawed, man. You're using you're using the longitude and latitude spherical coordinate system. So that's what you're basing on. Yeah, but hold on, man. You're basing all of your argument is weighted on this. But how have you verified that navigational system is correct? Like where? Because I mean, yeah, just the premise of your argument is flawed from the beginning. Because you didn't verify that is true. Like the system that you're using has not been verified by you or anybody that's using it.
He doesn't know what he's using.
I'll put it this way, right?
It's correct. He doesn't know what he's using because he can't present anything to us.
India,
Just
right?
saying, man.
India. If you're in the UK and you go in a straight line from London to New York, and a straight line from New York to, I don't know, Oregon, and then Oregon to Russia, and then Russia all the way back around to the UK. They can all be individual straight lines, right?
How would you tell?
But you also know that you can go north.
How
of
would
that
you
point
know
and
you're
south
going
of
in a
that
straight
point.
line, brother?
Yeah, that's what I've been telling him.
You can go in a straight line. Doesn't matter if you know that you
No, dude.
No,
you don't
listen,
know
people
that.
don't naturally go in straight lines. In fact, they naturally go in circles.
Do we
Small
know
circles
locations
of
in
about
north and south
1.4
of
kilometers.
London?
We know this because people get lost in the middle of nowhere, think they're walking straight, and end up walking in a fucking giant
Yeah,
circle.
but that's not the point. If people,
That is the point. How do you know you're going in a straight line? That's the point.
In practice, there's loads of reasons why people get lost, right? I'm saying that theoretically, we know what's north of London and south of London, correct?
That's not the argument, though.
Yeah.
Scotland's north of London, France is south of London.
Yeah, that's right. That doesn't answer my question of how you know you're going in a straight line.
Yeah. That's the question.
That's not my argument.
need to know. That's not the point, my
part
God.
of the fucking hypothetical.
It's not you're saying in practice things can go wrong, but that's not the point. The point is that
No, I'm not. I'm saying that you can't navigate in a straight line, even if you wanted to.
It's not meant to be a question of practicality. It's meant to be a question of you can form a circular path, even if you can't literally do it in reality. It's geometrically possible. Yes,
you can form a circle, even if you can't literally form a circle. Congratulations.
Yeah.
May I
And
try
so-
steel manning
circle
real
on a
quick?
piece of paper.
as
That's
we-
great.
if you can do it in that context, you can take that point, go further and further out, and build more and more circles that get larger
On a
in
piece of
distance.
paper.
Distances between land masses obviously will have to correspond to those distances,
No,
right?
that's
See,
practicality.
you're trying to leap between your abstract
Yeah.
into the real world.
Yeah,
And leap-
exactly.
but back and forth, back and forth.
You
As if
can't
it's the
do
same
that.
thing. They're not.
You can't do that.
But it must follow. It must
May I
follow.
offer a
it's not
strategy?
must. Just because you say so doesn't make it true.
Yeah, it doesn't make
May
it
I
true,
offer?
But
May I offer a strategy?
Indio, if your rebuttal to my argument, which says
My
that we know what's
rebuttal
north
is you're
and south of London, we know what's
reifying
north
the
and south
abstract.
of New
My
York,
rebuttal
we know
is
that
you're committing a reification fallacy.
no,
That's what you're-
that's the wrong use of
Yeah, you
reification
are, dude.
fallacy. Because I'm
May I
not saying
offer a
this is
practical
reality.
approach?
I'm not
Hey, let
applying
this
this
guy
and
come
saying
in.
this is
This guy's
reality.
really
I'm saying
insistent,
that
man. Hold on,
I'm
man.
saying
break
that
it down.
if
All right,
you can
let's
go in a
hear this.
straight-
Let's hear this new
It's
approach.
just this guy, new guy wants to say something. He's not going to stop.
Mogi, yeah, somebody muted him. Well, we can unmute him.
All right, go ahead,
Go ahead,
Mogi.
Mogi.
Okay, so I think what Hare's trying to present is a strategy where you have a reference point, right? And then as you travel, you are the same distance from that reference point, right? So let's say we have a radio beacon, right? And then you're that distance from the radio beacon, and then you travel some direction, let's say left or right, like you're facing the radio beacon, you go left, you go right, and it's the same distance. And so there can be reference points across where you are in reality. And as you get further, like for each circle that you try to measure, and the circle would be you're from the radio beacon, the static distance, and you travel in that one. And so theoretically, if you keep that distance, right, you should be able to arrive at the same place you started if you only travel left or right in a circular pattern. Is that the type of motion that you're describing there, Cedric?
He said.
I stopped paying attention. Sorry.
Left or right. You weren't paying attention.
So it's like you have a reference point, and then you're a
Yeah, I
certain
understand
radius
what
from the
you're saying.
reference point, right? And then
like how big of
you
a
go
circle
left or
can you
right,
make?
and then you come in the same place you started, right?
Yeah, great. We're gonna use a radio beacon. How big of a circle can we make with in Globetardia with a radio beacon?
Well, the maximum distance would be like roughly equatorial in circumference.
Really? There's no. So the radio isn't blocked by the curve of the Earth.
I mean, if you have a radio beacon at the North Pole, goes all the way to the equator around the ball. That's crazy shit, dude.
Well, they can bounce around, but there would be a minimum response
What are you
time.
bouncing off of? Vacuum?
Well, it doesn't matter so much because there's a minimum response time.
Oh, what's that be? You just made that up. I know you
Yeah,
made
he did
that
make
up.
that
Well, you would just have.
You know how I know you made that?
You would just have a minimum response
radio
time.
echoes. Okay, that
You're gonna
obviously you
start
don't know
getting
about.
radio guys in here because you're saying dumb shit. I'm just warning you now.
Yeah. You're treading
Wait,
on
you
thin
think
ice,
we
bro.
can't? You think we can't have like we
Why are
can't
you asking us
measure
what
like
we
a
think?
latency? Are you? Well, I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page.
Dude, you have multipath interference, right? You wouldn't get the reflection because, look, bro, you're going to get multipath. Okay, first of all, you have the radio horizon. How do you get around that on the globe? Okay, you're going to do freaking ionic spheric bounce. Okay, what was the angle it bounced at? You're going to get multipath interference. You're not going to actually get an actually accurate time because you don't know how high the ionosphere is relative to you and relative to the observation point.
So you're saying
you're not going to be able to get a
latency
distance using this
is-
methodology.
latency would not increase over distance from the radio beacon?
No. Did you not hear me? You don't have a line of sight. If it's a globe, it would have to bounce off the ionosphere. In that, you don't know how high the ionosphere is because there's a bunch of different layers that are at different
That's
elevations.
bullshit.
So because that's bullshit, go Google Heaviside layer. Okay,
No, the
so moving on.
ionosphere is bullshit.
Go Google Heaviside layer. Just go Google it.
So
and then come back.
you're saying
and
that
apologize.
as we get further from the beacon, the latency will not increase. It's not a direct relationship?
Because it's not a point. It's not a line between the beacon and the receiver.
Well, that's not
It's
what
a
I'm
line
suggesting. I'm
between
just,
the beacon,
I'm just suggesting that.
the ionosphere and then the receiver, and where that reflection point is going to vary by thousands of miles.
I mean, do you agree that proximity and latency
Repeat to me
are,
what I just said to you.
like inversely
Repeat to me what I just said to you.
Yeah, so you're describing
Repeat to
that
me what
there's
I
not
just
a
said to
linear
you.
I'm trying to steel man what you're saying. So you're saying that because we don't have a direct line of sight with like a radio beacon, there have
Repeat
to
to me
be
what I
other
just
like
said to you.
pathways
It's not what I just said
of
to you.
light in order to get there that are not a straight line, right? So it wouldn't be justified in order to like draw a straight line or a straight line of proximity to the beacon, right?
Yeah, you
that what you're trying to say?
calculate the distance from the speed of light, right? From the time that takes the signal to reach you. Like GPS works. You put a timestamp in it. I sent it at 10 o'clock. I received it at 10.0001 seconds. Okay, speed of light is this. That means you're this far away. Okay, that would be for line of sight. If it's not line of sight and it has to bounce off the ionosphere, which is varying in distance by 1,000 miles, your uncertainty is going to be 1,000 miles.
Yeah, but we can go like 5,000 or 6,000 miles, and it would be bigger, right? The latency.
Dude, what aren't you getting? The radio wave has to go into the sky, bounce off the ionosphere, and come back down. How do you get the distance, the Earth distance between those 2 points from that?
Well, I mean, that would be extra math, but we know it's bigger if we're further, right?
It's more than extra math because you don't know where the bounce point is. The bounce point could be 10 miles away from you, or it could be 2,000 miles away from you. So those are
Well, the
different
margin of
lengths
error
a
would be
triangle
big, yeah.
because what you're going to have to do is make a triangle, right? You're going to have to reconstruct the baseline of the triangle. Okay?
Yeah, for
If you don't know
precision,
what
sure.
length the side of the hypotenuse or the other side, that length, how do you get the base?
My mind is just kind of boggled that you don't agree that the further we're from the beacon, the bigger the latency.
I am, but I want, and how do you know what your distance is?
Well, we don't specifically need to know. We just need to be looking at the beacon, and then we need to have roughly the same latency as we're traveling around.
The ionosphere is not a fixed location, dude.
The
Why are you
ionosphere.
understanding? It's not
but there's a margin of error. You roughly have a margin of error.
No,
It's small enough.
Obviously, you've never used shortwave radio. 1 second you be talking, you can listen to people in Spain talk. The next second in Japan, the next second in freaking Tennessee. It varies. It fluctuates. It's not a freaking. There's no system to it.
So that method can't verify distance, is what he's saying, Mogi. Sorry.
Otherwise, people would have did that freaking in 1900 in the early 20th century. People would have used that method to position shit.
I mean,
Where's
that's
the proof
we
that
have
we're bouncing
triangulation.
signals off
We
the ionosphere?
triangulate positions all the
Yeah,
time.
I want that too. I'm just
Yeah,
see. This isn't. I understand who just said. Where's the proof for balance of signal inside the ionosphere? There is no proof of that. I'm just giving like an internal critique with the globe. What they believe.
I'm just surprised that we can't practically triangulate signals using.
This would be
the signals.
trilateration. This wouldn't be triangulation.
The signals are bounced from tower to tower.
You would have a measurement point. You would have the radio beacon in the center.
Triangles, dude. You have to have a
And then you
flat
have-
Earth to make triangles. You can't make them on the surface of a ball.
You would have different positions at the static latencies, or like the relatively static, plus or minus our margin of error, as we're traversing around the beacon, and it would be a circle, right?
Doesn't work like that because you don't have a line from a center. You have a triangle from a center, dude. What aren't you understanding, dude?
Well, what I'm understanding is that we have a direct relationship between distance and latency from the radio beacon.
That's right. But the path,
and so that should be enough to measure our distance from the center of our arbitrary point.
No. Do you know how triangles work? Give them the triangle test, dude.
Yeah, I know how triangles work.
Okay. So what triangle are we forming?
Right. So we take it between. So we have the radio beacon, and then we have one measurement point at at our latency. So we're here, right? And then we go to the right, and then we have we measure the latency again.
No.
And we're trying to keep it the same.
Oh my God, dude. You're measuring. Okay. So the radio signal goes up into the sky. That's one length. It bounces off the sky. That's another length. How far away is the receiver, dude?
Well,
how far away is the receiver? You can't even do the first calculation. How are you going to do a second one?
Well, in this case, the triangle would be me and 2 points, and then the radio beacon, not the sky.
No, bro. Okay. Radio beacon at point A. Receiver, point B. The path to get to B is into the sky, reflecting off some point, unknown point where you don't know where it is, and then receiving it at B. How far away is A from B?
Well, you understand that we can take the angular measurement from we have
the angular measurement
kind of thing.
Okay, tell me how to do that.
So it's like cosine AB gives you the side.
No, how to do it.
thing,
No, to
right?
take the measurement, not to do the calculation, to take the measurement.
Right. All right. So we stand at one location from the radio beacon, and we measure the latency. Then we move to the right.
Dude, that doesn't tell you anything.
And we measure the latency. And then how far we move to the right, we can just measure that.
I'm going to just give you an arbitrary number. Your latency is 1 second. How far away how far away is B from A?
It's 1 latency second away.
Yeah, it's 1 second. Second isn't a distance. I want to know the distance in miles. How far is it away?
Well, it's some distance away. It's directly proportional.
It's some distance away.
Yeah.
How far away is it? I don't know.
Well, I mean that would be more math. But it's more math than we need. It's more math than we need. It's more math than we need to do. That's more math than we need to use, though.
You've just been bullshitting your way through this whole argument, bro.
Yeah,
you
it's pretty disgusting, quite honestly.
Yeah,
I gave you a fucking super simple example. 1 second.
Yeah, so I'm clicking right here. I'll be right back. I need to check. I need to check the stovetop. So okay.
Yeah. Go check
Dear
the
AI, it takes 1 second. How far away is that?
Yeah, he's gonna try to figure it out.
1,000 miles.
Dude, he's
why did he do that, man? 300,000. What is the speed of light? 300,000 meters per second?
Oh wow.
Or miles per second, whatever the fuck it is.
He was confident enough to get on the mic, but he just couldn't finish the job.
So looks like somebody posted the triangle test in there too. So in case he comes back, you can even ask him if he even knows what one is.
Shit, hit him up, dude.
I'm on my phone.
He was struggling already, so
okay.
He's probably ChatGPT.
It's just this is less trivial to do. Just in speech.
Yeah, you can
it would be easier to do.
pretend, but
If
you
I had a
can't
piece
say
of
actually how to
paper.
do it. You can't even calculate with a fucking goddamn round number.
Right. So When we have SOHCAHTOA,
we emit we emit the radio signal at fucking 10 o'clock. The receiver picks it up at 10 o'clock plus 1 second. How far away is the receiver?
Right, so the opposite over the hypotenuse is equal to
how
the sine.
far away is the receiver?
Just Google it really quick.
We know the light traveled 300,000 meters, but how far away is the receiver?
So yeah, we could calculate the speed of light. If we have a straight line distance, that would be the minimum amount of time it would need to travel.
300,000. It took 1 second. 300,000 meters per second. Now we know that the signal traveled 300,000 meters. How far away is the receiver from the transmitter?
At least 300,000 meters.
That's incorrect.
That would be the travel path. Travel path.
That is wrong.
The shortest travel path.
What if it went up at a 45-degree angle and bounced down?
What if there was a mountain between it?
Now
They had to go up.
Distance, dude.
They had to go up 150,000 meters and down 150,000 meters, and it was only a mile away from you.
Well, that would be a greater distance, and so that would be a longer latency.
No, it'd be the same.
No, you fucking.
You're an idiot, dude.
Wait, so if the light travels further, it'll arrive there at the same time?
No, it traveled 300,000 meters.
Path?
It traveled 150,000 meters up into the air, then 150,000 meters down.
Yeah, so that would be a greater distance.
150,000 plus 150,000 meters is 300,000 meters. That's not a greater distance.
I think we're all
really
confused.
I think I can concede on that one. Yeah, I think I agree, actually.
Do you? Because I don't understand.
Yeah. So the opposite and an adjacent, right, can be longer than the hypotenuse, and they will reliably be so, right?
Look, all we know is we want the baseline distance,
but
and we can't get that
the hypotenuse
a reflection.
And so the opposite and the adjacent added together, right, would be the full travel path of the light in this scenario, right? And that would be a longer distance than the hypotenuse. And so the shortest latency, I think, is acceptable, right? Because it would be the hypotenuse would be the shortest theoretical distance, the straight line path between us and the beacon. So taking the shortest latency, I think, is a reasonable measurement for us to take.
Yeah. Cool story, bro.
What are we trying to prove here?
We already proved it wouldn't work like 50 fucking times.
I'm trying to demonstrate a measurement
demonstrated
method.
that you don't know what you're talking about.
Grade 9 math.
You're embarrassing yourself.
The strategy here is we have a beacon, and then we're trying to go around the beacon.
We already heard you, dude. We already told you why it wouldn't work. I don't know why you're not fucking getting it. You conceded it wouldn't work, and you're still trying to foist it, which is fucking crazy, dude. We heard you. That methodology won't work. Equidistant from the beacon, if the beacon has to bounce off the ionosphere, don't work because the ionosphere is an unknown fucking height. And even summon that shit, you need to endorse negative refraction, which is going to fuck up the phase of the wave, and you can have superluminal phases. So that isn't going to work either.
So.
Gonna have to try something else, then.
Yo, aren't you guys like telling this man like some trick questions to answer?
No, we're not.
I swear you guys are just playing with the man.
He's trying trick questions, and he can't answer them. His own questions.
But yo, what kind of refractory? Weren't you guys talking about a signal being sent to a satellite in the sky and then back down to another location?
No, nobody was.
Oh, never mind. Talking about
an imaginary thing they call the ionosphere, because you can send radio waves 10,000 miles. So they have to say that the radio waves bounce off the sky, because if they don't, then the Earth can't be a ball, right? Because the ball should be in the way. If it's 10,000 miles away, you have to send the radio waves through the ground, which can't happen because we've tried.
I kind of lost you after you said ionosphere. I'm a little too slow right now still.
Okay. Let me slow. Gaga goo goo. Baba baba. Is that your speed, bro? You gotta talk baby talk.
You forget Wumwega.
That 2 years of people being off work and shit really fucked these guys up. They're almost retarded at this point.
Nah, bro. I just been working so fucking hard. I just decided to have a day of just drinking and getting fucking high out of my mind right now. That's why I'm slow.
Don't worry about the ionosphere. It's not real.
Apparently, it's imaginary.
You're
talking about a Google Gaga.
Dude, this dude is so fucking. My God, dude. Dude, Maggie. Dude, what is your issue, bro?
No, that wasn't Maggie. That was me.
Oh, I was just
Mogi,
articulating
whatever your name is,
my
dude.
argument in writing.
You don't have an argument.
The argument is that if latency, we can use latency to estimate distance crudely.
Dude,
you can reset. You can measure hold on. You can measure the distance that the radio wave traveled, but you're not going to get the distance between the beacon and the receiver. Not the baseline distance.
And
yeah, but
your baseline,
it will always be at least that. It will never be smaller than the distance from the beacon to the receiver.
Your baseline has to be a straight line too, dude. It can't be going around the ball.
It will never be smaller than the distance from the beacon to the receiver.
Congratulations. So what?
So
and that
if
might
we
not necessarily be true. It depends.
What on what?
Speed of light is not fucking. The speed of light is in the speed of light in vacuum. The Earth isn't the air isn't a vacuum.
So you're trying to say that the farther you go around this beacon and the latency increases, that proves that it's a ball? Like, is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's a way to measure it. It's a way that we can measure the distance from the center.
Well, if it's a flat plane,
how come nobody's ever done this, dude?
A beacon, it'd be the same thing.
I mean,
so what does that matter?
No one's ever done this. How come when they don't make like they want to make a round in-ground pool, they just don't stick a beacon and just fucking take a little scribe and walk around and be like, hey, it's just fucking 20 feet away. Just keep the signal the same. Yeah. Why don't they do that?
This is in every wireless library available. Latency measurements?
Yeah, latency measurements
aren't going to tell you distance.
Fucking circles with them.
Dude, you reset again. You went back to latency as a measurement. What is wrong with you?
Are we not allowed to measure latency?
What is latency?
Yeah, latency is the amount of time it takes to get. So we take a period, it's an arbitrary measurement of two things, right? And then we measure the distance between the amount of time.
No, I don't know where you got distance from.
The amount of time that is elapsed between those two.
Latency is a networking term. I don't know why you're. Latency is a networking term. And latency of a computer network connection is not based on
lag, bro. I'm lagging.
Based upon the number of nodes that are between you and the
if we're going to use networking terms,
how much throughput of the packets they have.
I was using the physics term, but if we use the networking term, I think it's the time it takes to get a response signal. You do SIG, and then it's time to get the time you get from SIG to ACK. Right? Yeah.
Are you a wireless guy?
Say that again?
Wireless tower.
Yeah, so the latency would be the time it takes between SIG and ACK signal.
Are you talking about in a digital radio signal or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if you have like moisture in the air? It's gonna change your latency. Is that gonna make the Earth bigger or rounder or flatter?
It makes it smaller radius Earth.
So we take a suite of them, and then we just take the smallest one.
Well, since you have such a bright idea, why don't you go out there and do it?
Yeah, that'd be fun to do.
Be fun to do. You've never done it, and you're proposing this hypothetical in this chat room right now, like as if it's been done. How weird is that?
Well, it's like I haven't done.
Pretty much sums it up, huh?
Well, Mulgi, could it be done at the scale that was required by the other guy?
It's like I have to propose experiments before I go do them. This is a proposal for a practical
So then why are
way
you
for us to measure
confident that
things.
why are you confident that it could measure point A to point B distance? Why are you confident?
Because I have my understanding of reality. I have a whole suite of other
reality.
observations of reality in order to support my understanding of latency.
So so you're conjuring up some type of hypothetical experiment that you haven't done yet, that you're saying with confidence it is a way to measure. That's ridiculous.
It would be for a way for us to test
No,
flat
it's
Earth.
ridiculous on its
It's not-
face because you haven't tested it yet.
Ask
You need
flat
to come
Earth
in with-
by measuring a
you-
circle?
Dude, you have not tested what you're saying at all. So you're just proposing a bunch of bullshit right now and hoping that in this conversation, people are going to look to you like you're smart or something just because you're using latency. You haven't
I'm
tested it.
proposing how we could measure the
that's not
topology
point.
of where we
Dude,
are.
Check Moggy, check this out, man. You don't
Why
realize.
don't they do it that way already?
Yeah, I was just gonna say what you don't realize that they should have already done that, and you should. Thank you. You should have already done that now. The people would have already had this information. Yet you're trying to make something up on the spot and with confidence, no less. For what?
It would be really convenient to use latency to measure, but it's not possible. I think that's what he was thinking.
I don't have to use the method that everybody already uses. in order to
make up your own
do
method.
something. Like I can measure the height of a building by dropping a barometer from the top.
What the fuck?
I mean,
dude, what is wrong with you?
Whatever.
It would be an experiment to measure the height of the building.
It's not an experiment.
Look, here's another way you can measure.
How not?
You could jump off with a stopwatch.
Drop a.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Hit the start button when you jump, and it should stop by itself when you get to the bottom. And then we'll go over and look at what time it stopped, and we'll know how long we can figure out the height of the building that way. We should try that.
We'll see how far your guts flat on the ground to see how hard you hit the ground.
Well, we're just looking for the watch. We don't care about what happens to him. We just want to know when the watch stops.
That man said, "Drop a barometer."
And he meant it.
Yeah.
That's the craziest part.
Hey, it's okay.
You can measure the barometer at the top and bottom too. You could do that too.
We can drop a thermometer too.
Yeah.
You can also put a thermometer up your butt and check your temperature.
I don't know if that would tell us much about the height of a building.
Neither would a barometer dropping.
Why not?
Why wouldn't you just use a tape measure?
Well, that's an
Why
option.
wouldn't you just make a triangle?
That's
I'm just saying that you don't have to use every common option in order to
Well, let me ask you.
measure stuff, in order to interact with reality and understand it.
Yeah,
Let me
you want to
ask you
drop shit off buildings onto people. That's weird.
Yeah, so check this out. Let me ask you this. Let's say you had commissioned like World Trade Center 2. You're gonna have a freaking another World Trade Center up there. You want it to be 1,550 feet. And then when they're done, you're about to cut the tape, and you're like, well, I'm not sure this is 1,550 feet. How'd you measure it? And they're like, well, we just dropped the barometer off the top. Would you accept that?
I would prefer higher degrees of precision, but if I had
precise is the
a
barometer?
wide margin, if I had a wide
how precise is the barometer?
Well, in this case, would be measuring how long it falls.
Within 100 feet, 100, 200, 300 feet, probably the barometer's that accurate to about a football field.
My timekeeping would be what I'm measuring. That would be my precision.
Oh, so you could drop a bowling ball. You don't got to. What's wrong with you, dude? Why did
they
you
have
pick
an elevation
barometer?
app for your phone.
You could have picked spoon. You could have picked anything. You could have picked cat, dog, anything.
Exactly.
You picked barometer. I'm going to drop a barometer on
I can
somebody.
pick anything to interact with reality. And so you criticize me for using latency as a measurement.
Wow.
Well, you know, one thing that's dropping is your IQ, bro. Like,
I'm gonna drop one of those guys that wears those flight suits, a wing suit. I'm gonna drop him.
Am I not allowed to use what I have at my disposal?
Yeah, I do know
whatever I
this.
wish?
I do know for land
I
surveying,
got a
they do
question
use
for
something
Mogi.
called electronic distance measurement, but it's only accurate to like maybe 150 yards. So
Yeah,
what
I got
you're
a question for Mogi.
proposing can't be done at the scale you need it to be done at to meet the hypothetical that the other buffoon proposed. Right? So you came in here to say, hey, his hypothetical, you could do it this way. No, you can't do it that way. Your method couldn't do what he needs done.
We could
I got
do
a question for Mogi.
AM signals don't go that far? I thought AM do.
But you still got the ionosphere problem, dude. What aren't you getting, dude?
Well, what I'm getting is that you send messengers, and then if they're further away, they take longer to come back to you.
and what's the distance?
But that doesn't give you a baseline distance. It only tells you the distance the radio signal traveled, which isn't the distance over the surface of the Earth.
And you could have
Mogi,
a
I got
fat
a question
messenger
for
and
you.
a skinny messenger. The fat messenger will be slower.
Well, what we're
Mogi,
trying to
since
measure here is how far we go left and right, not how far we're getting closer or further from the beacon.
You guys broke this one.
Mogi,
It's the
if you're
circumference
so
that we're
obsessed with
measuring.
latency, do you agree that you'll have more latency traveling through 100,000 miles of copper wire versus fiber optic?
Yeah, I think it would take longer. Yeah.
Okay. It's the same distance, though. It's just going through glass and going through copper, using sound waves and using light waves. Latency changes. So, what would that have to do with real life distance on this
Well,
planet?
let's say, in both the cases of the fiber and the copper, the longer the cable, the higher the latency.
No, if you had two identical length cables, one fiber optic, one copper, obviously the fiber cable is going to have lower latency because it's using light technology instead of sound technology with modems on the copper wire.
But how does this apply to the experiment?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
This
How
change
does
in
latency
mediums.
have anything to do with this? That's what we're trying to tell you. Latency cannot
is
be
directly
used to measure
proportional from the distance from the thing you're communicating with. It's like if you get a guy on a pony and you give him a letter and you're like, go to this town. The town that's further, it's going to take longer to get your response. It's the same for these physics circumstances too. It's valid, I think.
But not for like real life reality distances. That's for like setting signal through the same distance of wire, faster on fiber, slower on copper DSL. But it's the same distance. So you wouldn't have, if you're like, oh, this one took longer to get there, so it must be farther. No, it's just copper, not fiber optic.
Yeah, but you're saying it's like, yeah, it would be different if it was Earth versus Mars, but we're on Earth the whole time.
I'm only talking about Earth because no one's ever been to Mars, and no one ever will go to Mars. We're only talking about Earth. We're not talking about anything else.
So, yeah, but if to make the analogy appropriate, you're saying, hey, let's take the environment of Earth and then the environment of not Earth, and then do the same stuff. But we're not doing that. We're on Earth the whole time. Yeah, I gotta check this stuff.
I think I'm confused now. What the hell are you talking about, dude?
Just
He's
drop a
checking the
barometer, it'll
stove.
Drop a barometer, it'll make some sense.
Drop a barometer.
Let's just drop the stopwatch.
This guy's pretty wacky, dude. Straight off the hookah.
We definitely got to clip that, man. No one will believe it.
I don't even believe it. I heard it. I was here. He's just trying to throw whatever he can at the wall, see what sticks.
You could even take a stopwatch. You could put it on a rope all the way to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, and then you just swing it at the same angular velocity, and then you measure how long that takes.
You're crazy. You got all kinds of bad ideas, and you don't even know it.
So
everything.
Maybe I should just get a piece of paper and kind of draw this, because I think we keep getting forgotten, like what the proposition is.
The proposition is that he thinks that somehow there's two big circles on the Earth. One would be bigger and larger, and the second circle would be too far away, that it wouldn't match the orientation of continents. And you said just get a radio beacon, stick it in the ground, and make these circles. You can't make big enough circles because you got a ball. Remember, your ball's in the way, and if the ball ain't in the way, you have to bounce off the ionosphere, and then you don't get a baseline distance. Your shit is shit. You can't dig out, dude. You're done. You're toast. Take the L. It's a nice hypothetical, dude, but guess what, dude? The shit, Radwin knows, shit on paper don't match the real world.
Well, I'm sketching. It's the proposal.
Yeah, well, nice hypothetical. Why don't we just use Superman to use his laser fucking vision to cut circles?
You're not going to make it past the first. After the first meeting, we're going to throw your project out.
Shit, just a proposal. You'll throw it out. Nah, we're not doing that. Nope.
Don't even put it in the parking lot. We're not doing that at all. Just forget about it. Throw it out. Don't ever bring it up again.
I'm going to do a speed test and check my latency real quick. See how far away I am from Australia.
That's pretty crazy.
Dude, so like if you shoot someone in like Modern Warfare and they got like 900 latency, is that like a fucking like a 10,000 mile sniper shot?
No, it's because then he realizes, oh, that guy's playing in China. That's why his latency's so bad. His distance is so far.
Yeah, that's why I don't suck.
That's exactly why their latency is so bad.
No, it's not.
Oh
bro.
my god.
No, it's not. The man could have been on like DSL
the tubes are longer,
bro.
The fiber optics be longer.
This freaking guy. He's still not getting
really longer, dude.
He didn't get the analogy that Dip had shown him earlier. Like it was pretty clear.
You know what packet loss
What about
is?
like all the data centers that fiber optic signal had to bounce through to get to China? Does that change the distance too?
That's the actual, what actually determines latency is how fast that particular router or switch can throughput traffic. The internal switching inside the device.
Yeah.
Yeah, Indio knows all, dude. That's just a wrong conversation.
Yeah, dude. You don't fucking even want
to. Just walk
Mogi's
away.
one of those people that like gets 1 gig service installed at his house, and then he has like a iPhone 2, and he's like, I'm only getting 50 megs down. Why is my internet slow?
What's going on, man?
It's like, sir, you need to upgrade your phone to get better speed. No, I don't. I'm the same distance from the router.
Then why do all the pro gamers in South Korea have lower latency in North America servers?
Oh, hell no.
Because they got that Huawei, son. That's why.
Because there's more
We've got the best internet in the world.
That illegal shit.
All right, so end the side chat.
I just answered.
I got the
answered because there's more hops, dude. Do a trace route and figure out how many hops are between you and the freaking endpoint. The more hops, the more latency. And
I think if there are more hops, I think yeah, that is a barrier. That takes time.
Chain 42 fucking routers between you and your gateway, and then see what your latency becomes. Even though it's fucking 20 feet long between you and the fucking router, your latency just, according to you, now you're 10,000 miles away.
Hell yeah, we got latency just in our work network. I can tell you from building to building when we're on fiber and when we're on copper.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we could look at single hops, like for these undersea cables. I mean, you see that the longer ones have bigger latency. So clearly the fiber optics do have a factor.
They're
Maybe
not
it's
single
far
strand
smaller
fiber
than the hops that you're describing. Yeah, maybe it's way smaller, like magnitude smaller,
Single
but
strand
it's
fiber
still a
optic.
factor.
The signal needs to be reboosted.
Yeah, those things don't. That cable's not 3,000 miles long, and then you plug it one end into my Cisco router, and you plug yours end in. We pull it out of the ocean, and we just plug it into the wall. It's not that.
Yeah, but
What is this? What is
Go
this
ahead.
drawing you've made for us, Smokey?
All right, so I didn't draw the circle here because I don't want to make any predetermined conclusions. So what I'm offering is there's a beacon, and then you're at this place, and then what you're doing is that you want to have the like lowest latency. You can put some statistics in there to get the right like standard deviation. It's like lowest in this standard deviation for our measurements. And then try to get it pretty much the same as you're traversing to the left and to the right of the beacon. What I'm expecting here is that as you go left or right and you keep it at the same, you're going to get to the same place you started, more or less. And then what we can do is that we can keep getting further and further away. And then the distance that we went left or right, if it's a flat Earth, should keep increasing. We should continue increasing the amount that we go left or right. As we
That
get
would happen no matter what, dude. That would happen on a globe too.
No, on a globe, you would lose the signal because it would fly off into outer space. He keeps forgetting that part.
Well, let's say you did it. Let's say you did it 10 feet from the North Pole, and then you did it at the equator. Are those the same size circles?
Well, if you're on the other side
Answer the fucking question, dude. Are those the same size
Sorry.
circles?
Ask it again once more, please.
10 feet from the equator. You're going to start 10 feet from the North Pole.
Do a
and then you're going to
circle.
go to the equator. Are those the same
Do another
size circles?
Not at all.
Okay.
But
then
if you're
that's
in
on a
the
ball,
north,
right?
but if you're
So
at the South Pole,
no, I want to know how this is like exclusive to flat Earth. Like, how does this have anything to do with flat Earth versus
Right.
globe Earth? What's the difference?
allow me to explain. If we're at the South Pole, right, we would take, and we have a very, very big latency, we would have to take a very short trip going left or right if it was a sphere. But on a
Okay, but
flat
the South
Earth,
Pole is
if
just
it's,
going
if
to be
it's
an
a plane,
arbitrary point that you stick in the ground.
if we have a plane, though,
total from the North Pole, dude.
Here, ask Matt. Matt, he's
Now,
trying to
this is
measure the Earth
this is
with
like grade
latency.
school. Okay, let's say we do your circle thing, north, 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 north. We go backwards, bigger, bigger circle. Then we decide to turn around, take an arbitrary fucking pole, stick it in the ground, say this is the South Pole. Of course, our circles are going to be smaller, but that doesn't mean the Earth's a globe. It just means you took a secondary point, a secondary pole. You made a dual polar coordinate system, and then measured individually from each point. But you have to determine the relationship between your two poles. In specific, your globe means that the two poles are 180 degrees away from each other. They have an orientation that's opposite each other, antipodal. Okay? This test won't show that.
So this test would be without the consideration of a South Pole. So what we would expect to see if there was a spherical geometry is that the trip that we had to take, left or right, would decrease even though the latency is increasing, meaning that it's not just a direct relationship on a flat plane.
How could it decrease?
Through a sphere.
How could the distance no? Your radio signals would need to go through the ball, remember? For that to happen. You're confusing a cone with a sphere. So now you have an arc distance, right?
I mean,
As
it's
opposed
going
to
to
the
travel
chord?
however it's going to
Okay,
travel.
you
I'm
have
not
an arc
speculating
distance as
how the
opposed to
light
the chord,
travels.
right? Yep, now you have an arc distance as opposed to a chord. Now you're even fucking worse, dude.
I'm not speculating to how the light travels. I'm just saying that the distance from us to the destination is directly proportional with the latency.
If the circles got smaller, but then you would have a chord and then you wouldn't have a ball, dude. You'd have
What
a
kind of
cone. You'd be
signal?
making a cone. So you'd have a cone that increased in size and then a cone that decreased in size. Okay?
Well, that wouldn't be flat. It would be a cone then, or like a double cone, I guess you're trying to say, right? 2 ice cream cones kind of slapped together.
Yeah, I guess 2 ice cream cones stuck together.
Oh, yeah, well, that wouldn't be flat geometry. That's for sure.
Or?
But it could be. You're right. It could be a sphere, or it could be a cone using just this experiment.
No, there is no sphere in this because you have an arc distance. You don't have a freaking chord length. When your timing signal, your latency wouldn't match up to the distance. But this is all hypothetical bullshit anyway, because you can't send radio signals that far.
You can't? I thought AM radio does go that far.
You can't get a ground distance that way. What the fuck don't you understand? Honestly, dude, what don't you understand about that?
Well, I know there's a worst case scenario you can have.
I'm fed up, dude. Seriously, I'm about to fucking pop. You can't get a ground distance that way. Can Steed that shit, dude. You can't. You can
get a
only
minimum.
Get the distance.
You can get a minimum.
So what? What does that tell you?
Well, it would tell you that.
And also, you wouldn't even.
It would tell you that the circumference.
I'm going to tell you why you wouldn't even have a minimum, because what you're measuring is the phase, right? You're measuring the phase, right? An ionosphere is supposed to have negative index of refractions. That's right. Plasma has negative index refractions in the radio band. So what does that mean?
It's wonderful that we're diving into the details, but I think it should be agreeable that
your distance measurements are going to be very erroneous. Okay.
If messengers need to go further, they take longer to come back, right? So do we disagree that it takes longer for things to come back as they go further?
Are you talking about latency or radar?
We've already agreed that the radio signal time of flight in vacuum is 300,000 meters per second. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and in then plasma, the best case would be
it's either superluminal or subluminal, depending on the excitation of the plasma. Okay, superluminal. Did you hear what I said? Superluminal. Faster than the speed of light?
We could factor
faster
that
than
in.
The speed of light.
Like by how much? How much?
How much? It could be 30%. Because the wavefront, if you chirped, you could do it if you chirped the signal. But if you measure the phase of the wave, meaning the oscillation, right, of the electromagnetic radiation, that phase can be superluminal. The phase velocity can be superluminal, but the group velocity cannot. Okay, so even with negative index.
When you're saying chirp, you're just talking about like on off, and then we measure that.
Basically, because the wavefront will go the speed of light.
Let's measure the latency of that, the tripping.
Okay, but then, that doesn't solve the problem. Is that all you have is the distance the electromagnetic radiation traveled, but not how far it traveled over the surface of the Earth.
I'm just it just boggles my mind that there's like a 30% difference.
You just act like I didn't say it, dude.
No,
I'm listening to you. Dude. That's why I'm getting aggravated. You don't have a distance over the surface of the fucking Earth.
Well, period. I'm trying to take a worst case, right? And you're trying to say that, like,
I'm telling you,
because of you're saying that there's a superluminal difference of 30% between me and a radio beacon.
Because you have an ionosphere, and you don't have a point-to-point over the surface of the Earth. You're not measuring the surface of the Earth. You're measuring the distance that the electromagnetic radiation traveled, which is not equivalent to the surface of the Earth.
I mean, you don't even believe.
Okay, so you did it for the 11th time. Fuck you, dude.
you force mute him?
Oh yeah. Or mute him.
Thanks.
Why are you running away? Why did you mute him?
Running away? What did I run away from?
You're running away because
What I run away from though?
he made a really good point. And you're just
What was that? What was his point?
Yeah, what's a good point?
What was his
I'm
good
gonna
point? Please tell us.
I'm going to go back and clip it and burn Indio with it later. What's the good point?
You know, you guys always try this gimmick all the time, like these fucking
You guys are
stupid
just
gimmicks. They
blabbering
never
retards.
work, man.
And
Like,
when
why
someone
don't you
starts
just
making
give up?
some good points, and
What was his good point?
Gonna mute them.
What was it?
Yeah.
Can you steel man what I said? What my argument was? Can you steel man
No,
what
you're
his argument
retarded.
was?
You're
What was his
retarded.
argument? What was his argument? What was his point?
Did you
Can
just
read
call him
DMs some more?
retarded?
Yeah, you can go on mute too, dude. Actually, you can be banned because
No
disgusting degenerates are not welcome.
Snatching wigs tonight, Indio?
That was kind of crazy. He says, "Oh, he had such a good point," but he doesn't even know what the point was. That was wild.
Yeah. Oh, did Matt leave? I wanted Matt to explain to his fellow Glober.
Who cares about
Oh,
that?
wait.
Here's the main thing, everybody. Death to Israel. Thank you very much.
Based.
Nations can't die. They're not alive. They can be
I
abolished,
don't
though.
care. I don't care about death to Israel. I just don't want to pay for their shit anymore.
Fuck. Hell yeah.
I want some food stamps.
I want some food stamps. No, dude. Man, I'm so splitting the food stamp thing. I think, man, fucking people shouldn't be starving to death. But then I think about the obesity problem in America, and I'm like, holy shit, nobody is starving to death. Maybe we should go on a forced fucking diet, at least for a little while.
Yeah.
And you'll kill two birds with
should argue that because, like,
one stone. Not
if you want
only will
a
you
serious
save
answer to that, a serious answer.
Yeah, so you're gonna make fucking finish?
No.
Or you're gonna just talk over me. So it would kill two birds with one stone. You'd save money from food stamps, and you'd save money on future medical bills.
Can I say something?
Oh yeah.
Dude, half the people that are on food stamps are getting them illegally. Anyways, so we'll be okay.
That would be funny if it was true, but like the main thing is, a lot of students, a lot of American seniors, and working people rely on food stamps to supplement their income. This is going to especially be difficult for some people due to like rent and grocery prices going up every fucking year.
Well,
Okay.
get the
That being said,
resume the resolution.
That being said, majority of women in the United States are obese, which means they feel
I like some big
less about
ladies, dude.
themselves. Well, just listen. They feel less about themselves, and men are less attracted to them. And so, by helping them go on a diet, we're going to increase the amount of couples that hook up and have babies, and the babies are going to increase the economy. And then they're going to have to take care of the babies, and then the men are going to have to get jobs. Then the whole economy is going to have another baby boom. Shabam.
You're fucking.
No, we're not in a situation for another baby boom. Not anytime soon.
Oh, you're one of those people that are scared to have babies.
No. People should reproduce. Yes. The economic situation for a baby boom is not going to happen within this generation.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not how it works. You're thinking backwards. Baby boom is what causes the resurgence in the economic situation, not the other way around.
No, people need to have plentiful
wrong
money in their pocket to reproduce.
Crazy,
No, you
dude. People
don't.
had the most babies when they're poor.
Exactly.
Gen Z.
You know what a bunch of babies create? Demand. You know what demand creates? A need for supply. You know what a need for supply creates? A need for more jobs.
More jobs means more babies.
Need to raise testosterone levels. That's what we need to do. That's the fucking real problem.
Oh, America is the great mammon. It should be destroyed.
I don't know about America, but definitely the United States.
No, that's what I meant.
There's a distinction there, you know.
Oh yeah, but in the common parlance, right? Like people when they
think
say
we should all be censored, and I think that we should be living under martial law myself.
I think in issues such as saying America, we should be very specific. I understand the common parliament, and probably I say the same thing sometimes. But I think in this context of politics, when you want to delineate the United States government versus the people that live here, because we're you know, there are some people I'm sure employed with the United States government that are in this chat. But
there's
you
only
should make
24
a
people in
distinction
here.
that it's not the same thing.
I don't think anyone. Not really. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, Josh ain't here right now.
People come to politics to shitpost.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, usually. But yeah, America is the great mammon. It despoils and lessens the morals of every country in the world.
Would you rather be here than anywhere else then?
Other countries have morals.
Yeah, when they're not subsumed into the American market, yeah.
What other country would you rather be in than America?
I was thinking the same thing, Dib.
Well, he'd rather be anywhere but here.
Oh, Canada.
No, we should send. I want to send him to the Amazon rainforest to live.
Yeah. I mean, he thinks it's better over there. Shoot.
I want to move to Poland.
Poland would be a pretty good
Sounds
choice.
fun. Live in Poland with just a T-shirt and a pair of pants. Let's see how long you last.
Why do I want to
suck it.
The reason why I want to live in Poland is because they actually have an official party. Part of their campaign is to repeal women's voting rights.
Hell yeah, based.
Oh, I'm moving there.
Would you move away? Freaking do it here. What the fuck's wrong with y'all?
Exactly.
This is a Christian country. Let's do it.
Protestants are not Christian. Sorry.
Listen, I'm not against women voting, but I'm against the idea that just because you're a woman, you can vote.
This is going to be a good night, everyone. Folks.
Navels, what happened to your manners?
Oh.
Someone was
Where
talking.
are they?
You freaking big mouth. Come on, mute. Finish AI.
Yeah, so I wouldn't necessarily just repeal women's right to vote. I would repeal everyone's right to vote. In other words, universal suffrage. So you don't just have this unequivocal right to vote. Like, you actually have to demonstrate some competency before you earn the right to vote.
Like own land, own a business.
Well, but there's a bunch of
certain
different
age.
metrics. Or serve a few years in something that's, a servant industry, like being a nurse or just something tangible that you've done, right? That's not just I turned 18.
I think it's a good idea. I stand behind AI.
Yeah, so for example, why you ask a question to someone, why should you be allowed to vote? If their answer is I'm older than 18, there's something wrong.
Mm-hmm. What do y'all think about Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson's collab?
Listen, I don't watch gay porno.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either.
Perfect answer.
It's not gay, it's bi.
Oh, should I mute Nables? Somebody want to listen to his nonsense? I think
let's listen to him.
Well, he left, so I don't know. He ran away as soon as you muted him before.
I see him. He's right there.
He wants to come back.
I give transsexual another shot.
Maybe. I don't know what his deal is. Everybody's angry at us.
I know, man. Transsexual. And I had to concede you weren't paying attention. You're just being a silly fanboy. You weren't paying attention.
He's still muted. Oh, there he goes.
Transsexual.
Yeah, Earth.
What was his argument?
Earth is
Still don't know.
Yeah, it was talking about. I know what it was talking about.
If you want to hear his argument, why don't you unmute Logie?
Season shit.
We know what his argument was. He won't.
Yeah, he was
refuted, and he
So
won't
Nables,
fucking acknowledge
do
it.
you want to get booted from the room, or how do you want to do this? Because we don't want your camera on. All right, let's get rid of him.
Wait, we can turn our camera on?
No, we're going to boot you if you do, because it limits our room.
I'm just joking.
Everybody wants us to see them. Weird fuckers.
Really strange. So, who wanted Mogi unmuted?
I told you to unmute Mogi. If you want to hear what he has to say.
Why did you hear? Didn't you hear the previous conversation?
I did.
Okay.
It says
what was
latency
Steelman his argument, and then Steelman mine?
I don't want to steal it, man. The whole argument.
Well, what did I say then?
Well, what do you call it? I'm not going to answer directly in the form of what did I say, but the way the conversation panned out is this guy was trying to tell you that if something is further than something else, then it will take longer for a signal from that something that's further to get to a beacon or whatever's receiving a signal.
Fantastic.
And you basically responded by being like, you can't go straight through the fucking ground in a sphere. It's got to go through the ionosphere. Other shit like that. Like, it doesn't matter what the path that it takes is. That's why Mogi was trying to tell you that he makes no assumptions based off of what path the signal will be taking. Just that if it takes longer, then it means the thing is farther away.
No, it doesn't mean that.
No, you're wrong, dude.
I'll give you an example. The thing is a mile away. It bounces off the ionosphere fucking 1 million miles up. Now your time of flight... shut up! Shut up!
I didn't hear you.
Shut up! So now your time of flight is 2 million miles. But the thing's only a mile away. That's what I'm talking about, ionosphere. Because
like I said,
the distances we're talking about, you need an ionospheric bounce. But the ionosphere isn't in a fixed location. It moves around. That varies by thousands of miles. You don't know where your signal's bouncing from. So even though you have the time that it takes the radio signal to travel, yeah, you have that distance, but you don't have a ground distance.
You don't fucking need one, man. And
that was the whole point of the fucking conversation.
That was the point, you dumbass.
Fucking idiot.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was. That's the whole point of what we were talking about. We don't give a shit about the time it takes from a beacon to wherever you're at. We're talking about measuring the distance, and he was talking about latency.
He was piggybacking on someone previous person's fucking argument and making a suggestion on how you could do it. And he was still wrong.
All right.
And that's because he was listening to the conversation too. That guy.
All right, let me get this straight. So what you're saying is if I go to a place and I'm supposed to work on the floor, they have an array of mirrors set up in their house in just all kinds of weird directions, and I have no idea how many. And if I shoot a laser at one of the mirrors and then I count how many seconds till it comes back to me, now I know the size of their floor? That makes no sense.
Yep, that's what they're trying to say.
Yeah, but that's even more precise with lasers. They're talking about latency. There's so much that comes into play.
Yeah.
Including the invisible, made-up ionosphere.
Anybody wants to talk to Mogi, go ahead. I'm not stopping anybody. And I thought I banned this transsexual dude.
Probably another account.
Unmute him so we can talk. So we can say something.
I gotta run outside, so I'm not gonna be able to talk to him. Someone's gonna have to do it.
I would say just ban him. He's already doing that whole don't misgender people. That's against TOS racket.
Oh,
Just get rid
Mogi?
of- No, transsexual.
Yeah, I'm
profile.
trying to bounce his ass, dude.
Who's misgendering people? Did I do it?
Nobody. He's just trying to say dumb shit.
Is he trying to take away my freedom of speech?
Yeah, after I got done telling him we voted down that dumb shit that he's talking about in his name in the last election. We already voted no for that. So that's that.
Elections have consequences, people.
Oh man.
Yeah, the bot isn't working or something. Oh, I know why he's not banned. Because he's an executive mod. He's immune from our bans.
Oh, I thought we had to. You got to tell Vivek, and then he goes in there and he'll get rid of this guy. Are we in the right server? I don't remember which server. Anyway, yeah, they'll get rid of him in this one too.
Yeah, it's Doobie. Talk to Doobie.
Dubious.
So transsexual either beat feet or lose your role.
Donga.
So is there anybody else in here that's concerned about food stamps?
Yeah.
What's your concern?
Yeah, my concern is that the biggest factor for revolutionary action is when people don't get bread.
Sounds like they got too complacent with the welfare state to me.
If you don't want revolutions, give your people bread.
Who took the bread away from them?
Republicans.
Oh. I thought it was that Hispanic guy with the sombrero that wouldn't continue the resolution.
No,
Was that Schumer?
Before we can even discuss continuing resolution, the House needs to be held in session, and Mike Johnson doesn't want to hold the House in session. And Mike Johnson follows the Trump administration's orders.
So should we just give people shit for free then, when they don't even work for it?
What about the illegals that aren't even citizens? We just give them free shit too?
I think we burn a third of our crops roughly in the United States.
Who gives a shit crops? We're talking about giving
just for price control. Just for price control. So we can absolutely afford the free shit, and if people are hungry enough for bread, we should give them bread whenever the fuck they want it.
It's not the point of being able to. It's not the point of being able to give people free shit. It's the point of giving somebody something for free when they did not earn it or work for it. That's bullshit.
For example, they can all start doing the jobs that the alleged immigrants that are getting deported, quote unquote, won't do. You know how that's who's going to pick the crops? Well, I got a great demographic that can pick crops.
I think the overwhelming majority of the people who do get food stamps have earned them.
Have what?
I don't know, bro. Have you ever lived in a city and seen the people that shop?
They're
literally
overweight.
living decadently with their overweight with their two grocery carts full. While I was down there working and barely could have enough to fill half a cart.
Yeah, when I go to the grocery store, I have to get the little fucking cart and scoot around the fucking place. Why?
Well, then, if you're having trouble getting food, then you should get food stamps too if you work.
I don't want a fucking free handout from the government.
I would deserve food stamps in my situation, right? Because I actually put a lot.
If you work full time and you pay your taxes, you should be able to have a roof over your head, and you should be able to have medical care, and you should be able to eat 4 square meals.
No matter what the job is, you should be able to have all of
if you
that.
work full time, yep. If you're a full time employee.
Hey, Mogi, do you have a good job? You have a nice house and a family?
No, I'm looking for work. I'm open for work.
But like, if you had the money, would you give bread or give food to someone that needed it and didn't have the money to go buy food? Would you just give it to them, or are you just going to force us to pay for it?
Yeah, when people come to my door and they ask for food, I feed them.
I mean, you could start a group of people that would like to help out these people that aren't getting food stamps because of the big bad orange man, and you can just go pay for their food, on your own. Keep them fed.
Well, I mean, so there are things in society that are unrealistic to do at a small scale, like your power utility, your power lines. That would be something like that. And the thing that got us out of the Dust Bowl, crop rotations and food subsidies, are also part of that. And I think we should take advantage of all the surplus of food that we have by giving it to people who need it.
It's one thing to give somebody help when they need it. That's one thing. I agree with you. But the majority of these people expect to get free shit from the taxpayer. That's not right. That's bullshit.
I'm sorry.
And it's not
I contest this notion.
Dude, it's not like these poor people are going to the grocery store and buying vegetables. They're going and getting their Obama cheese, okay? They're not going and getting like healthy foods. They're going and getting a loaf of white bread and American cheese. They're getting crap. If you force them to have vegetables, leftover vegetables of crop that they would have burned, you really think they're going to go eat that? No, they'll probably still riot.
Well, if you want to educate people about proper nutrition, then you need to actually make sure they're not malnourished, because that's a direct relationship with people who are not as smart.
Also, it's the survival of the fittest, too. So,
if you want us, yeah, and so we would have fitter, smarter people in this society as opposed to other countries that don't have fed people. We would be stronger.
So in other countries,
we burn a third of our crops. There should be no excuse for us to have hungry people.
Yeah, I just don't think we have hungry people. I think that's where we disagree, because, like AI said, like there's a lot of obese people in this country. Diabetes, heart disease is like a big problem. If people didn't,
because there's an obesity. Because there's a problem of obesity, there aren't hungry people?
Define hungry. Does hungry mean my hormones tell me that I should eat even though I'm overweight and have plenty of calories to work with? And I should probably burn some of my fat off rather than ingest new food that I didn't earn or pay for, and that's basically just a caloric waste that I'm just going to poop out, and it's just going to be a net loss to the system? Is that what you mean by hungry?
I mean, you keep saying they don't earn it, they don't deserve it. I'd like, could you give me some...
Well, first off, we had to set a base. First off,
at a society level to kind of...
No, we need we need a metric for what hungry means, because we're saying we should be giving people food so they're not hungry. So define hungry.
All right, requiring full amino acid complex and the daily recommended nutritional requirements.
ChatGPT. I'm talking about what I define as hungry is people like the Palestinians walking miles to stand in line to get food from Israel. That's hunger. It's real hunger. Okay?
Yep.
That's not happening here. Okay? There's fat people bitching that they don't have their food stamps because they don't have a job. So they don't.
Well, yeah, you know what part of that problem is, brother? Check this out. So you can actually convert your fat stores into usable energy, but that can't happen unless you're in a caloric deficit, right? So if you're just constantly stuff in your face, all that previous energy you haven't used, which means you're not doing anything with it, which proves you don't need it. Like, for example, I eat a lot of food, but I work in manual labor, sometimes all through the night, sometimes 36 hours in a row. Like, I eat a lot, and I don't gain weight from it. Why? Because I'm burning it all, because I need it to function.
And our genetic makeup, our bodies are designed to not eat like we eat nowadays. We're supposed to go on 12 to 14 to 16 hours in between meals, enough for our digestive system to take everything. Yeah.
No, it's really good to fast. Like, it's actually really, you can actually reset your immune system if you go 36 hours with no food, just water.
Absolutely. I do it every week. I do at least a 36 and I do at least a 72 once a month.
Yeah. And you probably haven't been sick in a long time.
Well, if I had some wood to knock on, you're right.
Yeah. I've done 36. I haven't done 72, but it's crazy how it works. It's just all in your head. The hunger is just a little voice in your head. That's all it is.
Yep. It's an addiction. What helped me was, I drink lemon water on my 72-hour fast. I drink lemon water randomly or all day long, anyways. But it's
Celtic salt.
Yeah, it's that 30 to 32 hour period, that's when it kicks in when you're like, oh, I gotta eat, or you get that craving. Once you pass that 32-hour threshold, it's a fucking breeze. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes you want to go longer.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I got some numbers here.
Uh-oh.
You just interrupt a conversation, and that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, we're talking about. I wanted to look at poverty here because we're talking about being able to put food on the table, right? It's like if we look at people who don't have a high school diploma, which I would say is the majority of the U.S. Wait, is that the case? Actually, we should confirm that. But let's say high school, no college. I think that would be definitely the majority. It would be at least $55K a year. $55K a year is pretty rough, don't you think? In most places of the U.S.
Not if you know how to budget.
55K is not bad.
Dude, if you can't live on 55K, you need to move.
Exactly.
This is household income.
But who cares, dude? That's plenty of money. Plenty of money.
That's plenty for 3 kids. I've done it.
Yeah, but then you have to get into I want to have food to eat, but I also want my kids to have PlayStations, and I want them to have iPhones, and I want to have all this other stuff that they don't actually need. Then I want everybody else to pay for their food. So no, if you don't make that much money, because whatever choices you made, then you have to make the sacrifices, not ask other people to do it for you on your behalf.
But where's the evidence that you're saying that they're like wasting all this money on PlayStations and excess luxuries?
What are you talking about, dude? Well, go into any poverty zone and look at what they got, dude. They got expensive clothes, they got expensive electronics, yada yada yada. But somehow we're paying for their food.
That's a good way to measure it. AI's got a good point. If you go in to sign up for food stamps and they see that you have a fucking cell phone bill, fuck you. Get the fuck out. You don't need fucking food stamps. Get rid of your cell phone bill and you still don't have money, then come back. But if you're paying for a fucking 5G cell phone and you're getting fucking food stamps, come on.
They'll argue that they need the phone to work, but 97% of the thing that they use the phone for is social media and wasting time in video games.
No, the 95% of what I use my phone for is to authenticate with government institutions.
And then they're walking around.
I need to log into the IRS. I need to respond to like MFA text message.
Okay, go buy a fucking $20 burner phone from Walmart.
Yeah, fair enough. You have a legitimate case use, but guess what? The majority of people that are getting benefits don't have this scenario, dude.
I think the majority of people who get benefits have to declare things to the government and MFA constantly.
Do you know anybody that is actually on food stamps? Like a family member?
Yeah.
Anybody? Sure. Like they really need it? Because I have family members that have it and they're fucking milking it. Like they don't need it. And I tell them every time, I'm like, you should really stop doing that. There's people that really need that. And they're like, why? They fucking gave it to me. I went and applied and I got it. But they don't really need it. And I'm like, wow, this is just
like full time. They make like $36K a year. They need that shit. They can't afford the cost of living in this area.
It should be if you're fucking homeless and you don't have anything, you can have food stamps.
No, it's weird.
If you have a job and you have somewhere to live.
It just sounds like the argument you're making is that people shouldn't be fed in this country.
Oh yeah, that's the argument we're making.
If they can't afford
it. If that's what you reduce it to, then that just shows how ignorant you are.
That's what I'm saying.
It just the circumstances you're proposing here are not circumstantial, anecdotal. It's not even a sense of like, I don't even know if that has anything to do with the reality of the landscape. You're just giving me a story.
I'm saying we should just cut everything off and start fresh.
I'll give you a real world example. So in one of the cities I lived in, it's a very let's just call it minority.
Is this another story? Is this another anecdote?
Oh no, you could actually go research all this yourself. So the city was Savannah, Georgia, and they actually raised the taxes on everyone through sales taxes to build a complex for lower income people. And they spent millions upon millions, tens upon tens of millions of dollars building this place. Really nice condos. It had a sports complex across the street that they built for them. They had free laundry, free Wi-Fi, and they had essentially subsidized rent. Some of the people paid as little as $5 a month for rent, and they still didn't pay the $5. The company that worked there to do the maintenance on the building, they were getting sick and tired of doing maintenance because they would fix something and then the people would just break it again. And I don't mean just like wear and tear, but just like negligent breakage of the facilities. So the people were put in there, weren't respecting the facilities. They weren't even paying their bills, even though they were reduced, and it became a huge financial problem. Basically, it was to appeal to this demographic to get them to vote the mayor in. So in other words, hey, if you vote for me, I promise I'll tax everyone else to give you this great complex where you can live. And then they don't even respect it when they get it. You know why? Because they didn't have to do anything for it.
It sounds like an Indian reservation to me.
Yeah, so I'm looking up Savannah.
I actually had an inside track on the books.
Non-payments of rent.
I did the books. Okay, so I actually know what went on there, and I actually talked to the construction guys there. Various.
Well, I don't know you.
Oh, you don't know me? Well, no, duh.
Yeah. So what can I do to verify this?
Dude, you could just look at the data from anything that's public about that facility.
Go look up Indian reservations in the United States.
I'm looking up Savannah public housing. What am I supposed to be looking at?
Wind River Reservation in Wyoming, United States. Look that up and tell me how that's working out. These people just take the money and go buy beer and drugs. They don't improve their lives, and they just sit around and just take the free money. They don't try to improve and move on. And it's the same thing that would happen if we gave reparations to people.
Hey, you know what? There's actually, so for example, you mentioned the Indian or Native American reservations. There's people who have left those who now have campaigns who go back and essentially save and rescue people who are there to get them out of it and get them to actually learn how to live on their own, be respectful to their own, work mode, actually do something rather than just be a continued victim.
Yeah. Being stuck in that welfare state after generation, they're born into it, and it's sad. But they're like born into that, and they're told by their grandparents that to hate the white man. The white man put us here, and it's like, no, they have their own jurisdiction, essentially. You can just pull yourself up from your bootstraps and you can get out of there. Start a business. Do something. But they don't. They just take the free money and they sit around and bitch.
And when you say start a business, you mean like attract people from the US like flies? Because that's the only place. Because then they have to play by the US rules.
Go dig a ditch.
And
go paint a fucking building.
For a business license in every city that you do business in.
Go lay some cable and improve people's latency with fiber optic cable or something. I don't know. You can go bury cable for fucking AT&T or Comcast. Like, illegals are doing that.
That requires yearly renewals on the business license. More hoops.
Okay, man. It's not. There's not that many hoops, dude. It's not. They can do that kind of stuff. They would actually get. I think they would have affirmative action if they said, "Oh, I'm an American Indian." You know, they might get like first try, or might get first dibs.
I don't know people in poverty who like legitimately want to be.
Hey, Mogi, brother, we understand, but we also understand that you're willing to talk about anything down to the brass tacks and actual verification and validation until it comes to proving the Earth is curved.
Bingo.
I'm sorry. It's just you're giving me random anecdotes.
Dude, what happened in Savannah isn't an anecdote, dude. The whole place went lost money.
You were giving us anecdotes about
Is a
fucking
public housing
latency.
project supposed to make money?
Well, if it's not profitable in any type of way, or at least sustainable, then it's costing money to other people who aren't benefiting from it, and the people who benefited from it are mistreating it, so they don't deserve it.
No, you do indirectly benefit from helping disadvantaged people.
Oh.
Yeah, so they would, if they have more opportunities to be contributing members to society, they would contribute to society, and then society would be better off.
I got opportunity for them. It's
Can you
called
guarantee
Why do the streets have litter? Should be zero litter on the streets, because they should be out 9 to 5 cleaning the city that they're benefiting from their housing from.
Well, it's like it's the economic version of like having sanitary practices in the Civil War, right? When they started washing the poop decks on the naval ships, that was the first time in history where more people died from combat than from things like gangrene. Right? So it's like,
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? This guy went off the
well, it's
fucking
just
rails.
like, well, it's just this is public health, right? Food.
Vlad, he's
giving
trying to
people food
talk
stamps
about
is
anything in
public
the
health,
world but proving the earth is curved.
right?
Well, obviously
Well,
no, but I mean, like,
I actually was doing that. You guys got tired of the discussion.
this guy defending bums on the street.
Wanna
That's
go back to that?
crazy.
Well, he did say that he's looking for work. Have you accepted food stamps before, Mogul?
No. Well, I guess when my mom,
Yes, you did.
when my mom was divorced,
Yes, you did.
She
It's
did
okay
not
if you have.
She did not have
It's
enough
okay.
money, and so we went to the food bank. So, not
That's fine,
personally,
that's
I
fine.
didn't apply for food stamps, but I went to the food bank with my single mom.
That's fine. And that's good. I'm glad she got you some food. But
Yeah, did we deserve it? What did I earn? What
No,
money did
you
I earn
deserved
for
it 'cause you were a
society
kid.
to get the
your
food
mom
bank?
was getting food for you, the kid.
Yeah, being a child is a different story, homie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
So
mind
school
people
lunch,
getting
you
food
support
to
school
kids.
lunches. So, are you worried about the SNAP benefits right now?
I don't support schools, period.
Yeah, I homeschool.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
since kids are
homeschooling all the
forced to
way.
go to school,
I'm
if
based.
they're forced to be there, they should
are
be
they
fed while
forced?
they're there, right?
Nobody's forced to be at school.
Well, it depends on what country. In
education
Canada, they'll
standards.
force you. In Canada, they're not
Education
going to come to your
standards.
house.
Canada
Well,
is the
I know.
51st state.
I wish it became the 51st state, but up until then, my friends, it's still a fucking country run by assholes, and I live here, so I'm just saying, please.
I'm sorry, dude.
Your apologies
U.S.
accepted. Don't worry,
education,
Come down
U.S.
to Wyoming.
education is mandatory.
bro. If Canada becomes the 51st state, out of all of the motherfuckers that live in Canada, will be probably the happiest person. I promise you that.
I bet you a lot of people would be happy in Canada.
Would you vote for me to be governor of your new state?
Buddy, AI, you'll probably be the president. I'll vote for you for presidency, my boy. Hey, listen.
Hey,
I can't wait. Hey, Flat Earth motherfucking dude is here, bro. It's been so long.
You guys are talking about food so much. You guys are making me hungry. Damn it.
What the fuck, man? How the fuck you doing, buddy?
Hey, first things first, Flat Earth dude, get your volume turned up a little, bro.
Yeah, you're low, man.
I'm low.
Say it with your chest.
Yeah, you're super low, bro.
Is that better?
A little bit, maybe. I don't know. Talk a little more.
Fuck, man. What's up?
No, bro. The problem is he's so hungry because he doesn't have food stamps.
Oh yeah,
my
true that.
God.
Is that like 30 million people that are gonna get off the stamps? Is that what's gonna happen?
I need to
Like
Yeah,
today?
and then your taxes are going to decrease on your paycheck too.
Well, I hope. I mean, not my paycheck. My paycheck taxes are gonna be fucking increasing. I don't know what you're talking about. It's Canada's just we're getting raped here, buddy. They're bending us over unwillingly and dry fucking us. Unwillingly.
How
Hey,
much is
listen,
it for
Plain and
like?
Truth? Plain and
Oh,
Truth
go
had
ahead.
the right answer that charity is supposed to be in community and church organizations, not in the government. It's the failure of the churches, right? But it also is the usurpation of the government to make people dependent on the state. So a lot of people just got to realize that sucking the teat of the government, where they can and can't take away whether you're going to eat or not, you just need to pull yourself up and realize that I'm not going to be dependent on the government anymore.
Right?
The
Why
people
is
who
it
want to be
different
dependent,
from-
too bad.
There you go.
Why,
Exactly.
like, if the expectation for the government is to provide, like, your well-being in society, like defense.
I don't expect
like,
government
No,
to do
that's
that.
not
to
the
that in terms of
expectation.
defense.
Who in the world, dude, common defense is something totally different. Holy crap.
But that's a
Comments
role
aren't
of the
fucking
government
real.
to provide in society, right? You're forced to participate in society, right? And I think as part of that, I think your well-being should be guaranteed with it.
Okay, right. So according to that, nobody should work. Because our well-being should be guaranteed by the government. Why should anyone work?
Well, then the society wouldn't. Our well-being would be affected by that if nobody worked.
All right, so then the government should take control and force everyone to work and tell them what jobs they should take based on aptitude tests and say, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. I don't care what you want, you're going to do that.
Well, we don't have to do that.
Sounds like communism to me.
We need
But
more workers.
what is it? Norway has a quota system, or what is it? Sweden or Norway have a quota system? I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not into quotas that much.
Dude, you're missing the whole point of why the economy went bad in the first place. Why we're in this place where men and women can't afford to take care of their own children because they were all hoodwinked.
That's because we cut taxes by like 90% in the Reagan era. We spend more money than we have.
With that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, well, that's true. But why do you have to do that? Because you're constantly trying to do more social programs and nonsense spending. And the only reason you have to do that is because the tribal family structure has been directly attacked. And men and women can't sustain their own progeny through a single income. Because they told women, if you go to work, you'll have double income. And they're too stupid to understand economics that if you double the supply, you have the price. So now a man and a woman both have to work, and that makes their kids suffer. And then they have to compete against each other in the political landscape, which causes further degradation of the tribal family structure. And if we just go back to that, all these problems will naturally solve themselves.
Well, I mean, we should be able, we should institute an environment that allows for that type of like social dynamic.
Here, I got one for you.
The whole point is that we would have the funds to do that if we didn't cut our income, like progressive income tax, by such a ridiculous amount. Things were working just fine before the 80s. Between like the 40s and 80s, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because they were living off the previous thing, right? Before the 70s and the 60s and all. Oh, the tribal family structure being where everybody was making their money.
Yeah, those were social programs. We had social programs, and then they cut them, and then we felt the effects of that.
How about we do this, Mo? Why don't we cut all funding to all these other countries, NATO, Israel, all that? What if we just cut all the funding and then fed all the poor people in our country? Would you be okay with that, Mogul? Just use the money from the wars.
I got it. Anyone who can prove the Earth is a globe, they get free food.
Yes.
There you go.
Why bother with the fake money when we have the literal food?
Let's be clear. You already said yourself that the real money is the people actually doing the work. Because if you have 700 bajillion, quadrillion, trillion, Google plexillion dollars and nobody's working, then you have zero. You have nothing.
They need
real
food to do
money.
that. Yeah.
Real money is actually the people. So what we need to have more money is more people. People need to start having babies again. That's the real social driver and the economic driver is families.
Yeah, they need medical care for that, yeah.
Right, and guess what would happen? If you increase the demand, and the supply will come because people want to make money off of it. Holy crap. This is like economics 101.
I feel like I'm in high school.
Yeah, but it's like, it doesn't matter how big the demand is. If you're malnourished, you're unable to produce as much.
Holy crap, dude.
Dude, you know how many babies they're having in Africa? And they don't even have fucking shoes? Like, they're just popping them out.
Is this your argument to say that malnourishment is not indicative of, like, brain power and success?
Yeah.
I think you're delusional.
Okay.
Said the communist. That's funny.
Listen, there's a listen. If you
communist.
guys don't know, go research this. It's called The Lost Decade. Happened
All
in
you want is social fucking programs. That's pure communism, buddy.
Dude,
serious,
Mogul, you're
bro.
just constantly complaining about everything, dude. Like, everything's against you. Like,
let's teach them. So
it's not
Mogi,
that bad in this country.
Called The Lost Decade. It's when they changed their social dynamics to where women weren't having kids and they were putting it off for a decade. Then that caused the replacement of the workers to be put off by a decade. Part of the reason is because they adopted Western sensibilities of quote-unquote women's rights, and it drastically attacked the tribal family structure, and there's repercussions still to this day. That's the same thing that happened in the West. Okay, and it's well known, and it's obvious that if you take your production offline for a decade, you're going to lose every generation. You're losing.
Yeah, Reagan did that. He gutted the VA.
Dude,
Pretty sure.
what did I?
Let me double check.
So Reagan decided to tell women to stop having babies and put it off for 10 years.
I mean,
Stop
so
making
the GI
families
Bill was
go out there, try
was
to-
the big baby boomer contributor, right?
Holy crap!
All the baby boomers come from the GI Bill, right?
Holy crap!
We'll,
Is that not the
get
case?
there, AI. We'll get there, bro. Hold on.
He's a glober, friends. Obviously, he's stupid. Come on, take it easy on him.
Mogul, chat GPT that question you just asked.
So the only thing I'm chat GPTing right now is whether Reagan cut VA benefits, and it seems to be $5 billion.
Oh, a Republican did something bad.
Reagan cut all kinds of shit. I was alive. I remember fucking all kinds of shit getting cut, man.
The cool tribal community stuff and the good benefits in society that you're referring to, I think largely came from the GI Bill. That's my understanding. After the 40s. And all of those social and all the heavy subsidization of social programs that supported the benefits in the GI Bill were cut by Reagan.
Yep. You're right.
So what Reagan did.
That's why we feel really bad now.
So you feel so bad that you're not making enough money that you can't support having babies because you don't have money in food stamps.
Well, I
Essentially.
can't afford medical care, basically.
Dude, farmers used to
If I could afford medical care, I'd be a lot more
babies out on
confident.
a farm with a fucking bucket and a towel. You don't need fucking hospitals.
Dude, I went to the hospital 2 weeks ago for a kidney stone.
Vaccine?
And my bill is $10,000.
Right.
Well, you're stupid.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that. You got that's called
for calling
called an
911
intervention.
and going to the hospital?
It's called apple cider vinegar, bro.
Well,
You
if I
should
knew
just
it was a
take care of
kidney
yourself.
stone, I would have taken it like a champ, but I didn't know what it was. I feel pain really bad. Call 911. That's the normal response, right?
Okay, so you called 911 and now you have a $10,000 bill.
That's
What
crazy.
do you want us to say? Do you want us to be like, poor you? What do you want us to
Well,
say?
what I'm saying is that like having a kid would be like enormously more expensive than the MRI, ultrasound, and Tylenol that I got.
Yeah, because these doctors they put you through interventions and they say, "Oh, you need this. Oh, you're going to need a C-section. Oh, your baby needs to stay in the NICU for a week because their sugar levels are off by one point." It's like those are all interventions to get you into debt. If you walked right out the door with your kid, what are they going to do? Stop you? Arrest you? Like if you walked out with your brand new baby, what are they going to do?
They're
If
going to
you
damage
stay
your
there-
credit score. They're going to fuck your credit.
No, I'm saying the longer you stay there and you stay in this expensive hospital, the more your bill racks up. But if you walked right out after your wife pops the baby out, what are they going to charge you for? Just for the operation of the giving birth? I didn't stay there.
I mean, all I'm saying is that it should be medically affordable to just exist.
What country has free healthcare?
Canada.
Most countries.
Canada.
Shit.
Canada does?
Yeah, man.
Most countries have free healthcare.
Canada's free healthcare.
Go there and check it out. Go check out how the free healthcare is, and let us know
Yeah,
how.
so once I finish my education, I'm all board. I'm on board, man. I'll get the fuck out.
No, what about
I'm gonna finish my
It took
degree.
me 5
and
years
I'll
to get a
fuck
family
out.
doctor,
I'll
friends,
go to
in
France.
Canada. Friends, let me
I'll
tell you,
go to
because I live in
France.
Canada. Listen,
You don't
Where's some
necessarily need a
friends?
family doctor.
Wait a
You could
second.
smoke that
What
yourself into a
education?
clinic, stick yourself into a
Yeah, then go to the
hospital.
emergency room. Yes, wait fucking hours in an emergency room. Yes, go ahead. A congested emergency room in fucking
I
Canada.
went
Go
on
ahead.
Labor Day in the middle of fucking Kitchener, Grand River or General
Oh,
Hospital.
in Kitchener. Go come to Toronto when there's fucking millions and millions of fucking people. This guy talking about Kitchener, fucking butt fuck nowhere. Get the fuck out of here.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's like one of the largest cities outside of the GTA.
Yeah, it's not. It's Kitchener's fucking nothing. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, well, whatever. You chose literally like the third largest city in North America.
I live here, stupid.
For the entirety of
I
Canada.
fucking live here, stupid. I'm telling you my experiences in Canada and the fucking medical system, how it's shit.
For you.
You're fucking retard, bro. I'm 40 years old. I've been in and out of these fucking hospitals. Let me tell you, it's not that great. I barely fucking go there, too.
Better than having no fucking hospital at
And
all.
how big was your bill? How big was your bill?
It's fucking taxpayers are paying my bill, buddy. It's huge.
So you didn't need to pay?
Yeah, it's all the taxpayers that are paying my fucking bill. Yes, and it's fucking huge.
Half his check is going to the government. But
yeah, and half my fucking check is going to the fucking government. So yeah, I've been raped fucking all my life to fucking have one fucking procedure done on me. Thank you.
Yeah. So you guys are missing it. You guys are missing it. He's the last flat earther. If you can convert him back to the globe, the flat earth is over. Just get it done already.
Let's do it. We got this. Is my mic better? Is my mic better?
He's the final boss. The final boss.
Fuck.
He's the final boss that that has medical bills and he's hungry and he needs a job.
I had my turn.
Hungry? He eats pizza for a living.
And we're not talking about me. We're talking about the other guy. What the fuck, Jamesy?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the Canadian. Poor guy. I feel bad. He lives there. So
yeah, I feel bad too. I live here. Fuck. I want to move to the States so badly.
Why don't you just get the fuck out of there, okay?
I am anchored to Canada for now. I can't leave. I'm sorry. My plans are in the future. Fuck off.
Hey,
Florida or Texas. That's where I want to go.
Don't go to Texas.
Don't go to Texas. Do not go to Texas.
Okay, fine, Florida.
Why go to Florida? Why not go to Texas?
I don't want to marry your cousin. She's Mexican.
No, he, not she.
Oh, no. Especially that. That's worse. The fuck out of here.
No, it's a he, she.
Even worse. It doesn't know what it wants.
Oh, my God.
You get to pick what you want.
Oh, crap.
Even worse.
Even worse.
Even worse.
All right, listen, that's
Wait,
not the topic.
can you get a free sex change in Canada?
Hey, I'm pretty sure Carney's gonna do it. I'm pretty sure Carney's gonna do it. That wouldn't surprise me, bro. That'd be some fucked up shit.
Is transsexual in here? Oh shit, we should have said that. Damn it.
We were talking about food and food stamps and
hold on. I'm just muting all of you so that I can speak uninterrupted. All right, listen. Any of that stuff isn't the topic, okay? And you guys are getting borderline into talking about things that are going to get censored. And then the channel here is going to have to suffer for it. So I have two options. Either you guys don't talk about it, or I eat you. Those are your options. It's that simple. So I'm going to unmute you guys. For the love of God, move on. All right, hold on. It's going to take me a second. Man, this is hard. Hard work. All right, so I go down here, then I click this.
All right, where's all the ballers at in here?
James just started it, just so you know.
I know you've heard this argument before, probably, but I'm curious what you have to say about the star rotation thing, where in some places it's spinning one way and in other places it's spinning the other. What do you say to that?
Has nothing to do with the ground we're standing on. There's a fan spinning on the ceiling. What does that have to do with the ground you're standing on?
We live on a fan.
Well, how does what we see in the sky work? How does that work?
The stars aren't spinning in the globe model. That's a flat Earth claim. We're the ones who say the stars are spinning. You need to rephrase your question correctly.
I'm just saying that's what I observe. Above the equator one way, below the equator the other way. I'm not even like assuming a shape of the Earth. I'm just asking what you think of it.
I think it's super interesting, but why couldn't it happen on a flat Earth?
Well, because if you're standing on a disk, it would only spin in one direction and wouldn't spin the other way.
Who said we're standing on a fucking disc?
Well, I'm saying if you are.
Who said we're standing on a fucking disc?
Well, I'm saying if it wouldn't work.
Well, we're not claiming we're standing on a fucking disc, are we?
Well, I was asked if the Earth was flat, why would that be a problem? That's what I was asked.
Imagine everything that he has in his head doesn't make any sense. So can you demonstrate it? Can you prove it? The strawman that he's building. Can you make it real for him?
Which am I building a straw man?
Yeah, that imaginary thing that you asking people.
Yeah, so let's say we have a clock, right?
In your head.
Let's say we have a clock and you're standing in the living room. Clock is on the ceiling. Whatever orientation you are in, that clock will be rotating clockwise.
And then what?
So if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't ever go counterclockwise.
Really? Why?
Because there's no orientation.
What is determining? Yeah, well, what is determining your spin up in the sky? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How are you fucking making up all this shit up and then making like a fucking image in your head? Like, that's the crazy part.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
And then you're trying to link all this shit. I don't know. You're making this shit up. I'm not making this shit up. That's why. And then you're gonna ask me to. The disc.
The way you're observing from the ground that you're standing on, the non-curving, no-motion ground, you're looking up above the ground, above your head. You're looking away from the ground, the non-curving, non-moving ground, and you're observing phenomena, movement of the sky, the luminaries, that observable phenomena. And you're describing what you see, and you're looking at it from a motionless, not curving ground. You get it?
It's that simple. See what Jemsy just described to you is exactly what we fucking experience. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's not what I was asking about.
No,
But that's what we
What you
experience.
were asking was it was moving a different direction, standing somewhere else on Earth, right? And you're saying that that's weird, right? It makes you think it's a ball, right?
Well, it makes me think it's not a disc. Yeah.
Who said it's a fucking disc? Why you keep fucking saying it's a disc?
A flat plane. Just say flat
Because
plane.
that's what a flat Earth model is roughly.
No, see exactly. Where are you fucking making this shit up? There ain't no fucking flat Earth model. Who the fuck is this guy?
So,
hey
if you're
buddy,
standing-
the strawman that you're building in your head, that's not what you're standing on.
Exactly.
Well, what geometry would we need in order to see that type of thing is the question.
The lack of geometry. I mean, you have a surface, right? Okay, we have a description of a surface. Flat, horizontal, right? This is an orientation, a horizontal. You have that, but you have a lack of shape because you cannot establish the shape of the whole of the universe. You cannot establish the whole of the shape of the earth. You don't have, nobody here has that. Nobody's making that claim. But you are building a shape in your head and trying to debunk that.
Yeah, because he sees the shapes and the stars
How
in the
would
sky
you?
go down.
So how
right?
would it work if we're looking in one place and we see light spin one way, and we're standing in another place and the light spin another way? How does that work?
It's like having it's like having multiple fans across a big fucking ceiling, and these fans are spinning in different. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? Has nothing to do with the ground.
He's asking about the two rotations of the sky, and like I told you, that's observable phenomena, and that's happening above the ground that you're standing on. Now, when you measure the ground, it's not curving. Whatever the sky is doing, that phenomena, you cannot dissect the mechanisms that causes the effect that you're observing. You're just looking at the effect. You're looking at the phenomena. But what causes that? I mean, you're gonna have to get on your knees and pray to God that He gives you the answers.
Yeah, we don't have an answer for what's going on in the sky. We just know they're the same stars.
You have no proposal for the rotation thing?
No, that's observable phenomena. You're asking for the mechanism. What is causing it? You're asking how can we scientifically establish what is the cause of that effect? But
well, not how we can establish it. What are you proposing for?
The phenomena of the sky, it's observable and it's moving across the sky. Like you said, you admitted yourself that the stars are moving. That's what we see. Everybody sees that. They're moving.
That's
from
not my question, though.
circles.
My question is how does that work? What do you propose?
How? You're asking like you think that we hold in a Swiss watch and we can dissect the Swiss watch. We can break it apart and reverse. You think we can break down the Swiss watch and tell you all the gears and how it works? But the sky, we lack the information. We cannot dissect the sky to be able to establish the cause of the effect. It's a wonder, an unknown.
Well, I think we know a lot. Well, I think it works because you have your orientation, right? So if you're right side up, it spins one way. If you're right side down, it spins the other way.
So you're saying that because you're standing on a spinning ball, that's the cause of the effect that you're observing.
Well, it means my orientation would be the other direction than how I'm standing. I'm not making any assumptions about what the shape of the Earth is specifically at this stage.
Okay, so you're
saying what my personal orientation with respect to the celestial observation seem to be. Because it's like we know what the stars look like. We know what their shapes are. They're pretty consistent.
Nope.
What do you mean, no?
Again, you're assuming an assumption. Are you talking about the shapes of the stars? Or are you talking about the balls of gas in space? Is that what you're saying?
No, like the constellation
I'm
of
saying
stars.
that Ursa Major looks like Ursa Major, and we can track Ursa Major.
Cool. Also, so is the consistency of all these stars being always the same, right? Doesn't that kind of like destroy the whole ever-expanding, spinning, fucking random universe?
I'm just asking about which way the
I'm just telling you, but I mean, like, no, but I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out something else that's completely fucking relevant, right, to what you're saying. Don't jump off of this. So why are all the constellations, right? If you're gonna go into the sky shit and all about the whole space shit, right? How come they tell us, right, that this fucking space thing is always expanding, spinning, random, all kinds of shit going everywhere, right? But yet we all have the fucking constellations and all the shit in the sky is always there like a fucking time clock for thousands of fucking years, always circling, keep doing the same fucking thing for thousands of years, recorded.
So I'm going to speak for myself. We were having arguments about not making straw men. I don't want to speak for other people. But as far as I'm understanding, like, we're wobbling, and it's not the same. Things are changing over time.
Jesus Christ. I'm talking specifically about all the fucking stars in the sky that were supposed to be fucking expanding, spreading away from each other, doing all this kind of crazy motion, right? But we still have Ursa Major still always the same size for fucking thousands of years. Aries, the constellation of Aries is always there, always will be there, and never change. So all these stars in the sky, they're fixed, never changing. But your fucking paradigm, your whole fucking whatever fucking worldview is that your universe is expanding, and it's been expanding from a fucking Big Bang. Make sense of that.
Well, it just seems like you're not measuring what we're measuring. Like
You're
you see the
measuring something.
wavelength,
Where show me
and
the measure?
wavelength
Oh
is
my
further.
fucking.
I mean, this
Hey,
has to do with Hubble's observations of
Oh
the Hubble
fuck.
telescope. We see deep space objects. So Ursa Major is much closer than something like a deep
Oh
space
Jesus
object.
Christ, friends.
Hey,
But I'm
speaking
pretty
of that
sure
deep
Ursa Major
space,
is also getting further apart, but it's like a much closer. It's
Friends.
like it's far less than something like a deep space object.
Irrelevant.
Like
Again, you're missing the fucking point I'm giving you about your stupid fucking expanding universe and how all our
that's not
fucking
part of my argument,
constellations.
really.
It's your whole fucking thing about your whole global thing, the whole space theory, expanding universe. The fuck are you talking about? That's your side.
Well,
Canada,
again, I'm here to
he's
speak
only
for
one layer
myself.
deep. He's
Really,
not
I'm
that
not.
deep
I'm not
yet.
here to defend other people's like. Sure.
Oh, you're not defending
I was
NASA.
talking about. I
You're
was
just
talking
defending
about.
NASA.
Hey, I'm standing in this place, and I see things spin one way, and I'm standing in another place, and I see things spin another way.
And we explained to you that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Who
Listen,
cares?
How is he saying that he's speaking for himself when he a minute ago said we are wobbling, right? We are wobbling. That's not speaking for yourself.
Speak for yourself. Yeah, speak for yourself. You're wobbling. I'm not wobbling. Fucker.
Well, when we look at
Good point.
What is it?
Oh, he's
Polaris?
winging again.
It's like the that center point that the Polaris is in is like spinning around. It's not like a perfect spinneroomies.
Yeah, well,
It's like if you ever spin a top, it's like, you know how it gets kind of unstable before it kind of falls.
I like that. I like that. The top. Yeah. The sky is doing. It's doing some type of spiral. Yeah.
A little wiggle going on.
Yeah, but that wobble is a constant. That's called the constellation, and it's always resetting like clockwork. It just like the sun. Listen, just like the sun, every day during the year, it rises and sets in cycles, and it resets every year. The same thing with the stars and the moon, the
The
radiance.
sun doesn't rise or set; it comes around. Just want to make sure.
It's like just like the spinning top. It's like it does rotate, right? It does wobble and come back to where it's like pre-wobble, but not quite the same place. It's like gradually becoming more and more unstable.
The sun is becoming more and more unstable. What?
No, the way that we like, if we look at Polaris and we see that the center point for where it's rotating on is like wobbling.
Yeah, it's not like perfect. Yeah, we know that. Yeah. Is that like proof?
All I'm talking about is like things I'm looking from my position, and I see things spin one way, I see spin another way, and I see a little wobbling. That's the only stuff I'm bringing to the table. You guys are talking about expanding shit.
Whenever you see Polaris
NASA
wobbling
and
like
whatnot,
that,
I'm not relying on any of that right now.
yeah, it's a little bit too deep for you. It's okay. But whenever you see Polaris like wobbling like that, does it make you think like, oh, it's not perfect. It's not intelligent design. It wasn't done by a creator. It was the Big Bang. Is that what you think? I'm just asking.
Do I want to apply? I don't apply the Texas sharpshooter fallacy on things.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
So you have a Texas sharp. So you have a guy in Texas. He's got like a barn or something, and he takes out a 6-shooter, shoots at the side of the barn, and then he takes some paint and draws perfect bullseyes on the holes in the barn. And he's like, "Hey man, look, I'm a perfect shot. I'm the best sharpshooter in Texas." Woo-ha.
Oh, okay.
Bro, you're fucking retarded.
You're like, "Hey, look at the universe. How perfect."
I realize it. That's
Woo-ha.
it.
Perfect score.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was asking you if you see the wobble of Polaris, because I guess you assume that we thought that it wasn't wobbling. What does that make you feel? Like
he thinks he's wobbling. He said that we are wobbling. So when he looks at Polaris and see this, when he looks at the stars and seeing them moving like that, he's thinking that observation is caused by the ground that he's standing on wobbling.
Oh, okay.
So he's on a spin. He said the spin top, right? He's on the spin top. That's what he did.
Yeah.
Which is complete nonsense.
You really think that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? Like, do you really think that's possible? And gravity's just holding us down? 1,000 miles an hour.
That's how the math.
He's a cherry picker. He's going to cherry pick whatever his point is. He's going to ignore everything else.
Why wouldn't that
For example, the expansion of the universe, right? So the expansion of the universe that fucks up his whole fucking thing. He's like, oh, I ignore that.
Like this is all gish galloping, and I'm pretty sure it's against the rules.
No, you're gish galloping, my boy.
I'm laser focused on the thing that I was observing, and I'm asking for like.
And we're giving you fucking examples of why your observation is shit, and where you have to look, and you're fucking gish galloping somewhere else. Oh, I forgot. No, you're stupid. You don't understand the points. That's what it is. You're just fucking too retarded. It's okay. Most you Globers are. Especially the ones that cry about food stamps.
Just so I can understand what you were saying. You were saying how dumb the idea of like universe expansion is.
Right? 100% stupid, yeah?
Yeah. What does that have to do with me like standing on the ground and looking in the sky?
Observing the sky?
Spin one way.
Observing the sky, right? Yeah. You standing on the ground and watching the fucking sky. Because that sky should have been fucking different 1,000 years ago, stupid.
I like how he said that. He's actually saying what we're saying.
He's retarded. He doesn't understand it. He's fucking retarded, this guy.
If you look at Tycho Brahe's measurements, I think our measurements are very different than Tycho Brahe's.
What the fuck's that?
That's just
Those are the measurements of the sky from 1,000 years ago. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's only 500 years ago. Like, when was Tycho Brahe?
Yeah, okay, so yeah, all the constellations and the fucking pyramids and all, they all fucking been drawn for thousands of fucking years, right? They all knew that these constellations are up there in the sky. They're all represented through every fucking culture. All the zodiacs been represented through the fucking cultures, thousands of fucking years. You're gonna tell me it's different now, right? Because some fucking anecdotal shit that you fucking read somewhere one fucking time, and you assume that it's right. Go fucking learn Chat GPT. Like, see, this is what AI is gonna bring, is these fucking idiots, right? All they do is read dumb shit and they assume it's right.
About what? About are you saying they don't spin the other way, the stars in the sky? If you stand in a different spot?
When? Show me. Let's see it. Let's see your example, baby. Let's see that example. I see your personal example that you fucking did. You went up into the north and then you went down to the south and you did all that shit and we recorded it. I want to see your fucking face and everything. Not some anecdotal shit that you pulled up somebody else did.
Here, do it this way. Imagine you're standing.
I don't have stuff.
Right, you don't have anything. You don't have anything. Trust me.
I don't have any. I don't have any footage from South America to pull up right now for you.
You have nothing. I promise you. Go cry about food stamps, bro.
Here, how about this?
Why does it have to be things that specifically only I did?
Jesus Christ! Weren't you just once saying I only do I thing? The whole Gemsy, am I fucking retarded here or something? Did he just fucking say that? And now he's like, why do I have to do it? When first he's fucking really specific about me being me, and now he's like, why do I have to fucking do it? Gemsy, am I going fucking crazy?
In this case, you want me to provide to you like photo evidence of stuff, like me going on a journey or something?
I just want you to actually, instead of talking shit, listen. I'm telling you what, all your examples are fucking anecdotes from fucking some other shit, and you just believed it without verification, and that's what I'm trying to fucking point out here.
You
are dumb.
The stars spin.
Buddy, I'm telling you, you are saying something, right? Show me.
Okay, maybe you could pull up a live stream of like Argentina or something.
Yeah, you can pull up live streams of like people standing on in different countries at the same time. and it's spinning different directions. So what?
Like, you really want to contest that?
So what? I'm not contesting that.
Well,
Nobody's
I was asking
contesting.
about like
So
how that
what?
works. I was asking how does that work?
What are you telling me?
Let me tell you. I'll tell you. So let's just hypothetically, let's just follow me down this path. Imagine standing on a analog clock face. Okay, let's just imagine you're on a imaginary Earth that's flat, and it's just a big analog clock face. Okay, I'm standing on number 6, the bottom of the clock face, and you're standing on 12 at the top, and the sky above us is spinning clockwise. To my point of view, standing on 6, facing towards the center of the clock, right? I'm looking up and it's turning clockwise. If you're on 12 looking down towards me at 6, it wouldn't be spinning clockwise to you. It would be spinning the other way.
Well,
and the same thing could happen.
Are you when you say down, are you referring to the clock you're standing on or the sky you're looking at?
No, like okay, imagine we're on a big imaginary clock, analog clock face, right? Like it's just a regular basic clock face, right? And there's numbers going around, right? And we're on the edges. I'm on the edge, standing on top of the number 6 at 6 o'clock, right? And you're standing on 12, and you're looking.
And we're both looking up, right?
We're both looking up, right? And the sky is turning to me, standing at number 6, looking towards you at number 12. So I'd be looking across the clock face towards you. If I looked up, the sky to me is turning clockwise. But if you are standing at 12 o'clock looking across the clock face towards me at 6 o'clock, and you look up at the sky, it's turning counterclockwise to you.
No, that doesn't work.
What?
No, you could do this. You could put a clock on your ceiling, and you could stand at one end of the room and the other end of the room, and then both observations, the thing's going clockwise.
Yeah, so I'm trying to make you imagine that with me right now. I'm doing an experiment. So that's what I believe you would see in real life if you believed you're on a ball and you were in Australia and I was in Iceland, and we were looking at the sky at the same time, and we're like, "Oh, I'm not seeing that star. Yeah, you can see it. Oh, I can't see it over here, and it's spinning this way. Oh, it's spinning that way for you. Oh, wow." That's
easier than that. You can be on the floor of your room, and there's 2 fans. You know these fans that you can click a switch and it will spin counterclockwise or clockwise. Depending on the switch. So you have 2 fans. One is spinning clockwise, the other is spinning counterclockwise, or whatever. If you observing the sky doing this rotation from different locations, that doesn't mean the floor that you're standing on is spinning or doing any curvature, dude. The fans can be spinning, and the sky can be spinning. That doesn't determine that you're standing on a spinning ball, dude. Come on. It's
So you
really not that
you
complicated.
think there's a double swirl in the sky?
Yeah, one is called Celestial North, and the stars are going around that center of rotation, and the other one is Celestial South, the stars that are going around that rotation, and that's the observation that is
And for
done.
some reason, we cannot view both at the same time.
Because
Oh, you can.
because you're too far away.
No, I think you can. I think people have done that before.
Yeah, there is some observations that say that you can see it. I haven't seen it myself, but
No, I think you need the perfect conditions, right? You need like clear skies, right? And then you'll be able to see both poles.
and those are celestial poles, not poles on the ground.
So it's like a flat plane with 2 fucking swirlies on top. One on one end, one on the other.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's too hard to imagine. Oh, it's too hard to imagine to have a flat plane with shit spinning in this top on the ceiling. It's too hard to imagine. Fucking moron.
I didn't say that. I just said I've never heard of this.
Check this out.
So we know that apparent optical effects can cause things that are moving in one direction to move in another direction visually versus their actual motion. We know for a fact that you can get apparent counter rotations visually from something that's rotating in the opposite direction. And we also know that something that's supposed to be a ball must have curvature, right? So since we know that the sky is intangible and inaccessible to us, and it can at least be an optical phenomenon, however, we do also know that forms must be what they are. They can't be one thing and then a different thing. That would violate their identity. So if the Earth is a ball, it must be curved, right? That's a contingent necessity for a ball. So you just measure the surface. It measures flat, therefore it's not a ball. Therefore your interpretation about the optical information from the sky saying that it must be a ball in order for this to happen would also be false. Simple.
Simple.
Well, I'm not standing behind the it must be a ball part, but if you're mentioning that there's optical phenomena that can invert the stars we're looking at, these aren't the same stars we're looking at.
Right.
So
No, I'm just saying that I know for a fact that I can demonstrate counter rotations using only optical means. So the physical object is rotating one way, and it passes through certain optical phases, and then it ends up being a counter rotation. Same with directionality. So I know that's true.
Well, what you're referring to is a real image, right? Like through a lens or something?
What I'm referring to is the end result that the person sees is not what actually is physically occurring in the directions that they think it's moving, right? So those things are things that are known that can happen. So I don't need to make a one-for-one model and make assumptions about the geometry of the sky versus the geometry of the Earth. If the Earth is tangible and measurable, no, I don't have to be consistent. You see, that's the problem. Is the sky and the Earth is the Earth. If the Earth measures what it is, then it is what it is. What the sky is doing is irrelevant.
Well,
hard is that to fucking understand?
I'm asking about the sky, though.
Right, so let me give you the right answer. Here's the right answer. I don't know why the sky is doing what it's doing. However, I do know that it doesn't tell me what the Earth is.
Well, certain aspects surely wouldn't work.
I'll tell you what, when you go to the star field and look back through it to validate the Earth's position relative to the locations of the stars in free space, you let me know. And then if I do the same, I'll let you know. Until then, neither of us know.
Yeah, but it's like, surely we're not like putting on the table that there's a star food shape to the planet.
No, what we're putting on the table is that the sky and the Earth are two different things. So Globers claim that the sky informs the shape of the Earth. Flat Earthers say the sky is what the sky is and the Earth is what it is, and whatever the Earth measures is what it is, regardless of the sky.
Yeah, can you register that into your head? We've been trying to tell you this fucking for an hour or two now. Can it finally register?
It's just, it seems
it doesn't register. See, friends, it doesn't register.
It just seems like you would have to accommodate.
Not registering. Not registering. Not registering.
That you see?
Accommodate.
Let me have some of your
back understand. Nobody's ever been to a star, right? Never. Yeah,
but we see light. We can see how light works.
Have you ever zoomed into one of the stars with like an amateur telescope?
I've gone to like some observatories.
I mean, it looks like a light that's in the bottom. That's like in a bowl of water. That's what it looks like.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Well, that's what I've seen with amateur telescopes. I don't own like a NASA telescope.
You've never zoomed in on, say, Jupiter, for example, and seen the moons of Jupiter, the Galilean moons.
I'm not talking about the moons or planets. I'm talking about a star.
A telescope up in the sky, dude. I'm asking you what you see. I'm telling you what I see. You're saying that you don't see the same thing.
Yeah, but you both talked about two different things. One's talking about a star, and one's talking about a named quote-unquote planet.
Yeah, but I think they're both relevant for our observation.
Mm-hmm. What are we saying about the stars? That they look like what? They're in some kind of bowl or something, with jumping different coloured lights.
No, it looks like a light at the bottom of a bowl of water. Like it looks like there's like ripples of water across it. Yeah, but whenever I look at Saturn or Saturn's moons or Jupiter or the moon, it doesn't look like that. So if we're on the topic of the sky, what do you all say about that?
Stars as well. I don't see what you see. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
The only reason I'm saying this and bringing it up is because sometimes within Flat Earth you get observations of the sky and they see stars that are kind of you're describing, right? Like at the bottom of a bowl, different jumping kind of light. It's like some kind of light show. Yeah. Just trying to point out that's not really what we see. My telescopes don't show that. I used to do a lot of amateur astronomy when I was a teenager with my uncle and looked at many things, Saturn, for example, and other stars, and I've never seen the things that are shown on YouTube.
What does it look like to you whenever you looked at like random stars?
Just a bright point of light.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, so check this out for your benefit. You can actually get that star, quote unquote, under a bowl of water, quote unquote, effect by zooming in and unfocusing onto a street lamp that's on the Earth, right? And between you and it is not a bowl of water. So the effect sometimes is caused by not being focused properly. But still, we end up with the same thing. Like you say it looks like this, somebody else says it looks like that. One thing's for sure is neither of you know where it actually is in three-dimensional space relative to the Earth to say it is or isn't moving above the surface in a particular way. Right? Can we at least agree on that?
I agree.
By moving above the surface, by moving above the surface in a particular way, I don't mean how you see it move, but how it actually is moving. You're one step divorced from that, at least. Because obviously we see them move. We could describe that motion.
I'd say no, given an anchor point. I don't agree.
You don't agree?
Yeah, I don't agree.
Okay, so then you know where a star actually is in three-dimensional free space relative to where you see it from your observer's location on the Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Go ahead, give us one.
Yeah, so we do it the same way we like triangulate something. So let's say the LIGO, the Laser Interference Gravity Wave Observatory, right? So a supernova happens. There is a gravity wave ripple. Gets picked up by 4 different stations on the planet. I think that's enough.
Gravity wave ripple?
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you know it was a gravity wave? How do you know it was a gravity wave and not the main sum interference?
Well, so what we have is we account for interference quite a bit. We have all sorts of dampeners, but so we have these laser interferometers, and then we measure. We see that there's a spike.
How close was their results to when their funding was threatened to getting pulled? How close?
I think this is without respect.
I want to know. Listen, I have certain things that I want to know. And so my question is, how close was their results to when they were threatened for their funding being pulled?
So the observatories are held by multiple entities.
I don't take results seriously when I know that they're on the chopping block for having their funding pulled. So if I know that that's not an issue, then I can have a little more faith in the results.
I mean, we observe supernovas like multiple times over decades.
Circular reasoning now. We observe supernovas, we measure them, therefore we observe them, therefore we measure them. I mean, come on, bro.
Who said that you observe?
We sense a hubba bubba.
Funding, all of a sudden they get some results from deep space, which nobody can really truly validate. Some readouts on a piece of paper and some little electrical boopity bloops that may or may not be electrical interference, but you say they do a math to defeat it. They get their money for the next year. Yeah, it works great for me, bro.
Well, I've been to the sites. I've looked at these interferometers, and we see that there is we can see ripples. We can definitely tell the difference between like, hey, there was an earthquake. we see a difference in the wavelength from the laser
Okay, cool.
to extreme accuracy, like 10 to the minus 22nd or something like that. And so when we see phenomena in deep space like a supernova, we see big events in these interferometers in every one of these sites, these laser interference gravity wave observatories.
Oh, cool. Why? So
like you don't have to believe that they're gravity waves. The reason they're called gravity wave observatories is just because that's the experiment that they were trying to test for. But the point is that we have these laser things.
Right. So when a supernova goes off, the eminentron
we notice that there's
interferes with the laser.
Well, what happens is that
perfect.
Well, it's actually the order of operations is a little different. We see that there's a ripple, right? And then we look into the sky, and we're like, "Whoa, there is a big thing happening over there." And because we've triangulated it, we know which way to look. And then we look in the sky, we're like, "Whoa, that actually happened. That's a thing."
Really? All right. So then you'd have no problem providing a source of that stage of events, right?
Let's take a look at maybe some of these readings.
Go ahead and pull up your Bible. Do you not see how you sound like this sounds like a religion to all of us?
Not all of us. It sounds perfectly normal to me.
Oh, shut up, Matthew. You're part of him. You're not us.
Okay.
You're not us, Matthew. You're not fucking us, Matthew. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll leave. Goodbye.
No.
Bye.
Oh man. Why'd you make Matt leave?
Because he said it was us. He's not fucking us. Get the fuck out of here.
Didn't have to swear him 20 times.
He's just fucking. What kind of crazy shit he fucking says? It's insane.
Dude.
I don't want to be in an echo chamber. I want to talk to people. I want to have discussions. Damn. Fucking Canada.
Yeah, Matthew's actually good for exposing some of the poor thinking for the Globers. Like I could have used Matthew as a foil to expose Mr. Gravity Wave Boy here.
Get him back.
Oh, see, in order for that
paper about them filtering signal.
What? What'd you say, Al?
Irrelevant. Move on.
Okay. What was Matt's last name? See if I can try to DM, send a direct message or something.
His name is Matthew Learns. That's his moniker.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so we have at least like 86 of these events. These like high gravity wave events.
No. High.
And that basically means it's a high interference. It's basically a high difference in the laser interference that we're looking at. That isn't accounted for by like.
Well, why assume it's a gravity wave? Why not just call it a interference wave?
Because nothing else accounts for it.
Well, yeah, I know. Nothing else accounts for getting your funding. Yeah, I understand.
Well, here's the thing. We see an effect, and we call the effect gravity. And
it's a good name for it. Yeah.
This seems to match the effect, and so that's why we call it gravity.
That's a good nickname for this effect that matches whatever you were saying, but it's a theory.
Dude, what do you want me to read this whole article for you? Pull out your citations for you? Is that what you want me to do?
Well, these are tactics in practice, and then the latest one has to do with.
No, I don't care about data. Look, I want an actual quote unquote measurement from the 4 sites the reason why they think it's oriented in this direction, and then them looking at that direction, having gotten that information in the first hand, and after the fact they know where it's happening, and then correctly effectuate pointing at it. That would at least be something from your point that you're trying to make.
I mean, I've looked at these readings before, but I'm gonna have to go and dig for them again.
You got to consider too that if you're getting 4 different sites, I imagine you're saying they're all different places in the world, right? They would have an orientational attitude relative to each other, right? Then they would have an orientation of the structure that they're getting the reception on, and then they'd use some kind of angles, right? From there to say, okay, the amplitude is coming from this direction at site 1, this direction from site 2, this direction from site 3, this direction from site 4, and they intersect at a point in free space, 2.5 light years away, or some nonsense.
I think we're going too deep into the sky again. Let's get back to Earth here.
Well, no, these are Earth measurements, though. These are measurements of lasers on Earth.
Oh, okay. So
of the Earth.
Can they measure?
Were we using lasers to measure the Earth here? Or I thought it was things in the sky from the Earth.
Well, we see ripples, so we see an interference in the lasers on Earth. And then those high event
is that
ripples
measuring the Earth though, or the waves coming from the sky?
They correspond to these events in the sky.
Yeah, obviously you have to measure from where you're at, your point on in this universe, which is on Earth. But you're talking about measuring a supernova in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Like that's gay. Like we want to talk about how everything's flat and we can't
it's
find any
extremely homosexual, yes.
It's just I just got confused. I thought you said that the lasers are measuring the Earth when clearly we're measuring things from the sky.
Well, his point is, if I can tell you where a star is in physical free space relative to the Earth, then from that information I can tell you what the shape of the Earth is. That's what he's trying to get to.
Well, that doesn't follow, though.
Well, let's see if it can.
All right, so this is for one of the events. Release data from 2023.
Why can't I just go to NASA or these other space agencies and just plug into their private network and just do whatever I want to do? Like, why can't I do that?
What the heck is private network?
Why can't I go to X?
Because
and just say, hey, let me see a supernova, let me see a black hole, let me observe the universe, and let me just do it myself.
Well, you can ask nicely. Actually, you can send in an application. I'm not even sure you need university credentials, but there's Caltech has open applications. You can ask for their observatory in Palomar, I want to say.
Well,
it doesn't
outside
matter.
of LA, they have a space observatory, and you could just say, "Hey, I think there's going to be an event in this location. Look in that location on this date, please." And then you can file an application for it.
The truth, it's all compartmentalized. The people that know are only ones that are going to know.
Exactly.
As for this one, it's the data is published in batches for the laser interference. There's not you don't really orient it anyway. It's like a fixed.
I'm not talking about the lasers. I'm talking about what Blunder was saying about NASA, dude.
Well,
the lasers, the supernovas is way over my head. I don't know.
I think for most of the telescopes, you can go through the same process. It's very similar to what Caltech has.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you can do that. You can go to that. It's like not in the way that you're saying, but you can basically say, "Hey, I'm expecting this. Could you carve out a time block for me to see these observations, please?" And usually they'll do it.
Yeah, because they all want us to get to their truth, which is we're living on a ball. There's nowhere else to explore. Just shut up. Go get a job. We need more workers, not thinkers.
What?
Of course, they're going to give you all the information you need to prove their point.
What do you mean? There's nowhere to explore? Is that
How is it? How is it preventing you from like thinking and learning when you're allowed to go and use the telescope? Like what?
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
That was
I don't care to go look at the sky.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I don't have a rocket ship to go, like, oh, I'm going to go look at the sky and I'm going to get on my rocket ship and I'm going to go fly up there one day. I'm never going to do that.
But that's not a point.
I'd like.
Yeah, while you guys are talking
Don't you
about that, don't forget that homie's supposed to be
Don't
giving
you
us
want
the
humanity to be able to do stuff like that?
intersect at the point of the event from the alleged LIGO 4
Humanity
point.
wants to go do that. Go for it. Yeah.
Did you see Katy
So-
Perry and them go in the orbital pod?
They went into outer space. Yeah.
Did
The one where
anybody
she held
see
the
that?
daisy up.
Yeah, how awesome was that?
I mean, I must be really stupid. I just must be. I must be. That's
Why?
fine. That's fine.
Do you think Sydney Sweeney's boobs would float in space?
Dude, she's so hot.
Yeah.
She's been all over the internet.
Well, her boobs have been at least.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the paper about the gravity detectors and their observing runs.
Oh, like her.
So you can determine how far away, you can triangulate how far away the stars are. And how they're expanding. The universe is growing. Right?
Yeah.
All right. That's
You
cool.
can. Well, in this case, you would be observing the direction. So this would be your orientation, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So with this, we're able to triangulate an event, right? And then I would add redshifting to how far away. So we would use light spectroscopy accounting for redshifting to see how far it is.
And it's like really precise. You said like to the 22nd decibel or something, right?
Well, that would be the laser measurement specifically.
Yeah. I wonder if they can use that same, very precise laser to find the curve in the ocean.
Yeah, actually apply it to a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. Oh, then all of a sudden you can't trust lasers anymore for some weird reason.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up about lasers. Since you know so much about lasers, can you help us use lasers on Earth and do that?
Well, I guess
Or
to
maybe
kind of
send an
like
article?
wrap up the previous comment, it's just like I massively disagree that we can't triangulate 3D location for things that we see in the sky.
Hey, well, dude,
We
all
have-
you've done so
we
far is
have
just
the
repeat
tools.
the claim that you can. And then you posted
Well,
some,
I posted.
references
So the
about
last thing I posted to you is a paper that has the math.
Sorry. Okay, that's great. Pull it out from the paper
How accurate is it?
and demonstrate it.
Yeah, it has.
What's the
has
percent error?
Arrival time, declination, sky areas. It's like the whole thing. It's all in
That's good. That's great.
It's a 47-page paper.
Yeah,
That's
let
awesome.
me guess. Let me guess. You claim to have read it, but then you can't tell us where it is in the paper.
Well, in this case, it's talking about methodology, right?
Who cares, dude? I asked you for something specific, and you haven't given it to me yet. Well, if I wanted to go research this for myself,
Yeah, just
I
because
would've
you're
just
not
done it.
interested in investigating how we use all our tools doesn't mean that it's not a thing.
No, dude, I'm interested in you backing up your claim. That's what I'm interested in. Yourself.
Well,
I mean, that's what you're here
so
for.
here
right?
are my sources.
Oh,
It's
dude,
okay,
for
dude.
all
I
I
wouldn't want to
know,
read
they're
it either.
general sources that you just pulled off Google and have never read and don't understand, and you're just repeating the claim.
No, these sources are from the observatory, the Laser Interference Gravity
So
Observatory.
what, dude? You, for all I know, you're just posting them, assuming that what you claim is in them.
So
Yeah, so you're just saying because you haven't looked and because I've decided not to go
because you're not
into all the
motivating me
minutia
to go
in the
to you
47-page paper full of really extended nerd shit, and it's like because we can't have a consensus on things like observation.
You haven't provided anything, dude.
Well, this one I am reading right now because I just
yeah, we
took
know
a
you're
random
reading
event.
Found it. We know.
What do you mean?
What
You
exactly-
provided all the sources in the side chat.
What are you asking about?
I'm providing all the data, right? If you want to say that I'm full of shit, you're welcome to look into this and then tell me how I'm full of shit.
No.
Look, dude, we don't think you're full of shit. Okay, we just want you to take what your findings, your research, and like apply it to what's on the ground, what's here, what's tangible to us. Like if you could use those lasers light years away, like you could do it 8 miles across the ocean and find a curve.
He's trying to contest what AOS said earlier, that you can't triangulate positions of the stars. I don't think he's going to get to the Earth as a sphere. He's countering what AOS said earlier.
All right, well, that's between you and AI then.
Well, it's like I observe gravity. Gravity is predictable.
What do you mean by gravity?
So gravity is a relationship between massive objects.
That's nice. What's the phenomenon?
You observe a relationship between massive objects? That's cool.
Yes.
Is it a good relationship or a bad relationship? Or sometimes they naughty to each other?
When you say relationship, do you mean phenomena?
It's an attraction.
Yeah, he means phenomena.
Something happening. You see this thing happening, and that's gravity.
Yeah. It would be the specific
it's what everybody else believes.
The effect of the phenomena would be the relationship, I suppose.
Okay.
The
So what
effect
is
of the
that?
phenomena. Holy.
What's the phenomena then?
So let's say you take a pen,
barometer,
you release it. You hold it out with your outstretched hand, and you release it. Right. The relationship between the pen and the earth.
Okay. Does that happen to all states of matter, though?
They fall at the same rate.
Yeah, it seems to be the case.
Like solids, liquids, and gases. When they're released, they all go down.
Boom, boom.
Again, all things have this relationship. All massive things have the relationships at their respective distances. So
when you say massive,
you
what do you mean by that?
have to accommodate things.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get to the phenomena that's happening. You've pointed out dropping a pen. I've asked you if this happens to all states of matter. When the state of matter released, does it always go down?
Well, you'd have to think about the things that you're trying to have the relationships
all physical
with,
states
right?
of matter.
So when we're talking about like a gas, right? It would be the particles in the gas. Each particle would have a relationship with each other particle.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So a relationship.
Right? So,
what do you mean?
I think roughly speaking, yes. I'll just say that. I'll say yes.
No, I'm asking what the relationship is between gases. It's a very ambiguous term at the moment, like relationship. What do you mean between gases specifically now?
We noticed that if there's a distance and there's nothing in the way, right, between two massive objects, we see them accelerate towards each other.
No, we see gas expanding away from each other due to the physical collisions. Gas has the power of indefinite expansion, right? Naturally, when gas is produced, let's say at the bottom of the ocean in a methane vent, it goes up in a bubble through the water, then disperses into the space above. So when you say all states of matter go down, that's not true. Gas expands to fill space, and when it's produced, it goes up naturally.
Well, That would be the gas competing with the water for their
Competing with
relationship.
water, yeah, the gas is produced,
Yeah.
it's moving through the water and then dispersing upwards. So in nature, gas here is going up. You're saying all things go down. That's not what we observe
Well,
with all states of matter.
there are other relationships.
Okay, at the
than
moment you
gravity.
said there was a relationship between gases. I pointed out that gas expands due to the physical collisions.
Yeah, but you're right. Do you say that lower elevations gas is like denser than at higher elevations? Would you agree to that?
Yeah, you have gas pressure gradients.
Yeah.
Right. So that means gas falling down.
No, it doesn't mean gas falling down. What are you talking about? Doesn't mean gas
not?
falling down, dude.
Do clouds fall?
You can create.
Seems like
let me
they
help.
fall
Let me
down.
help. Let me help. All right. How can you create? Do you think a gradiated pressure environment with inside a container? What variable do you manipulate?
What?
If you want to create a gas pressure gradient with inside a container, what variable can you manipulate?
The pressure.
The temperature. If you have a long container and you have higher temperature at one end, due to the temperature,
Density?
there's going to be
Maybe density?
Well, that is. I mean, I'm giving you the answer, but you're talking through me whilst I'm giving you the answer. That's weird.
No, continue. I want to know this. So temperature changes the what?
So temperature changes the amount of energy within the gas molecules. Higher the temperature, the higher the excitement, the more random collisions, the higher the pressure. Compared to the other end of the container, which has a lower temperature, lower amount of collisions between the gas particles because of the lower amount of energy due to temperature. So you can create gas pressure gradients with inside containers just due to temperature.
There's another relationship. Right? It's an additional relationship.
Okay, so being as you can vary and manipulate temperature to cause a gas pressure gradient with inside a container, can you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to cause the phenomena that you see?
Well, we can't accommodate only the relationship that you have with gas in order to explain how the moon goes around the Earth.
Not talking about the moon at the moment. We're addressing your claim that all things go down. I'm trying to point out to you a state of matter known as gas.
I'm discussing the relationship of gravity, and the moon is relevant to the relationship of gravity.
No, this is you trying to take a giant sidestep, even though it sounds relative because it's got the word gravity in, away from your claim about all things go down. Now, if you're going to do this, I'm going to walk away from the conversation.
That's your thing. That's your thing, though.
I'm just telling you I'm walking away from the conversation because you're not being honest. You can speak to someone else.
I mean, you're insisting on the all things go down phrase. That's your coined term.
You said that.
I brought up the example of a pen.
Yeah, exactly. And I asked you, do all states of matter do this? Trying to elaborate, shine more of a light on your claim to hopefully breach some kind of understanding about maybe a state of matter you've forgotten about. I don't know, but why you started talking about the moon, I don't know. So I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You could talk to someone else.
Yeah, it's just there are relationships, right? And there are many of them, right? Not just gravity, right? There's like electrodynamic relationships that happen at different distances. There's the gas pressure stuff that you're talking about. I'm just talking about that there's this one about gravity.
How does I'm not a scientist or an expert or anything, but I'm just wondering, how do certain types of energy and heat radiate in space? How does that work?
Wait, how does heat radiate in space?
Yeah. Like,
I mean, photons can transmit energy. And photons are
good question.
Behave in a way that other things don't, so they can travel through vacuums pretty well.
I mean, how? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How? Not what the definition is. How does the mechanics of how does it work?
It works in the way that they do. It's hard to say, man.
I mean, it's hard to say
the way they do.
That's why it's very hard to say.
In a vacuum?
I mean, the sun gives off heat. So it's working somehow.
How do we
It's got a
go from
relationship with something.
There's a relationship of sun and heat.
How did the astronauts, when they went to the moon, how did they run that AC whenever they were in sunlight, and how did they run the heater when they were in the shade? Like it was like 250 degrees in the sunlight and negative 250 degrees in the shade. Damn, talk about like, I mean, did their ACs work very well back then? Did their heaters work very well? I mean, did the heater run off of car batteries? Like, do you ever think about that?
I mean, usually aerogel takes care of most of this.
Oh, they had aerogel?
Yeah. Insulation, buddy.
How did they insulate from the radiation from the Van Allen belts?
I want some aerogel in my house ASAP. That'd be cool.
Yeah, right.
They use shielding.
The shielding.
It looks like you scared Jedi away, man.
Yeah, you could use like electroconductive shielding.
You scared Jedi away. Oh my goodness. You must be a totally competent person who's intelligent and is logical. I get it.
Yeah. Cheers to
that
you,
may
Monkey.
be.
Good job, buddy.
But it doesn't substantiate your claims. You can very well be very coherent and very cerebral. That's not what we're arguing here. We're arguing who has been duped and who has not been by other people's scientific journals and journaling and mandering and everything else.
Who's been duped? Who's been duped? I love that term. Who's been duped? I love it.
Well, I mean,
I've been duped.
I mean, if the default conclusion is conspiracy, it's a lot harder to reach the truth.
Oh my God, we're conspiracy theorists. Are we anti-Semitist too?
What's that mean?
Well, then being duped sounds like exactly what exactly that type of mindset.
I love that term, being duped.
If that's the beginning of your conversation, then it's on the wrong foot already.
well, look, what I'm saying is that even in there are scientists that agree that the universe and space makes no cosmic sound as well. So you're trying to explain stuff to people how.
So they agree on horse shit. Well done.
Yeah. So how is the sound traveling through the cosmos of supernovas and black holes make a sound? Now, I'm confused because you're telling me all these things like there's a hole in all of your theories, and just to make me look really stupid and everyone else, especially insult people who've had very hard lives for much, less, I guess, than to deal with, and now there's you're adding this kind of insult to injury on top of it. So it's like,
I'm no victim.
No, I'm not saying I'm a victim. I'm just saying you people are, there's bad things that are happening to people.
Sounds like it.
Who are you referring to?
No, what I'm saying is what you see is that, in my opinion, is that they're just mocking people, and there's a lot of bad things going on in the earth. And then
Who's mocking who?
Well, that's just how I see it. Like I said, I feel like that they're just mocking people and, using the advantage that they have to just to lie.
They're manipulating us. They're brainwashing us. Yeah.
So
they, as in the Men in Black.
This is like there's a genocide going on meme.
We're conspiracy theorists now, so we're going to talk like it.
I'm trying to focus on this practical stuff. That
Flat Earth is a conspiracy.
Yeah, what are the answers? That's what I'm asking you.
I know.
But it seems like people like you and those other people, it's just an insult. It's just
You and those other people. You and those other people.
You know what I mean?
Where am I insulting people?
No, because you're just believing.
You're just
believing the narrative.
You're
That's all it
believing.
is.
You're a
Yeah,
believer.
you're not doing any experiments.
You believe.
So because he
I
questioned
mean, I'm
you,
offering experiments. I do experiment. I've done an experiment on gravity.
Okay.
Yeah, the
You've done an
difference between me and a
experiment
flat
on
earther is
gravity.
my beliefs are justified and yours aren't.
Yeah, it's
I've
one
measured gravity.
You've done experiments on gravity. Did you prove what the causational mechanism was? Or did you just go and drop something and go, oh shit, it went down. Look at me.
Did I reasonably
Science
demonstrate the phenomenon of gravity? Yep.
No, you didn't.
Matrix,
Any
please don't
Muppet that can let something go. Any Muppet that can let something go can go, oh, look, gravity. Congratulations. Look at you. You're a scientist.
Go look.
So, what was your causational mechanism?
And also, scientists. will
So
tell you
causational mechanism would have to entail you doing an analysis and specifically
So what was
extrapolating
your
some
science
sort of
experiment?
conclusion out of it. In this
What was your
case,
science experiment?
Okay,
He dropped
so
a
I
pen.
have two perpendicular plates, right? And then there's a direct current going across them. A direct, like an E field. You know what that is?
So you're not playing with gravity.
Yeah.
Great. Awesome.
I'm describing the experiment.
Electromagnetics. It sounds like electromagnetics.
Yeah.
Why do you ask questions you're not interested in the answers to?
Well, we know gravity's bullshit, so we're just entertaining ourselves.
Nobody cares if Earth is flat or round, nigger.
Oh my god.
Oh, man. Mongo. We got a Mongo in the Mongo.
I just I don't know. How insincere to ask something like that. I've done
Explain
some
how
hard
gravity
work.
doesn't affect the x direction.
And then you're not
in the
interested.
right-handed
Cool.
graph. Explain how gravity has no effect on x variables.
We got a Mongo in here.
Oh god.
Planar x. How does that work? How does that work?
I was measuring the acceleration of gravity.
Has no effect.
So you
no effect.
drop
on the x
something and then time how fast it goes down. Well done. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh my
How does that make sense?
Well,
That's what your
if I said G is like 9.8
Yeah, negative
meters per
9.8
second,
meters per second. Per second. Yeah.
you would tell me how the fuck do you know that, right? You'd ask me,
You
how do you
measured
know
something.
that? Have you done it yourself?
So
Have you
that
been there yourself?
9.8 meters
Do
per
you
second
trust-
squared.
do you trust
that
the people-
Shut up. That 9.8 meters per second squared is in the medium of air. Go and do it in water and see if you get the same
Yeah,
result.
how dare you say it's 9.8 if you haven't been there yourself? You're just mopping up the textbooks that the people are just giving to you. I'm telling you that.
What do you mean, how dare I? This is the bullshit that we've been force-fed, mate.
Significant digits, Mo.
We don't care that things fall at that
That's the
specific
whole,
rate
that's the whole
in air.
narrative of being duped that I'm hearing, right? I've done this stuff.
No, hang on. Hey. Shut up. You've gone and tested something. You've gone, hey, look, it falls down. I can time what speed it falls down. Congratulations. You haven't proven anything. All you've done is gone, hey, look, it goes down at this speed. What are you going to get out of that? A high five and here's a biscuit? Maybe a cuddle? What are you after?
We say cookies here, bro.
Can I get a mango?
I'm after hopefully.
So
a
what was your
good-faith
science
discussion.
experiment? So what was your experiment?
So you're not interested. You aren't suddenly now interested?
Well, all you've done is time something falling. So what was your experiment? Let's have the breakdown of it. Dependent, independent variable. What was your naturally observed observation to start off
explain
with?
to me the Pythagorean.
I'm not really interested in engaging in like an aggressive asshole who just shoots me down as soon as I start explaining it.
So now you're a coward. You're going to play the victim card and fuck off then. Good call.
No, you're just a dick.
No, man. He's
the
asking
final
you.
boss.
Wait, he's asking you for the scientific method in which gravity was proven. That's all he's asking. He's not being a dick, man. He's just saying, hey, man, what
This
was
is the way he talks. He's from Australia. It's okay.
This is observed phenomenon. We, measured this. We measured this downward vector. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but he's not being a dick, man. He's just pointing out the facts that in a observation of science, you have to have an observation first, and then you figure it out from there, bro. You gotta.
And I was describing an experiment, and somebody was being rudely interrupting while I was describing it.
All right, your experiment is that you drop something, and then what?
Okay, so the experiment is me observing the acceleration of droplets.
Far out,
oil.
man. Far out.
Because oil droplets are small enough for us to look at through a small camera compared to like water or something because of the surface tension.
Far out.
In addition to that, the water droplets are charged. And so we put it through a funnel of perpendicular plates and alternated the current to make sure that we have the horizontal forces accounted for. So we know that this is a vertical drag of acceleration. Then what we did is we had a backlight and a ruler to measure its downward acceleration.
Mogi, can I just get in here quickly? That's all well and good. Okay, all that stuff that you pointed out, it sounds like what they assist in is basically upping the accuracy of your measurement as to how fast something would accelerate down, right? Getting pinpoint precision or something. Okay, that sounds great. The issue here in question is if you're going to be performing a scientific experiment, technically you would be trying to discover or attribute a cause for why the thing is going down in the first place. Not necessarily quantifying the speed that it goes down or the acceleration that it goes down at. Right? There's like these two different things that we're attributing the same word for, and thus people are speaking past each other. Right?
I don't know if it's quite an accurate question to ask why. That's not what the scientific method does. It deals with how. It deals with how and if there's a relation or not, if there's a relationship or not.
Well, you're right. How would be a better question, right? In the same fashion as how do I get water to boil, right? Oh, I apply heat to it. So there's like a causal mechanism to that. That's what Matrix was trying to point out to you. The how, not the how much necessarily, right? Like there's a distinction between a how, like an actual, quote, to use your term, relationship between this phenomena and this other phenomena, or this quantity and this phenomena, or whatnot, right? And then measuring the change or the effect that has on it. In this case, all you've done is measure the change without trying to attribute a cause to it. So there's no independent variable that you've manipulated to draw potential cause to. That's why you see the difference. All you've done basically here is akin to taking a ruler to a piece of paper and trying to measure the length of it.
Well, you rule out independent variables like electrical charge. In this case, I ruled out electrical charge.
Okay, cool. Okay, but you didn't find the actual cause yet. You just basically said, okay, well, whatever the cause is, it's not this other thing. Well, that's fine. You can. That would, assuming your thing was done correctly. I didn't see it or whatever, but it would seem to me that at best, what you did ruled out a particular cause. It didn't narrow down to one.
Well, the thing is that if we have that relation established, observably so, right? We see these things accelerate. We see these things of different masses have different weights on the scale, right? And then we're able to measure the distance from like the Earth to the Moon, and we can see the size that the Moon is in terms of.
How was that done?
Lengths, right?
You just claim stacking. How is the distance to the Moon measured?
There's a mirror on the Moon, and you shoot a laser at it.
What a load of horse shit!
You can see it.
Those laser things were shot at the Moon allegedly before.
You don't even need the mirror.
Landings
to be
were even
honest.
done. The only thing you can do is take angular sizes
but
of
we
it.
have one now.
That's it.
There's a mirror on the
Here's a
moon.
photo of it. Show us a
Yeah,
photo
there's
of
a
it.
mirror on the moon.
With all these telescopes and that, surely someone would have went click. There it is.
Yeah.
It's pretty small.
Oh. It's so small.
Yeah, it's small.
Well, to be fair, that a laser's fine.
There's apparently 6 operational retroreflectors on the moon.
Oh, did you just Google it?
Yeah, it's on Wikipedia right here.
I doubt. Well, hold on.
Must be false.
Why don't we see them, Moji? Why doesn't the sun reflect?
It must be true. He Googled
No,
it.
it must be false because he
Gotta
Googled
be
it.
true.
Right?
It's got to be true.
Oh, yeah. I had it wrong.
I would be able to see those mirrors from Earth. Moji.
Yep.
Okay. Come on now. You're just choosing it. That's why I said what I said before. It's a mockery. And the people love it. You love it. I don't know
Love
why.
it, baby. Love it.
Like
Hey,
life
crazy
here they are.
is
Here's
we've
the
all been
pictures
there,
of the
Moji.
mirrors on the moon.
All flat earthers have been where you're at right now, Moji. We all have been there.
Hey,
It's
all
crazy.
globe earthers. Hey, guess what? All globe earthers have been there too, bro. I was a glober. I was. Long
Wait,
time
you're
ago.
you're not a Glober?
No,
Glober, but I don't know what do you call it.
I'm a baller.
Here's
Bro.
a close-up photo of the thing.
Oh my God, we got proof. Let's close the server down. We're done.
Oh, we're done. It's out.
We're done. Let's close it.
But I'm not even sure you need it, to be honest. I think you can show a light and get a feedback on the moon if it's powerful.
Oh my God, that
without
thing looks
a mirror.
huge. Wait. It's the size of a Nike tennis shoe. What? That's it?
And how are you hitting that? Something that's 2 foot
I don't know. I don't know if
with
that's a
fucking
good
laser?
argument.
I want you to think about
we
it.
have a lot of
Allegedly,
faith
we're. Hey, Mogi, I want you to use your head for a second. What speed is the Earth allegedly spinning at?
I know the answer. I know.
24 hours a day.
Hold on. He's Googling it. Hold on.
24 hours a
He's
day.
googling it. I know. So you've got a
24
laser,
hours
and you're going to
a
try and
day.
hit that.
That's all he knew. He didn't know.
360 degrees per day.
The Earth is round.
Wait, degrees? Wait.
Do you know why there's 24 hours in a day, Moji? Please tell me.
The Earth is round.
Please tell me, man.
The Earth is round.
I feel like we're getting off track, to be honest.
Yeah, you're getting off track, man. You're way off track, dude.
I was trying to demonstrate gravity.
You're talking about the fucking
but
moon.
we're talking about
bro.
other shit now.
You're so far off track. You're in outer
Terminal
space, bro.
velocity?
That's how far.
Well, you want to tell me I'm delusional, but I'm trying to explain how we know the things we know.
How do we know?
Talking about other
It's just
things.
called terminal speed limits, Moji. Limits.
Right, so
That's it. That's it. Just like the Earth is limited, Moji. Come on.
Yeah,
I'm sure
Emoji.
I'm sure there's a number of other ways that we can measure it, but I'm just saying this is one way
I'm
we could
sure
do
there
it.
is.
But Moji, hang on.
So
I want to clarify something, dude. Okay, like I said before, the thing in question here is not necessarily how precise of a measurement like that you want to achieve, right? You can round it up or down or whatever to 9.8 or 9.81 or whatnot. Okay, people have been approaching that number, whatever it is, ever since since Newton or something like that, when they started, looking into all this. That's fine. The problem is what is making this thing or this phenomena happen. And that's why I think people are jumping on you when you use the term experiment. In a scientific sense, you're not actually really attributing the term properly. Right?
well, I
You
thought
don't
the
have
whole issue of
independent
contention was
variables.
denying the happening, though.
No, of course not, dude.
No.
Right? We
I
all
know.
draw
I happen to recognize a lot of flat earthers who don't think
No.
that the Earth is a ball of mass.
But of course, yeah, no shit. But that's not what we're talking about. In this instance, we're talking about the phenomena that we all witness of when we take something that seems to be dense, we drop it, in front of us, it falls down. Great. The issue is when you take that thing and you put it in a different medium, it also it moves upwards, perhaps. Sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up. So there's, so it's not. You follow? Like we recognize that.
No, I don't. I don't follow because the observations seem to be consistent with Newton.
That something falls down.
Wait.
No, that the moon and the Earth have this relationship between each other.
Okay, well that would have to be proven. All right, number one. The whole point is, dude. Okay,
well, I was working on that, but you keep shutting me down.
No, dude, you're not working on shit. All you're doing is finding what you presented so far. All you've been doing is refining your measurement.
Well, Brenda, I was laying the case to then connect the dots. I just never get to connect the dots.
Because you can't connect the dots yourself. That's why.
No, you just don't let me. And I'm just, I've become discouraged when I keep getting interrupted.
I'll tell you something interesting about the photos that you've put up there. Check it out. And everyone will probably think about this now. With your photos that you've chucked up there, it goes from, hey, full size of the moon, where it's just markers on there to say, hey, look, this is where these reflectors are. And then we've got another shot. You still can't see the reflectors. And then you're sitting on top of the thing. Where is the 3/4 length shot? Something that shows a little bit of the background. Is there one of those there, or is it just this ultra close up?
Here's
See, notice, and the reason I ask that is because at the moment, none of those images actually prove anything. I've got a real close up, and it doesn't show any context of where it is.
It's really not important.
How do I know there's not a studio behind it with cameras and lights and shit? And then we've got this other one, which is all blurry and stuff, and it's just got 2 times enlargement, TV camera, little West, LRR and PSE, and little arrows pointing to nothingness on there. And then you've got a full-size shot of the moon.
So, are you telling me you can't use light to tell the difference between objects?
Are you telling me you can't answer the fucking question?
Let's let Brenda talk now.
Well, it just sounds like that's what you're getting at. Go ahead, Brenda, if you want.
No, let's not do that.
Why not? She seems nice.
Didn't hear enough, dude.
Anyway, before we get out of hand here, I hope nobody's confused and thinks that he provided an image of the reflector from the Earth. And I hope nobody's confused that they think there actually is an optic powerful enough on the Earth that could image something on the moon if it was the claimed distance away that they said it is. No such optic exists, okay? So, for the love of God, stop saying that if the things were on the moon, we could see them from the Earth with a powerful telescope. That's nonsense. That's Unless, of course, and hold on real quick.
All right.
Unless, of course, if you could see them with the optics we do possess, that would mean the moon would be closer. Make sense?
Yeah. Why don't they turn the Hubble telescope around and take a fucking picture of the Earth? Or the fucking moon. Zoom into that shit and take a picture of your fucking reflectors. Why don't they ever do that?
Dude, the Hubble isn't even powerful enough.
So apparently this was done with the Apache Point Observatory.
But look how fake
using
that picture
3.5 meter telescope.
Look at how fake. Look at it.
So this is that observatory's website. If you want to go look at the equipment.
Wait, so it seems to me we got at least two different things going on at the same time. We have this gravity experiment thing, and then we have telescope stuff about what's going on in the sky. Are we moving on from one of them?
May I connect the dots?
On one of them? Oh, is there a connection between them? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to use that as my basis for estimating the size of the moon.
What, gravity or telescopes?
So the telescopes, by looking at the moon, we can tell how far the moon is. What? Then we can use our understanding of the size of the Earth and the size of the moon, and then use Newton's equations. And then we can do that for other bodies of things in the sky as well, like Jupiter and their moons. And it works.
So you're assuming that these have already been measured in the first place?
Yes.
Right, just
Are you talking
making
about
sure.
quadratic equations? Because that's a laughing stock, but okay.
Right. We can't use math to get the distance of stuff in
No,
the sky?
I don't. No, because
Well, that's calculated distances, not measured. So it's only as good as the data put in. So if the numbers going
So
in
you would
are
see a
incorrect,
thing
the
in the
numbers
sky,
that come
you
out
would
are
have-
incorrect. Did you understand that bit?
So are you saying light measurements are incorrect?
Oh, I didn't say that at all. I said it's only as good as the data going in. If the data going in is incorrect, then what comes out can only be incorrect.
It's just like, it seems like every step of the way you're trying to tell me, they're trying to have me deny using light.
I'm not having you
as,
deny anything.
Information
All I'm
for
saying
how
is,
far stuff is.
I made it quite simply. Again, if the data going into your equations or formula is incorrect, then what comes out must be incorrect.
It's like, I'm only appealing to
So,
the same principle
where did you get
as
your
like
measurements
a
from in the first
laser,
place?
a laser, like if you use a laser to tell like how big a room is, I'm using the same principles here. Do
So
you
you're
deny
using
that?
a laser to tell how big a room is. So those lasers go how far that do measurements?
He likes lasers now.
Yeah, so do we
It's
actually.
going like,
Some of them are pretty
here's,
big.
well, let's say 15, 30 feet.
a room is a triangle.
15, 30 feet. And how
And
far
it
is
goes
the
over
moon
there and back.
allegedly?
Far further.
A lot further, yeah. So you're not doing one of those lasers that measures rooms. Awesome.
Yeah, but it's still the same idea. It's still the same principle. It's just a bigger toy.
And you
Why
have
would it
one?
be different?
Well, it actually is.
Oh, yeah, my taxes pay for one, yeah.
Awesome.
Wait, you spent your money
Yeah, it's
on
really
a fucking
fucking awesome.
laser,
It's cool
and
as
you
shit.
have no
right?
job.
What?
You spent your money on a laser, and you said you were looking for a job.
Well, the money that I earned, yeah, I spent it on government services.
Why don't you sell that laser and go feed the homeless?
Again, we burn a third of our crops. We have the food.
Why don't we teach homeless people how to grow crops? Sorry, I'm getting off subject.
Yeah, we should teach them for free how to do that. Yeah, I agree.
Anyways, lasers.
Yep. And so by looking at the moon, we could see the size of the moon in arc length. We can see the distance in laser. And then we can get a rough size of it. And we do the same for these other objects in space as well. And it's consistent. And so we have this relationship gravity that works.
Okay,
You can
so-
say it's the principle behind it isn't gravity. And I'm okay with that. But still the phenomenon, the thing GMM over R squared, is more or less consistent. So we call it gravity. It seems to work.
So what you've got is just a formula. So you've got nothing physical. It's just a formula for things
Well,
going
it's
down at a
supported by
specific speed.
observation.
That things go down at a specific speed. You still can't tell me what the causational mechanism is.
Well, again, that's such a crude misrepresentation.
No, that's pretty straightforward. It's a formula that describes things going down at a very specific rate, at a speed. Let things go. They drop, maybe bounce if you're lucky. What is the causational mechanism?
And we don't need the force between two bodies. We don't. That's not what we're trying to get at here. And also, you said a lot of other.
Like, exactly specifically, I couldn't tell you, but I know I see it happening. I see it happening, and math seems to be involved with it. Experimentally so. And when we model it, it works perfectly.
Okay, so theta times pi is arc length, if I remember correctly. So what's the arc of the moon? How do we get that? How do you input the data?
So you would have the laser length, and then you would have the size of the moon.
I'm just
You have
asking.
to do it
Do
from
you
the
know what it
center.
is? Yeah. Do you know? Do you know what that is? From Earth to the moon. What's the arc
From this
length?
Apache Point observatory, I'd have to look it up.
I mean, okay.
So I don't have that off the top of my head. I'm working off principles. I
Gravity's
understand.
real. Let's just say gravity's real on flat Earth and on the globe. Now what?
Well, it seems to be that all the things out in space vastly prefer the energy efficient position of sphere.
Okay.
So if it was going to be flat, it would be enormously more energy expensive.
Okay, so it's a sphere
More
now
claims
because.
to stack on.
All right, so let's just keep going here. So it's a sphere because of gravity. All right, how do we see the curve? If we wanted to physically see it, I want to see it so badly.
You can see the moon.
I don't insist on a curve or anything like that. It's not my insistence.
Okay, I know, but I'm just asking, like, if you wanted to go see it and do an experiment, like, what would you do to see it?
Well, let's say
Like, I want to go look at it. How would I go look at it?
You'd want to get yourself something really, really straight, just so you could tell the difference between that and a curve.
Okay. Like what? Like
Then,
water?
What?
Like water, maybe?
No.
Like a really flat surface of water? No?
No.
Okay, then
Probably another laser, dude. Probably another laser.
What about, like, the salt flats? Do you see the curve there, maybe?
Yeah, I'm talking about measuring equipment here.
Oh wait, hang on. Sorry, Dib. Are you saying that we can use a laser to measure, the deviation between, a laser and transit and the surface and see if they're actually diverging or not?
No, I'm saying to use a laser to have something straight to measure curvature against.
Yeah. So basically, what I just said, just with different words.
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm glad
That's
you
a yes.
Fuck me.
No.
I'm glad you said that.
I'm talking about I'm talking about let's say you have a camera, right? You're looking at something and you want something to be like flat to see if there's curvature.
Yeah.
So on the side you could just have a laser. I'd say it's pretty straight.
So if we had a laser that shot 40 miles, just throwing a random number out there, could we set that up and treat that like a tangent to a curve? Or tangent
it would just be in your field of view just to have something straight to see if it's curved.
No, it's straight. Would we be able to set it up at the ground? So set it up at the ground 1 foot and treat it like a tangent to a curve. If Earth is supposed to be a ball and we shot a laser 40 miles away along, that would be a tangent to a curve. Yes? No? Don't know?
I'd say yes.
I think we'd have issues at that distance. I'm not proposing this at all. Right, just I'm entertaining the new experiment idea. And I think we'd have problems just because of the difference in atmosphere.
You keep saying,
right?
you keep saying that you're not talking about this and you haven't done this experiment, but this is like the one experiment that you can do to shut us all the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you could find the curve and be like, look, here it is. This is how you find it. This is how you do the experiment. We would all shut up and we would remove ourselves from this server. So wouldn't that be like...
Well, I mean, it's not my claim. It's not my claim. So I'm not going to be like sitting here defending positions I don't hold, like, specifically.
Can I poke in here? How do you explain the moon?
Oh God, don't
being a sphere if we're flat. Like, how does that compute?
Wait, Moji, what were you saying is not your position? I missed the specifics.
I'm not specific, like this stuff about like curvature.
But if you may not be using the word. The thing is, dude, you may not be saying the word curvature in your arguments and stuff, but that's kind of implied. Right, you're arguing that we live on a sphere. why the characteristics of a sphere.
If you want to do all that shit, you can do all your own implications, but that's not.
Hey, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, homie? You provided an article, supposedly backing your claim about getting the three-dimensional free space location of a star relative to the Earth. According to you, in that article, right, is the proof of how they got it. In that article, they're using a spheroidal assumption. So in order for you to present that as proof of the location of the star, you have to accept that assumption. Holy crap.
Well, we're triangulating, so we don't necessarily need the spheroidal assumption, but we do need to triangulate. And the spherical coordinates are the most useful to use.
Okay, whatever. So you're assuming that you can triangulate, and then based on the 4 locations, you're then saying a spheroidal assumption of the ground, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, it'd be 2 different locations. There'd be 2 different locations, right? Because the orientation of the receivers would be at a different orientation to each other if they were on a flat plane versus a curved surface. So which one do you think they're on in order to get your?
I don't think it would work with a flat orientation.
Okay, so then you provided it as proof of a coordinated effort of where a star is. So are you retracting that?
I mean, that's all you, man. If you want to take those conclusions to that degree, you're welcome to. That's not
okay. So then, by implication, what you just did is retract that this proves where the star is located. Thank you for playing.
Wait, why does that prove it? Like, we know in
because you said it'd be at a different location. No, you said it'd be in a different location if it was a flat Earth versus a globe Earth. But you said you know where the location is, but then you're denying that you're saying it's a globe Earth. What don't you get about that?
Well, it's just flat Earth orientation for the measurements of those observatories wouldn't make sense.
Okay.
All I have is the observatories
you
and their
said
measurements.
You know where the star is. That means that you're saying it is a globe.
No, that's not the conclusion I was making. I was saying because we have at least 3 of their measurements, we know which direction to look at in reference to one of them, at least. In reference to one of the observatories. We know which way to look, 3-dimensionally speaking. I'm not saying anything about curvature. Okay. Or with regards to the laser interference gravity wave observatories, what the shape of the globe is specifically, using those observatories.
Okay, so then you only know a general direction.
24/7 flat Earth at the top.
Well, we know a specific direction of them. We know which way to look for the supernovas.
Is this supernova chat? Am I in the wrong chat? Where am I at?
All this time, this guy still didn't give us anything, friends. You're wasting time with him. Unless you're doing it for the show. Then I can do the show too.
I think it's just kind of strange how you're running away from talking about flat Earth versus flat Earth, or flat Earth versus the globe. Like, you're like, oh, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not arguing.
Why would you ask me to make commitments that like I'm not holding specifically? I'm not going to insist that
you're not.
Like, here's me. I've measured the curvature. I know exactly what it is. I don't.
But you literally can. You could go outside and do it yourself. You don't have to.
What degree of precision?
To
what precision?
He wants the government to do it for him. Friend, this guy wants the government to do it for him.
It's just like if we did this, the margin of error would be at a level where it wouldn't work one way or the other. So it wouldn't be helpful.
You're assuming that there's going to be too much errors.
Too much. The degree of precision with how you're measuring this would be far. Wouldn't tell me one way or the other.
So the Earth is just like it's too big to like measure the curve.
Not with what you're proposing.
I know. I believe in you, Moji. I know you could figure it out. But you just
Moji, how do you know? What instruments do we need to get what degree of precision? Sounds like you're quite knowledgeable about this.
I think it's more like what instruments do we have and what degree of precision do they have is the first question we should be asking.
You affirm that if any one of us were to go do that, it would be imprecise. It would not, it wouldn't be sufficient. How do you even know that? Like you must have some
there's the alleged size of the Earth.
Okay.
And then the viewpoint that we would theoretically
Okay.
have. That's how
Okay. Well, how much does the alleged curve drop over how much of a distance? Do you even know that?
Very little. Yeah. 3 inches per mile seems to be roughly.
8 inches per mile squared, right?
God, tabarnak. Dude, come on. 3 inches?
He knows the distance to the supernova, bro.
Radius.
I have it in the right number of significant figures, which I think is good enough for us in this case.
Okay, so over 10 miles, how much should it drop away?
8 inches times 10.
A couple feet? Is that right?
Come on. Damn, like, bro.
8 inches times 10.
No.
All right.
Slow.
It's all a waste of time.
All right, 8 inches times 10 would be 80 inches. That's several feet, right?
No, dude. No, so you don't even know, dude. Okay, the formula using the parabolic approximation is 8 inches per mile squared, 8x squared, okay? So you have to square the distance and then multiply by 8, okay? Finally, thank you. We got past that. Now do the calculation. How much? Yeah,
Right, is that 160 then? 160-ish?
Do the math, okay? Over 10 miles, do the math.
Yeah, so isn't that 160-ish?
10 squared? No, 10 squared, it's 100. Times 8, that's 800 inches.
Okay.
Okay? Over 20 miles.
That's 9 feet. Like almost. What's that? Hold on, let me see.
That's like 66 feet or something.
66 feet.
I was gonna say 90.
So if you're a foot off the ground,
Yeah, so 1,600 inches, right?
For 20 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that in feet?
And divide by 12. So Graham estimate about 100 feet.
100 feet, okay. And you mean to claim that would not be measurable to a sufficient accuracy with the instruments that we have?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Why?
Because of where you're standing.
Okay, so if I shot a laser out 20 miles away, technically at the receiving end, that laser should be zipping over, the observer at that end's head. What was that, 100 something feet up in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Right?
Like, help me picture this. Like, okay, so let's say we're standing on a perfect sphere, and then we're shooting a laser.
Like a green laser.
At the horizon.
Visible. Yeah, visible laser.
Then we ascend? Is that what you're trying to say we're ascending?
No. No. You shoot the laser out, like you level the laser at the, at the source, right? It goes out, over the distance, let's say 10 miles across the alleged surface, right? And if it's diverging, depending on the distance, there will be a distance between a certain distance between the height of the observer at the end, at the receiving end, and where the laser is above their head, right? There should be a non-linear relationship between the two, right? The curve is curving away. If you use a parabolic approximation, okay, it's for easy math, right? It's quadratic, right? It's non-linear.
Right? So you have somebody on the receiving end of a laser at some bit further. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay.
That's the idea, yeah.
Yeah, just imagine yourself standing on one end of a lake.
So you mean, let's say over a body of water, right? Okay. So you mean to say that this would not be a sufficient setup, a sufficient thing to test, for whatever reason?
I mean, I feel like it would be a bit better for us to just say how far can you see, and then ascend an elevation, and then how far can you see now, and then that would shape it a little better, wouldn't it?
No.
What if you just looked and you saw you saw somebody, like you're 6 feet tall and you're looking across 20 feet of water or 20 miles of water with a high zoom camera, and you see another guy that's 6 feet and you can see his head and you can see his feet. Where's the curve? He'd be blocked by the curve.
Yeah, probably. I guess that would make sense if there was a curve.
What I was trying to get at, Moji, is if what we were just describing has already been done, would you at all be interested in taking a look at what people have thrown together?
And it's happening right now. It's happening right now.
You can go buy this camera for $1,000.
Yeah. It never hurts to take a gander.
Okay. Shall we get links and post it in the chat? We have like a whole section in our server on this very topic.
Of course, you have to pretend refraction doesn't exist for it to work at all, but sure.
No, we can account for it.
So what's the second medium?
The second medium?
Yeah, for that person that just squawked refraction, what's the second medium that this refraction's happening in?
You could literally
Isn't it the bending of light or wave as it passes from one medium to another? So I'd like to know what medium 2 is.
Holy shit, dude, I'm trying to answer your question. You could literally see it happening at an airport because there's like really
literally see it. So you're talking about miraging effects.
Yes.
So not refraction. Refraction is very specifically defined, and so are miraging effects. Towering, looming, sinking. So you're saying that this won't happen because of miraging effects, and we're not accounting for those?
It won't happen because of refraction. Refraction happens as light goes through the atmosphere. In order to demonstrate
the second medium?
There doesn't need to be a second medium. It could be a pressure.
You mean the gradient?
So you're not talking about very defined refraction, as in under Snell's law.
There's gas gradient refraction, though.
Yeah, great. So if I get myself a laser and I shoot the thing 1 foot from the ground, let's go to a lake. Shoot it from one side of the lake to the other. The lake's 20 miles wide. You're going to squawk refraction and say refraction's what's bending the laser around the curve. That's what you're going to claim.
Why not?
Yeah, I think so.
So that means you've got to prove the curve in the first place in order to claim your refraction of this thing getting bent around a curve.
That's why I'm saying it seems a little easier for us to just see how much we can see at this elevation and then go up in elevation.
Dude, if you really went out and did this in real life,
yeah,
you would shit your pants.
There you go, Moji. Just posted 3 links in the chat. Let me know if they're, if you're liking it or not.
Take some time to kind of view it and stuff. What is this?
I'm expecting you to magically see them all in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I would highly recommend.
It's the water dump.
I would highly recommend that you look at the last one first. It's very elaborate. They go into all these details. The other ones they're more observations. The other one's more like like an analysis, if you will, like an in-depth analysis. But as you wish.
Welcome to the club, Moji. See you on the other side.
All right. I mean, hold on. Can I ask you this, Moji? How does the sun never refract or the clouds around it when it sets? Or why does it never do that ever?
But it does that all the time. What are you talking about?
When? When does it do that? Because I've looked into that.
What, when you're looking at the sky and it's like all the pastel colors? What?
No, I'm talking about the image of the clouds, not the colors of them, Moji. Come on.
When this...
I mean, it's clear.
Because the clouds are way closer than the sun.
To the Earth, are you saying?
Have y'all seen pictures of like the sun rays coming through the clouds at different angles? And it's 93 million miles away, but triangulate those light rays.
Take that statement about the angles that the sun rays make passing through clouds, then the sun would have to be like, what, 100 kilometers away from the Earth at most?
Like 3,000 miles away or something like that, yeah.
No, it's 93 million miles away.
Right, yeah.
But if you think that this isn't just some optical effect, then it would have to lead you to believe that the sun is extremely close to Earth, like improbably so.
It is.
No, 93 million is really far.
Dude, you could literally see it go behind the moon in a fucking eclipse.
And the temperature changes so quickly, like during the day.
So maybe the moon is really close too.
Like, think about how rapid the temperature drops, changes in like deserts and stuff like that. It's like, it has to be, it has to be close. Has to be.
Yeah, it has to be.
What do you mean?
Think about the temperature, how quickly it can just get
Why would it take any longer just because it's further away?
Huh?
Why would it take longer to heat up the Earth if it's further away? The thing that's heating you up is the light. So when the sun's out, the light's there. That's why you're being heated.
When the sun's... No, I'm talking about throughout the day.
Look, the sun... Like, I used to live in Texas, and the sun is hot. But I moved to Wyoming, and you higher elevations, and the sun feels more intense. Because you're closer to it by thousands of feet.
Oh, that explains why it's really hot on top of Mount Everest. Oh, wait, that's not how it fucking works, you idiot. God damn it.
Well, you've just shot your own claim in the foot there,
higher in elevation.
Now you're
sun, guys.
Definitely 93 million miles away.
You do know how atmosphere works, right? You do.
I'm curious how that was measured.
Mountains.
Who made the claim 93 million miles away, by the way?
NASA.
Yeah, how did they arrive at that number?
I think 3 Blue 1 Brown has a really interesting video on scaling the cosmic ladder, like figuring out first the circumference of the Earth and then deducing the distance of further and further objects based off those measurements.
Well, if you
So
know
how
the
did he get the
circumference of the
size of
Earth,
the Earth tard in the first place? Let's go through that.
yeah,
The circumference of the Earth, Aristotle, or no, fuck, I got that name wrong.
Aristophanes?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my god.
Wasn't he trying to calculate the circumference? And they already assumed it was a ball prior to that? And they assumed that sun rays were straight, even though they're divergent? And he assumed that the distance from Alexandria to Syene was correct? Oh, there's so many assumptions that had to ring true for all that to work out.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the last one first just because it's the most stupid.
Okay.
He didn't assume that the distance between the two cities was correct. He calculated the Earth's circumference.
Oh, so more calculations, not measurements. More calculations, not measurements. Remember what I said earlier? Oh, you might have been listening, sorry. Earlier on, I said that when you're doing these calculations, the data that goes into it, if that is incorrect, then the data that comes out will be incorrect also.
Okay, clearly you didn't hear what I was just saying like a second ago.
Well, I just heard what you just said, Yogi. If the data that goes into your equation or your calculation is incorrect, the data that comes out will be incorrect also. So how did he get the exact distance?
Unit, you fucking idiot.
Well, you idiot, come on.
Yeah, but
how did he get that measurement?
Not only that.
What do you mean? He literally measured the circumference of the Earth as like...
Well, I'm not after the circumference of the Earth.
Jesus Christ, you're not...
Syene to Alexandria. How did they get that measurement?
They don't need it. They just know it's the distance from Syene to Alexandria. Therefore...
So they don't need the distance. They've used this distance as a part... Before you have a meltdown, stop spazzing out on me. Use your brain. They've used that distance as a part of the formula, as a part of the calculation. They use that distance.
The answer they give is a multiple.
They used. Like, stop spinning out, bruv. Hello. He's having a meltdown. I've got to let him go.
He called you English. What? Calm the fuck down. Go ahead, Matrix.
You see how the ego takes control, guys? Don't let that happen.
It broke him.
It does.
In order to get all the other calculations done, he would have needed the measurement from Syene to Alexandria. How did they get that? That's all I want to know. I don't know you to break down. And
they had. What do you mean? They had a distance called a stadia.
Was a multiple of the distance.
You know how we have like miles? They had a distance.
Twonga, is your name Woot? Shut up.
I was just answering your question.
Yeah, I'm gonna. No, shut up. Woot, please.
The answer he provided was a multiple of the distance.
A multiple of the distance, yes. How did they get the distance from Alexandria to Syene? How did they get that?
They just say it's what.
So they don't need it. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. They're doing triangulation, and you don't need the length of one of the sides of the triangle.
Sorry, they're doing triangulate. Who the fuck was talking about triangulation here?
Well, that's what Eratosthenes was doing. So how did he get the fucking length?
What triangulation is?
What?
You don't know what triangulation is? Go look into the actual fucking experiment.
It wasn't an experiment.
Once.
Yeah, we've scrutinized this many times, dude. Okay.
Apparently not well enough.
Okay, let's go through it. Okay, where are the variables at play? What's the model? What's the output of the model?
What's the output of the model? A multiple of the distance between two cities. So, basically, just a multiple.
That's not what I'm asking, dude. Eratosthenes, okay?
That's the output.
Eratosthenes, okay, he had a mathematical model describing something. Can you, could you describe to the room, or could you read out to the room what model he used? What variables were plugged in?
Well, what variables were plugged in? The angle of, a shadow at the bottom of the well in the city that wasn't under the subsolar point.
Thank you very much. Can you read out the formula, please?
The formula? It's an angle.
Are you retarded?
Google it. No.
It sounds like you sound mentally retarded, dude. An angle is not a formula.
There's the ego again.
Yeah, that's why I'm fucking tripping up here. You're asking me for a formula.
The angle, bro. The angle is one variable in a formula. What is the whole formula that he used, please?
What is the formula? It's fucking hard to describe this without you. Dude, it's really fucking simple. It's like the Z rule in geometry. He realized that the angle of that shadow had to be
Bro, you can just read it out so everyone's on the same page. Please?
No, there's no one formula I could tell you here. The angle.
Why not?
Oh my fucking god, man!
What did he calculate then? Right? Normally you have a formula or an equation, however you want to word it, whatever. Right? And it spits out an output. That value of the output represents something.
Dude, he calculated a fraction.
There you go. So what did he use? What operations did he do to calculate that fraction, please?
Like AB cosine theta
you know what a fraction
between the two poles.
It's fucking division.
And then the distance between the two poles.
Moji, please. Woot. Please go get the...
There's nothing to explain. It's a fraction.
If you don't get the formula, okay, it's quite evident that you don't know what you're talking about and you're just spurting out random words called, to make a point.
Well, could you debunk the formula? Do you have the formula? Could you debunk it, please?
I'm trying to get to that, Moji. It's not
please,
my first
I'd love to see the geometry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm asking Woot, Moji, you don't have to white knight for your girlfriend, okay?
No. It seems like you have it figured out. Could you please post the math and say how it's wrong?
Yeah, so I'm waiting for Moji to do that because it's his claim that it's legitimate. So we're going to walk through it. Assuming
well, it's been around for 2,000 years or so, and you're saying it's wrong. So
well, excellent. Another 5 minutes of you being quiet and him speaking it won't hurt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Moji. Woot, go ahead, please.
No, I think you got this.
No. I mean, you opened up the can of worms, dude. Go ahead.
I opened up the can of worms. Man, you're asking for a fucking formula for a fraction. I don't know how to respond to something so stupid. I'm sorry, you're the genius here. Okay. You tell me why you're so right.
Much. So thank you very much. You don't know how it was calculated. Eat shit. Piss off. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Moji, if you want to continue in his steps.
You're saying that
the formula, the
geometry in Greece.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking for is what was the formula that Eratosthenes used to arrive at the value he did.
So I would use my own formula. I would just derive it myself.
I don't care about your formula. I'm asking for what Eratosthenes did because apparently he proved everything, all this shit, right? So let's go to the source.
Yeah, so I'm sure it'd be some derivation of, so we would see the shadow, right? The shadow would have an angle, right? So we'd see the length of the shadow. That would be the adjacent side. We'd have the opposite side, which would be the pole, right? And that would give us an angle. We could use
thank you very much.
Opposite over adjacent gives us a tangent, right? And the difference in the tangents. And then we have the distance between the two poles.
Okay, very good.
Whoa, what distance? Hang on. That other chap said we don't need that distance.
Yeah, but we know the guy's full of shit, Matrix. Come on. And a roadblock here, spin around circles for fucking ever, man. Moji, could you just get the formula, please?
As I said, I just wrote it out myself.
What is the fucking formula?
Like, I don't know why this is so difficult. You guys make the claim that
why do I need the old guy's formulas when I could just use what I have with what I understand about reality?
I mean, if you want to use something novel, that's fine. Right, we can scrutinize that too. Well, but it's not like
I've just given you. So I just given you the foundation for those.
It sounded like you were trying to defend Woot when he was pointing out Eratosthenes was the gold standard for this shit.
Well, it would be like one of the first examples of that being implemented, as far as I understand.
Okay. Very good. So you mean to say you want to use something else instead of him? Some sort of analog, some other, derivation or some shit?
Yeah, I would just put up my proposal.
Okay. All right. Go for it.
Right. So you followed the angle measurements so far?
Provide the math and the results, and we'll scrutinize it, please.
All right. So did you follow the math so far?
Dude, provide the math. Put it in the text chat, right? Get a latex editor, write it out, or take a screenshot off Wikipedia or some shit, so we have some equation to analyze, please. Like, is this too much to fucking ask people?
Wait. So you were talking about how you have all of this figured out.
I did not
already analyzed Eratosthenes, right?
No, dude, that's not what I said. I didn't say I have it all figured out. The fuck
you
is
said
wrong
you're aware of Eratosthenes, and you know that Eratosthenes is wrong, right?
Scrutinized this entire thing before, yeah. What I'm trying to point out to you is the process to scrutinize it, so you can see the error in your reasoning takes this entire fucking walkthrough, including you actually getting the formula and looking at it yourself.
Well, could you be charitable and post a formula for us and be helpful?
No, because I don't know if the one that I have is what you have.
Well, why don't we just look at it together?
Okay, so go get it then. Go get it then.
You DM the formula to me so I can look at it at least.
You want to be the least charitable person and just make me go through.
This is not about charity. It's about you lot backing your claims. Haven't you worked that out yet?
I mean, you failed to do so all evening. Fuck. What makes us think he's going to do this?
I've done a lot of hoop jumping in the past while.
Yeah.
This is dude.
So
it's not about.
I'm just hoping you could be like, you could extend some charity in this case, and it's like you should be able to steelman
So
the
you can't back
argument
your claims.
sufficiently, in the sense to say that it's just.
So basically, you're walking away from your own claims. That's what you're doing. You jumped into white knight for the other fella, and you've bent over and you're going to bite down on a hard stick because you're copping it sweet.
So you're asking me to dance like a monkey. Am I understanding that correctly? Just to be petty?
No, we just want you to back your claims. That's all. What's the formula that Eratosthenes used?
I'm sure it's something similar to what I just described.
I'm sure he likes sleeping on soft pillows and stuff too. That's great. What's the formula he used?
Did you hear what I described?
Did you hear what I said? Had nothing to do with the conversation. What's the formula that he used?
And I said, I'm sure that is very similar to what was described earlier. I don't know what the
And I
formula
said,
is.
I'm sure he likes sleeping on soft pillows, both of which have nothing to do with the conversation. Again, what is the formula that he used? What? Don't you know it? Don't you have it? Isn't
It
there
has
one?
everything to do with the conversation.
No, it
But
doesn't.
here's the thing,
Because you're
if
not
gonna
providing
say-
it.
Moji, if you're going to say you're sure it was similar to what you proposed, that means you don't know it, right?
No, it means I've glossed at it and I haven't memorized it.
Thank you very much. But you don't recall it in full, and therefore you can't make a full comparison and are unsure whether or not it's similar or not to what you proposed.
Well, it's more like I have learned so many things that I have learned to just keep the core principles that I need and then derive the experiments anew.
So that's fine. So you don't recall it offhand. That's fine, right? The problem is with that, if you can't recall it, how do you know it's
All right.
accurate? What did you do to
So
check?
you're asking me to look it up just because you want to be an asshole. Can I just get that admission? And I'm looking at it. I'll Google it right now.
You're making the claim that this is accurate. It's well put together. It's well thought out. And we're asking you how you know that. So let's start from brass tacks and look at the equation. It's very simple, dude.
Yeah, and so since you're asking me to go look it up right now, this is you just being petty, right?
Nope. I want you to get the material, right, to back your claim, and we'll walk through it.
Prove that it's 93 million
You
miles
have the
away.
same. You have the same Google I do, so you're just being petty and asking me to.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right.
Post it up.
Sure, man. I mean, it's your claim, so I mean, it's only fair, right? I mean, we're going to do the hard work of actually scrutinizing it and showing you how you're full of. Hang on, dude. So you realize, right? We're going to be doing much of the heavy lifting and scrutinizing it, showing you how you're full of shit and don't understand and are overlooking certain things. The least you could do is be charitable and provide the source material.
Just Google it.
Are you telling me I've done no heavy lifting over the course of today?
That's not what I said. We're starting from scratch, okay? We're starting from clean slate, okay? Pretend like nothing happened earlier. This is a new claim that you're making.
Come on,
and we're
chop,
going to go through it.
chop. Let's get to it.
Yeah. It would only be fair, Moji.
What? No, this isn't fair at all.
Okay, then
you backing up your own claim
I've
is
done
not
the whole
fair.
like here. I'm about to
nothing.
Google this right now.
Hollow words, son.
I'm about to Google this right now, but the fair
Google
part
it, paste
is
it.
that's you're just being a petty asshole. That's all you're doing right now.
No, the reality is, like, you're the one making the claim that this is legitimate and it's accurate. Okay, the least you can do is show us what you mean by this being accurate, i.e., his calculation and all that. Right? The least you could do is provide us that. That's all, man.
Right.
I mean, Woot wouldn't do it.
What would be a
And then
valid source here for you?
Why do you think he's being an asshole to you? He's just asking you to Google it.
Yeah, I am, but he won't he won't get off the hill, right?
Dude, the reality.
You want to die on this hill to just tell a monkey, dance, monkey, dance. You must be a monkey. You must dance.
No. See, I never said that. All right, you're putting words in my mouth. Okay. All we're pointing out to you is if you want to make a claim, you got to back it up.
And that's why flat earthers don't make claims.
Sure.
And that's why Twonga gets muted.
Yeah.
Fucking Twonger, peanut gallery. Like,
Yeah, it's a modern
Probably
experiment.
good
We want Eratosthenes' original stuff.
the
Do you
original.
know what his
Yeah.
work is called by any chance?
No. Like the title of whatever publication or something? No.
Can I ask you something? Did you ever see the Tesla Roadster that they put in space?
Oh
Yeah,
God.
Did you see that?
Screen extraordinaire.
The
I
red
mean-
car there and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
No, come on.
I don't know what to tell you from there. Like, I feel like it's just a choice. Moji.
That's a
what you tell
religion.
me. Yeah.
What's a religion?
Believe in all that shit.
Yeah,
What shit?
it's pure confirmation bias. That's all.
The globe is scientific. It's not religious.
It's geometry, sir.
It's scientific.
That's science.
He still hasn't learned after all this time.
God damn.
That's cold. Oh, man. You go and science your triangles then. Go you.
I'm gonna go science the shit out of it.
All right, so his original work wasn't necessarily preserved, but Cleomedes apparently had something. All right, on the circular motions of the celestial bodies. Let's go look that up.
No, that's not what we're looking for, dude.
No, we're looking
equation
for Eratosthenes' equations for the circumference of the Earth, right?
Yeah. Oh, if it's in that
where
way.
it's meant. I'm looking at the OG sources. You wanted the OG sources, right?
Okay. Excuse me. Yeah. If the equation for calculating out the circumference of the Earth is in this book talking about the motions of other stuff, then yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's see if I can find a good translation.
Where's all the
that's the
flat Earth
whole-
science?
Yeah, you've probably heard us use the word geometry, Twonga. Can you say geometry?
No,
All right, I think I found
it has to
the
be scientific for it to count in the real world.
We need to get back to
And then
school
let's
with
find.
Twonga. Good morning,
Let's find where
Mr.
that thing
Matrix.
Oh my god. If I remember how to do this from fourth grade, I think it's 2 pi d. That's a guess though. And then there's c equals.
Yeah, that's if you know the diameter, dumbass.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So you need one of these. Well, that's the whole thing, right? So any one of these characteristics, right, either the radius, diameter, circumference, whatever, right, can be used to calculate any of the other one, right? That's fine. The problem is getting one initial value of any one of these to be able to calculate the rest of them. How was that arrived at? That's the whole point.
Where are the flat Earth measurements?
Twonger, why are you not on mute? Matrix, what's wrong with you? What'd you do?
I'm concerned that I'm going to hit the make him go bye-bye button by mistake.
Oh, what a tragedy that would be.
Sorry, I'm reading a bunch of Latin right now. It seems to be explaining the formula in Latin. I'm going to see if there's like a symbolic logic version of this.
Moji, what you could do also, just as like a pro tip, you can go to Wikipedia and then go in the sources that they provide there.
And that's
Right.
roughly what I'm doing. Trying to find an original source of Eratosthenes' arguments. And then none of his
Even
works are
then-
specifically preserved, so it's secondhand, but But still, I
You
want
go.
a primary
Well,
source.
that's one problem. That's one problem. But what we can do, right, just for sake of time and a little bit of flexibility and all that.
Oh, the thing you could have done from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
calm down.
On the
wow.
Wikipedia page,
Wow.
on the Wikipedia page itself, there should be something. Right?
You want to just posted it for everybody to see?
Well, you're already there, dude. So go for
No,
it.
I'm reading. I'm trying to find you the OG Eratosthenes formula.
But it doesn't have to be from the OG source, dude. Right? People copy paste equations all the time, and then they reference it. But it's good enough to get third hand Wikipedia or some shit because it's the same. I mean, if you want to verify, you can go to the original source. But as you pointed out, none of this shit was preserved anyway, so we kind of got to go with what we got, right?
So you want the page Earth circumference?
Please do. Just give it a screenshot so everyone can read along,
It has a verbal description. It doesn't have the formulas.
Really?
Maybe I'm reading the wrong section. I'm reading the history section of Eratosthenes, and I don't see formulas.
Okay, so how do we know what he even did then? It's just all written out in Word form, and then we tried to transcribe that into math, or is there really no original math?
Well, I was getting to that, but you wanted to skip it, and you said it was right there. So
I could have sworn I'd seen it. Maybe they updated the page. I wouldn't know about that.
Well, by all means, be charitable and help, please, since you're held to die right now.
I'm not making the claim, dude, but I'll do what I can.
I mean, you're saying, "Hey, monkey, go fetch right now." That's what you were doing this whole time.
No shit.
I'm being your monkey.
Yeah,
I'm being your monkey, and I'm fetching.
Here's the monkey.
I'm doing your circus tricks, buddy. I'm jumping the hoops.
Well, the problem is you're the monkey doing the circus tricks, making the claim that this is legitimate.
Well, I could do the math, but
well, then
you're telling me You're telling me Eratosthenes math. Use his math,
dude. We're trying to. Yeah, because we don't know where your math would have come from, right? Just make it up and shit. Like
it would come from reality.
Okay.
A bunch of really smart people know this stuff, and you should just trust them.
Well, that's not what I'm proposing.
I'm not talking about you.
I don't think Cleomedes wrote math, and everybody's relying on Cleomedes. That's why there's no formula specifically in math form.
Found some. If you go to the Wikipedia page on Earth's circumference, in their history section, I think it was history, labeled history. What was it? No, forgive me, it's not called history. It's at the bottom. Yeah, under history, Eratosthenes is the first one. Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
And where's the formula?
No, I'm looking for it. Well, there's diagrams. Could have sworn there was some formula in here.
We want the formula, damn it.
Yep. Problem is, if it's not available, it's not available. I had seen it before. They might have updated some stuff. So it might not be here. I don't know.
No, it's because people like to explain things to each other in like plain language sometimes. So it's
Yeah, but you think they would condense? But you think that they would condense it down from like 2-3 paragraphs worth of words into a single equation? You know?
Well, the advantage of symbolism was merely the sheer quantity of information that was out there, but these people were pretty cutting edge, so they didn't have that yet. People got bored later.
Okay. Well, if we just do...
I was going to bake some formulas using their geometry, so we would actually have something to nitpick.
Okay, you know what? If you want, let's start there. Okay, and basically the same sort of dismantling process will apply to that too. So, if you want to go there, go ahead, present your stuff. Maybe if you have it written down or
I'm
whatever.
going to sketch another thing, I guess.
Go for it. Go for it.
So let's say that these formulas that he finds are right. Why are we still seeing the rays come through the clouds like that at different angles when they should be straight? Is that just like a mirage?
So I'm just going to point out. So Hush is Woot's going to go on Hush because he's just chat skanking. It's got no value right now. When Moji's done, we can maybe bring him back up if you guys want. Matrix, should we dare? We'll consider that later, I guess.
Which one?
No, Woot's chat skanking. I said, fuck it, I'm just going to hush him because it's a pain in the ass. Maybe we can bring him back up later if you would concur with that.
Yeah.
There's a need for it.
Get him later.
In the meantime, Moji, please continue.
Yeah, I'm going to take a picture of this in a second.
Go for
it.
I guess that'll be the first one, and then we'll need to do some of the math afterwards.
Cool.
Well, actually, whilst our mate Mogi's looking for something, Dingle, do you know where the curvature is?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Yes, I think the Earth is flat. Because if it was, I would know about it. Not only that, but when I was eating
so you're someone important. Sorry, my bad, I didn't know. Please.
Yeah. So, also, when I was eating raw meat, I was like outside, I was sitting, I was like looking at the sky. And then I was looking at the curvature, and I saw like a slight curvature, so yeah.
Maybe eating raw meat products is probably what caused that. You were hallucinating.
The sky was curved?
There's like nothing wrong with raw meat, by the way. What is guy talking about?
Yeah. I'll take
Thank you very much, Moji.
But yeah.
Yeah, so Moji's got some material.
Oh, there we
you
are.
Go,
Moji's happening.
Yeah. You want to go ahead and describe what you got there, sir?
All right, so we've got these two pillars on an alleged planet.
Mm-hmm.
And one's A, on the right side is B.
Mm-hmm.
D would be the distance between the two. And then these A, O, and H would be the adjacent, opposite, and hypotenuse for an angle from the edge of a shadow to the top of the pillar.
Very good. Okay, so is D the arc length, or is it raw, like just over the x-axis distance?
So D, you can measure it in both, right? because we'd have to
But
do
in
the
the-
transition.
But in this equation, right? Say, for example, these things were further out and the arc was a lot more pronounced, for example. Would this D be the arc length, or would it be like the sagitta? Or, excuse me, the chord between the two?
Well, it would need to be the arc length. Wouldn't it be like a straight chord?
Very good. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. What's next?
That's what is being proposed.
Yeah, I understood. I just wanted to double check. Right.
Yeah, and then I'm probably missing what, I guess, a light source for us to have the difference in the shadow.
Very good. Okay. Cool. So what's next? What do we do with this?
Okay, so by taking the height of the pole, taking the opposite of the shadow, we can have the tangent of theta. And then theta A and B are that little zero looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so we would have a difference in theta, a difference in this D, and that should give us a proportional difference in between where we're looking at and then the light source of the sun, which I guess I didn't draw, which we would have to draw.
That's fine. Okay, cool.
And then using our understanding of spherical geometry, the circumference would be 2 pi the diameter, or 2 pi d, or 2 pi r. What is it? No, a pi d or 2 pi r. And yeah, your difference in arc length. We'd have to do another triangle with the light source of the sun, making a shadow.
Okay, cool. So that's all right. Now let's investigate. So what assumptions are laid into this in the first place? What assumptions do we have to make to even begin using this?
Well, we'd have to assume that the Earth is spherical.
Okay. What else?
I think that's it.
Nope, we're missing at least one more. Let's just go with one more. There's one more to this. Assuming D, of course, is accurate. Assuming all the variables are accurate, like the abstraction, right, is fine. But there's one more underlying assumption.
And what would that be?
That the light source is coming in parallel. Okay. Follow?
Well,
yes or no? TikTok.
If not, then we'd have to do another theta measurement. I think we'd want more poles.
So if not, then this isn't one, right?
Yes, if we only want 2.
Right. So just given this equation, which is, if my memory serves me correctly, awfully similar to Eratosthenes, just by the way. Couldn't source right now because, as we just tried before, I mean, it's not really easily found there, but should it come up, compare them, and you'll see they're fairly similar. Okay. So good job. Okay. Fantastic. Now, so let's try to validate at least one of the assumptions, right? So we actually only have one variable left in the equation to solve for. Because if we don't, right, we have multiple variables in the equation, and you can't solve for that unless you have another equation which gives us a value of one of these unknowns.
Well, so there's also the angle of if there was going to be a different angle between the light sources.
Dude, what you've already provided, I just want to point something out, right? What you've already provided has been pretty much, as far as I could tell, the gold standard to which everybody has been pointing to say, quote unquote, the Earth has been proven to be round by Eratosthenes. Just with 2 shadow lengths. Okay? So if you want to expound upon that, maybe take some time and do that. Otherwise, I would say that this would be sufficient to walk through already. Because apparently
it's just like we have the phenomenon, like we have a light source. Like if you have a light bulb, it displays light in all directions. If you get far enough away from it, it's a bit negligible.
Right. So how far is it to be able to say that it's far enough? Like where's what threshold is necessary beyond which we can say, oh, it's parallel enough?
Well, it would have to give us a huge difference in angle.
That wasn't the question, sir. How far is far enough, sir?
I don't know, like...
Thank you very much.
Let's say maybe... No, I'll just put a ballpark. Let's say half a degree.
Okay, so how far would it have to be to obtain no more than 1/2 a degree difference?
And so to get no more than half a degree distance,
difference,
half a degree in radians for half a degree, I forget the conversion. And then we would do the inverse tan, and then we would use one of these adjacent sides.
Okay, so let's say you get a number, right? Let's say it's 93 million miles. That would be the necessary distance beyond which we would know that everything is within that margin that we're comfortable with. Okay, let's say that was the number. How do we validate that that's actually the distance so we know that we're working with something within the bounds that we've constructed so far?
Well, what we have is that we could just take a light source that's closer.
That wasn't the question.
If it's within our margin of error.
That wasn't the question, sir.
Then it's good enough.
The question. That wasn't the question, sir. How far is good enough? You said whatever is necessary to get, let's say, half a degree, which, to be honest, you just pulled out of your ass. Okay? Because, how do we know it needs to not be any more than 1/4 of a degree or 1/10 of a degree? Okay, this is an arbitrary, parameter that, suits your fifis, basically, and then you run with that. But even if whatever it is, you pick one, okay, you have to determine that in reality, the light source is sufficiently far to actually obtain that, right? And the question is, how do you actually do that to ensure everything is within the proper bounds?
Well, the thing is, it's like if something 12 miles away is within our margin, right, then it should be, then we know it's further than 12 miles.
Unless the light source is bigger, right? So how big is it? Not only how far, but how big, right? Not only the distance from surface to surface or from center of the ball, allegedly, to the other center of the other ball, allegedly, but the actual size of the light source itself.
Oh, we could just make a ratio between the arc length and the distance.
Very good. Okay. Very good. Okay, so what is that?
So again, we could just pick a spotlight 12 miles away and then just
I don't need no, dude, I'm not asking for a recreation right down here. Okay, I'm asking for what was done to confirm all these variables are within bounds, the appropriate bounds, to make the final claim that we know X to be true.
Well, what I'm saying is that if we can do better than that, then I would say it's negligent.
Like
Or you just
what?
say it's parallel.
No, but that's see,
Then the
this is the whole
spotlight
point. You
12
have to
miles away.
assume that- You have to assume that it's far enough away to get the angle within the bounds that you desire. If you don't have a method or a means to actually obtain that and confirm that, the whole point here, dude, is that there are at least one. No, you didn't, dude.
I talked about the spotlight.
Dude, you're not listening. This thing up in the sky, we call it the sun. It's not your spotlight that you're going to put together, right? So what is the distance to that? Now, if you're going to work down here with a spotlight, that would give you a lower bound. Fantastic. But that thing it's not sufficient to tell you anything about what's going on up there. You just know that it's got to be greater than 12 meters or whatever it was you said. Ooh.
Well, we have our light size to distance ratio.
Okay. And that's of a light bulb, right?
Like a spotlight on a mountain or something like that. Parallel.
Very good. Okay, so now transcribe that or translate that over to the sun, please.
Okay, so we would have our ratio for the arc length, and then we would have a known difference between the shadow sizes as we go forward and backwards for that spotlight. Maybe we just measure that.
So you're talking about a ratio. Okay, you talk about a size to distance ratio, right? Meaning, for example, let's say there was a 10-to-1, for example. Let's just put randomly, right? If the distance is 10 and I get a shadow length of 1, that's equivalent to if the distance was 20 and I get a shadow length of 2, right? I.e. 10-to-1, i.e. no change in the shadow in the end, right? How do you know if it's 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50?
I don't know if that's necessarily the ratio, but
I know. I'm just giving
we would know that
whatever.
So we would know that if the angle
you have a ratio. The point is, dude, if you have a ratio, okay, and you pull out a common factor, the denominator and the numerator could be any fucking thing, so long as they satisfy the appropriate ratio. But if you multiply that by some scalar, that would just scale everything out, and nothing would happen. No change would occur in the outcome.
Well, the thing is that it would have to be that minimum distance, right? So you could have a bigger distance.
Okay, so what's that?
You could only have that minimum distance, right?
Okay, so what's that minimum distance?
If we don't see,
what's that minimum distance? So we have a lower bound, please.
So in this case, so we find our ratio, right? And then once we have the once we have the arc length of the light source, and then our two measurements of some shadows, right?
Okay.
We would have the difference in the angles for those two shadows, right?
Okay.
And we're doing this at
So how do you confirm any of this in actual quantities as applied to our reality?
Well, you get a protractor, and then you would have a spotlight.
Okay.
And then
I'm not asking for a spotlight. I'm asking for with respect to the sun.
Well, this is to establish the minimum, right? So it's like saying, hey, if we got that, and then we had this angle change from this distance traveled from the spotlight, right?
Very good.
We should be, if the sun is at this range or closer, we should see the angle change or better at
I'll take your word for it.
Relative distances. And it should work at distances far smaller than this alleged drop in
unless the course
meter squared or something like that.
Unless, of course, the sun is smaller, right? If it's smaller, it could be closer and it'll have the same proportions. and there should be no.
If the arc length is smaller, you're saying?
No, the light source itself, the size of the light.
Well, then the arc. So we're talking about the ratio, though, right? We have the arc length to distance ratio.
Arc length. When you say arc length, are you talking about the arc length of something on the ground, or the arc length of what do you mean?
I'm talking about the arc length of the light source that you're looking at. That would be the ratio we're taking.
So the angular size, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so you have something that is 1 degree angular size, and it's 10 feet away. Right? You take it out 20 feet, it would half the angular size. But if you double you double the size of the object, it maintains that one degree angular size. All right, so let's say 10-1 or 5-1 or whatever that ratio
is. Is that accurate? Does it half if you double?
Double the size, half the size. I think so. Yeah.
Really? So it's like if I'm looking at something and it's like 45 degrees up.
If not, forgive me.
And then it goes twice away. It's suddenly 22 and a half or something. Is that how that works?
If it's not exactly that scale, then whatever it is, there's a proportion, right? The point is, dude, unless you know one of these quantities, the hard quantities, you don't know the rest of them. You have a ratio, and that's fine.
Yeah, but you know it's better than the spotlight. That's what I'm getting at.
I don't care about the spotlight. I don't care. I want to know
because it's how we get our bearings.
I want to know. No, dude, a spotlight example. Okay, it's more for illustration than anything else. It doesn't really give you a minimum because the spotlight's 30 feet, 40 feet off the ground. Big fucking deal.
It's a question of negligence, right? Is it negligent that that the sun is some distance away? In order, when we're saying the light sources are parallel, we're saying parallel enough.
Exactly. So now, how do we go? Okay, let's say we have a value. How do we go and confirm that?
So we would say, hey, here's a spotlight, and it's better than the spotlight.
I'm not asking for a spotlight, dude, for the 10th fucking time.
Yeah, but we would use the ratio.
I don't care about that. No one cares about that. That lower bound, okay, is so it opens the door for such a wide range, okay, that you don't. It's like that bound is negligible. It doesn't mean anything.
I got the math, okay? What error in angle do you deem permissible?
He says 1/2 a degree.
Okay, 1/2 a degree. That means you divide the distance from Alexandria to the other city by the tangent of 0.5 degrees. So this comes out to 92,000 kilometers, assuming a point light. If you assume a bigger sun, then that helps us more than you. So I'm just going to be as uncharitable to us as possible and assume as long as the sun is more than 90,000 degrees away, 90,000 kilometers away, we're good.
Okay. So thank you for conceding that you're making assumptions left, right, and center. You guys haven't quantified anything. You've just created a framework, a bound that has certain bounds that you think would be sufficient to operate in, but haven't concluded anything yet.
We are
we're demonstrating.
My whole point here is that you don't have the sufficient information to make any claims about it. No, you don't.
No, we could use the spotlight.
We've known for a very long time that the sun is far, far further away than 90,000 kilometers.
Really? Bullshit. How did we get there? How did we get that value, dude? Holy shit! How did we get that value?
Oh, one sec. Let me link you that.
I just explained it. I just explained how we have the good enough.
No,
spotlight.
You guys are just making up shit.
Yeah, it's incredible. Right.
That's how
it's good enough. That's good enough. That's good enough. We can now orbit things. That's good enough.
Yeah. It's all fine and dandy to have some sort of mathematical framework to give you an idea of what you think would be possible or where the bounds of exploration could be. right? But you then actually have to go do an exploration, so to speak, and investigate and make sure that what you're theorizing is actually accurate. So there must be some method to confirm that the thing actually did indeed or does indeed in reality fall within those bounds. So I would ask you, what would be that method to confirm it, to verify it?
To verify the assumption of parallel light sources?
No, in this case, you're starting with the distance to the sun. Okay, so now you have a range, however you arrive at that.
We're linked to a video from 321 Brown in collaboration with Dan Powell.
That bound.
Just check out that video. It's a real masterpiece.
You use your words, please.
We would have the specific ratio where it would matter, right? It would be bigger than our degree of error that we've chosen.
And why did you choose that? That was arbitrary, right?
I have because the degree of precision that you're looking for is dependent on the tools that you have and what you're looking for in terms of error. Yeah.
Yeah. So you chose that half a degree precision for whatever reason, right?
Yeah. And so it would be at least it would be at least that. It would be at least that far if it didn't have effect, right? Like
so what if we want 1/100th of a degree?
Then you would measure that for the spotlight ratio for 1/100th of a degree.
Okay, and what would that be? So I mean, the whole point is, dude, in our context, okay, what were the tolerances, okay, applied, and what math did they use, and what did they do to confirm that things actually fell within those bounds? Like, I understand this conceptual framework that you're putting together, but you still have the underlying assumptions that have not been confirmed yet. So while those are not confirmed, you can operate only to a certain extent. Can't conclude anything.
I mean, if I'm looking at a thing the size of the sun,
how do you know how big it is, though?
Like, well, let's just take like a flashlight, right? Someone's got a big flashlight, and it's the same arc length of the sun away from me.
By the way, Dib's falling asleep, so I'll save everybody the agony of hearing.
It's pretty freaking small. Right?
Why can't you say miles? Why do you have to say arc length distances? You don't even have a curve to go from.
That's the other part. That's the other half.
You can't radially measure from yourself. Is that what you're saying?
It sounds like a dumb way to measure things. I've never built a building with an arc length measurement.
That's why Moji, I've been trying to get you to provide some actual quantities, some known quantities. You've provided some bounds, right? But you're not pinpointing any particular value yet.
I mean, you want me to bust out some protractors and some shit?
No,
Can we ballpark figures?
No.
Like, how...
Dude, apparently
it's just the order of operations are kind of weird for you guys, right? It's like...
Dude,
no, it's not a matter of order of operations. It's you sidestepping everything to go to these obscure random numbers just to cover your own ass. Why don't you give a direct answer?
Yeah, and Moji, allegedly this has already been done, right? So why don't you cite the material that shows this already being worked out instead? Because remember, right now we're going by your math that you pulled up on the fly that just so happened to be pretty much, maybe not identical to, but very close to what Eratosthenes did. Okay? So it shouldn't be hard to find the actual math of Eratosthenes, even though we tried earlier, but we took like 5 minutes, right? But you should, let's get the real values that were actually applied there. Like, I don't understand.
I mean, it's like the way the Greeks worked at the time is like, how hot is the water? Hot enough to cook the food, right? And in the same way, how far is the light distance far enough for it to be negligent?
So Earth is not a ball, then, is what you're saying.
No, it's just for the purpose of the Eratosthenes thing. It seems like it's a negligent
The guy never existed in the first place. I don't know why you guys use that dumb shit.
Moji. Come on, man.
I just think that it's negligent, right?
Right? Is it? You're telling me?
Yeah, you look like a big you look at a big bonfire out in the distance. It's like, man, this is like the same arc length of the sun, more or less. If I just had to eyeball it, and
you're the only person I've ever met
the
in my
difference
whole
in the
life
shadows
that thinks when I walk down the beach and I see a fire on the beach that it's a certain arc length distance away from me. You're an idiot.
Well, we're trying to demonstrate the math in this experiment here, not.
So stop walking down the
not your
beach looking
personal
at fires. Yeah, stop looking at flashlights and fires.
It's just what is it? What's the expression? Judicial observation? Is that what they call it?
Called imagination.
Judicial notice. Judicial notice?
Yeah, I'm going to give you some notice right here. You're using your imagination, and we don't like it.
So it's like
we need some confirmation.
For some things in reality, the observation is borderline trivial.
Moji. Okay, what we need now, okay, is some confirmation that what's out there actually adheres to these bounds that you're theorizing. How would one go ahead and do that?
It's like the level of like I gave a proposal for how to do that.
That's fantastic. I appreciate your proposal. Now, allegedly, this number one has already been proposed, and two, confirmed somehow. How?
Well, it doesn't need to be. I think the trivial observation that water boils, right? It's just taken on judicial notice.
If it doesn't need to be confirmed, then you can see that you're operating under a set of assumptions that have not been confirmed yet or validated. So you don't know them to be true yet.
No, it's trivially validated. You can just see it.
What the fuck does that even mean, dude?
He's making up shit now.
It means like the light sources that are super far away is just you could see that their effects are just absolutely negligent.
Dude, if something is size X and distance Y, okay? If you double Y, you have to double X for it to basically appear to be the same. Okay? So that factor, that 2, right? What is that in reality here applied to the sun? Because if you know the angular size...
You take 2 sundials, they're in like different parts of town, and they still work.
No, dude. If you have the
parallel enough.
If you have the angular size, right, to the sun, apparent from your standpoint, okay, fine. You can estimate a distance if you can estimate excuse me. Yeah, you can estimate a distance if you actually estimate a size. But if you double that size, you have to double the distance. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. This is the whole point. This is the ratio that you kind of set out earlier. Okay.
Yeah,
this
but
is the
you would know. You would know the worst case. You would know the minimum.
No. How?
Yes. Because if it was closer, the angles would be different if you tested it.
Not if it's bigger.
They would be larger than the margin of error that we decided on.
That would scale linearly. So what's the minimum distance required?
If it was off the ratio, we would see the results in the shadow.
Off what ratio?
The distance to arc length ratio.
Right. So if those are maintained, or if those are consistent, the ratio is maintained, but it's scaled differently, you would not be able to tell the difference. By the way, Dib jumped in and out.
You would be able to confidently say that it is at least at minimum size. That's how you would be able to. You would be able to say that.
One second, I just want to point out, Dib. I'll unmute now. Sorry, earlier you were snoring, so I thought you passed out. So if you're awake now, by all means, continue.
Sorry about that.
All good. All good. Sorry, Moji. Could you repeat that, please?
Right. So we're talking about that margin of error of the half degree, right? So if it's bigger than the half degree, right, then we know that it's closer than the minimum size.
Okay, and what would that be again?
So we would take the ratio. So it would be some relationship with the ratio and the distance that we have, and then the angles that we see in the shadows.
Okay, can you do the math and show what that is, please?
Sure.
If you want. I mean, because
it would take me time, but that's
fine. If you don't want to, you don't have to. We can put that on ice for now, because there's still the other half of the argument. You still have to prove that the ground is curving away. So half the other half of the equation actually fits into this entire construct. So how is that done? So we have one assumption, we're going to put it on ice. Let's figure out this other side, right? If we can confirm that, then we can like backwards engineer the other thing, right? Or if we knew this, we could backwards engineer the other thing, right? Because we have two unknowns at this point. Can't solve it unless we have one of them. So then we can solve for one unknown.
So what's the unknowns?
Distance to the sun.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was doing the.
I was going to say
that's crazy.
Yeah, just for the record, the unknowns are whether the ground is actually curving or not. All right, this is supposedly supposed to test that or confirm that. But we also have another unknown, which is the distance and size to the sun and all these things in the first place. And he basically has to assume that both of these hold, right? Or at least one of them holds, so he can use, or he can calculate for the other one. But the problem is he doesn't have that in the first place. So we're going to put that on ice and see, maybe we can confirm it some other way. The ground is indeed curving into a ball around us. And then we could go the other way and basically calculate in the reverse for the actual distance, supposedly, right? According to the math, you can rearrange things for that. Problem is, he doesn't have either one.
The math's been done already.
What was the math, sir?
Like how we measured the distance from Earth to the sun?
Yeah, 1 astronomical unit, 93 million miles.
Holy shit. You guys are geniuses.
Yeah, so how did we get there, dude? How did we get that value?
Look at the video I linked.
I'm asking JR.
It's around the 13-minute mark. Dude, it's really hard to understand this without a visual demonstration. Just look at the 13-minute mark of the video. You'll do yourself a lot of favors.
I'll check it out. I just want to hear if JR actually knows what he's saying.
What did I say?
You said we know the distance to the sun. How do we get that?
I'm assuming we measured it, right?
Thank you very much. So
another guy who assumes shit.
Yeah, and that's the problem, bro. Okay. Everybody's operating under a set of assumptions, okay, and assuming all these things do hold, you can create you can construct abstractions on top of that theoretically hold. Problem is, if there's no way to confirm this even applies to the reality that we live in, then they're not exactly all that meaningful, or they're at least not that they're not conclusive.
All right.
You might not be able to.
Practicality in certain contexts it could work, but it doesn't. Practicality does not always mean something is true.
It's just geometry, dude.
You're an idiot.
Oh yeah, it's longer. The peanut gallery's back. But you hear what I'm saying?
Hold on. Yeah, I'll get rid of him.
I feel like
he doesn't usually last long.
Yeah, we just won't laugh at it.
You might not be able to agree on the distance to the moon, but if you look at that video and you understand the rationale for how we understood the distance to the sun as a multiple of the distance.
Hold on, dude. You just said they're both the same size. Sun and moon are the same size, so they must be the same distance away from each other.
Nobody said they're the same size.
You can see that during an eclipse.
That doesn't mean they're the same size.
They're basically the same size.
No, it doesn't mean they're literally the same size.
Yeah, they're basically the same size, so they must be the same distance away from us.
Fucking Christ, think for a moment, man. Like you
think for a moment. You have no way to tell how far away anything in the sky is.
Jesus,
that's right. Have a meltdown.
So
We use
Here we're calibrating our ratio.
we use radio waves to do it. By the way, that's
No, you don't need fucking radio waves, man. Like
Well,
something
that's-
could be
that's how we
400 times
do
further
and that's how
away,
we did
and it'll look 400 times smaller.
Okay, but I'm just telling you that's how we do it and how we did it.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's how we do it now, but more originally, when we were getting our first understanding for the scale of the cosmic ladder, we figured out via the moon
Holy
phases.
shit! Cosmic ladders now.
Yeah, like working up from increasingly further and further objects in order to get a sense of scale, like working up the rungs of a ladder.
All right, here's the formula. I'm gonna walk you through it. All right, so we've got the two pillars, right? We've got their shadows. We got the angle A and B, and then I'm going to do the arc length here, also in theta S. Right, and then D would be the distance from what we're looking at, and then
Yeah, you can't read your own
I
writing
think
either.
we'd have to do the respective. No, I just realized that I'm missing the distance between each pillar.
So you're
I don't
missing
want to just say
something,
one distance,
but it still works anyway. You know what that means? It means you're just making up shit.
No,
I'd like to see
deriving
your
the
math
formula,
to prove
right?
what you think.
All right,
At least
so,
not fucking writing
we
it
have the
down.
difference. We have the difference in the angle, right? And then we have the arc length of the sun, and then we have the distance from the pillars to the sun, and then that D that I have needs to be accommodated for both A and B. So I'd have to.
You already lost. You already lost. You said distance from pillars to sun. You don't know that distance.
Well, from the light source. From the light source, we're calculating the ratios right now.
No.
This is what I've been trying
Right
to
now-
tell you.
Right
You
now, we're
don't
talking
have
about the parallel light rays right now.
You don't.
right?
You don't have parallel light rays right now.
You don't have that yet, dude.
All right, so you're not interested in the ratio minimum distance?
Nope, you don't have parallel light rays, and you don't have a curving Earth. So you got some big problems.
Yeah, dude, you haven't
Well,
confirmed.
I'm about to. I'm trying to explain it, but you're not interested for some reason.
He doesn't want to learn math.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
May I?
You have no idea, dude. Like, come on.
May I?
Stop popping in like that. The problem is, dude, you haven't confirmed any of this. Okay, you're creating a theoretical framework that sets up certain bounds and all this stuff. That's fine. Okay, what was done to confirm
it's just like
this applies?
we're talking about like working with we're talking about whether the assumption is acceptable for whether the lights whether the rays are like parallel enough or not.
No.
Right.
You need to confirm it in the end before you apply it. The assumption is the whole setup there. Okay, the abstract the abstract boundary setup that you've put together. Okay, this is useful only really as a prerequisite before you go investigate and confirm the value, and then you use that value in everything else.
Well,
right?
so
until that's
we're just
done, until that's done, you have a whole range of possibilities that come from that.
It sounds like you don't want to engage with the idea. You don't want to engage with the idea? Or you want to hear me out?
Dude, we've heard this idea 1,000 fucking times. You just have to be going into the weeds with it, and we appreciate that. The problem is, you still don't have that final value that you can work with that has been confirmed by some other means. Okay? Taking angles and shit and doing ratio calculations.
This is the other means. I'm explaining the other means.
This is not the other means, dude. This is the same thing.
No. This is like I'm talking about the parallelism thing.
Bro, you're setting up a minimum bound, okay, with some parameter that needs to be met, the requirement, right? The accuracy level, right?
Yeah. So it's like, is this better than a candle 5 feet away?
Right. So half a degree error margin would imply something has to be at least X. Right?
Then you
So,
say, "Oh, well, I need."
let me. Could you? Okay. Could I dig into it rather than guessing? Could you just let me?
But is that not what you said? Go ahead.
I didn't say anything yet. Okay, so we have the two angles. We have the difference between the angles, right? And then we have the arc length. And like you described, right? As you go further, you can maintain the same arc length, right? And so we would have that ratio, right? We have the arc length of the thing, right? And then the distance that it is from you. So it's like if we take a simple example, we have the candle, we have two objects, right? And so ideally, if the candle gets closer, the value gets bigger, right? So when we see this divided by d, which really should be applied on both theta A and B, right? Because we need to consider both their distances. The value gets larger, right? So as d gets smaller, the number gets bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the arc length gets smaller, the number gets smaller. And I think that relation, and so the theta s over d more or less is what is what we've got, right? So what that means is that if the difference that we have times that ratio is smaller, then that means the distance, and we have the same arc length, then that means that distance is at minimum this. So we could say it's better than the other examples that we've tried. The spotlight, the flashlight, the candle.
Okay.
And so that way we can say that if it's better than this, then we can just say it's negligent. If we have our negligence threshold.
Okay. So basically, in a nutshell, the distance depends on, or the distance estimate depends on the tolerance or the threshold that you basically throw up as being, what you deem appropriate.
For whether the light rays are parallel. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you have half a degree tolerance. It's going to give you X distance. Okay? Right?
Well, given the ratio.
I understand. But then if you set up a tolerance of 1/4 of a degree, 1/10 of a degree, 1/50th of a degree, 100th of a degree, that distance changes, right? So the limit effectively is...
no, the distance doesn't change. Right? Your margin of tolerance changes.
Yeah, creating a lower bound, right? To which the distance would have to be necessarily further, right?
Again, I put the D in the wrong spot because we need to consider both the distances between the failures.
Dude. The whole point here, as I've understood it, okay, this tolerance threshold allows us to calculate for a minimum lower bound. As you increase the precision, that lower bound changes. Right? It gets further and further away, perhaps. However, the relationship is between each step, we don't know that, but according to the math, it changes. Right?
Yeah, you would need an example of something.
This is the problem.
Further way to get that precision.
But this is the whole point, okay? Because if you approach a tolerance of 0, okay, this bound approaches infinity. This is where the whole fucking infinitely far sun, under air quotes, comes from. So you have an entire range of possible distances that it could be theoretically. Okay, and that's why you guys should say, "Oh, fuck it," we're just going to assume parallel because we're going to assume it's far enough to be arbitrarily, accurately parallel or whatever.
You're the one who's assuming it's.
Let's say in practice, right? If we take the original experiment, right, and we see that the measurement difference is like 8 degrees, and then we have this insane precision of 0.25 degrees, right, compared to the 8. Clearly, it's not a factor. It's not an important factor. Something else is going on. It's not the parallel rays.
But you don't know that. This is the problem.
No, we do know that because of this.
You don't. You have a variation, okay, between 1 or 2 experiments or whatever of some amount, and you mean to claim that variation is caused by something. That means it's negligible. That means
Well, I'm saying it's insignificant.
or insignificant, negligible, insignificant, tomato.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're just asserting that.
Well, I'm showing how we would prove
the
that.
actual distance to which to compare this new result to say that error margin is basically negligible.
Well, I'm using it in the way that like water is hot enough to cook with. Like it's good enough. I can eyeball it.
What?
The Greeks did that.
How do you eyeball
I agree with them.
Moji, you have no gold standard to start with. At least when it comes to boiling water, okay, under standard atmospheric pressure, it's 100 degrees Celsius or whatever it is, something like that. I think. Right?
I think Greeks had bonfires, and then we have the sun, and that's good enough for me to do this formula for.
Okay, so where's that minimum? What's that actual distance then? All you can do is estimate according to this framework.
I don't know if I have
with your arbitrary tolerance level. Moji, you have to acknowledge this, dude. All you have at this point is some theoretical construct that gives you an estimate, okay, given this arbitrary threshold that you basically pull out of your ass, okay, whatever you're comfortable with. But the problem is, as you change that, because some other people might be more comfortable with something more precise, then that pushes the distance further. Unless you can show that it approaches a limit that is not infinity, okay, that gives you an actual distance, a real value distance, you've got nothing to work with.
You want to take the shittiest estimate if you want to say that the margin of error.
And that is besides the fact that you still haven't confirmed the ground is curving.
Well, 20K, if we had more precision, then it would be less significant in the experiment that Eratosthenes put up. You want it to be less precise for it to be a factor to consider.
No, because you guys claim you have a distance.
Well, we have a minimum distance.
According to this math, under the assumption that the ground is also curving. Right? This is the whole point. Like I said earlier,
that would be the only assumption now. That would be the only assumption now.
This is the whole point, okay? Like I said before, there's two pieces to this thing at the moment, right? We were trying to solve for two variables. Okay? If you don't have
we're only solving for one now. We're only solving one now.
No, we don't, because you have to because you're still assuming something. You haven't confirmed this yet. This is why I was asking you.
No, we can confirm this. We've confirmed this.
No, we did not. We confirmed a range. We confirmed a range that basically approaches infinity that doesn't really give you much. Okay, we already knew that.
I think your infinity description here is insincere. Right? I don't think it factors in like what it's actually trying to what it's actually showing and how it will give you error in the results.
Dude, the whole thing, the whole quote unquote approaching infinity or infinitely far, those are you guys' words, not mine.
All right, could you please redescribe how the Eratosthenes experiment fails if we have the second assumption there, given this observation?
If the ground is not curving?
That the rays are not parallel.
Then yeah, so the sum would have to be closer and smaller, and the ground would have to be planar, and you would have the same observation. This is the whole point.
Could you show the math on that? Could you show the math on that?
I would have to find that. I don't have that on hand. I'll be full transparent.
I need the formula, man. I need you to show me.
I would have to find that. Is anybody aware of?
I think it's your turn. I think it's your turn to do the math.
I respect that. Right.
Actually, 20. All he's done is done a loop-de-loop, dragged you around in a fucking circle for the last 45 minutes, so you can provide the formula that he couldn't provide in the first place.
Well, there you go. That's
provided the formula a while ago.
But I would say though, I would put forth, if anyone in the room is familiar with that other experiment, I think it was the Chinese that did it. They had different assumptions, right? And they calculated a distance, allegedly that the sun would be some 5,000 kilometers or something. Like, I'm not claiming that is true either, dude. Okay, all I'm trying to do is highlight in this discussion, right? That unless somebody goes and somehow confirms one of these variables, okay, it's all up in the air. It's inconclusive. But people are going.
Yeah, show me how that doesn't work. Show me how it doesn't work.
What doesn't
Okay.
work? What bit don't you think works, or what understanding that it doesn't work? The distance
So
to the
when we
sun
violate-
has never
yeah,
been
so when we-
measured.
But it's the parallel rays that we're having issue with.
The parallel rays. Well, we know that light is divergent. Light spreads from its source. So claiming parallel rays is a bit of a problem.
Well, I just showed a formula for the divergence.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about reality, so formulas aren't really going to do much.
Yeah, unless
this would be applied to reality.
Yeah, but has it
So you're going
been,
to apply a formula to reality, or do you get your formula from reality?
Well, show me how like given that the rays are not parallel, how this would fail the experiment. Show me.
So what
show me
you
how
would
it
need to
debunks
do...
it.
They just
Okay, I'll show you a simple picture. I'll put a simple picture up there so you can understand this. What is it? Eratosthenes. Oops, one
Yeah,
on the
Moji,
top.
I'd have to get the math again, but in a nutshell, all they're doing is doing some basic trick and triangulating.
See the
It's as
picture
simple
inside,
as
chat?
Yeah.
Smaller light source, closer, different shadow lengths. Therefore, table is ball. That was easy.
Well, okay, so this is actually a great picture for demonstrating this this phenomenon of the difference in the angles, right?
On a flat surface. That's the problem, bruv.
Well, we're not at that point. We're talking about the assumption of the parallel light.
Well, you can assume all these other things. That is a flat surface. That's what they're showing you.
Yeah, and
So you don't want to engage with the parallel
It's
light.
not that I don't want to
assumption and how that
engage.
fails.
It's just that you are whistling past the graveyard. You've got the assumption we're on a ball, and that's what you're calculating for. Here is a flat surface, different shadow lengths.
You think
So
that you're
on your
aggressive
claim,
here?
different shadow lengths equals a ball because you can calculate from those shadow lengths the convergence point in the
Raising
center
your
of the
voice
Earth, and
makes
that's
it
what
more
was done.
true.
Moji,
So,
makes it more
off
true.
the flat table, let's get the shadow lengths
Speaking
and measure them.
condescendingly makes
And
it
why,
more
why,
true.
why are you talking through me, bro? Have you just
No,
realised
because
that you
I'm
fucked
still
up?
manning your position, right? You speak
You
louder.
haven't
it's
stolen
truer.
anything.
Like, right? If
That
you
is a
tell the
flat
person
surface,
that if
proven.
you tell them they're a
There's-
piece of shit, that means they're wrong, right? Like the more
I haven't called you a
look
piece of
down
shit.
on you,
You're now
the
talking
more
through me
I'm
because you've got
correct,
nothing.
right? If I look down on you, I'm correct, and I can speak
Oh,
louder.
so if you look down on me, you're correct. Congratulations, you're a clown. Shut up.
Yeah, Moji,
I'm just
stop
using
talking.
your tactics.
No, it's not a tactic, dude. Okay, it's frustration because we've been trying to tell you this entire time, and unless you have confirmation of one of the variables, this whole approach, okay, is inconclusive. This is the point. So you guys have a bias. Your bias is we must be on a ball. Therefore, we're going to do all this mental gymnastics to try and justify why we think this
I mean, we can use matrix image. We can use matrix image to get the variables.
Fuck up for a second. Okay, your bias, okay, is leading you guys to try and justify why the sun is approaching infinitely far, okay, or far enough to give parallel light rays. And this gives you the allowance or the wiggle room to demonstrate how we might be on a ball. That's the only reason why you're doing that. You're taking one of the approaches. The whole point here is to highlight that unless you have the real values, you can't go either way. We would not use this we would not use this approach to try and quote unquote prove the Earth is flat because we don't know the distance to the sun. In fact, some people would argue you can't actually triangulate the sun anyway because you don't know its real position. Right? It's apparent position from your point of view. Right? The lines that one person from one position or another trying to triangulate to the sun, the lines would not intersect at the point where the sun is in free space. Okay, so it's futile, bro. It's futile. That's the whole point.
It's just, it sounds like what you're saying is that if the light is closer to these cans, then the shadows will grow shorter. Like, it's a possible thing.
No, that they will diverge. In the same fashion that you guys say, oh, we have we have parallel light, the ground is curving, and the shadow lengths diverge or they extend out, right? Both frameworks show the same phenomena, but there are two unknowns in both of them. So it's useless to argue it unless you have one of the variables. And even then, there's still the assumption that, of course, that the sun is actually a three-dimensional object floating in 3D space anyway, which we haven't even really talked about. The whole thing is futile, dude. You have to assume this is this giant ball floating up there, however big it is. That's another, like, again, there's so much to it, it's not worth talking about. This is why we get frustrated when people try to argue this without actually having looked into these details.
Well, I am bringing you details, and I'm showing you the how we get over this assumption.
Yeah, what's the distance of the sun?
What's the distance? What's the curvature rate? And how do you prove that the sun is actually a floating ball in 3D space? Go ahead.
Actually, here's a better idea. Here's a better idea.
Bonfire on
here's a better idea. Muggy, silence for a second. Go and get yourself 3 cans of soda. Place them on your kitchen table. The light that's above them, let it cast the shadow from the cans, measure the distance of the shadows, and then calculate the curvature rate of your kitchen table. Now, you know the kitchen table is flat, horizontal, yeah? But you can still calculate a curvature rate off of what you know.
Yeah, if you discount...
Are we done with the parallel assumption? Like, are you conceding that point, then?
Yeah, but we're not conceding shit, dude.
He's not even fucking listening, man. Why are we bother putting up with this?
Yeah, fuck this guy.
It's a different point of contention.
Mogi, listen, okay? We went through all this parallelism with you, okay? You haven't provided an actual concrete value. You've provided a framework to theoretically map out a potential range given some arbitrary accuracy value, which is totally fucking subjective, depending on whoever's doing the thing. Fine and dandy. Now go apply that, find who has applied that, got an actual value, and confirmed that value by some other means, right? You got the range, right? You got a theoretical position, a theoretical distance. Now, what's the alternative method to confirm that distance? That's what we need, dude. We understand the framework sounds pretty solid.
This is so easy, right? We take the stick, we go a bit further, and we get the ratio.
Yeah. Dude, we understand, but you still have all these assumptions that are unknown. So unless they're confirmed, nothing is really worth anything.
So do I do the thing that Matrix just proposed here? I can grab some dominoes.
Oh, he's just caught up.
Distances from the light.
So he's 3 minutes behind.
He's so fucking slow. Call this, man. Man, you're fucking turtle speed, bro.
But it's so trivial. It doesn't seem necessary at all. It's just
Mogi, the whole purpose of doing that basic... Yeah, no, we're not going to put up with that. Look, the whole purpose of you doing the cans on the table, calculating the curvature rate, is to show you how false it is. If you can calculate a curvature rate on something that you know is flat, obviously you've fucked up. If you can't see that, you shouldn't be in this room. That's how low fucking level that is.
There's another thing.
You have to consciously omit the variable in question of the distance that you happen to know in that setup. Okay, you have to consciously do that to arrive at that value, but you know it's stupid to do that, right? But it's a demonstration of, unless you happen to know that, you can't know either way. That's all, man. So if you want to further that argument, go get all this material, find, the proof that, or the confirmation that it is this distance, and we can look through that. And then also, while you're at it, maybe find a method to confirm the ground is actually curving to corroborate that.
Like, I'm not going to bust out a protractor right now.
And what are you going to do? Get an angle measurement?
Well, I have to get the arc length of the thing I'm looking at.
And what does that prove? Yeah, what does that prove?
Well, it proves theta S in the formula.
So you get an angular size. Fantastic. Now what?
Well, then we would get A and B. Theta A and theta B.
Just go do it, and we'll talk about it when you're done. I'm gonna put you on mute.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So shut the fuck up.
So how are they putting or how are they taking pictures of the sun and actually seeing sunspots if it's 93 million miles away? Like, what fucking camera do they have?
Well, the sunspots are fucking, 100 or 10 miles in diameter, bro. Didn't you know? Or 10 million miles in diameter. That's why you can see it, right? I mean, fuck. Like,
sounds really big.
I'm convinced these niggas make shit up.
Can y'all see this perspective? I posted that. I think I did it in Flat Earth.
Ooh, you up?
Are we not allowed to post pictures in the chat?
Always been able to.
Oh, it's like it's not letting me.
If you're fairly new to the channel, I think they have a minimum activity requirement. So if you're only here for like a day, you have to be here for a couple hours or something, 10 hours or whatever.
Okay. He's still talking about monkeys.
The guy's spazzing out. He's effectively conceding that he doesn't know how to confirm any of the assumptions that they're making, and that's it. It's really, really simple, man. DJ's in the house. Welcome, sir.
Peace up, Mick. Good to see you, man.
You too. Were you listening on YouTube by any chance?
No, I just got up. It's nice and early in the morning.
Man.
Yes. I heard everything.
Would you happen to be interested in continuing a conversation with someone who's arguing Eratosthenes? You're pretty good with that one, too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, who is it? Who are we talking to?
Mr. Moji down here, who's been unserver muted now, but he means to claim that he has a means of confirming the distance to the sun. Moji, you want to catch DJ up or anti-globalist up to?
I have the means for discount for I guess saying that it's that I guess the angular difference that you would get because of the arc size of the sun would be, I guess, negligent.
Because of the size of the sun
and the distance that it is.
Or how do you know the distance that it is?
By the theta measurements.
So could you do the same thing? Could you do something similar with the moon? Because the sun and the moon appear the same size.
Yeah, you could do that.
So you'd get the same sort of results if you were, just went off that logic.
Or you take the theta measurements and you would see if it's within your tolerance. So would either be at least that size or further.
Yeah, the moon must be 93 million miles away. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I just think that even people in the mainstream admit that it doesn't really confirm flat or globe. It's just based on assumptions. And then the Chinese did a similar thing around the same time, and they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat because they made different assumptions. Both of the methods were flawed. If Eratosthenes existed, that is.
Yeah, this was about the assumption of parallel light rays. That's what I was explaining. Where it's parallel enough.
What about the assumption that he's on a ball? What about that part?
Well, everything we see in the sky are balls, more or less. If they're big.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the sky. We're talking about the ground.
Well, why would we be special?
Okay, so let me get this straight. If you go for a walk in the forest and you see trees all around you, do you just assume you're a tree?
Yeah, what makes you so special that you're not a tree?
Yeah.
I mean, when we trip and fall, we trip and fall. When a tree doesn't
So you're not a
have
tree, or
that
you are a
stunted
tree?
roots,
You haven't
then
decided yet.
Then it falls.
So you're just going to toddle off onto another tangent.
Wait,
No,
are
it
you
falls over
distinguishing
just like a tree.
differences between you and a tree?
I'm
So we
saying
could
we're
do the
similar
same with
in
the
that
Earth
way.
and the Moon. Is there trees on the Moon? No. So we're not like the Moon.
I mean, in the
If those
relationship of
things are
gravity, we
actually
are.
physical, if those things are physical with like a defined shape, and they're spheres, then their surface must have the definite feature of curvature, right? Right?
If
Right?
something is a sphere, then the sphere, I guess, yeah, would be
The surface has curvature. Yeah, right. So does Earth have that?
Probably.
Probably. You don't sound too confident, bro. Got any ideas how we
assume that way.
could tell?
Yeah, we see all these other
Few.
examples of big things, like planets.
Circular reasoning. You just went straight back to where you started, bro.
I mean, why the exception?
What do you mean exception?
What are you observing in reality?
Why would Earth be like the things in the sky? Why would Earth be like the things in the sky? Why?
Because the relationship of nature is like everywhere.
That's not
so. What are you assuming about what you're standing on?
Okay.
Well, the things that I stand on are made of mass, and things in the sky seem to be.
You don't know. You don't know what those things are made of, bro. You don't know what the things in the sky are. No idea.
Super bland answers, T-Dubs, just so we can throw shit out there, and hopefully I'll weasel my way through this labyrinth, and eventually I'll get something on these flat earthers. Sounds like you've just got a hate on for flat earthers, Mogi.
Do I sound like I have contempt for you?
Yeah, the whole passive-aggressive bullshit doesn't work on me, so you probably noticed already.
I mean, you're the only person
what you're
I'm calling an asshole.
Because what you're imagining is an outer space vacuum with objects embedded within it, right?
Sorry, repeat that.
What you're imagining is an outer space vacuum with these big objects embedded within it. And for some reason, Earth's in there with all the rest of it, but it's the exception. But we're not saying that flat Earth is like a disc in space, bro. I hope someone fucking pointed that out to you ages ago.
I don't know, there's just a bunch of there's stuff. I see stuff, right? And then I see orbit.
In the sky. You don't know what they are. You don't know what kind of medium that is up there. You don't know what's producing the light source. You don't know the distances. You don't know the sizes. There's lots of unknowns about things in the sky. But if you were to assume that they're spherical objects, then their surfaces must have curvature. If the Earth doesn't have that feature, then it's definitely not like those things. And no amount of saying, but why would it be different, will change that.
Pretty sure we can use light to measure distances, and then we can see orbit. And so based off of the orbit and the distances...
Nobody sees orbit. Nobody sees orbit. Of anything. Ever.
You don't see things circle around each other?
No, you do not see things like that. You don't see an orbit. Of anything. You can assume it.
The moons of Jupiter? You don't think the moons of Jupiter orbit?
You don't see... You'd have to need a top-down view. Which you don't have. Or a bottom-up view. Relative to the...
Surely we have an orbital view, like orbital views of things.
We have a lateral view, right? So we see the little blips kind of translate left to right or whatever, and they kind of go out of view or out of our ability to perceive them as they cross over Jupiter, and then you have to infer or assume that it's going around it or in front of it. You have to assume a third dimension to that.
Yeah, but
This is
there's
the
other
point.
things in space that orbit, surely.
You don't even know if they're moons. You don't know what they are, bro. You don't know what that is. You can interpret it all you like and guess and say, oh, that must be like moons like we have a moon, right? Maybe the moon's doing that around us. Like, no, bro, you can't just say because that thing has that quality that, like, this thing must also have that quality. You'd have to actually confirm that it shares those qualities in order to be able to say they're the same or they're similar, right?
T-Dub.
Yeah, there's people in here that are way better at doing this.
When they play peekaboo with them.
For me, right? Then there's people in here that are way better at doing presentations of long distance observations and laser tests and things, right? But we have these we have these examples where if the Earth's surface was curving, there'd be consequences to it, right? To what we see and what we can measure. And how we practically use it. When don't find that, it's not there. Like the Earth's surface is not curving, so that it's forming a sphere. It's not. So, regardless of what you think those things in the sky have, you think they're spheres with curved surfaces. Well, the Earth doesn't share that quality. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Unless you can show or demonstrate that it does.
Like, what do we see because the Earth is flat?
Reality.
Okay.
Thanks for butting in.
If the Earth is a ball, we wouldn't live in reality. Is that where you're going with that?
Well, you've got nothing to validate that it is a ball. So what measurements have you got? Measured drop over distance? Any? Bueller?
Is there, Mogi, is there anything that's been done that's a direct measurement that doesn't rely on inference or assumption or anything like that about like other things? It's just to do with the quality of the surface itself, right? Just having, definitively displaying a certain, feature that qualifies it as being a certain thing, such as a sphere. And having curvature, right? Like instead of inferring it from looking at the sky and measuring shadows and all that shit, right? Just the surface itself, right? Is there any example of that?
Everything we see seems to be round and spinning, kind of.
That's still a logical fallacy, bro.
Well, you're just saying that it's like, for some reason, it's like it's not going to be like the same relationship.
Right, because you don't know if you're on a thing that can qualify as being something similar. You don't know the construct of the universe. You're assuming it. You're assuming that the construct of the universe is that all those things are made of physical matter of some, physical matter. And they accumulate into these shapes due to whatever reason you want, probably gravity, you'll probably say, and that because I'm standing on physical matter, then it must also, conform to that ideology, right? So that there's no reason why it wouldn't be the same as the other things in the sky. But you don't know the construct of the universe. You're assuming that you're on an object embedded in a larger space. You've assumed what sort of medium those things in the sky exist within. You've assumed their shape, right? You've assumed their motion. Like there's just all these assumptions about those things in the sky that and you seeming to have knowledge of these qualities that they possess, and then you're applying that to what you're standing on without ever having had that perspective, without qualifying it in any way, right? Apart from inference.
I mean, apart from Voyager,
indirect inference
going through the solar system.
Yeah, the solar system is begging the question. You don't know that it's a solar system. You were told that, And that's embedded in your head. It's ingrained in your psyche, right? It's hard to shake it. That you don't know the construct of the universe. You don't know how it's configured. You don't know what those things are. You're working off assumptions that you were told, right, that you think are somehow justified. Justify those assumptions. Justify them. Challenge you to justify all those assumptions that you're using to beg the question and think that you're on a thing like those things in the sky.
Yeah, that's what has been asked of me during physics, and I did a lot of that in physics.
Well, okay. Maybe the guys like DJ or somebody can run you through a presentation of a long distance observation or a laser test or something, and show you how if the Earth's surface isn't curving, then it can't be what you're thinking it is. What you're assuming the things in the sky are, right?
I provided 3 videos to these before. Probably got lost in the weeds there in the chat.
I saved the notes. I'm just wrapped with attention. I'll review them later.
Very good. Okay. Welcome to the room, Nables.
Yeah. So, like, the logical fallacy you're using is a non sequitur, right? It doesn't necessarily follow, right?
No, it follows.
It should be. It should be because it should be pointed out too that even in your worldview, the Earth is extremely unique. Extremely.
Not in this way.
So it doesn't matter. It's extremely unique in other ways. So why? Why is it so unique?
Life.
Because things get complex over time.
Right. So I could say the same thing, right? No. Those other things must have life on them then, right?
Well, we don't know which ones, so we can't say for sure.
No, all of them must. Why would this be the exception, right? It's the same thing. You can't just say
why would it be the exception?
It doesn't logically follow.
Well, it's not that it's the exception. It's I mean, it is that it's the exception, just the only one we found. That's why it's the exception.
It's just the blanket rejection doesn't make sense. Doesn't follow.
You can say it doesn't follow.
Blanket rejection? What do you mean, blanket rejection?
Of like gravity.
What's that?
It's a relationship between massive objects.
So
Oh, really?
Newtonian.
That's exactly what
What
it
kind?
is.
Yeah. What kind of relationship?
An attraction.
Yeah, it's a force of attraction.
But that's been thrown out.
Romantic
Yeah,
That's not what they think anymore.
Fucking go nuts.
You know that's not practical physics, it's theoretical physics, right? It's not supported by experiment.
You mean other than shooting things into space?
Shooting things into the air. You mean outer space?
Like the
This whole
ISS?
thing before you came in, T-Dub, is just space, 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 space. It's a shame Ingersoll's not in here. These two would be just married yesterday. So his gravity claim is outdated. We've worked that out already.
I mean, we have the full like model for like the Apollo moon landing.
See? All he's got
math works.
space stories. That's
Math
all he's
is
got to
effective.
cling to. He's got absolutely nothing, and he's going to cuddle those like his favourite little teddy bear.
And then we have calculus. We use calculus to take the relationship of like myself
So
and then
not
my
measured?
relationship with all other objects of the planet.
Shut up.
So
And it would
nothing
tell me
measured,
Which way?
just
which way I would
assumptions.
be going towards.
So he's got no measurable curvature and really cool stories. That's it. That's all you've got for us, Mogi.
Yeah, Mogi, you're not the only one in this room who's done cal. Okay. What does that prove? What are you using cal for in this context? Prove anything.
We're using it to measure the force of gravity.
Gravity's not a force.
Okay, how is that done, dude? Let's walk through it. I'll do it again.
So you'd have to take, you have to do a couple integrals because you have to take the relationship between you and every other object at your respective distances.
Okay.
So
let's do it. Okay,
you
let's
have
do
to
it.
do.
Let's do it right from the beginning. Okay. What are the variables?
You have to do the integration on a sphere.
What are the assumptions? Okay, let's go through it.
The assumption is there's a sphere.
Okay, so before we even move
assumption
forward
is-
with any of it, we actually have to confirm that. So how do we do that?
Well, no, we don't.
Are you
'Cause
retarded?
right now we're testing a model.
So let's get
So
let's
do
get
the
this
mod-
straight.
we establish
you're
the
good enough,
model,
Moby.
and then we
You're
test
good
the
enough
model.
just to throw random numbers at an equation and say, "Fuck it, she'll be all right, mate." You should be an Australian.
What's more random here is not necessarily the numbers themselves, but the structure in which we're putting the numbers. Right? Because if the structure is weird, the numbers are going to come out as they are with respect to that weird structure. The reason the whole thing in question here is why are you choosing that specific structure, that mathematical formula in the first place?
Because it works. Because results.
Like what?
affirming the consequent.
Like
It gives him the
artillery
answer that you're a ball-tard, and they've got our rockets into space.
From military, like, cannon.
Military cannon.
Yeah.
What do they? Okay, how do those operate, sir?
Yeah, so they shoot projectiles, and then we predict where it's going to land by taking the force of gravity into account.
Thank you very much. So they just follow ball apart,
the
right?
horizontal velocity into account, and then the spin of the Earth into account.
Oh, really? Okay, I was with you on the first two. All right, so we got an acceleration, 9.8 approximately meters per second squared. Okay, and then the forward, velocity, whatever. Okay, so we can draw out a parabola, right, an upside down parabola. Then what?
Yeah, and then its position will drift as the Earth rotates if it's far enough.
Really? Okay, so now you're going to invoke Coriolis.
It's in the charts.
Okay, so now you have to prove that the Earth is actually spinning. So how are you going to do that?
Well, by saying that these are in the manuals and they seem to be effective since we're still using them.
Okay.
Why did transsexual get muted?
We'd like to know where those came from, how they derived that in the first place, and why they deemed it necessary to use them like that.
Well, if they work, then there's something to it, right?
But to say that it's for the reason that you claim it is, or that they claim it is, unless they can justify it and show where it came from and all that, and prove their premises, all you have is, an unknown variable at play that seems to follow a certain path or a certain relationship with respect to all the other things, but you have no cause for that yet.
If you have something that works better, I'm interested.
For all you know, it's wind drift. But you haven't even proven anything yet. Can you show us the manuals that show they use Coriolis, or they factor in Coriolis? And can you actually demonstrate in the real world that people actually apply this using that in the first place, and that's just it's not just a manual that no one really follows in practice?
All right. Since you joined in, I will do this last circus trick.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so the reality is, dude, you're making these claims. It's on your shoulders to back them up. If you can't
I think that's valid. That's valid. I will go ahead and do that.
Thank you very much. So if you can't handle that, then you have no business here. But please do.
All right, here's a Navy page archive of artillery manuals of the United States.
Okay. Before we go any further,
is this the U.S. Navy? Could it be British? 1 second.
Before we go any further, did you read this?
Yeah, I've read the artillery table.
Like in the last 5 seconds?
No, like some.
You mean so you mean to say that you've read this whole thing before?
Yeah, it's pretty short.
Okay. Explain to the room what they're doing and how they actually arrived at that.
So this is a table with charts that have calculated measurements that account for the angle of elevation. How much you should adjust depending every 100 yards. Your velocity of the shell that you would be doing, and if there's any drift in the Earth's rotation, and then the associated charts for them.
EugeneEllisLover.com. Did you get any more like official documentation? Okay, yeah, never mind. These documents are, yeah, they seem to be official papers. Very good. Okay, so which page? Which table?
It's Gene Slovers. It makes it look like it's Gene's lovers. It's not.
EU Gene Slover.
Yeah, so starting on page 16 would be all the metrics.
So all I see here are data tables. I don't see any formulae.
Well,
Or the
because
formula.
the nerds operating artillery don't need to know all the formulae. They just need to
Okay,
look
so
at
how
the
do we-
table and make the shot, and it works.
Thank you very much. So you don't so
Fucking what?
this alone. So this alone is not sufficient to describe or depict that they actually factor in Coriolis into the equation to derive the numbers in these tables. You're just assuming that the formula actually does that, and then presenting
Well,
it
because
as if
it
does.
says it in the manual that they do that.
Okay. Okay. But they don't provide any evidence for that. They just provide the numbers.
Well, this is not a manual for the nerds. This is a manual for the gunners.
Very good. Okay. So then I would follow up and ask, where did they get that number in the first place?
But they got
Spin
it
of
from
the
the
earth?
nerds who know what they're talking about.
Okay. Okay. So what did the nerds who supposedly know what they're talking about, what did they do to arrive at that conclusion that they need to do this?
That's a good question, but it doesn't change the fact that it works.
Nah, it kind of does, man. Because otherwise, you can ascribe any random variable, some unknown variable, you know, to be causing these little variations, right? Unless you know why, you can't say you know why.
If you've got
Unless
a better suggestion that have results, I'm interested. I'm very interested.
Yeah, see, that's the reality, right? So you're making the claim, right, that it's this particular reason. We want to know how you arrive at that. Okay, we're not making claims here. You guys are. You think we're on a ball that's spinning.
My reasoning
How
is that
do
I
you
can't
know
argue
that?
with results.
No, but you
Have
don't
you
know
ever done
how
this
you
yourself?
don't know how those results actually came to be. You don't know all the intricacies of the variables that produce those results. You don't know where they came from. You don't know anything about them.
Yeah. You've just got values.
I know. I
Could
know that
literally,
they
they could
have this
literally
chart.
stand for anything. The values, right?
I know that they had these charts. They accounted for this, and then the U.S. Navy confirmed kills, and then the enemy confirmed those kills. If it wasn't a factor,
but-
it wouldn't be in the tables.
The values are the factor. You haven't given any reason why we should accept that the values exist because of a certain reason.
Yeah, like I
Well,
said,
if
it
you've got
could
a
be
better
some unknown.
suggestion, I'm open-minded.
No,
I'm
it's
telling you
not about
why
better
I believe
suggestions,
this.
bro. It's not about better suggestions. It's about evidence.
Yeah, it's
This
an
is
unknown
evidence.
at this point, dude. No, it's an unknown. It's an unknown factor at best, unless you can prove otherwise. Right? For example, if you have an equation, right, you got factor 1, factor 2, divided by this other factor. Okay, whatever. Right? You got one factor, it's this reason. You got this other factor, it's this other reason. But this third one, I don't know, it just seems to be like some constant. Right? Some constant. We don't know why it's there, but, you plug that scalar in or, that divisor in or whatever, and things seem to map out perfectly. Okay? In those contexts, like, for example, the gas laws and shit, there's that, I think it's R, that large R. It's some sort of gas constant or something. Forgive me if I'm getting the letter wrong, but you know what I mean? It's just a constant. Why it's there, we don't know. It just makes the math work. All right? But no one's ascribing, this is because of this, quantum realm phenomena, this, what, like, no one's saying that. It's just it just makes it fit. So for all we know, that could be the case here too. So if you mean to claim that because they know the Earth is spinning, that is very interesting, and we want to know how they know that. Otherwise, it's just a constant at best, or at worst, it's just noise that just happens to fall within a certain error margin that they can tolerate. Go ahead.
That's even if, right, the advice laid out in these tables is adhered to.
That's another thing.
If you're suggesting that this is not good enough, then I am interested in better. Can you provide better?
This is ultimately and objectively merely words on paper.
Yeah, Moji, I don't think you were listening.
Beginning and the end of it. The rest
Moji.
is you filling in gaps in your knowledge.
Yep,
Just
Moji,
for your information.
you failed to confirm.
I have the accumulation of my
It's adhered
experiences, but This is
Moji.
something that works.
Again, you didn't listen to what I said, dude. Okay. Number one, they don't show a model. Okay, so you have no way to confirm this, that these came from these are the outputs of a particular model. Number two, you haven't shown where this Coriolis factor came into being. Okay, where they derived it. Okay, you don't have those critical parts of this entire thing. Like I said before, for all you know, it's a constant. There you go. There's my better explanation. It's just a constant. For God's sakes, fuck do I know? You don't know either. So if you can get that, maybe we can all learn together.
Well, I have a cursory understanding, but I don't think it's super important to get into.
We also have a cursory understanding. The Earth allegedly spins at approximately 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Okay,
Right,
that's
so
the best. Yeah.
that
Okay.
means
How do we know
angular
that?
momentum exists, correct?
How do we know that to be true? Is the question.
Yeah, all sorts of ways.
God damn it, dude.
Yeah, we have like a pendulum in South America for angular momentum.
Oh my god. Fucking Foucault pendulum. Here we go. Anyone else want to take this one? Fuck. Sure, this guy's sick of hearing my voice anyway. I'm not that good with Foucault pendulum.
Well, I don't know because DJ kindly posted an observation for us at 25 past the hour that I did miss, and then we were on to this, so I thought probably wait until we can get back to that and then go through that with him. But it's up, it's up to, I don't know, whatever you guys want to do.
Kind of wish India was here for the Foucault pendulum stuff.
Well, I just put it down to affirming the consequent, but anyway, go on, sorry.
So you guys do believe that like spheroids exist, right?
What, as like interplanetary bodies? No.
Well, no, just in general.
As ideal objects? Like ideal geometric shapes?
It's a very vague question.
What are you laying on? I've never kicked a soccer ball, bro. Oh.
But I mean, I think that they're all flat. I don't think that spheres exist.
Trolls. My specialty.
All right, y'all have a good night. Enjoy.
Catch it, Mogi.
Hey, Mogi.
You guys are fucking dumb if you think spheres exist.
Okay.
Perfect spheres don't exist in nature. Like, it is an ideal form. Hey, he's gone too.
The troll went.
I think they just booked a room, so they bounced.
Like, finally you're here. I've been waiting so long, putting up with these flat earthers.
Look what he put in chat. Type that in chat and then just fucking face plants in 3 seconds.
Wait, who? Who when?
Dirty. Guy who just spoke and then left.
Oh.
Oh yeah, shit-eating gring when I come into this channel, obviously, meaning he's like, thinks he's around retards, and he's about to school them. And then, face plants in 3 seconds after opening his fucking mouth.
Fuck, you gave him 3 seconds. You know, I was being generous. Gave him 10. Damn.
Do you guys believe in spheroid shapes?
Fucking love this shit, man. It's hilarious.
It'd be a different story if he came in and it'd be like, guys, I just want to check. You do believe in spheres in general, like soccer balls, tennis balls, baseballs, that kind of shit. And someone would go, yes, because we do. and be like, right, just checking to make sure it's not just some allergy to spheres and shit like that. And you sort of have a laugh. All right, kick rocks, clown. Next. But yeah, I don't know what he's.
Yeah, you can't
disability
challenge
was.
the claim that the Earth's a globe without writing off every fucking sphere shape in reality. You know, you're not allowed to like women with big tits anymore. You know what I mean?
Oh man,
completely fucking anti-sphere, man. You know.
I get this nasty rash when someone says sphere. Please stop it.
Wow. Did you?
At least he's
Someone
gone.
said rash. DJ's gone. Sorry, DJ.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least he's got an excuse for being a retard. He's a vegan. His brain's operating on, like, power-saving mode, you know?
Yeah, too much seed oil.
Yeah, ClickCode says that those tables don't even mention Coriolis drift.
They don't.
Rifle drift, apparently.
I was trying to get in when you were speaking up, just to bring up the fact that we've got flat earthers that were artillery operators in their service, during their service, and they never made a single calculation or correction for Coriolis. You know what I mean?
Well, I heard him say elevation angle too, and I know there's probably a few flat earthers would be like, whose ears would prick up at that.
One thing it
Mine
does
did a little bit
in these charts, just as a point of interest, is flight time. So 3,000 will take you 3.71 seconds. Time of flight. So 5,000 yards is 6.29 seconds. 7,000 yards, 8.98 seconds. 9,000 is 11.79 seconds. And let's go right down the bottom. Let's get this on. And that there. So 19,000 yards is a 27.79 second flight time. Interesting. What is it? It's 0.288 second, 0.288 miles per second.
It's like an 8-mile drift at the equator.
Yeah.
30 seconds, about 8 miles of drift.
So if you're taking that shot near the equator, that's just point to the east and hope. A lot more faith than others have, that's for sure.
Well, does it have latitude corrections?
Let's have a look. Change of range for variation of feet per second for initial velocity. No. And you've got range, angle of elevation, increase in angle of elevation for 100 yards, increase in range, angle of fall, time of flight, striking velocity, drift, and what's this? Danger space for a target 20 foot high, maximum inordinate. That's it. So
well,
drift. Okay, so it's got a spin.
It's going to vary.
That's cool. So drift, which would be spin drift in yards, at 19,000 yards, the drift is 90 yards. So that's all they're accounting for, a 90-yard drift. No Coriolis. There you go. That was easy. Moby,
right, because
you fail.
There'd have to be like a formula or something that they'd they'd have to apply, like if they were at the equator and then they went, 3,000 miles south or north of that, they'd have to change. That table would no longer be useful, right?
Exactly.
Wait, what? Where did they say they were? What latitude did they say they were? What direction were they shooting to get a 90 yard?
It doesn't give that. It just gives you your range. So you go through and you look at your range. It gives you your angle of elevation for that specific range. So what you do is you know where things are based upon your map that you're looking at. He's hiding behind that hill. We know that hill is so many yards from us. So let's just pick the last one because it's easier. 19,000 yards. So we know he's 19,000 yards away. Angle of elevation, 11.04, and it's 660.4 minutes. So then you got angle of fall, and it's got 1348. Time of flight, 27.79 seconds. Striking velocity in feet per second, so it's going to hit at 1767 feet per second, so it's going to hit pretty hard. Drift, it's going to drift 90 foot. So that's what he's probably claiming the Coriolis is, the 90-foot drift. But, like T-Dub said, depending on where you are, if it's a ball, if it's spinning, at the equator, this is the maximum. If it's somewhere else, that would be less than that. That should be showing on this chart. Danger space for a 20-foot high. Target, 27 feet. Or yards, 27 yards. So basically, at that distance, it's got an inaccuracy of 27 yards. And that's even allowing for its 90-foot drift. So, yeah.
Not only does it not specify the location of the shooter, it doesn't specify the direction that they're shooting at.
Nope.
Right. Man, that fucking kid, man. He said it earlier, right? I asked him, did you read this? He said yes. I said, the tables, they don't specify Coriolis anywhere. They don't specify the formula. He said, oh, they don't have to because the nerds get the formula and then they just build the tables. Like, how do you know it's Coriolis? He says it in, like, or he made the statement something to the effect that it's stated elsewhere.
These are fixed values. It tells you, if you know, basically you have to know your distance. So someone who's studied their maps and they know their terrain, they know their area, if you have the distance, the rest of it's there on the chart. You just follow it across.
So for all we know, this drift could either be attributed to wind or something
Spin
like,
drift.
for example,
the spin drift, Magnus effect.
So what is that, like the actual rotation of the object?
Of the projectile. Yep. So the projectile, the cannon itself is actually rifled. So that's the twist pattern that's up the inside of the bore. So it's rifled. So as the projectile comes out, it is spinning in order to stabilise it. Now the downside of this is, and you can have different rifling amounts. It's a ratio 14-1 or 10-1 or whatever the ratio is. As the bullet comes out, it's spinning to stabilise it, so the pointy end stays pointing forward. But the kicker, it's got Magnus effect, so it'll grab the air and it'll turn. So at the bottom of the chart, the biggest distance it'll turn, at 19,000 yards, it'll turn 90 yards. So at 19,000, you'll get 90 yards of spin drift.
Okay, so they what is it? They give the, excuse me. So they do this, they make it spin so it goes further, but at the cost of maybe a little bit of inaccuracy as it goes further out?
Yes.
No,
no?
It's not a little bit of inaccuracy, it helps with accuracy. Sorry, obvious?
No, I was just clarifying what you were saying. They get it spinning as fast as they can to stabilize it.
Okay, so it goes further. So it goes further.
So it's less susceptible to, some strong gust that might be downrange.
So 20. The issue you've got an elongated projectile with a point on the end that's turning along its length, rotating. Clockwise, anti-clockwise, doesn't matter. It's rotating. Now, if you put a perfect sphere in there and shoot it, if that sphere happens to grab on the inside of the barrel as it comes out, if it's turning backwards, it'll lift up and spin up into the air. If it clicks forwards, it'll roll down and turn down. So it's to get rid of that randomness. So we know it's always got one constant value. We know it's turning clockwise. We know it's turning at that particular rate. And it's just a matter of knowing your yardage. X yards, it's X amount of turn.
Okay, so then they can control for, like, so they get the added benefit of distance. They know it's going to be not perfectly accurate, but they can control.
They can work within an error margin. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just think of like the air moving around, it's spinning right the direction. You can equate it to the aerodynamics of a wing flap, you know? The air is getting gusted off in a certain direction. It's displacing the flap in the opposite direction. So this drift is that displacement from the Magnus effect.
Gotcha. Okay.
So there's always a little bit of get down on your knees and pray for the best involved, by the sound of it.
But it's bounded, though, right? That's how they engineer it. So it's bounded, and then they just hope it falls within a certain pocket that they expect. Yeah. Or they know it will, or have high confidence it will.
But this is why they usually bring more than one shell to a battle, you know?
Right, okay. Well, I think we already knew that Mogi.
Perfect, you know what I mean? There's going to be misses.
Yeah. So I think we can see now that Mogi guy was full of shit, proved himself to be full of shit. Thank you, gentlemen.
They all are. They just quickly search up these fancy-looking papers, you know, with fancy-looking data. Don't read it, as you said, and just drop it. And
especially the best ones on YouTube.
They just hope we won't read it either. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Especially the ones on
YouTube. I don't even know how they hope that. They haven't read it to know that it's fucking wrong in the first place. You know what I mean?
He said, he claimed to have read it. It wasn't that long. Those were his words, more or less. So I took it at face value, right? But, you know.
They never read this shit. The only way to be a glower is to read nothing.
Except the headline, at best. And even then,
it's to be completely oblivious of the real information. And the only way to achieve that is to never look at the real information.
Yeah, especially when it comes from EugeneLeaseLover.com. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to pin him on the website. It looks like shit. It looks like it's from like 1990 or something.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Dude, this website, okay, I'll tell you guys, this is the style of this website is like the shit that we do in our like web development 101 class in college. Okay? Like, fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty
basic HTML.
A lot of websites are like that. You know, you know what? They're put up by people. These websites are created by people that are specialized in one area, but have no idea about web design. So I'm not going to fault them on that. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm kidding. Because I mean, I'm sure there's others that people would cite on our side that look dodgy, but if you look at the material, that speaks for itself. And I respect that completely. I'm just poking. Yeah. But even if we do that, as you guys just did, it doesn't stand.
It's just Eugene's lover. It's like some guy in his mum's basement's typing in shit and comes across that. He's like, that's not what I wanted. What's this shit?
Eugene's lover. Oh my god. Sounds like a prawn site.
None of these guys come in here expecting to leave knowing the Earth's flat, you know what I mean? And just giving up the globe.
Oh, shit. It's very entertaining. See, Vlad's back. What are you doing up at this hour? Fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. Yo, Vlad, you there?
How long were you guys speaking to Mogi?
Like 5
That went
hours.
for like 3 hours or something. Yeah, like hours.
I think we converted him though.
I doubt it, man.
I was listening on YouTube for the most part.
Dib, what do you mean, dude? You fell asleep for like half of it.
I know, because he was in there for so long, but he was. You could tell that he just didn't want to leave because it would show that he would lost. But whenever we were explaining looking across a 20-mile lake, you could tell he got quiet and he was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
So you did go through that with him.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't know. I must have missed that part.
Yeah, he was like, whenever I told him, I was like, "All right, dude, let's just say gravity's real, okay? Let's just say gravity's real." And he's like, "Okay, well, it has to be a ball because that's how gravity works." I said, "Okay, it's a ball. Show me how you find the curve." And he was like, "Well, I don't see how that matters." I'm like, "Well, if I wanted to see it, how would I go and look for it?" And it's like he didn't even think about this. Like he never even thought about it. It was insane. And he was like getting real quiet.
I think the best part about that was when we asked him what's the drop? What's the drop rate that we would expect? And he says 3 inches per mile. I cracked up.
Yeah.
That guy, you look in the Banapeel channel, fucking what's his face? Starlife is freaking out again.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh really? Oh god.
Have a look. That guy's deranged, man.
Where's that at? In politics?
It's a channel in the server. Banapeels. He says, ups, T-Dub, Matrix, obviously B. Flares have never used a rifle. Taking Coriolis into account is a must or you will miss the target. Flares are so stupid. You people are science deniers and it's dangerous.
God, this the tabernacle.
Well, Starlife, I don't want to be rude, but fuck you. I do bench rest shooting as a hobby in my spare time. I have used rifles and of different calibers too. So get off your high horse and grow up.
Something tells me this guy doesn't know what a bench press is.
Yeah, Starlife is like the worst case. They don't just get stuck in cog this, they just have a full mental breakdown, man.
Yeah. You can tell, look what's on his face.
He probably wasn't quite all there to begin with, to be honest.
Check it out. He just responded. Matrix, you dropped out 3rd grade. You don't understand basic math or basic physics. Yeah, but I do understand that you don't need Coriolis when you're lining up a fucking target, you doormat. Have a look at the Guinness World Records. He didn't account for it, and that is a bloody long shot and a down sight further than what I normally shoot.
Shit, you dropped out of 3rd grade? Could have fooled me.
Yeah, I know. It was actually 2nd grade, but I don't tell everyone that.
Damn. Never would have guessed.
Oh, shit. This is too good.
I'll just say thanks, Star Life, for the views and engagements on the streams. It's much appreciated.
Thanks
You're
for padding our
contributing to
numbers,
the
Star
cause.
Life.
He's gonna get himself fucking banned abusing that channel to speak to us.
Have any of you guys,
I don't even bother.
Have any of you guys actually pissed Brenda off so much that he emphasis added DMs you?
No.
I don't remember.
Hey, Phil? Yeah.
Phil, yeah. Yeah, be fair income, mate. Come on.
Oh man. I must have struck a nerve, man. I got a DM from Brenda. Do you realize how stupid you are? Like with nothing else. I was like,
Did you call it? No.
No, I use the appropriate pronoun.
Doesn't not speak about Brenda.
Yeah.
That's all Brenda wants to be spoken about.
I know. I just got the DM. I'm like, oh shit. Struck a nerve somehow.
Yeah, sometimes these folk will get real pissed
I
off.
don't know why. You weren't even in here earlier.
Yeah. I was. When I jumped in with Mogi initially. Yeah. Because he was describing gravity, right? How he did this experiment to prove gravity.
Yep.
Right. That's when I started. I'm like, dude, like at best you're getting an accurate measurement of the phenomena. You're not proving what it is. That's what we're trying to ask for.
Yeah.
It was around that time. I think I know why, because I use the analogy, like at best what he's doing is measuring, like, oh yeah, like if you take a piece of paper and you measure it with a ruler, right? You're getting a measurement. You're not proving where the paper came from. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You're just getting more fine-tuned, or higher accurate, more fine, precise ruler. That's all fine and dandy, But that's all these guys do.
Same with bringing up the sky or the moon or something else whenever you're asking them about the Earth. It's so annoying.
Bring up space.
Yeah, space.
That's
like Matrix had a good analogy. It's like, hey, describe your neighbor's home, or describe your home by looking at your neighbor's home through your window. Like that's like it doesn't make any sense.
What's Earth's neighbor?
The moon.
The moon, man.
Why there's so many people in here, but it's so quiet?
You're talking about
to drop
where
in
someone
for
lives
3
next door to
seconds.
you.
Must be a real intense
Yeah.
debate.
Yes, about the house next door to. When you talk about a whole ass planet, you talk about other planetary bodies next to him, right?
Yeah,
what else do you talk about? What else do you bring up?
We're on the tail end of a debrief of a long ass conversation. So forgive us for our quietness,
Oh yeah.
If you want to bring it back up, feel free. You got any questions?
The Earth is split. The Earth is split.
And how do you validate that? How have you validated or verified that you being a troll is not going to get you booted out of here?
You can't.
You're autistic.
So what do you reckon? You live on it? Oh, he just got nuked. That was quick.
All right, we'll speak to JR.
Oh,
he seems
yeah,
stable.
He's nicer.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
That's if you want to speak JR, you're not.
More than like 3 people said we'll speak to him.
Yeah, you're
It's like
cool.
it's
That
like-
other one was a clown.
It's like you guys just like walked, like just made a circle around me, and I'm in the middle.
No,
Well, no,
nothing
you
like that,
chimed
man.
up. You chimed up.
Yeah.
Well, you've been listening, JR.
I just joined.
Compare yourself to you've been in and out. I saw you earlier. Compare yourself to the other guys you've heard talking, the other ballers. Would you consider yourself better, worse, a troll, not a troll? Because from what we've heard, just in the limited amount you've spoke already, you sound a lot nicer than the other ones.
Like, as of me being here, I've been here for 2 minutes, and then before I was here for 4 minutes. So I really don't know what people were. I don't know too much about what people were going on about and how they were reacting. I guess I don't know.
So what do you think, man? We're on a ball.
What do
tilting,
I
spinning,
actually
wobbling.
think about everyone here in general?
I don't know. What do you think we're on? A ball flying through the vastness of space, covered in water, tilting, wobbling, spinning? Or is it planar with topography? What's your call?
I think it's a ball.
What's that? What gives it
think
away?
It's a ball.
How much want to bet he's going to mention space or the moon?
Hold on, let him do his own thing. He's good.
We're talking about space. What do you mean?
Oh God! See,
Like,
So
do you
why do you
forget
think it's
that
a ball?
Earth is in space?
we're not talking about space. We're talking about what you're
space.
standing on.
That's another story. But yeah, why do you think it's a ball? What gives it away to you? You wake up on a Sunday morning, you walk outside, and it's like, I know it's a ball because.
Well, you can fly from Hawaii to Japan.
Yeah?
You can, right? Going one way.
Can't fly on a flat surface,
You
right?
can also fly from, the north part of Russia to Japan, right?
So we can go
as long as you've got enough
That's how we know
fuel.
it's a ball.
No, but it's no. You don't need
So
no
like,
fuel.
are you housebound? Like, because you're in a flat neighborhood, you can't
Just
figure
kind
out
of
how to
think
go places.
like if you're looking at a flat map and you go left, you end up right. The same, doesn't take as long as it would if you go across the entire
flat map?
right? Yeah, like let's say you have a whole map laying flat on the ground. Like, you go to Google, type in map of Earth, and whatever. How they all show, right? They show America on the left and they show China on the right, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and on the far right is Japan, and on the far left is Hawaii of the map, correct?
Sure.
Right. Do you think that's an accurate map of the world?
I wouldn't think any map's an accurate map of the world.
Okay, well, is there an accurate map of the world?
The Glimpson's map.
If you have one, you can present it.
I'm asking. I don't know. I mean,
What's your best map?
I mean,
Which
look,
one do you
I'll post something in the side chat here in a second.
I mean, we can go with the
And you just tell me
greater
if
projection
you
if we
can
really want.
figure out how to get from whatever two locations you want to pick
Yeah.
between them. Let's see. Now, this is not a claim that this is the map of the Earth and perfect
Mhm.
accuracy. Just for this example. So pick any two locations and see if you can
Holy
figure out
fuck,
how
I
to get
have
between
hold on, you have to give me a second. I have to wrap my fucking head around what I'm looking at for a second. This is
You said it's in perfect accuracy, but that map is based off of the
I never
round
said
Earth.
that.
It's basically
Nobody
just a
thought-
flattened
and-
round Earth.
what
I did
country
not
is in the
say that.
middle? Is that supposed to be Greenland?
Just zoom in and just.
It's just an
What country's
example
in
of
the
a map.
middle? Is that supposed to be Greenland?
No, it doesn't matter. Can you
doesn't
get
matter.
from point A
Of
to
course that
point B?
matters. It's a country.
It's a map.
Like, what did you pick? You picked Japan and was it Hawaii?
Yeah, so what's on the map matters.
So, can you show us how you get between them?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. So is that Greenland in the middle?
That's the North Pole,
really doesn't
Greenland,
matter.
United
Okay.
States.
What's the top
There you go.
right? What's that? What's that place supposed to be?
Asia or Russia? Sorry.
See, this is where he's
No,
showing
that makes
he's
no
just
sense.
as the other guy.
Russia's connected to Asia. Is the top right supposed to be
dance
Australia?
around instead of actually
Wait, what grade are
addressing?
you in?
Well, dude, I'm
request.
trying to figure out your map. This shit looks crazy. Is that supposed to be Australia?
Well, what did I qualify this conversation with? What did I premise it with?
Oh, I'm just trying to.
No claim that this is a
We're
map of the
talking
Earth.
about. Oh, then why'd you show it?
So we can ask you how to fly from one place to another.
Oh well, if that's not even an actual map representing the world, then how can I?
So
use
how do you
that?
know
It makes
your
no
map
sense.
is the one representing the world if you're claiming that is incorrect?
Because that's the one we use.
JR, just take a step back for a second. It's
Because
just
that's
a
the map we use.
JR,
to do
JR,
it with.
I don't need. Don't spurg out, please. It's just a map. Can you use that map to get from point A, what was it, Japan, to point B, Hawaii? Can you use that map to do that? Yes or no?
No, because I don't know where Hawaii is on that map.
This is like a whole new level for me. I've never encountered someone like this.
This is normal for this hall, man.
What's the point of a map?
It's the same globe map that you're used to.
You how to get
flattened out
from one place to another, right? That's the whole point of a map.
A map is a tool. If you use the incorrect map for the incorrect job, you probably might get lost.
Right. Well, luckily, the maps we use do airplanes get lost?
Well, that's one of the ones they use.
That is not one of the ones they use.
How do they
Really?
get lost?
How do you know?
Are you saying airplanes use that map?
Oh yeah.
They have done, yeah, for quite a few years.
Okay. So we're not in good faith here.
So, on that map, can you get from point A to point B? Really simple, yes or no?
If I knew what it was
In your
representing,
case, Hawaii
and
to
where the
Japan
place
or
was,
vice versa.
I would not be able to, no, because I don't know where Japan is on that map.
Yeah, so you came in here referencing the Mercator projection.
I
And
never
some
said
kind
that.
of weird fucking Pac-Man theory. You just
I never
warp
said
to the
that.
other side.
I never said that.
That's what you were referencing. Because you look at the Mercator projection and, well, it just cuts off on one end. So how
No,
could you
you're-
transverse it, right?
Unfortunately, you're just assuming.
This guy sounds like Woot.
Sounds pretty like he's struggling.
Just saying, if you're taking a road trip, you use a map, right? Fly an airplane, you can use a map to get where you're going. What map do you think they use?
That wasn't the point of the discussion.
All right then. Never mind.
You made the claim that you can't go from A to B on a flat surface.
I never made that claim. That I walk to A to B all the time. I just went to the
We've
mailbox.
got this
morning.
recorded. We can go back and hear it.
Go ahead.
We asked you,
You
why
said,
do you
how could
think
you
it's
get
a
from
ball?
Japan to Hawaii, which would be Japan, point A, Hawaii, point B.
Mm-hmm.
Not possible. It's only possible on the globe, not possible on a flat surface.
No. I said, how do you think they do it? Not you can't do it. What are you talking about? Stop making stuff up. That's weird.
You're going to get muted in about 5 seconds, yeah.
For what?
Because you're a time waster.
It's not my fault. You don't know.
So break out your crayons and show us how you get from point A to point B on a flat surface.
Have you ever checked the mail?
Check the mail?
That's how you do it.
So JR, the map that you had, you're claiming that is the Earth, so we're a big rectangle. That's what you're claiming.
No.
Excellent. So we're not a big rectangle, therefore your map's not correct. So what map is correct that you could present
that
to
map
us?
is a layout of a sphere in a flat place. It's not that complicated.
Ah, right.
Yeah, so,
this
like-
map that Obviously B put up, what is that a map of?
Pretend you have a basketball and then you deflate it.
No,
and,
no,
like,
no.
kinda
We're not
cut
going to
it
pretend
and then
about
lay it
basketballs.
flat, you know?
We're talking about a flat surface. That map that Obviously B has put up. Oh no, he's put the GIF up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh
You
wow!
see
It
what
looks
that
just
map
like
is
the
now?
globe in my classroom.
Yeah. Interesting how you couldn't understand how it works on a flat map, but then when we show you a ball that's been flattened, you still couldn't work it out either. So maybe it's just the whole flat thing that you have some kind of allergic reaction to. Can you say the word flat? Does it
Because
hurt
that's
you?
a
Or
misrepresentation of it.
what do you mean it's a misrepresentation?
How do you know that?
Because that goes against the maps we use.
Who's we?
The world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Yeah, you go on mute. You're a fucking dumbass. Delete Cats, you got a question for us?
Hello, I have a question. Why does it matter that much of the Earth is a globe, sphere, flat? Why does it matter?
Many takers.
Like, what do we benefit in the end? How does that change your life?
It'll lead you on to other questions, my friend.
So why did you start with the other questions? Why did you start with this one specifically?
Because it wakes people up. It gets them
Can
to
I ask
think
you a
critically.
question?
Sure.
Why do you think it wouldn't matter?
Because I generally couldn't give less of a shit. I have stuff to do. And that does not involve if the Earth is flat or round.
Well, you pay taxes, correct?
I'm a college
Don't
student,
give
so
a-
no.
You said you don't give a shit. You have things to do. Is that what you said?
That have nothing to do with it. Yes, that's what I said. Like there's most 99.99% of stuff that I do have nothing to do with the Earth being round, flat. So why does it matter that much?
It matters
well,
because you're
I'm
being
sure you-
deceived. And your tax dollars are going to NASA, who's just wasting your money away and lying to you. Don't you care about that?
Okay. Two things. I'm a college student and don't pay taxes. Second, I'm not American. So why would it matter? Because most people, at least in this server, are very young. So why does it matter to them?
Well, if we really want to get into the meat and potatoes of this is the foundation of pretty much everybody's identity in the world. Your cosmology dictates how you identify with your existence, what your place in existence is, what your authority in that existence is, who you defer to, and look for, who you put your trust and faith into that proclaim themselves authorities. This is all connected. It might seem to you that you walk around and just get on with your day-to-day business, but underneath everything, all the decisions you're making are tied directly to your identity, which is built upon these premises.
That is interesting, but how would... Okay.
Just so you know, every Glober says the same thing you're saying right now. Okay? We've all done it.
Yeah,
you just have to think deeper. Yeah, you just got to think deeper into it.
That's interesting. You know what? That's
like, I still have to go to work tomorrow. Why does it matter if it's flat or not? Like, just think about it. Just it gets deeper the more you think about it.
I assume one good human to another good human, Cats, that we can both agree that if deception exists in this world, we would desire to work towards eradicating it as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then that leads me to another question. What kind of
You got
media
another
do
question?
you guys consume?
We only talk about flat Earth in here, not politics.
No, like, since you guys think it's a deception, so what led you to that conclusion? Like, what kind of media did you consume?
Is it a deception, or is it just
look, we
misinformation
consume-
that's been passed on?
Sorry, what?
Is it a deception, or maybe it's just misinformation that's been passed on through the generations?
I mean, to me, it seems like the Earth is a globe, and that's it. Like, that doesn't matter at all.
Look, Gats, you understand that all of us were raised as Globers, right? We all went through the
Right.
same education systems. We all believed it for the majority of our life.
Right.
We took it as an absolute gimme. We didn't question it. It just was, as common as breathing air.
That's true.
The Earth's a globe, We all came from that initial position where you're at. We
What is it?
consume all the same media you consume. We just approach how we consume it differently. We don't blindly let whatever information's being put forth just nestle into our brains and dictate our existences. We question it. With an extremely heavy hand.
All right. Makes sense. That's all for me.
Start off by paying attention to the people that are getting canceled or shadow banned. There's a reason for that. Go pay attention to them. Go listen to what they have to say, because someone doesn't want you to hear them. That's what I did 5 years ago. And now I'm here.
All right. I'll join back this channel to see what you guys are talking about later. Like, I got my answer. Thank you, guys.
Come back whenever you want.
Right, goodbye.
See you for now.
Based.
Yeah, he's probably already a flat earther.
Cat profile pictures, man. Red flags.
What
Happy
does it
stick
matter
ready.
if it's flat or not? God, I hate that.
This is the same, like back in the day before it came flat earth, when it'd be heavy on trying to wake people up to 9/11 or something. You'd get to that point. They'd say, oh, what does any of this matter? It's like, that's when you know they've heard you. They understand what you're saying. They know there's truth in what you're saying. But they don't want to accept it.
I love it, obvious. You'll have a conversation with these guys. That one was short. 40 minutes later, 2 hours later, what does it all matter? Well, if it doesn't matter, bruv, what have you been in here for the last 2 hours for?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Have you guys spoken to the real boss lately? Why is he on mute?
Practice.
Practice makes perfect.
It's just a habit, right?
He's on mute because when I said this is not a claim to a map or any type of accuracy of the land masses, he immediately said 5 seconds later, oh, but this map's not fucking accurate. You're saying this map's accurate or something. So he got muted.
Oh, that was him. Okay. All right. What about Terry? Have you guys spoken to Terry yet?
No. How's it going, Terry?
Terry Bonds. Or Barney's. Can I call you Barney? How about that?
I think they might just be listening.
Probably fell asleep like I did earlier.
Damn. At least he's not snoring.
Hmm.
We also got Malibu. Welcome to the chat.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Did you guys
What
watch
brings
Begonia?
Hey? Sorry, what was that?
Did you watch the new film called Begonia?
Is it about flat Earth?
I'm sorry, this is not a film review channel. You might be in the wrong place.
No, but it has. They do touch on like conspiracy theories and flat Earth a bit. Oh, that's why I asked. I wasn't asking for a film review. I'm just asking if you watched and if you connected with what it meant.
No,
What did it say?
I haven't seen it. What is it about?
It's about two brothers who fall into conspiracy theory that this tech CEO is an alien, so they abduct her to try and force her to connect to her mothership.
So the conspiracy theorists were right.
Well, maybe not. But they did touch on flat Earth a bit, which was interesting.
In what way?
It's. I don't want to spoil it. That's like this is the thing. I don't really want to.
It's all right. We're all big boys in here. We can handle a spoiler.
I already forgot what the name of the movie was.
It's called Begonia. But it's basically like throughout the film, it's like it criticizes conspiracy theorists that they're like that there's some form of like mental illness that they have, and that like their conspiracies are a byproduct of some trauma that they went through, and a part of the flat Earth. Huh?
Yeah, sounds par for the course so far.
Sounds like Hollywood to me.
Yeah, but the thing is that like the flat Earth theory, along with other theories that were brought in as a theme, were in the end, spoiler, were all to be true, and that in the end she is an alien, and that because of what she's experienced, she realizes that humanity is too fragile and they need to wipe out humanity, and in the end, all the humans die.
Can I ask how do they present?
So what do you think? What do you think it's all about? That I imagine the mainstream aspects within that fictional world would label conspiracy theorists as it's just a knock-on effect from trauma or mental illness. Why would they be going about to give that impression to the common person?
Well, I think it is like the man who was kind of like the main runner of the operation of kidnapping her. He was mentally ill. They do touch on some conspiracy theories hold some truth, but then there's also people who, of course, there are people who follow certain conspiracy theories because of their trauma or their for example, in the story, their mother is severely ill, and he believes that these aliens are using her as a test subject, and they need the antidote or the cure from the aliens to save her. And in the end, the thing is that the aliens don't have a cure, but in order to escape the enclosure she's in from these kidnappers, she convinces him that she has the cure to try and escape. And there were like actual cases, like he was actually pretty severely ill and also like had some delusions. I think that what they're trying to say is that some people seek truth after they've been hurt.
We're all traumatized guys. That's why we believe flat Earth.
Yeah, it almost sounds like the whole point of the movie was to try and cast a wide net and paint the image that people who think differently, don't follow the mainstream, they're all mentally ill.
Not really, because in the end he was right. The way he went about it was wrong. He was just like the way he ended up like killing himself in the end. Not killing himself directly, but indirectly, and killing everyone around him.
Can I ask, in the movie, how did they present their conception of the flat Earth, or the conception that the actors, how they conceived it? Like, did they provide any imagery or whatnot? I'm just kind of curious.
Yes, basically when they captured her 3 days before a full moon, sorry. And between the scenes when it says like 3 days before the lunar the full moon, they would show like an image of like the flat Earth map. And in the end, when they kill humanity, she has to she has to put like a sharp, like alien looking I don't know, like thing, like a knife in this like map of the world, and it's a flat Earth map, and over it is like a kind of bubble, and she pops the bubble, and all the air like flows out.
Gotcha. Okay, so they do kind of present it as if it were like a giant disc in space or something. Okay? There you go. Okay, of course they would.
So that would be the Flat Earth Society conception of a flat Earth, which is not us.
The AE map and all that. Yeah. Not surprised there.
Is this your first time in this channel, Malibu?
I think so. Yes. I know what. No, I've been here like a long time ago, but I don't really come on in this channel.
Is it safe to assume you're a globe believer?
I guess so, but I wouldn't say I'm like too versed in the subject to have a solidified opinion. I don't really think I don't really care if the
skepticism towards the globe
doesn't really bother me.
So you haven't thought about Flat Earth at all? You just wanted to join a 24/7 Flat Earth server?
Oh, you saw the movie, so
I just saw the movie and it just reminded me of this channel. And I just wanted to know. I just wanted to hear if you guys saw it and what you thought about it, and if your opinions.
Oh, we haven't saw it, but it sounds interesting.
It's a. It's
I
very
would
well
say
made, I'll say.
I would say, sounds like another predictive programming type of thing to try and cast a certain light on, a marginalized group, or what they might call marginalized group, right? Straw man their argument, make it look stupid or crazy or whatnot.
Traumatized, mentally ill, conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
But the thing in the end is like it's not like he was like in a sense that he was wrong and that he's a conspiracy theorist that believes a falsehood. It's like in the end it presents that he was actually right the entire time, and it's just the human paranoid elements that was like represented as like the mentally ill aspect, that like even though he was right, the way he went about it was wrong.
But what was he right about? The specifics about the tech CEO, or about his concept, or about his worldview?
That she was an alien in the end. That he did like research, and he ended up actually also abducting and dissecting other humans that were suspected of being aliens and were actually aliens, and he came to the conclusion that she was like an empress or like a high-ranking alien.
Okay, so the movie never really alludes to or insinuates that he was right about the Earth being flat also.
Not that much. That's why I mean, like the flat Earth thing is kind of like a it's not really a frontier. It's more focused on the Canadian aspect.
When was this movie released?
Recently, at least in my country this month.
What country?
So what's your opinions, your beliefs regarding conspiracy theorists in the real world? What do you think drives them?
I think that conspiracy theorists are in some degree, I think people who try to seek the truth without and not like taking in like the mainstream viewpoint as the ultimate truth, and understanding that like a narrative can be shifted by people of power, and the people of power write history, and people who seek conspiracy theories are trying to seek like the ultimate truth.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, conspiracy theorist in itself is a completely weaponized term. I think it was brought into the public conscience after the JFK assassination, which was, with the obvious motive of discrediting anybody that had legitimate questions regarding that event. And inconsistencies they felt were in the narrative, the mainstream narrative given. So, came straight out of the CIA. That's on record,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
I would say someone that you would generally label as a conspiracy theorist is just someone that asks difficult questions regarding narratives that are given to them by supposed authorities regarding generally significant events, events that have the ability to shape the direction of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that's lost all trust in government. That's a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I mean, we should never start from the place of having blind trust in any authority structure. What keeps an authority structure in a good place and functioning correctly to its actual brief is its mission brief is the skepticism and scrutiny of the people it's supposed to be serving.
Right.
I would personally say it's some form of mental illness to have a blind faith in some kind of authority structure, attempting to dictate how you should behave and move through life.
True.
Now, obviously, you're never going to find such a thing addressed in the the DSV book that psychologists refer to that have a list of every mental illness in there, But a form of extreme kind of naivety and gullibility, to me, is well.
You talking about the DSM there?
DSM, yeah. My mistake.
What they call it, the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual, I think.
I think also conspiracy theory.
In the religious context, they might label someone that's blind faith in a religious institute. They might label that as some form of a mind virus, But never in the case of governments, never in the case of blind faith to governments and what they say and claim.
I totally agree that we should be questioning the government. We should ask questions, and even if it's outlandish, still ask questions about everything. But at what point does it end? Like, when you're debunked, shouldn't you stop believing in a conspiracy?
Well, the problem with the world is that nobody really wants to admit they're wrong. So debunkers have an endless career in putting debunk videos out. Because the people that consume these faulty debunks don't actually understand how to process information and be skeptical to who they're even receiving it from in the first place.
Yeah, I don't agree with you.
But couldn't that be applied to flat earthers being phonies, just trying to fool people into getting money and fame off of believing the earth is flat? I'm talking about YouTubers that are flat earthers.
There's grifters on every side of everything in this world. But that's not the point. Flat Earth is not some social conversation. It's not about personalities. It's about what we can objectively measure when we go outside.
But if you get debunked without a shadow of a doubt, would you not believe in the flat Earth?
Right. But if the debunk involves claiming, say, refraction is causing what's being observed and the Earth remains curved, but you don't actually understand anything about refraction, so you couldn't scrutinize the debunker's claim on refraction, then is it a valid debunk?
At best, it's an allegation.
We can zoom in on boats and see them disappear bottom first, but we're always told that we don't have the right equipment or that we are faking it. I could just turn that around and say,
why are you zooming in the first place?
I've been told that. Well, that's what you guys do.
Why were you zooming in on the boat in the first place? Has it already gone over the curvature?
Say again?
Why the necessity to zoom in on the boat in the first place? Had it already gone over the curvature? Have you already lost sight of it?
When it's at a certain distance, it disappears underneath the currents of the water.
Yeah, based upon your elevation. If it's a ball with a radius of 3959 miles at 1 foot, it should start disappearing at 1.225 miles. This doesn't.
Well, you can bring it back by just going up. You go up onto a higher surface.
It doesn't disappear at the applicable spot. This is the problem you keep whistling past.
Yeah, real. We understand that if you change your elevation, you're able to go further and stuff. The point is, based on the geometry in question here, at a specific elevation, you should not be able to see something beyond a certain distance. Problem is, we do without actually having to change elevation. You see the problem?
Well, I can just say that that's fake because so much of our proof has been called fake. I could just turn around and say that it's being faked. And so there's this double standard where scientists...
So that's a nuh-uh, I don't want to listen to what you've just said.
No, can you let me finish?
How would you do to confirm?
Can I finish?
How would you do to confirm that it's fake though? Right? Is that just a blind allegation, or is there something?
You say that NASA and scientists and police people are faking it, but then when some guy from his mom's
What's this got to do with your ship going over the curvature?
It's proof.
No,
at least have some context. What's this got to do with the ship disappearing bottom up?
Because anyone can do it with a good enough camera.
So anyone can go out there and film a ship disappearing bottom up, as long as they've zoomed the ship.
Forget the ship. If you're a flat earth,
but my main point here is.
Can you see my main point?
Hold up, Aaron.
Shut up.
My main point is that there's a double standard where experts are seen as fake, and I don't trust the government, but
there's no double standard. All we're asking you all to do, and this is our side also, is validate your claims. That's it. There isn't any double standard. You're claiming ships disappear bottom up. That would be because of the curvature. So let's go and validate that curvature.
Yeah, real. All we're doing is presenting an alternative understanding of what things, how things behave. And the point of these types of rooms is to try and reconcile them. Yeah, okay, sure. In certain discussions, it might get heated, and some shit might be thrown and all that stuff. But the real crux of the matter is, okay, you got some material. We got some material. Let's figure out, who would have overlooked something, if at all, where some of the mistakes might have been, where the assumptions, et cetera, et cetera. That's the whole purpose, right? There might be some TikTokers or, young people who like to throw shit, cast shade on others and everything. It's not the main point. You know what I mean?
I'm not quite getting that point.
You're saying people are calling NASA fake, right?
Yeah.
Who in here called NASA fake?
Me.
No, well, all flat earthers in general call NASA fake.
Did you? Who did you
NASA said the Earth is round?
Real. Why do people call, images or footage given from NASA fake?
Well, because they believe that the Earth is flat, and therefore, when they see proof that the Earth is round, they have to debunk it instead of saying, "What if this is real?" Instead, they think, "How can we debunk this?"
You're projecting your position onto us. See, all of us would like nothing more than for the world to just be a globe. It really make things a lot easier. We could just pack this up.
I can prove it to
you. Wait a second. So we don't we have no emotional position that we don't want the Earth to be a globe. But you and globers like you very much have an emotional position that you don't want the Earth to be flat. And this is why it goes on ad infinitum. The debates, the debunks, the everything, because you're not actually in here to accept the new correct position if it's demonstrated to you. Because you will rally against it tooth and nail from an emotional
place. Thing is, number one, it's been debunked, and number two, my best friend is a flat earther.
Measurement
so I take this very legitimately.
Real.
People I trust and people I love believe that the Earth is flat, and so I take it very seriously.
Real. Okay, then if you take it seriously, check this out here. If you take it as serious as you claim to, and you say it's been debunked, can you present that and we can go through it?
All right. You can see the moon. Well, actually, a better example is stars. I've lived in America and I've lived in Europe, and I can see the same star constellations in both of them. I can see the Big Dipper, I can see the Little Dipper sometimes, and I can see different star constellations. But that really shouldn't be possible on a flat Earth, because if it's a dome, you shouldn't be able to see.
Nobody said it was a dome.
The world.
A dome.
Well,
so now you're projecting.
Every flat earther.
When you speak, okay, try not to project your idea of what the other side has in mind, right?
Well, that's the problem. You guys have a million different theories. You have a million different concepts.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You come in this room, we will tell you the only claim we're making is that the surface we exist upon is planar.
Ironically, your profile picture has the dome showed in it, so you can't tell me you don't believe in the dome and then said as your profile.
Cartoon profile picture.
He's got you.
It's like my profile picture is as much a cartoon as your profile picture is.
My profile picture.
Do you see me sitting here? Oh yeah, the Earth's flat. Because look at my profile picture. There's your proof.
See, real. That's
you guys believe in the firmament, right?
Why would you promote something you don't believe in?
Dude, promoting is not the same as just having a profile picture. That's like you telling me because I have a photo that I took of the moon, right? I think the moon is a giant rainbow. Did I say that once? Ever? No. It's just a photo I took. I like the shot. It looks good. Maybe obvious wanted to portray a simple conception, as a cartoon, because it, for whatever reason, who cares? But
what's an equivalent example here?
Yeah, dude, you're projecting these ideas.
I think we're getting
away.
The problem.
I feel like I could help clarify this by saying, you guys believe in the firmament, though, right? That we're enclosed, correct? That is a stance. Because of the second law of thermodynamics, you guys believe that there's a firmament and that we're enclosed in some way?
Being contained in some way, yeah. Most of us would allude to
contained. That. Yeah, okay.
But to describe a particular shape of the container is not something I've ever heard anybody firmly do.
I understand. I'm just trying to help clarify.
Nobody can describe it because nobody knows.
Right. What we're contained, you guys believe.
Can anyone in this chat debunk the stars that I've seen with my own eyeballs? Can you show me how I can see the same stars in America that I can see in Europe?
It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
That's another.
It should be distanced away instead of being around.
Not curving, so.
Yeah, there's an issue here, Real. Okay, check this out. In one worldview, you have basically an implied assumption that you stand on a thing embedded in free space, and everything that you look up, or that you see when you look upwards, is also an object embedded in free space. So there are some 3D vector sort of relationships between everything, and everything can be mapped out purely geometrically. Okay, that is an implicit assumption in a particular worldview. right, that you guys happen to hold. Okay? If you recognize that, you'll also realize that there's no way for you to actually verify that. So if you look up in the sky and you assume that this giant ball, burning gas or whatever, trillions of miles away at a specific fixed point in free space, okay, and you try and draw conclusions from that, then certainly, yeah, some things might not make sense to you if presented from an alternative viewpoint, right? But you have no way to actually prove that. So for you to say that, it's a debunk because what you say doesn't match, the way that I conceive of things, bro, you haven't even validated your assumptions in the first place.
It's a debunk if you can't debunk it. No one in this chat has shown me proof yet.
You would have to prove that is the case.
Can I just clarify something?
We're not making any claims to what's going on in the sky. We just make the claim that we see.
Wait, let me get this straight because I might have misunderstood you. What you said last time, you said that I shouldn't be able to look at the flat Earth and I shouldn't assume that you can prove it with logic. Is that correct?
I don't think you were speaking to me, dude.
Let me just say, too, our stance is not that the ball is burning. Burning is incorrect to say, just to clarify the Glober's stance.
What, a star is not a giant burning ball of gas or plasma?
Well, the process, it's not burning, though, just to clarify definition.
How about J-Dog step out of this?
Yeah, we should be correct here on the Glober's stance, too.
J-Dog, all you're doing is fucking up a perfectly good conversation.
I get that.
What is it? Real Boss or whatever his name is.
Yeah. I mean, even to make the claim that these are giant, fusion reactors or something, or fission, whichever the fuck it is, okay, it's still a claim that has yet to be demonstrated, that it's localized at a specific point in free space, allegedly trillions of miles away or billions of miles away or whatever. Okay, if you hold that assumption, and that's happening in all various directions around you.
Breaking up a lot.
Damn it. On that. We're good?
I think it's him. Fine.
All I'm saying, dude, is of course it's not going to sound reasonable to you if you have these embedded assumptions, okay? Because they're diametrically opposed. But if you're honest, it would behoove you to investigate these underlying assumptions first.
I'll tell you what. I will let you choose, even if you don't believe it. Choose any flat Earth model. I know you say you don't have a model, but show me anything, any concept that would prove the stars that I've seen in the sky. How does that work on any flat Earth?
We don't need to. We don't need to come along and correct all your curiosities.
So then it's debunked. You said it hasn't been debunked, and I just did
bedtime stories.
Dude,
we're here to tell you and demonstrate to you that the surface you exist upon does not have curvature to it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Do it this way.
The rest is up to you. It's between you and God, or whatever the fuck you defer to in your own company to reconcile.
But everything should have logic. Don't you agree that things should have logic? If you're going to present,
let's just put the logic aside, Real Boss. Hold on for 10 seconds. Logic or not, there is zero measurable curvature. So you can apply logic to that all you like. How's this for logic? No curvature, no ball.
Just imagine the sky is blank. There's no sun, there's no moon, there's no stars. It's just blank. We're walking around with fucking flashlights. Then go and figure out if the ground you're standing on is flat or curved. And then tell me if it's a ball or if it's flat. Stop looking at the sky. Stop looking at shit and trying to use that as evidence, because it doesn't matter. It's what you're standing on.
Single time I debunk you guys using the sky, you like to divert.
You haven't debunked a thing. You've come in here with a claim that you've debunked something.
Well, debunked us with the sky. What?
Really?
No, I'm only giving you 1 point.
You're not.
I have plenty more. It's just one.
Real. You haven't proven anything.
Well, then debunk me. If I'm wrong, debunk me. Show me I'm wrong.
Okay, let's do this the easy way. The Real Boss, I want you to go into a big fuck-off warehouse. A huge bastard, right? You're all the way down one end. You look up, you see the lights above you. You look down the other end, and you cannot see them because it's so far away. Then you put one foot in front of the other. Most people call it walking, and you walk right down the other end. You look up, you see the lights in the sky. You turn around and look back where you was, point A, and you can't see the lights. That's what's happening in reality, mate. It's that simple.
I mean, it's a fair analogy, Real Boss. The whole point, dude,
what in the world are you talking about?
Real, check this out, dude. Okay, it's more about the philosophical underpinning that you guys seem to rely on that you haven't proven. So there's nothing really for us or anyone to debunk because it hasn't been proven in the first place. It's alleged, right? We would have to ask you if if we want to go down that route. How has it been demonstrated or proven? A, for example, the distance of the sun. B, the nature of the sun. Or C, distance to star X, the composition of star X, how you guys know that, et cetera, et cetera. All these various questions that make up the heliocentric model, they haven't been substantiated. You follow? So what is there to debunk if it hasn't been proven?
This is what happens every single time I debunk something that
We're not still on the fact that he thinks he's debunked something.
He doesn't even have a correct definition of fucking debunk. He think he can come in here,
Matrix,
claim
out of all people,
boats go over the horizon, and then speak about looking at the fucking stars, and you've debunked anything.
He doesn't even want to.
Well, then show me how that works on the flat Earth. You guys don't want to answer that because there is
show me how the fuck that works on a globe that has no curvature.
Yeah, how do you have a globe that has no curve, dude? Is it globing? Is it
show
curving?
Me how it has no curve. Because either A, you guys fake it, and then B, you guys like to say, "Oh, look, we can see farther than."
It's not a globe.
Water is not always the same. We have tides, we have so many things, and it's not always going to match the shape of the Earth. And so you guys will take pictures seeing longer than you can see, taking out of proportions how massive like oil rigs are, or how the tides could affect the level of the water. So it's really invalid, I would say.
Okay.
We have lakes too, right?
We don't deny,
they don't have tides.
but we don't deny these are factors. Hold on, we don't deny any of these are factors and observations. You do. You come along, you bring an observation of a boat that's got some part of it missing, and single cause fallacy. That's the curvature it's causing that. No talk about ocean swells or waves that may be closer to the observer, that may block things. No talk about any of these other potential factors. No, it's just curvature.
What in the world are you talking about? Sorry, I'm not understanding.
Until you're right. So he's saying basically you've got double standards because you'll get taken observation which matches the bias, declare it the cause, the single fallacy cause, right? The single cause fallacy, sorry, and then, right, we'll show you something that's contrary to that, and you'll introduce a whole bunch of excuses and variables.
None of which you actually took into account making your observation.
Well, I find it's an excuse to say that you have proof, and then when you can't prove something, you just say you don't have proof, so therefore you can't disprove it. Which is
you're jumping around. You are jumping around, man. You are not addressing what has just been said to you. You're jumping around.
Yeah, you're asking the whole proof thing. Okay, so far all you've done is ask us about shit in the sky. No one's actually been.
You want me to move to a new one?
No one's been making a claim about the shit in the sky, and here you are complaining that you can't prove something, dodging the question or whatever it is.
Then
we didn't make those claims, dude. Sorry?
If I'm only allowed to talk about things that people have brought up, then bring it.
No, it's not about. You're kind of breaking up for me a little bit. But all I'm saying, dude, you ask us irrelevant questions and we don't answer them, And he's like, "Oh, debunked because you couldn't answer this irrelevant question." It's like, what is that? What the hell, dude? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, do you want to move on to a new one?
Yeah. If you ask us about something Earth related or ground related or something, then we can talk about it. But everything else, dude, it's just kind of like, it's just posturing, man. What the hell is this?
Okay, well, zoom in on a boat. Zoom in on a boat. You'll see it disappearing from the bottom.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up.
Can I interject?
You'll refuse the evidence you see and instead go look at some flat Earth YouTuber who posted some other video
Real boss.
sharing what you saw
Side
with your
chat.
eyeballs.
I just posted it up for you. 8 minutes past the hour. I want you to watch the
I'm
first
still
10
banned from the
seconds.
side chat.
You can look at the side
I've been
chat.
banned from the side chat for 2 weeks now.
No, you're banned from posting things because you're a clown. You can still look at the side chat and watch the videos and read the text.
Can I interject since we have a lot of flat earthers doing it? I know I was yelled at.
So, real boss.
Like the tidal force thing.
J-Dog, I think you missed the no bit. Right, no means no. It doesn't mean start fucking talking. Anyways, real boss. In the side chat, it goes for 11 minutes. I only need you to watch maybe 20 seconds of it. At the start of the video, you will see 0 ships on the horizon. None, nada, nil. So that means they are already beyond the curvature. And then magically, we can zoom in. So I don't know what type of camera that fellow was using, or lady was using, but it must be able to see around corners.
Allegedly.
It's probably a P1000.
But here's the problem.
Who made that video?
I would love to know what kind of camera that is because I'm not aware of any camera that can actually zoom in that far.
P1000 Nikon.
Fake or
this zoom level is nothing out of the ordinary, boss.
It's 125x zoom. That's it.
Kind of nice,
But see, I could just say that that's faked because if I send you videos,
You can say it's fake.
they're fake.
You're a clown. Why do we
We
bother?
can just yell fake at each other.
No. Let him, boss. If you want to go on that thing, go on that. But we don't have to take you seriously. See, when we call out,
I could send other examples.
Hold on. When we call out an image from NASA, hold on. When we call out an image from NASA, we're going to actually go through why we're making the claim that it may be fake. You're just going to blindly say this is fake, then fine, you're a clown.
There's a big distinction, dude.
The thing is, I've never seen any fake footage from NASA.
Dude.
That's been debunked.
Bro.
It's like you don't even fucking trust an observation that's just been shown to you that you could easily replicate, but still you trust everything that NASA gives you.
Problem.
Something you'll never in your life, not your grandchildren, not your grandchildren's grandchildren, will ever be able to verify. And you just take that on blind faith. So we were talking about double standards earlier. I mean, if you can't see it, it's slapping you in the face right now. You're on double standards. And this is what I mean. We don't have the emotional position that we don't want the Earth to be a globe, but you certainly do have an emotional position that you don't want the Earth to be flat. You got too much riding on the Earth being a globe.
And here's a good example, real. Okay, if you take a long distance observation and you see a boat, for example, that appears cut off halfway, you guys assert, oh, it must be the Earth curve. Yet you don't provide any of the data regarding how far it is, the elevation, height, etc., nor do you provide any information about the weather conditions. Perhaps, for example, there was sufficient conditions to create a sinking effect. You don't even consider that. You're not even open to discussing whether or not that was a possibility or not. You know what I mean? This is the type of shit we're talking about.
Well, sorry, I was trying to find a video here, but no, I can't even send it now. But this is my point here. We can scream fake at each other. I can scream, but I'm not going to scream because I don't. But I could say refraction. I could say refraction, and you're going to say that refraction exists or that it's fake.
No. Okay, we would ask you, okay, how far is the thing? How high is the elevation? What are the necessary conditions to create the necessary index of refraction if we actually grant you an olive branch and take your model into account? Okay, and we can actually show you that even with your modeling, the way that refraction is modeled, atmospheric refraction is modeled, okay, that it can't be done, or it's at least inconclusive because there's insufficient data to demonstrate it. Right?
Can you show me how it's been debunked?
Right. I'll give you an example. Okay. If you want to take the black swan situation, okay, let me give you a little screenshot. If I use, let me find it. Okay, I did a little bit a while back. For example, if you take the black swan, okay, and you plug it into the Earth curve calculator provided by Walter Bislin, okay, where you can map out, or you can project out what could be expected under various circumstances, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, see it in the chat? 14 minutes past the hour. Okay. What this shows is in an ideal case, okay, where there's zero atmospheric refraction in question, at that distance of 9.41 miles, that furthest oil rig, okay, on an alleged ball of the alleged size, we would see about half the thing cut off. Okay. Now, in the observation, we don't see half the thing cut off. We see it full clear as day, and we see beyond it. But that's a side issue. That's actually the main argument, but just highlight a specific characteristic of it. Okay. In order to actually be able to see the whole thing, the thing in full, it would require a refractive index of almost 1. Okay. 0.989182 gives us a full, the whole bottom half of the thing unhidden, right? What they call the target lift relative to the horizon. Okay, I'll highlight a couple in the second image.
But aren't oil rigs kind of invalid point though, because they move with the water?
I'm not finished, dude. That creates an apparent radius of 365,900 miles. That increases the radius of the Earth by what? 100-fold? Okay. What can I ask? I put this forth to people. What atmospheric conditions like temperature, humidity, and air pressure, and the variations thereof throughout the line of sight from the observer at that height are required to create that effect? And I have yet to hear anybody bring something tangible for that.
What does it matter?
Well, you could ask someone smarter than me. I'm going to be quite honest, unlike flat earthers, and say I don't know enough about that topic to speak on it. But I would say that oil rigs do move up and down with the water, and they're anchored to the sea floor.
They're anchored, dude.
They're anchored, but they're also floating. They're not pounded into the ground like a.
No, they are. Dude, some of them are. I don't know any ones that are not, because you have tubes, right? They have these tubes that are drilled into the ground, right? The tubes, they have to be fixed, otherwise if the thing washes away and shit, the tube bends and the oil fucking spills everywhere. What are you talking about?
You mean the drill bit? Yeah,
they're anchored to. Just look it up. It's quite common knowledge. It's not a conspiracy or anything.
Really?
Just look it up. It's
no way. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter at that point. Okay, because the elevation is from the surface of the water to the top of the thing. So whether the water is bobbing up and down or not, okay, that variance is minimal. Let's say it's a couple feet, up and down, whatever, over several weeks or something like that. If the observer, is following that, he's on the shoreline, he's going up and down the shoreline or whatever to make sure that he's 1 foot off the sea level, okay, that elevation that changes is maintained. So it doesn't really matter in this case. I don't know why. This is like a obvious red herring, dude. Okay. The whole point here is I'm not casting shade or anything. I'm trying to have an honest discussion with you about this particular element in the argument. Okay. I'm not saying anything is fake. I'm not doing this, that, the other thing. I'm asking you, how can this be explained, and what would be necessary to justify that explanation? Okay. And here you are. You're not going. I don't think you're going to call me. You're not going to call me fake or anything, right? You just openly stated that you don't have anything, and I respect that. Follow?
Just like I do with every other thing that I've been questioned about with the flat Earth, is I will research it, and every time I found that it's invalid.
Okay.
And
Okay. So
I do have to go. I do have to go soon. So I just want to ask one last thing. What? This is a good point that the guy with the cat picture brought up. What difference would it make for me to be a flat earther? Like, how is this going to change the world?
He questions the flat earther, but he doesn't question the globers. He doesn't question that. He's pretty certain.
None. I don't care if you're a flat earther or not. Not interested in converting you.
And one thing I just want to point out.
Here's the thing. I found that the flat Earth community is one of the most nasty debate communities I've ever seen.
May I interject? I'm sorry I don't want to be rude there, but if you would please take a second and check out the post that Yoder put in the text at 17 minutes past the hour. Okay, you see the jack-up rig, right? The different oil rigs and shit like that. See the jack-up rig, the second one from the right? Okay, those things are pulled into the ground, bro. So just wanted to say.
But what it looks like to me is, I would have to research it more, but what it looks like to me is the semi-submersible from the picture that I've seen going around, proving supposedly that the Earth is flat. It does look like the semi-submersible, but I will look into it.
Fair enough. But anyway, I just wanted to highlight this ought to be how things should go. Okay? Instead of casting, oh, this is fake, no, you're a piece of shit. No, let's look into the material and reconcile. That's the aim of this. Okay, I don't know who you're speaking to out there that gives you this impression that everyone's kind of just throwing shit at each other. Yeah, it happens here and there, but that's not the goal.
The only flat earthers I really speak to about this is in this DC, so.
Okay.
Sorry we're so nasty.
Well, I wanted to say first of all,
I'll tell you, the most nasty person I met is Crit. He will spam you forever, and then when you block him, he will go in the DC and then claim that I self-muted or something. But I have to go now.
Are you aware of like the level of degeneracy we've encountered with Globers, like doing these VCs for near 10 years now?
Well, I try to be respectful.
I'm not going to sit here and say any one Glober's behavior is representative of your behavior. You stand on your own merit, and I judge you on your own merit.
I find that if you can't walk away from a debate and say thanks for the chat, it wasn't worth debating in the first place. So that's what I try to do. I try to be respectful as possible. Sometimes I'm not, but I try to be anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. Respect that.
Anyway, guys, I'm sure I'll be back here later. I'm not demanding or anything, but it would be much appreciated to get unbanned from the side chat, as I can provide a lot more stuff in there. But anyway, that's up to the mods. So see you later.
That kid was probably like 15 years old. Failed by the education system.
Yeah, I don't mind if he gets those perms back.
Yeah.
Any other objections?
No. If he abuses them, he'll lose them again. So. I felt we let him dance around a lot there.
He was just waiting for you.
What was his user? No?
The real boss.
Yeah, the real boss, yeah.
Oh, the real boss? Okay.
He was just waiting for y'all to stop talking. He was like thinking about what he was going to say next. He was not listening. And he said the same shit they always say.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Though he did seem to concede on the Black Swan Earth curve calculator thing. If I'm not mistaken, he said something like, "Oh, I don't understand that," or "It's over my head," or whatever. Like he couldn't combat it in any way.
Yeah.
So at least that was honest of him. I'll grant him that. You know.
He had this like tit for tat kind of attitude at the beginning. He was like, "You guys always say it's fake, so I'm going to say that's fake." It's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, that's when you know they're desperate.
Yeah. There's another guy that's in here, J-Dog. I said that that lakes don't have swells. Okay, maybe a bigger lake does, but so what?
You want him off mute?
Yeah, go ahead and let him say what he's got to say. Go ahead, J-Dog.
What's up? What?
So go ahead and say what you're going to say.
About what?
You were chatting in the side chat.
Oh yeah. Oh, about the tidal force. I was just clarifying some things. I think it's important that we all understand both sides, right? We shouldn't be misconstruing them or misrepresenting them. Because you brought up the lakes because it's like, whoa, why are there no tides in lakes? It's a smaller body of water, and the moon's pulling on that too. And it's based off the gravitational difference, I believe, right? It's a gradient. It's a larger body of water, so there's going to be larger changes in the heights of the tides. So that's the stance of the Globers, my stance. That's how it makes sense.
I don't really understand how the moon pulls the water. How does it do it exactly? I don't really know.
I'm not claiming to be an expert on everything, but that's just something that I wanted to clarify on. It's gravity from the moon. I don't know what more I can really say. And given I'm not going to explain gravity, I know we don't understand gravity. It's complicated. That's fine if we don't understand things, but we're still trying to build information off of that.
Does everybody in here agree that it's gravity from the moon pulling the tides?
Gravity? What's that?
Yeah, I know. Come on. I've been through this, brother.
Well, I'm not saying I know what's making the tides happen. I want to know. Right. I want to know, I want to learn information out there that makes sense. And
I'll say this is what makes sense to me. And the word I'll use for this phenomenon is going to be gravity for now. I'm open to a different explanation if we have solid evidence, but I'll accept solid evidence.
What's that?
All right.
Are you going off the solid evidence of the masses?
Off the masses? I'm not trusting the masses. I'm listening to the experts, right?
Okay, yeah, the experts. That's what I meant. Like the really smart people that spend their life studying all this. Those people said this.
Sure. Yeah, the authoritarian people that you don't trust.
The academics.
The academics, yes. The ones that are in bed with the elites.
Yeah, the ones that occasionally come in here and can't prove the globe all the same.
Yeah, I know the full rundown of this, guys. I'm just trying to enjoy myself.
No, you don't. No, you don't. It's not about a trust issue with academics. It's about evidence.
I know. I believe.
Cheap shot, huh? Okay, fair enough.
I know it's about evidence.
You're a believer.
Not to sound. I'm not trying to attack you guys, but I think that flat earthers tend to have a much more greater distrust of the governments in the world than the general public. I think the government and a lot of the elites should not be trusted. I agree with that, but I think you guys have it a little higher than most of the rest of us.
Do you think we were born with this immense distrust in authoritarian structures?
No, I think it's justified. I just think yours is a little too high, I'll say.
Right, okay, so if, say, you've uncovered, say, one singular, mild, small deception that a government is out there, it's hard you trust in them somewhat, right? Versus the person over there who's discovered, say, 10 significantly large deceptions that have been put out and gobbled up by the masses. Safe to say his level of distrust might be impacted a little bit more than yours.
Sure, that's fair. At the end of the day, someone's going to be right, someone's going to be wrong, and we might not know.
Well, no, it's just you make this claim like there's no build up to it, like this distrust just appeared out of thin air one day.
No, it didn't. I agree. We're on the same page with that.
So then it's a moot point. What's the point bringing it up?
I just think there's distrust in things that's not. It doesn't make any sense because for me, one of the biggest things is what is there to gain. And I understand that for you guys, just like kind of proving that they can get away with it. And I know people have their theories of what they're lying about, whether there's like other islands passing others or whatever.
Are you about to say what I think you're going to say? What does it matter if it's flat or not? Please don't say that.
I'm not saying what does it matter if it's flat or not. I'm saying as of right now, I'm not convinced that there's really anything to lie about for it. I understand that it's kind of like a control thing where like you can get away with lying to the people on this, so you'll control them on other things.
You know what? I actually agree. What does it matter if you guys believe or don't believe in a scam, right? Like if somebody's scamming you, just believe it. What does it matter?
Yeah, if it's not, I still have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not a big deal if someone is scamming you and lying to you and stealing from you.
That's not what I'm saying.
It's not a big deal.
What's important here is that I don't even see the scam to begin with. So I'm looking for the scam. I don't see the scam, and I don't see the payout for the scam as well.
Right.
I'm not
just the dead body that's lying on the floor. Have you tried that one?
Here's an example for you, Jay. What if we can prove that? What if we can get the whole public to understand and believe, and we can get the government to prove that NASA's fake and there's no space center, all that stuff. Would you want your tax money back? Would you want all that tax dollars that we spent on NASA? Would you want that money back, like a refund?
Absolutely, I'm with you guys on that.
Okay, so that's where I'm at with a lot of this stuff, and I can't even think of one thing that the government has done that I'm like, oh, that's true. I mean, that's not deception. I can't think of one thing. Like almost everything has been a deception.
I'm with you guys on the deception thing. The government lies a shitload, and they have done very sketchy things, and they're not to be trusted. I agree. It's just the flat Earth is too much for me, I guess.
Yeah, but the scientists that filtered down slightly from the government are funded directly by the government. They are still to be trusted.
The problem is, there are government-funded scientists, and then there's just independent scientists. I'm a scientist, dude. Like, I'm going to wake up Monday morning and do stuff, too. I'm not doing stuff.
90% government-funded, generously 10%.
Regardless, I know a lot of these people. I don't work in the flat Earth field or the globe Earth field, but I work with many scientists. It's hard to believe that all these people are complicit on this as well.
They're not complicit. They're not actively lying.
It's hard to believe that all these people are fools in their fields.
With their heart and soul, they don't think there's any issue going on.
Right. You're saying that these people are fools, basically. But
no, I'm saying they just want to get through a day's work and go home and be with their family. You know,
you're right, but there's so many people doing these types of jobs. There's so many people working on satellite type jobs.
Yeah, but consider this trade-off. Throughout the education system, in all the different fields, like in the STEM fields and shit like that, everyone's provided specific frameworks. Okay, for example, if you go into chemistry, they start with the Bohr model, and then you move up the ladder, and they say, "Oh, well, that's full of shit." It's actually this model that you work with, and you work within these frameworks and these understandings. Okay,
Sure.
Pass.
And then you directly apply it.
Grade,
It works.
and then you apply.
Can I ask what we're talking about?
Hang on, dude. Hang on. Yeah, and then you apply them, okay, in specific areas, okay, and they work out, because that's the whole point. These models, they're practical, okay, but a model is just a model. It doesn't exactly describe the entire, the entire truth of the entire structure. If something doesn't work, that's why they remodel things over time. Right?
There's more to science than models, right? There's so this is so complex.
I know, dude. I'm
to formulate this type of perception in science is like that would be insane. That is not happening.
You're not hearing me. All I'm pointing out to you, okay, is people work within these fields, having given certain frameworks and stuff, and they apply it, and it works.
These, I understand,
right? And also. Right, the worldview underpins it all. Right, so they apply it in a certain area that goes towards certain goals that that work within the system itself. So if you're a chemist or you're an engineer or whatever, and you're brought up with this worldview that we live on a ball, well, it's only natural for, if you're going to be an engineer, you're applying to things that work in your mind on a ball. Right, it's all kind of goes together. Right, so. When you say it's like a control thing, it's not just like a government control thing, right? It's outside of government per se. It's an intellectual control thing, right? You can argue, okay, it's tied into the governments and shit like that, but not necessarily, and not necessarily with malicious intent. This is the weird part. You guys kind of think like, it seems like a lot of you guys think that we all think that it's just like some giant conspiracy theory. Like 10 guys at the top controlling the mind of everybody. It's not necessarily that. You know what I mean?
To try and
no way for us to prove that.
To try and construct like the entire scientific system over all these years and insert all these little nuggets of deception, and then make it
but the globe is not scientific. When you're talking about science, is separated from the globe thing. The globe is just a fantasy.
And make it
has nothing to do with science.
All countries is insane. Between language, between countries that have disputes with each other. I think to create a system like that is
correlating science with the globe, which is complete nonsense.
I think that would be the most complex thing ever created on this planet. It would be millions of times more complex than anything humans have ever been able to create.
Wow, the globe?
To create a deceptive system with little nuggets of incorrect information that people just aren't picking up on, and all these people, like, there's billions of people on this planet, or at least, okay, maybe you guys don't believe that, but there are a lot of people here. There are a lot of people.
Jay, you said something about. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Jay, go through this, right? So you've been in this channel, you've listened to these conversations. Have you seen how vehemently the average glober will defend this idea, even though they don't work in the industry, they don't work in any relating fields?
I understand.
They're not directly tied to it.
I do. I fight tooth and nail for it, right? People. I think people get very aggressive about it. Yeah, like the Glovers.
You've experienced that, right? So
I understand.
So how do you think it's going to go, right? When you just got some person in a relating field doing whatever their job is that may stumble across some data that doesn't quite add up and maybe raises their eyebrow a little bit too far,
They stumble across so someone that's not in a field stumbles across data that doesn't add up for something that's not in their field or in their field.
Yeah, and whatever it's.
I joined on a different account.
No, I'm not going
to different account, but
some specific, right? It's just a thought experiment. You follow me? What I'm trying to lay out, at least.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I may have disconnected there.
Did you follow what I was trying to lay out? Right.
A little bit. You said someone who has data from a different field.
Yeah. Let's say it's someone like Josh, right? Josh comes in here, satellite engineer. Yeah. Right. Yep. Let's say he comes across something and it's funky, right? It's not right. Clearly, there's some error somewhere, right? It's pointing to an opposite conclusion that contradicts
Sure.
What the whole world believes to be true.
Sure.
What do you think the next step is?
I think we should talk about that. I don't think people should be shut down. I don't think flat Earth should be shut down because people think they're wrong.
But I want you to answer the question. Like
they should talk about it. They should try and.
What do you think the next step is? The likely next step.
Sure, talk about it. Get the information out there. I don't.
They're gonna bring it up, right? They're gonna go to their bosses and say, "Look, look at this data.
Absolutely.
This clearly evidences that we're not up to what we say we're up to. There's a big error in the whole idea of what the Earth is, and takes that to his boss, right?
Yeah,
and his boss can go, "Oh, okay, yeah, right. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. It's not gonna put my position in danger. My job, my reputation. Yeah, let's continue on this. The likely outcome is that even if something arises, their suspicion, they're going to keep quiet about it. They got too much at stake. And even if they do open their mouth about it, they will be blackballed completely. They will lose their job most likely, and things will spiral from there.
And most of all, they'll be labeled a flat earther.
Like people look how people ridicule flat earthers, right? You think any less is coming to that person. They're not going to be shielded by what they may have achieved in their academic career or whatever they may be doing. That's all going to fall immediately, and they're just going to be labeled quacks.
I guess we're going to disagree on these people because I think I feel like most people wouldn't be silenced by something like that. They'd at least question it. That's my feeling.
I don't think you understand those people. I don't think you understand human nature.
I guess we both disagree on that.
Right, but
we both disagree on people here, and that's fine.
Is it possible you're wrong in your interpretation?
It's possible I'm wrong. It's possible you're wrong too. We're just going to disagree on the nature of people here then, and that's going to be it.
Hey Jay, you were saying earlier that all the governments would be in on it around the world, right?
I'm saying I did, and I think just because of how complex that would be to have them be complicit in on it. Yeah.
And you think these governments would probably use that as blackmail against each other if it was really true, right?
Blackmail? Certain governments, I feel like they're such at odds with each other that there's not really blackmail between them. They would just use it against them. Iran and Israel, I don't see them as allies at all. North Korea and the United States, Russia and the United States. It's
all these countries have a treaty in Antarctica, to not go fuck with the penguins.
Of it, sure. I don't know if all these countries are part of it though.
Most of them are.
Sure. Okay.
So what's up with that? If they're all going to be, if they're going to try to hold things against each other, why are they all in agreement on this continent at the bottom of the globe that we can't navigate south to north? No one's ever done it because it's too dangerous, and there's no way to land for, emergencies.
I don't know about that, but yeah. The Antarctica thing, I think it's fair to question it. If it seems weird, go for it, but I don't think that necessarily proves that. Just like with me saying certain things about this might lead to me believing the Earth is globe, planets looking around, right? I think that's fair for you to say maybe this might lead to these governments working it together on some shit. Yeah, I think that's fair to question it, but I don't think it proves anything. Just like shit that we would bring up.
I was just pointing out the ability for nations to get together and agree on something.
That's fair.
To collaborate, right?
I think something that continent isn't. Yeah, that's been a thing for a while, right?
Yeah, it's been a continent on the planet for a while.
I understand that, but the treaty.
Since 1954, yeah.
1950. Sure. Cold War.
Yeah. Let's just ignore this resource-rich land, right? Because penguins.
how resource rich
is like, you know, top
it's a big
statements
deal to
never
us
said
because
government
it's
ever.
the edge of our map.
So, like Greenland, for instance, how much are they tapping into that? Like, I feel like there's definitely people that have a drive to protect certain land masses, and I guess too, since no one really settled in Antarctica, it's kind of tough to control it, or at least I think it is. I'm sure you guys think it's easy.
Well, the treaty stops that from happening.
Probably environment,
and that
it's
too.
very tough to control it.
And that, I mean, to control a big block of ice.
It's not just ice, though.
Ice, and then the land under. I know there's like land under if it were to melt and stuff. Yeah, my thing is that you have people coming in here, and I was like this too in the beginning, that don't really know much about this, and they're just like flat, like they've heard about flat earthers for years, right? If they're like 20 years old, they've seen this for years, and they're like like they assume you guys are at the bottom of the barrel of conspiracy theories, so they'll just come in here and start sounding off things, or maybe they'll try and have a conversation, but like I don't think it's unreasonable to think that you're just gonna have a random mix of people that aren't experts in defending Globe.
Have you seen like videos of the astronauts and like the harnesses, and they all have their shirts, and they all have their shirts tucked in all the time?
I haven't seen the shirt tucked in thing, but
they have harnesses on. Almost every video.
Like I've seen like things trying to prove strings or whatever, which I'm not convinced. I've seen like consistent videos of people like floating through the ISS without cuts in the video, or at least it seems like there's no cuts. But before AI, I know there's like someone was trying to show me a video of the really flappy covers on the ISS or whatever. Like, why would you have a really loose cover that's like basically like plastic on there? But those I found out were actually thermal covers, though that wasn't actually the entire seal.
Remember those astronauts that were stuck on the ISS and like Biden didn't go and save them, and then Elon Musk had to go save them?
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you remember they had pictures of them with their Santa Claus hats on for Christmas, but we were supposed to believe that they were stranded?
Stranded? I mean,
when did they get
is that what the headline
delivered?
Was? I mean, the thing is, you have the news headline, and then you have the people actually up there that didn't write that headline for themselves. I think this is there can be like weird communication between them two. Like, of course, stranded is going to be more interesting than astronauts who just kind of wanted to come down and they couldn't at the time.
So
we're just okay with it.
It's deception. You believe in deception then?
Do I believe in deception? No. I mean, I don't know the full story with that, but I think when you're reading a headline, you're going to try and, if you're running a headline, you're going to try and make it catching, right? You want it to get the viewer to click on it. So stranded is a good word to use.
Viewers like to watch a car wreck. You know, it's terrible. People are dying, but people don't look away, and the news knows that. Oh, the astronauts are stranded. Oh no. Let's just keep on milking it.
Yeah, the saga develops, right? Like, why couldn't they just send something up there to get them and come back? Why wasn't it as simple as that?
Well, I don't know everything about how that works, so I don't think any of us do.
Well, how'd the other people get on the ISS? How are they going to get back? They must be stranded too, right? Yeah, I know. It's a joke, bro.
Well, let me look up the details then. We could look it up together.
I'm not gonna look it up, dude, because I just know it's fake.
Well,
it's all fake.
I mean, if you don't want to accept the details online, I mean, sure, we can just agree to disagree that we trust the sources to begin with.
They don't get stranded on the ISS, bro. It's easy. They just send something up, collect them, drop off, collect. But they do it all. They're claiming to do that all the time. But yet on this one occasion, because they used some Boeing fucking craft, oh no, they're stuck there now. NASA can't send anything up. SpaceX can't send anything up. Bullshit.
Another thing they're doing is constantly bringing up how the ISS is slowly falling apart, you know. Just to prep everyone that they'll have to decommission it soon.
I mean, yeah, I'm seeing multiple helium leaks. Several reaction control system thrusters were having failures.
Yeah,
I mean, whether or not that's true or not,
apparently.
The fact is, I mean, we don't know, right? Like, you could assume these people are lying or not, but
you're right. Both sides of the argument doesn't have sufficient evidence. You don't have evidence that it's real. We don't have evidence that it's fake.
Well, I think we both think our own sides have more evidence than the other.
Well, you're going off like footage from NASA.
Sure. And
the only agency that has the right to do
Nazis. This. Yeah, I know.
Everybody has to go kiss the NASA ring before they can shoot a rocket into space, into quote unquote space. So you have to go through that agency in order to do any commercial work in space. So they have control.
If Russia wanted to do that?
Well, no, we don't have control over Russia. Yeah. But we also can't see what they're doing. Do you have any video from Russian cosmonauts?
Can I just say, like, if another Glober came in here and heard that, like, that would, and they just believed it. Like bringing up Russia, I think, is a pretty important thing to do when you just said that you can't go out there without NASA's permission when there's literally other countries that have their own
Russia.
I'm just saying.
Putin said
I'm not trying to. I'm sorry. That was a dickish move. I'm sorry.
I don't care. You know, Russia believes the moon landings were fake, right? Like they openly said it.
I didn't know their official stance, but sure.
Yeah.
That's quite recent, wasn't it?
The moon. I know. Yeah, it's only, I think it is like weird that the United States is the only country that actually land people on. Was it like 12 people total? And they haven't done it since like 73. I think that's a little weird, but I still do think things happen.
It's not weird. They told us why. They said they destroyed the technology and it's too hard to build back.
Is that it?
That's their official statement. But somehow Elon can figure out a way to get to Mars. Apparently.
It just makes no fucking sense why you would ever turn your focus to Mars. A significantly more difficult target. And acting like
theoretically, it's
a couple of assholes that went and drove a rover around and played some golf has fucking surveyed and found all the secrets the moon has to hold. You know what I mean? Yeah, we can just dust our hands and move on.
Yeah. So I'm just looking into the thing about how we destroyed the technology. I'm gonna mispronounce this guy's name, Don Petit.
I just posted a little snippet from one of his interviews in the chat.
So it was one retired NASA astronaut who said it. Yeah.
There's been recent astronauts that have been saying, we're going to be going to the moon for the first time. Like, I mean, they're saying it out loud now. Like they're saying like, we're finally going to get out of low Earth orbit. We've never done that before. It's like, wait a second. I thought we went to the moon.
Okay. So I do know the Apollo mission, we funded the fuck out of that. And then inflation, obviously, so it's going to be a lot less money then. I don't know what the numbers were.
Do you believe in the moon landings took place?
I do think they happened. I'm not going to say I'm 100% certain. I'm just reading into this one thing, though. It does make sense. Yeah, we don't have updated manufacturing practices. We probably have updated safety practices for sending people to the moon so they don't fucking die from whatever could happen from that.
Radiation.
Yeah, yep. The belt. Can't forget about that one. But yeah, I'm sure we just have a lot of updated shit that we don't have the funding to create like a proper system.
Do you think
I think that's
what would be easier back in 1969, going to the moon or faking going to the moon?
Back in 1969, I mean that's a tough question because I think you could easily fake going to the moon, but it's a matter of making something that's convincing to the public, and I think what they showed would be pretty difficult to fake that's convincing, or as convincing as it is.
Right. So if they do decide, right, we're faking this, what do you think the next step is? We got to make this convincing.
If they're faking it and to make it convincing, they'd probably call up Stanley Kubrick.
No, I mean, you said there that they went because it's also consistent, the narrative and what they present, But like, do you think they would decide to fake it and then just bumble on everything they put out to the public, giving the game away? I mean, if you're not actually physically going to the moon, and everything that would be involved in that endeavor, you've got a whole lot more time to worry about the kind of world building aspect of your lie to present to the public.
I mean, sure. I guess if you're saving all that money.
Yeah, I mean, get the teams in the back writing out all this telemetry data that you can fucking then present as proof that you went. Get the guys going out and picking up petrified wood that you're going to show as genuine moon rocks. You know what I mean? Like,
right, and this is just like a theory you're probably forming from like random nuggets of information of like things that people heard about. It's being pieced together.
Well, no, I mean, Neil deGrasse was
piecing together his evidence.
I think it was it when he was Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he was on with Joe Rogan, he said, people don't understand the amount of paperwork that was produced in going to the moon. I mean, that alone proves it happened.
I know, that's a stupid statement. To flatter things, I could understand how you could listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that and be like, what the fuck? I get it. I think communication is shit with NASA. I am 100% with you on that, and a lot of science communicators. I feel like a fucking weenie saying science communicator. I think a lot of these science communicators are just. I mean, yeah, they're in it for the money. I get it. But you're never going to see the people actually doing the science talking about it. That's the other thing. These people, they spend their lives on TV. They don't spend their lives in the lab or studying this stuff. Maybe they spend like a small amount of time.
Yeah,
it's negligible compared to what the actual.
Certainly, but what they perform here on Earth, they've performed here on Earth. Doesn't demonstrate, because they're tinkering around here and doing things and yada yada yada. It doesn't demonstrate anything that is went to space, or is going to be used in what they claim it's going to be used for.
Look, I mean, the Apollo missions, they had immaculate simulation systems to prepare them to go to the moon. And then they just got to the point where they're like, we can't fucking do this. This is impossible. And or they realized they were hitting the firmament and they couldn't get out, or they couldn't get through the Van Allen belts. So they were like, fuck it. Let's just use our video footage in our simulators and we can convince the control room, because they're just looking at a fucking screen with blinking lights, and you can see the astronauts when they're sitting up on stage. Buzz Aldrin and the rest of the guys, they look like they had a gun to their head whenever they were discussing the mission to the moon. Like you would think they'd be ecstatic, like we're the first people to go to walk on the surface of the moon, and they're sitting there like they're fucking depressed. And like
Neil Armstrong was an introvert, right? And I'm what you just said there, you're just kind of saying things like they had these things on Earth. They didn't go to like you're just kind of stating it. It doesn't mean it's not true. Like
I'm trying to say,
whenever they were filming the live stream,
doing sciencey things doesn't demonstrate the entire story true.
Walking through a scenario, just saying like, they did all this. I could easily just say, yeah, they just went to the moon. Like that's just what happened. Like without.
Look, whenever they were on the moon, and you know how they had the phone call with Nixon from the moon.
Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy too, right? Well, guess what? Whenever the news people were asking for the live feed so they could put it on TV, NASA was like, no, we're just going to project the footage onto the wall, and you guys just film it with your TV cameras. Why would they want to do that?
And when you convey the information with a voice like that, when you're like, no, like NASA's being a little suspicious with their voice here. Like that's probably not exactly how it felt in the situation at the time.
Wasn't that due to the fact like radio waves take time to travel from Earth and to the moon? Therefore, a live feed would be theoretically impossible. It's like asking, like, we want a live feed for it, but they can't.
No, they're getting a live feed. They're getting a live feed from the space shuttle.
At the end of the
They
day,
can
that doesn't
easily plug it into a fucking camera.
that doesn't
But they're like,
but
no,
back
we're going to
then,
project it on the wall.
It was a lot harder to
everybody.
receive those radio signals.
Can I just make a fair point? I know I kind of said this before, but I feel like a lot of Globers in here, when they have one talking point, they'll say like, look at the objects out in space and think that proves the Earth is a globe, or you guys will attack them on that, making them making
No.
it seem like that's
Sorry, I didn't mean to attack or anything.
No, not you.
Sorry.
Shilkai. I'm talking about Dib, about what he said about I was with the Nixon call on the radio.
Oh yeah, he's
not giving
being
it to
kind
the
of
news
a dick. I could see that. Yeah.
I just think like sure,
I'm
like
being a dick. Are
maybe
you
they
guys
could have given it
assholes?
to them,
I'm not
but I
making
don't.
fun of y'all.
The point being, that means nothing to me in terms of saying that the moon landing is real or fake. It like.
Well, it's just one more piece of evidence that I have to try to convince you. I mean, it's
yeah.
I can keep
No, I
going.
mean, like, because J-Dog is being like respectful in this conversation. He's actually bringing some really good arguments up, but it feels like Dib, you're just repeating yourself again and again, and it's kind of a dick move.
Everybody's being respectful in this conversation. You don't need to attempt to stir any shit here.
So chill, guy. I'm just now seeing you in here. Like everybody in here they know I've been in here. I fell asleep in here earlier. I've been in here so long. Okay, I'm not being a dick.
Sorry, I don't mean to
address
call
this.
you a dick.
It's
I'm not.
nonsense.
I'm
Yeah,
not expressing.
you
I'm
just
not saying.
fucking you. Deb, you continue conversation with J-Dog.
I forgot what I was saying. It's like 5 a.m. here.
7 here.
Yeah, I got a lot of. I have evidence, and if it's one more piece of evidence that's not going to convince you, Jay, that's fine.
I
Just
know. I think
why you're here to get the evidence.
It's fair to say, with all the things that have gone on with NASA and how long we've been on this planet, like there's going to be things that are like weird, or like why didn't they do better here? And maybe there's something to it, but like to me, there's all this other stuff that just says like no, like that. It's just human beings making errors, human beings being suspicious. There's something that we don't understand on our end. It's too much. That's my stance.
Well, I'm just going to say this. I'm going to just say this. I want America to be first to the moon. I want to be the best. I wish this happened. Trust me. But I don't think it happened. And it's kind of sad to me that it didn't happen. And, you know, it kind of makes us look like a shitty country for lying about it. So I just want you to know that, at least.
I mean, I'm not trying to absolve America from being a shitty country. Like MK Ultra, we have Operation Paperclip, we have a lot of other stuff in recent history with certain invasions and trying to get countries to.
So you know about Operation Paperclip?
What?
You know about Operation Paperclip, and you still believe in which the come on, bro.
I understand that there's a lot of things that the U.S. government and other governments have done that make them deceptive entities. I get it, but there's a lot of things that I feel like there's so many civilians involved with it. It would, like I said, it would just be so fucking complex.
Everyone would have to be in on the lie. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that and there's so much to it. It's not worth going over. I feel like I'm repeating myself.
I yield my time.
I think it's the contrary. I think it would be one of the most easiest things to conceal, because nobody can go fucking prove that it's fake.
Yeah.
Well, we can. I mean, we can from here, but I mean, nobody can go do what they're saying they can do. Perfect. Easy to mask that.
To be fair, the difference between me and you is that I believe like the things that are being posted by NASA, and you don't.
Yes, you believe. Yes, you believe. Yeah, we get it.
Oh, come on, dude.
Like, for
Let's be
example,
generous to each other.
No, yeah, it's like a religion. It's like a religion.
Sure, yeah, it's my religion. I'm part of the NASA religion.
So you believe this hilariously shitty looking footage in the side chat is real? For real?
Yeah, it's so bad.
Like I said, I'm gonna have to look at all this stuff and like verify it for myself. So you guys are posting all these random
Well,
clips.
just look at it.
You believe this, you believe this. I have to find this all stuff.
Bro, just look at the footage I put in the side chat. Look at it, and then honestly tell me that this could be real.
It looks like Odyssey 2020 or 2001. That's what it looks like.
I'm gonna say I have
straight out of a Kubrick film
because I don't know you. I don't know where this came from. I like the stuff that
came from NASA.
I'm gonna
Came
talk
from
about
NASA.
stuff that I've verified myself.
Look
right?
at the footage in the side chat, right? I can verify it for you right now. I can show you, like, we literally cut these out of NASA videos from their official YouTube channel, right, on the
Yeah,
Smithsonian Air Space Museum. So just based off this footage, we can validate it after. Just looking at this footage, obviously it looks completely fake and ridiculous, and no one in their right mind could think that this is realistic looking footage, right?
It looks weird. Yeah, it definitely looks weird. I'll say that.
This is the moon landings.
You don't have to, Jay. You don't have to admit anything right now. Just look at it. We're trying to give you information.
Well, once again, I don't think a weird video disproves something, right? I think it can make you question.
What are you, his lawyer? Look at it and zoom in.
I'm just saying it's a little unfair for you guys to make me try and say something that yes, it's false, and now the moon landing is
told you not to say
because of this one. Right? Like, it's a weird video. Sure. Yeah, it looks weird to me.
Well, that's NASA's videos, though.
You're
NASA's
replacing
weird.
the word fake with weird because you can't say it looks fake.
Dude, come on.
It looks a bit interesting, a bit funny.
I'm trying
A
to
bit
have a genuine
hilariously fake.
conversation with you guys. I'm using the words that truly reflect what I feel. And I feel that it is a weird looking video. I don't know if it's fake, because this is a video you sent to me. Once again, I'm not going to make claims about things that I haven't read into and looked into myself.
It's all right. We call this cognitive dissonance.
If this
Hello?
is claimed,
we got all these people coming after me.
Can I get unmuted? I can't text in the chat.
You mean?
Yeah, sure. Just shut up for a second.
Yeah, I was muted for like a whole week. You guys forgot.
It doesn't matter what you
Yeah,
do.
no, you muted.
We'll always put you
Funny how that works.
Double mute. So if this is really footage from NASA, which it is, right, which you can check later, right? Obviously, it looks fake, right? Ridiculously fake, like Thunderbirds level.
Yeah, I don't know what Thunderbirds is. Probably out of my time, but
Me either. What does it mean?
It's
it's
an old TV show. It's like a clay figure TV show, right? Here's a clip from Thunderbirds in the side chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That looks like NASA to me.
That's real NASA footage right there. Okay, you got
looks like what's that? America, fuck yeah! What's that?
Yeah, same process.
Ray
I think.
Parker, yeah, the South Park guys.
Yeah,
I can't remember. Yeah.
Team America Workplace. Team America, yeah, Workplace.
Team America, yeah, Team America.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah, look at those astronauts, man. Look how they look like they have a gun to their head, or there's a gun to their wife's head at their house right now, and they're like, "You're gonna say this or else."
You ever see the footage of Buzz Aldrin saying to that girl that we never went to the moon?
The little black girl?
I don't care what her race is or what color.
There's a bunch of different ones. He said it.
Yeah.
Bunch of times.
Yeah.
He said it to the little black girl.
Because I've seen all this stuff. I've seen all this.
Have you seen Bart Sabrell? Bart Sabrell came up to all the astronauts and was getting them to put their hand on the Bible, and fucking Buzz Aldrin punched them in the face.
Yep. I honestly, I think that was unwarranted from Buzz Aldrin. I think he's just a fucking little senile old man at that point.
There was one astronaut, he went to his house and he had an interview with him and then he got kicked out. And I forgot the astronaut's name, but his son was in the house and they left their microphone in the house by mistake. And the son was like, "You want to call the CIA? You want to get them waxed?" Like,
You're not
come on.
I think Buzz Aldrin had an ego on him. I think what he did was great, but he was my least favorite out there.
You're glad that he punched Bart Sibrel in the face?
No, what I said that pissed me off.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that what he did was great.
Bart Sibrel or whatever his name. I don't like that guy either.
It was ongoing harassment. Like, he'd already interviewed him at another occasion, and had already got on Buzz's bad side. Yeah, like this was the separate event. Yeah,
sure, that's fair. My favorite of the three was probably Michael Collins. Like, Buzz Aldrin, the dude was definitely a dick, and his.
Michael Collins was a pussy. He just he wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
To be fair,
ran
Collins,
like a little bitch.
Michael Collins didn't land on the moon just like the rest of them.
I know. Imagine going to the moon but not actually landing on it. What an idiot.
Well, none of them did, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
What do you think about the footage of them faking the Earth out the window? Have you seen that video?
I don't remember that. I feel like I might have seen that.
You can hear like a voice in the background telling him to talk because they wanted him to wait 4 seconds. Yep, exactly. That was another Bart Sibrel video that he found, apparently, that wasn't supposed to be released.
Mm.
Yeah, Buzz was like, "How did you get this footage?" He's like, "Serendipity." He didn't say shit.
Jesus Christ, this was supposed to stay in the Kubrick archives. What the fuck? Honestly, I love some of the memes you guys post.
What do you think about? Were you in here when we were talking about Katy Perry going to space?
I've heard the conversations. Yeah, I have.
God, that was such a joke.
It was pretty funny.
Like the girls like opened the door from the inside, and then they were not supposed to, so they had to close it really quick, and then they had to open it again. It was such a it was staged.
The stupid shot they needed with Jeff Bezos opening it. Whatever. Yeah.
It was so cringe when she was holding that flower.
I agree. And then crying.
Right, that was her doing real science in space.
Science. Oh my god. Why'd you post that?
Point out how cringe it is.
Look how her hair is floating. Oh no, it's zero gravity.
Free falling. Zero gravity.
Falcon.
Honey in Space. What do you got to show us? Canadian Space Agency. Whoa. Doesn't look like something that could happen on Earth's gravity.
God, I love Alex Jones. Look at that thing, dude. It's made out of paper mache.
Alex Jones, I'll say, is very interesting, but the dude's a piece of shit.
He's been right about like 90% of the conspiracies that he's been calling out.
Maybe he might have some like small, tiny pieces of information that are loosely correct, but like he's gotten a lot of stuff wrong too. Like the
You can't say it. No.
Okay. Sorry. You
SH
I already,
didn't happen.
I already. Oh, am I not allowed to say that because of TOS, or are you just saying that as a joke?
It's on YouTube,
Honestly.
so don't say it.
Okay. Well, I'll just say Alex Jones was a piece of human garbage for all of that.
Yeah. That's definitely what they want everybody to know, for sure.
Jesus Christ. I'm not about to get into this with you. So
Wait, this is politics, right? No, it's not politics.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is? So do y'all think that Charlie Kirk has miracle bones in his neck to stop a 308 round? Guess we can't talk about that.
And nobody's saying anything at the moment?
Hey, look how that astronaut is. His shirt's tucked in, and it looks like something's pulling up on his shoulders.
Oh, exactly.
So, the last video that Anti-Globus just posted.
Oh, well, let me see
obvious. Yeah, it's like on the first 15 seconds.
1 out of 4,000 African astronaut. The space station is just
Doing science.
North Planet's laboratory, floating around doing science all day, every day. We're doing science inside. We're doing science outside. So the space station, for example, when SpaceX 11 came up, it had 6 tons of science, mostly science on board, that we had to bring on board.
Science.
Top of this place is just rocking the science. We're doing not only stuff for human health and those type of sciences. Every square inch is dedicated to either pure science and those science experiments cranking away and getting great results back to Earth. That sounds incredible. Laboratory, floating around doing science all day, every day.
The guy thinks that the man is pulled from the back or something.
Yeah, he's got harnesses on his waist and probably around his shoulders somewhere.
It's not obvious, but I don't know. It might be true or not.
There's so many clips where we can see clear harnesses attached to them.
And then, like,
see if I can find some other ones.
There's astronauts like that'll like disappear in the background. You'll see sometimes, or different items will float through their arms or through their hands. It's
Even just the hairspray alone is just
just to clarify. I guess, like, on my point of view, to prove things like that, I think the best way is to just increase the scope of understanding for the self, for the one. That's the only way you can understand things. Either if it's wrong or the truth, or a lie, whatever. It's like looking through a picture, a video, and try to guess things by itself is never going to be sufficient for certain people. No matter what you show, it ends up with them themselves. Like they have to make it as concrete as possible by increasing their horizon of understanding.
what you're saying is I should just not worry about it. Just get back to living my life.
No, it's not what I mean. You can like.
I don't understand.
Somebody can believe, like, I'm not going to judge anybody who believes that, oh, actually, you know what? The world might be flat. Like, why not? Anybody can think like that. It's not the wrong part. Where it becomes wrong is when you believe that and want to, like, believe it in a way that you finally want to, what is it called?
Convert people?
Convince others to believe you, even before to claim the
I
way
could
you
say
understand.
the same about the globe, though. Could just say the same about the globe, right? But we've got a stack of empirical evidence, and the globe side just has a bunch of faith. Big difference.
There are too many people who believe the whatever that are shown to them without also questioning. That's also
That's
a
correct.
thing. Like
that's why most people believe the Earth's a globe, right? Because they've never really thought about it. They don't really know anything about it, and they were just taught from a young age.
yes, and that's why when the flat earthers want to convince others to believe that the Earth is flat, they are not like they have a dramatic success on doing that because nobody knows everything. Nobody knows things properly. That's why you can shake people's mind by just using some tricky sentences like saying, "Do you even know? Have you seen? Oh, do you even have any proof that makes you believe?" Like, that's why even this makes flat earthers possible because
No. We have real world, testable, repeatable, long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe, and zero observations that match up with the globe.
Actually, observations are obvious and it's possible. The thing is that it's not as concrete as perceiving things with your sense organs, like as easy as seeing just an apple falling through, or just seeing some texts, or seeing somebody saying something. It's not that easy. That's why education is important. You gotta understand what the numbers mean, what the functions mean, what the equations mean.
Yeah, it's very simple. It's very simple. Okay, so the Earth is said to be a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, so when we have a 20-mile body of water, it has approximately 260 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, that's a fact. That's very easy for anyone to understand or do the math. Now, then we can go to that large body of water and start performing different observations, looking for the characteristics that must physically be present for that to be a thing. Okay, and we can test it over and over and over and over again and see what the results are consistently. That would be a good method, and it's not difficult to do such a thing.
Yeah, what you call easy is not easy for everybody. Like, as you don't know, like when you don't know something, you don't even know that you will understand such thing by doing such experiments. I'm not saying
that's why we're here, to tell you how to do it, to make it easy for you.
It's just so impactful. When people don't
it's
know
empirical. It's empirical. That's what it is. And anyone can go and repeat it.
What is he saying? Are we being too impactful on people?
Well, I'm not saying that. Like,
what do you
So we're not trying to convince people. We're showing people. One second. Because you kept saying we're trying to convince people. That's not the case. That we're necessarily trying to convince people. We're showing people information that they've probably never seen before, asking them to think critically and evaluate it with equal scrutiny, then they would analyze the other footage from the other side, right, that the Earth's a globe, and then come to their own conclusion based off the empirical evidence and critical thinking that they maybe previously never thought about. Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah, so just showing people evidence, right, and then asking them to think critically, analyze it, try to debunk it, and if you want, you can go repeat it. Okay, and pointing out maybe they don't know as much as what they thought they knew about the globe.
Wait, so what did you even measure? Can you explain me?
Yeah, so large bodies of water. I just explained it just a minute ago. Okay, I said that there's certain physical characteristics. There's certain physical characteristics that must be present if the Earth's a globe. We're going out testing those to see if the mathematics matches up with reality, and it consistently doesn't.
Yeah.
Not even close. Yeah.
Yeah, so what were the observations and what were the parameters of the observations and the tests? I want to contents, if you understand.
Yeah, there's
I see
thousands
that
of
you did
them,
it,
but I can't present all of them, quickly, but I can present one at a time if you want to go over one right now.
Yeah, I got time. I want to see it. I wonder. I'm curious guy.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, 1 second. Let me check if my internet's working properly. Because I just got to upload a few things to the side chat. Okay, so this is an observation done in the United Kingdom. It's done by a guy named Dr. John Dee. He's a pretty smart guy. He's got a PhD. It's in the field of optics as well. Okay, so he originally... I haven't sent it yet. I'm just explaining a bit before I start uploading bits and pieces out of his video. Okay, so here's the first clip, just to give you an idea of where he is and what he's doing. Okay, so he originally set out to debunk Flat Earth, trying to find the curvature. Basically, he was doing all sorts of different long-distance laser tests using different spectrum lasers and long-distance observations using very powerful cameras. So here's one of his observations. So all this footage is out of an 1.5-hour video where he goes over everything in quite a lot of detail. Okay, so in this one, he's at the beach on a really clear day, okay, in the United Kingdom, and he's looking out at a wind farm. It's called Rampion Wind Farm, and you'll see 6 windmill towers when he zooms out. Okay, so the one on the left is 8 miles away, and then each one's a bit further away until the one on the far right is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so he's got his camera set up on a tripod right at the shoreline, and it's 3.5 foot above the surface of the water.
You know what? Before all the things, is there a documentation that explains everything with the sources and with explaining?
Yeah, I'm explaining. I just said that this is all out of an 1.5-hour video where Dr. John Dee goes over all of the technical information, but I do have quite a lot of it saved here, so I'm just giving a basic explanation.
It doesn't matter.
Well, hold on. Let me finish talking. Hold on. Just let me finish talking. Right. So
okay.
I'll post the full video at the end, and I haven't presented the actual argument yet. So.
I mean, what I mean is that you don't even need to do that. If the content itself is self-explanatory, you can just send it.
It's not self-explanatory. It's not self-explanatory to everyone.
Then it's going to be problematic
Okay, so I've posted nothing but a GIF so far. Do you want to tell me what's self-explanatory? You want to steelman the argument that I haven't presented yet? Because you can't sit there and just wait 5 minutes for me to present something? You wanted to interrupt me?
I think you just make it. I think what I'm saying is pretty clear, and you're making it overcomplicated. What I ask is a self-explanatory.
Okay, so what am I trying to present? What am I trying to present? What's my argument? What's my argument?
No, but instead of saying things over my sayings, you can just do what I said.
You're saying it's self-explanatory. How is it? I've only posted a GIF, so go explain it to everyone. Steelman the argument. Present it for everyone. If it's so self-explanatory.
Well, I mean,
go over all the math and everything that
we can just say okay and go on about anything about what I said. You're just making it complicated. I'm not saying anything.
What am I making complicated?
Oh my God, you did something wrong.
Complicated.
I'm not saying anything about you doing something wrong. You just misunderstand it. I'm just looking forward at anything, and you can just say, okay, the reason why I didn't do that is because that. And I will just say, okay, you shouldn't explain things as if I'm trying to gaslight you, dude. I'm not.
Osmond, he's going out of his way to post a video for you to watch, and he's trying to explain it to you, and you're talking over him. Just be quiet for a little bit, let him explain his video, and he'll give you the full link, and you can go watch the whole thing. He's doing that out of his own time for you, and you're just like, shut up, just give me the whole video. Like, that's what it sounds like to everybody.
Man.
Yeah, I could have just muted you, man, but I'm not here to just mute people. I wanted to listen to what you had to say, but you were kind of interrupting the presentation. Yeah. So are you interested? Is anyone interested in seeing the presentation, or should I just stop now?
I'm interested.
Okay. All right. So Right, so he set his camera up at 3.5 foot. We're testing for the curvature and a byproduct of the curvature, which would be the geometric horizon. Okay, so when he sets his camera up at 3.5 foot, that means that the horizon, the physical geometric horizon on the globe, should be at 2.29 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not there in the observation. You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the geometric horizon. Okay, it's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. But in the observation, because we have the distance markers there, which is the windmill farm, we can see that 0 of the windmill towers is actually obstructed. Okay, we can even see the water going far beyond the windmill farm, and we can see a boat off in the distance, which is 14 miles away. Okay, so when we go out and make these long distance observations, it's not matching up with what would have to be present if the Earth were a globe. In fact, the bottom 52 foot of the furthest windmill tower should be obstructed, physically obstructed. That's like a 5-story building of it, right? The bottom 5 stories of it should be missing, basically.
Sorry to interrupt you, man.
Right.
That Osman guy he has bailed, just so you know. So as soon as you're starting to show him
That's all
stuff,
good.
he's run.
It happens fairly often. It's all good. I got to go on mute anyway. I got some stuff to do. Appreciate it.
No, all good.
Hey, Daz. You know, I was wondering where you were, man. Earlier today, I was like, where the frick's Daz? Haven't seen him around. Welcome back.